Chapter 4087. It's hard to say. Zhen Yunfeng shook his head in response to his son's question. All I can say is that the people from the Myriad Art Academy and the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion won't come. The other forces might send people over. The younger generation with a mix of good and bad are more likely to come. As for the younger generation, although they have geniuses who are not inferior to Duan Lingtian, who would complain about having too few geniuses in their own sect. Moreover, even if they have geniuses who are not inferior to Duan Lingtian, what did Duan Lingtian do when he was young? If Duan Lingtian was nurtured by them since he was young, wouldn't he be stronger now? Zhen Yunfeng said a lot, which made Zhen Pingfan nod and shake his head sometimes. Father, you can't say that. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and smiled. Although Duan Lingtian was born in the mundane realm and his foundation is not as strong as the young prodigies from heavyweight ultimate god's forces, he has to rely on himself for everything. He has encountered many fortuitous encounters along the way, and that's how he became who he is today. On the other hand, the young prodigies from heavyweight ultimate god's forces don't have the qualifications to go out on their own. Their elders won't let them go out either. If a heavyweight ultimate god's force sets their young prodigies free and allows them to search for fortuitous encounters on their own, with their help, they might become even stronger. Of course, if they set their young prodigies free, their lives might be in danger. No godly venerable faction would take such a risk. Zhen Pingfan's words made Zhen Yunfeng nod repeatedly. Indeed, there were pros and cons to each. Naturally, he knew very well how rare it was for someone like Duan Lingtian to rise to such heights from the mundane realms. Perhaps, even the strongest powerhouses from the mundane realms or Devata realms could not compare to Duan Lingtian at such a young age. Perhaps, they were not as good as Duan Lingtian? I suddenly feel... Zhen Yunfeng's eyes flashed. Zhen Yunfeng's eyes flashed as he smiled. Based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian has the potential to become a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, he has great potential. It had to be said that Zhen Yunfeng's words caused Zhen Yunfeng to be involuntarily stunned. Duan Lingtian? Utmost powerful warriors? To be honest, from the past until now, he had never thought about this. In Chunyang School, there was only one person who he thought might have a chance to become an omnipotent master. That person was his martial uncle, Yi Chenfeng, a person who was about the same age as him. 10,000 years ago, Yi Chenfeng was even weaker than him. 10,000 years later, he had left him far behind, to the point where he could easily kill him with a single sword strike. And now, Yi Chenfeng's improvement was even more exaggerated than his. Such a person was a monster. Even if he became an ultimate powerhouse in the future, he wouldn't be too surprised. But Duan Ling, after all, he was only a divine emperor. Although his talent and perception were extraordinary, in his eyes he was still inferior to him. And now, when his father mentioned this, he thought about Duan Lingtian's current strength and then thought about Duan Lingtian's age and only felt a chill down his spine. Duan Lingtian's current combat strength was far beyond his 10,000 years ago, let alone Yi Chenfeng. And now, Duan Lingtian had also been improving rapidly. Compared to Yi Chenfeng's improvement in the past 10,000 years, Duan Lingtian's improvement was even more exaggerated. If he really wanted to talk about it, so far, Duan Lingtian's talent and perception were even more exaggerated than his martial uncle Yi Chenfeng's. Moreover, although martial uncle Yi is a monster, no heavyweight ultimate god level forces have come to recruit him, but Duan Lingtian, this time, there may be many heavyweight ultimate god-level forces coming to recruit him. In terms of the current situation, Duan Lingtian's potential is far beyond martial uncle Yi's. The possibility of him becoming an ultimate powerhouse is also greater. Of course, it was only a possibility. Zhen Pingfan was very clear that the weaker a person was, the easier it was for them to die prematurely. Moreover, geniuses now did not mean that they could continue to be geniuses. There was a possibility of them going downhill. Although there were no geniuses now, it did not mean that there would be room for further improvement in the future. For example, his martial uncle Yi was the model of this type of person. In short, in this world, anything was possible. I really didn't think too much about this. Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. Although I thought that Duan Lingtian was a monster, he was only a divine emperor after all. I didn't think of him as an ultimate powerhouse, but now, after hearing Father's words, I seem to understand why heavyweight ultimate god-level forces came to recruit him so quickly. If Duan Lingtian was a woman, perhaps the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion would have come to him long ago. The Ni Chang Feng Pavilion is actually more thirsty for talent than the other heavyweight ultimate god-level forces. In this regard, Zhen Pingfan could completely understand. For a sect that had always only recruited female disciples to be able to survive for so many years until now, it was obvious how difficult it was. However, the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion was still standing strong. Its peak combat strength was not inferior to the other heavyweight ultimate god-level forces. The other ultimate god-level forces had many people and a strong foundation, so it was normal for them to have some experts, but the Ni Chang Feng Pavilion had few people and a small foundation. Relatively speaking, the possibility of them having experts was even lower. Someone else has come. While Zhen Pingfan was still lamenting, Zhen Yunfeng raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Which force are they from?" Zhen Pingfan asked curiously. "The Mon Origin sect." Zhen Yunfeng said. "The Mon Origin sect?" Hearing Zhen Yunfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan frowned instead. "Father, this Mon Origin sect doesn't seem to have a good reputation, right? In this world where the strong are respected, it's normal for the weak to obey the strong, but generally, the strong will not find trouble with the weak. I heard that a few thousand years ago, the Mon Origin sect wanted to recruit a disciple. After the other party rejected them, they did not touch the other party. Instead, they destroyed the other party's entire sect. Later, that person became a rogue cultivator and took revenge on the Mon Origin sect many times. Many of the Mon Origin sect members were killed, until 1,000 years ago, when the Mon Origin sect fished him out and killed him." Zhen Pingfan said, "This is just hearsay. I don't know if it's true or not." "It's true." Zhen Yunfeng nodded. "No matter how you put it, the Mon Origin sect has always been stuck between good and evil. The way some of them conduct themselves is actually not acceptable to many people and forces. However, since he didn't provoke them, most people are just here to watch the show. The extremists in the Mon Origin sect are not stupid. They won't provoke people they can't afford to provoke, so it doesn't affect the Mon Origin sect that much." Zhen Yunfeng said. "Let's not tell Duan Lingtian about this first, lest he rejects the Mon Origin sect because of this. If the Mon Origin sect members know that he rejected because of this, they might hold a grudge. It's not a good thing for him." At this point, Zhen Yunfeng gave Zhen Pingfan a stern look and admonished him. Zhen Pingfan was a little embarrassed when he heard this. "You said it?" Zhen Yunfeng frowned. Yes, Zhen Pingfan was a little embarrassed. A few days ago, when the jade slip he gave Duan Lingtian mentioned the Mon Origin sect, it also described the rumors he had just said. Of course, he also told Duan Lingtian that he could not be sure if it was true. But he also said that there was no smoke without fire, so the credibility was not low. "You are too reckless." Zhen Yunfeng shook his head. "Although I don't have much contact with that little guy, I can see that it's impossible for him to associate himself with the Mon Origin sect. Take advantage of the moment when the Mon Origin sect members have just arrived and send him a message. Tell him to be natural when he rejects the Mon Origin sect. If they ask for the reason, don't mention those things, lest they bear a grudge." Zhen Yunfeng's tone became a lot more stern. "This is not a good thing for him." "Father." Zhen Pingfan frowned. "It shouldn't be that bad, right? Even if Duan Lingtian doesn't join the Mon Origin sect, he'll definitely join other heavyweight forces and have a promising future. How dare the Mon Origin sect fall out with him like this? Aren't they afraid that Duan Lingtian will get even with them when he becomes stronger in the future? By then, Duan Lingtian won't be the itinerant cultivator they killed 1,000 years ago. Duan Lingtian will also have a heavyweight ultimate god force behind him. At that time, Zhen Pingfan felt the Mon Origin sect would know how to make the right choice. The person from a few thousand years ago did not have a powerful background, so it was not a big deal if his sect was annihilated. However, how could Duan Lingtian be the same? They didn't leave any evidence behind. How do you know it's them? Zhen Yunfeng shook his head. He felt his son was too naive. Our Chunyang school isn't afraid of the Mon origin sect. After all, it's too obvious. Moreover, our Chunyang school isn't completely defenseless. What we should be worried about are Duan Lingtian's family and friends. Although the space tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms has been sealed, don't tell me there aren't people from the Devata realms in the Mon origin sect? They can use the void-piercing divine shuttle to return. It had to be said that Zhen Pingfan's expression turned solemn after hearing Zhen Yunfeng's words. As soon as Zhen Yunfeng finished speaking, Zhen Pingfan sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. It was best to let Duan Lingtian know about this matter. Otherwise, if he did not inform Duan Lingtian in time and something really happened, he would feel guilty and blame himself. The Mon origin sect? If they're unhappy with me, they might attack my family and friends? Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. Was the Mon origin sect really that crazy? They didn't care about anything at all? After all, they were a heavyweight ultimate god force. This is just my father's speculation. He just wants you to be careful and be prepared. Don't you have a law clone in the lower realms? It's good to be careful. Zhen Pingfan reminded him. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhen. After cutting off the voice transmission with Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. He knew it was better to be safe than sorry. It was time for him to be prepared. Also, the people from the Mon origin sect are here? He's doomed to come here in vain. Chapter 4088. Master, Duan Lingtian is currently in closed-door cultivation. Do you want me to wake him up and ask him to come and greet you? It did not matter if it was someone from a heavyweight ultimate god faction who came to Chunyang School or someone from an ordinary ultimate god faction who came to Chunyang School. The first thing the higher-ups of Chunyang School said after welcoming them into Chunyang School and arranging a place for them to stay. These experts from ultimate god factions naturally did not ask them to wake Duan Lingtian up. Although Duan Lingtian might not be in closed-door cultivation and might be waiting for the various ultimate god factions to arrive before coming out and seeing which faction offered him the most bargaining chips, he would join. Even so, they could not really ask the people from Chunyang School to wake Duan Lingtian up. Not only would such an action be presumptuous, but it might also anger Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was nothing in their eyes and could even kill him with a slap, Duan Lingtian was someone their respective factions intended to invite, so they naturally did not dare to act rashly. If they angered Duan Lingtian and caused Duan Lingtian to refuse to join their factions, they would definitely be in trouble when they returned. Therefore, all the Ultimate God Forces experts were waiting patiently after they arrived. After all, Chunyang School had arranged a place for them to stay. There was no rush. Take your time. Even the two Ultimate God experts from Hanlin Divine Official Mansion and Mon Origin Divine Sect waited patiently. No one had any complaints. At least on the surface, there were no complaints. As for whether they had any in their hearts, only they themselves knew. Both Hanlin Divine Official Mansion and Mon Origin Divine Sect are here, and they are all Ultimate God experts. Hanlin Divine Official Mansion sent a lower Ultimate God, Su Fong. Mon Origin Divine Sect sent a lower Ultimate God as well. Since the Mon Origin Sect and Hanlin Divine Office are here, what's the point of us staying here? The Hanlin Divine Mansion and the Mon Origin Divine Sect are both heavyweight Ultimate God forces in the Shengang land, and they even have high-level Ultimate Gods. The strongest in our sect is only a mid-level Ultimate God, and there are only 2 of them. Why don't we send a message back and ask? If the sect wants us to go back, we will. Otherwise, it's destined to be useless. Send the message. As the messages were sent out one after another, most of the Ultimate God forces who had arrived earlier had left. The rest were either hoping for a fluke or wanted to leave, but the forces behind them did not allow them to. They were told to stay and try again. Perhaps Duan Lingtian would choose them instead of the heavyweight Ultimate God forces? Although the chances were slim, it wasn't impossible. Even if it was just a small chance, they didn't want to miss it. Over the next few days, Chunyang School received a lot of uninvited guests. Among them, more than 90% were from heavyweight ultimate god forces. After the ultimate god experts from the Hanlin Divine Mansion and Mon-Origin Divine Sect arrived one after another, not only did a group of ordinary ultimate god forces leave, but even some ordinary ultimate god forces who were prepared to send people over did not give up on the idea. They knew very well that they could not compete with the heavyweight ultimate god forces. Of course, there were still a few ordinary ultimate god forces who were hoping for a fluke and sent people over. 9 of them came. No one came for the next month, and Chunyang School felt that no one else would come. Even so, there were more than a dozen heavyweight ultimate god forces who came to Chunyang School. They came from 9 heavyweight ultimate god forces. The Hanlin Divine Mansion, Mon-Origin Divine Sect, Jiwei Valley, Crimson Bright Heavenly Palace, Zhongling Grotto Heaven. These 9 heavyweight ultimate god forces are all here. Looking at the entire Shengang land, there are only 16 heavyweight ultimate god forces below the giant ultimate god forces. Out of the 16 heavyweight ultimate god forces, excluding the Neon Phoenix Pavilion and Myriad Arts Academy, there are only 14 left. 9 of the 14 heavyweight ultimate god forces are here. This ratio is ridiculous. The other 5 heavyweight ultimate god forces might still be on their way to Chunyang School. The arrival of the major ultimate god forces could not be hidden from the people of Chunyang School. With the arrival of 9 heavyweight ultimate god forces, the entire Chunyang School was stirred up. 9 heavyweight godly venerable level forces. Each force had sent a godly venerable rank expert this time. In total, there were 9 ultimate god experts. And in the Pure Yang sect, there wasn't even a high god emperor, much less a godly venerable expert. Duan Lingtan, what a monster. Many Chunyang School disciples sighed. Although they knew that Duan Lingtian was talented, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to attract the attention of so many heavyweight ultimate god forces. That was a heavyweight ultimate god level force. They stood at the peak of the Shengang land. Among them, there were superior god experts. A high-level ultimate god expert. They were second only to the strongest in this world. I wonder which ultimate god force Duan Lingtian will choose in the end. If I were him, I would definitely choose one of the heavyweight ultimate god forces. Those ordinary ultimate god forces are not as good as heavyweight ultimate god forces in every aspect. That's right. I heard that most of the non-heavyweight ultimate god forces have already left. If they didn't, there would be more people now. If an ultimate god force wants me, even if it's just a lower ultimate god, I'm willing to go. If you're willing to go, they won't want you. That hurts. Seeing that no one was coming for a long time, the decision-makers of Chunyang School were summoned for an emergency meeting. Now, it's time for Duan Lingtian to come out of seclusion, right? Previously, when they said that Duan Lingtian was in seclusion, they wanted to give the heavyweight ultimate god forces a fair chance to compete for Duan Lingtian. If the ultimate venerable level forces that arrived first were to take their people away, the ultimate venerable level forces that arrived later would definitely not be happy. If there was someone with a bad temper, they might become angry out of humiliation and blame the Pure Sun sect, or even attack the Pure Sun sect's upper echelons. It's time to come out of seclusion. Most people agreed. No one else will come. Even if someone does, we can't wait any longer. Now, the prodigies brought by a few heavyweight ultimate god forces are angry. Although it's only the young ones who are angry, we can't rule out the possibility that they were instructed by their elders to do so. They were worried that if they were angry, Duan Lingtian would look down on them and not join the forces behind them. That's why they instructed the young ones to do so. This is not impossible. Why don't we set a date for them to meet Duan Lingtian together in 10 days' time? At that time, they will state their conditions and see which force Duan Lingtian chooses. 10 days or half a month is fine. After a meeting, the date for Duan Lingtian to meet the people from the ultimate god forces was set to be half a month later. The reason why it was set to be half a month later was mainly because they were worried that more people would come later. When the people from the ultimate god forces received the exact date, no one made a fuss and all of them quietly waited for half a month's time. half a month later? At the same time, Duan Lingtian also received a message from Yi Chenfeng. He did not have any objections to it. Half a month was fine. Recently, he had been comprehending the sword Dao and had gained a lot, so he was not in a hurry to move. However, since the higher-ups of Chunyang School had decided, then he would go according to the time they had arranged. Although he had won 4 spots for Chunyang School to enter the Sacred Land's secret realm in this 7 prefectures feast, he had also received a lot of benefits from Chunyang School. Coupled with the benefits from before, he was completely satisfied and did not feel that Chunyang School owed him anything. Myriad Law Academy. The only academy among the top forces in the Shengang land. This academy located in the depths of the mountains was like an otherworldly paradise. Everywhere in the academy, people could be seen communicating either through words or by sparring. This place was filled with an atmosphere of learning and improvement. Have you heard? An amazing person appeared in the 7 prefectures feast, this time in the remote 7 prefectures land. You mean Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the God Emperor level sect Chunyang School in Tonglung Province. That's him. Duan Lingtian is not even 3,000 years old, but he has already become a medium celestial emperor and mastered the law of space's second teleportation. Most importantly, he has mastered the sword Dao. This news is confirmed, so it can't be false. Most importantly, he's not a native of the Shengang land. He's from a Devata realm. It said that he came from the mundane realm to the Devata realm and finally came to the Shengang land. It's hard to imagine that a nobody from the mundane realm could have such achievements. Did he obtain the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse? I don't know about that. However, everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. It has nothing to do with us whether he obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse or not. Even if we wanted to, we don't have the strength to do so. That's right. Even among the younger generation in the Myriad Law Academy, there are very few people who are a match for him. What a pity. The Academy won't send anyone to invite him to join. Otherwise, we would have had a chance to see that grassroots prodigy. We'll have a chance to see him in the future. This time, I'm sure he'll join a heavyweight force. I just received news from Chunyang School that 9 heavyweight godly venerable ones have sent godly venerable ones to Chunyang School to invite Duan Lingtian to join. 9 heavyweight godly venerable ones? 9 godly venerable ones? That Duan Lingtian is so important? Many young disciples in the Myriad Law Academy sighed when they talked about Duan Lingtian. However, there were also a few who looked envious. Duan Lingtian? No one saw a tall and handsome figure soaring into the sky above the Myriad Law Academy. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared behind the clouds. Such achievements under the age of 1,000. How rare. Chapter 4089. In the Devata realms. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace. Due to Zhen Pingfan's warning, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless, so he told his master, Feng Qingyang, about this matter. To be more precise, it was Duan Lingtian's law clone who told Feng Qingyang about this matter. What I mean is that Senior Hua Lao and Senior Meng Luo should leave. They haven't attained godhood, so they can't form their law clones. It's dangerous for them to stay here. After all, everyone knows I have a close relationship with them. Duan Lingtian said. It's good to be careful. Feng Qingyang nodded. In that case, I'll ask them to stay out of the limelight for a while. I'll ask them to come back after this matter is over. Don't forget to inform the others as well. Don't forget that other than the solitary destructive heaven, there are also people from other Devata realms who are close to you. They might become targets of the Mon-origin divine sect as well. Feng Qingyang said. I know. I'll visit the other Devata realms as well. Apart from those who have supreme powerhouses, I'll ask them to stay out of the limelight and stay out of the limelight. Duan Lingtian had long expected this from Feng Qingyang. For this reason, he felt a headache coming on. After all, he had met many people since he arrived in the Devata realms. Although he did not keep in touch with them, many people knew he was on good terms with them. Moreover, since his Law of Time clone was stationed in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he had visited some of his old friends. for example, his old friends in the spirit overarching heaven and the pool palace in the boundless heaven. He had also visited some of his old friends from other Devata realms. During the next 2 weeks, Duan Ling Tian continued to comprehend the sword Dao while his clones that were in the Devata realms traveled around the Devata realms. As long as it was someone who had a close relationship with him, he would purposely visit them and inform them of the reason so that they could find a place to lie low for a period of time. As for those who had a deep relationship with the Duan Ling Tian, they also obeyed the Duan Ling Tian and did not dare to slight him. Almost everyone left their respective forces at the first moment and went into hiding. Of course, they told Duan Ling Tian where they were hiding. Other than Duan Ling Tian, they didn't tell anyone else. As for those from the sect, they only told their fellow disciples that they were going on a long trip. Almost everyone had brought their families with them on this trip. Seeing this, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. All the people close to him had left, and all of them had brought their families with them. Even if the Mon-Origin spirit sect was angry and sent people from the lower planes, they would only end up empty-handed. Done. After Duan Ling Tian made arrangements for those who were close to him, half a month passed. In the Chunyang school in the profound Handle land, Duan Ling Tian walked out of his room and saw Zhen Yunfeng waiting for him outside. Zhen Pingfan and his son personally brought him over. Duan Ling Tian. Before leaving Cloud Peak Island, Zhen Pingfan solemnly warned Duan Ling Tian, "I know you don't have a good impression of that person from the Mon-Origin spirit sect. However, when you see him later, you must act as though nothing has happened so that he won't think you have a problem with him and the Mon-Origin spirit sect. That's not a good thing for you. There are some people you don't have to offend even if you don't like them." After spending some time together, Zhen Pingfan had a certain understanding of Duan Ling Tian, so he was worried that Duan Ling Tian would treat the Mon-Origin spirit sect Ultimate God differently when facing a group of Ultimate God level experts later. "I understand." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He naturally understood this principle. Although he looked down on the Mon-Origin spirit sect, he still had to put on a show. Next, Duan Ling Tian followed Zhen Yunfeng and Zhen Pingfan out of Cloud Peak Island and went to Chunyang School's main island. In a vast area, they met people from various Ultimate God level factions. There were a total of more than a dozen people from 9 heavyweight Ultimate God level factions present. There were old people, middle-aged people, and young people. In addition, there were 4 people from 4 ordinary Ultimate God level factions present. 3 were old people, and 1 was middle-aged. Zhen Yunfeng from Chunyang School's Yunfeng branch greets all the seniors. Zhen Yunfeng brought Duan Ling Tian and Zhen Pingfan over and bowed to the group of Ultimate God level faction experts. Most of these experts were Ultimate Gods. A few were Upper Divine Emperors. Zhen Pingfan followed suit and bowed. Duan Ling Tian greets all the seniors. Zhen Yunfeng turned to Duan Ling Tian and said, "These seniors are all experts from various Ultimate God level factions." In fact, as soon as Duan Ling Tian appeared, the group of people from Ultimate God level factions had their eyes fixed on Duan Ling Tian. Although this was the first time they met Duan Ling Tian, they had never seen him in person. However, they had seen Duan Ling Tian in the scryer projection mirror image and recognized Duan Ling Tian at a glance. Duan Ling Tian greets all the seniors. When Duan Ling Tian bowed slightly to the group of Ultimate God level faction experts, he also noticed Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu standing in a group of people. At the same time, he saw a dignified middle-aged man surrounded by a group of people. It was not difficult to guess that this was the schoolmaster of Chunyang School whom he had never met before today. He was also Zhen Pingfan's junior brother and Zhen Yunfeng's disciple. The man noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze and smiled kindly at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Almost as soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, an old man stepped forward and stared at Duan Ling Tian. "I'm Su Feng, a lower ultimate god from the Mon-Origin sect. Today, I invite you to join the Mon-Origin sect. As long as you join the Mon-Origin sect, we'll give you the treatment of a holy son." The most outstanding members of the Mon-Origin sect's younger generation were conferred the title of Holy Son and enjoyed all kinds of preferential treatment from the Mon-Origin sect. They were also extremely talented and powerful. The treatment of a holy son could be said to be the best in the Mon-origin sect. In addition, our deputy leader of the Mon-origin sect is willing to accept you as his disciple, Su Feng added. Su Feng thought Duan Lingtian would be overjoyed to hear his words. After all, the deputy leader of the Mon-origin sect was a medium ultimate god. What he did not expect was Duan Lingtian merely smiled at him when he heard his words. There was no joy on his face at all. His gaze was calm, and his expression was indifferent. Duan Lingtian. The people from the other ultimate god forces who were beaten to the punch by the Mon-origin divine sect's elder, Su Feng, also spoke one after another and stated the conditions offered by the forces behind them. Among them, most of the factions offered better conditions than the Mon-origin sect. Of course, Elder Su Feng saw this and added a further condition. He promised that as long as Duan Lingtian joined the Mon-origin sect, he would give Duan Lingtian even more preferential treatment. Elder Su, I'll definitely consider joining your sect. Duan Lingtian appeared sincere on the surface, but in his heart he was disdainful and perfunctory. Due to the competition, the major ultimate god-level factions kept increasing their bargaining chips, all wanting to take Duan Lingtian as their disciple. In particular, the few ordinary ultimate god-level factions that did not have any advantages even announced that as long as Duan Lingtian joined their faction, he would be able to enjoy the best resources and treatment. It was not the best resources and treatment among the young disciples, but the best resources and treatment among the entire faction. The people from the major ultimate god-level factions were promising all kinds of conditions. The group of Chunyang School's higher-ups who were guarding the area were shocked and also realized that they were viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. Were all ultimate god-level factions this rich? And was Duan Lingtian that important in the eyes of these ultimate god-level factions? Why would they be willing to promise so many favorable conditions? Duan Lingtian. Elder Wang Choran of the Hanlin Divine Mansion looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. I'm sure you've heard. Among the major ultimate god-level factions present, I represent the Hanlin Divine Mansion to be the first to arrive. This shows the sincerity of the Hanlin Divine Mansion and my faction toward you. You won't regret joining the Hanlin Divine Mansion. As long as you perform well in the mansion, not to mention a medium ultimate god, even a high-level ultimate god as your master is not impossible. As soon as Wang Charan finished speaking, someone could not help but mock. Wang Charan, now you're using the fact that you're the first to arrive as an excuse? Earlier, the young man behind you spoke ill of Duan Lingtian outside many times. He even said that he was arrogant because he was pampered and pretended to be in closed-door cultivation, deliberately not coming out to meet you. The person who spoke now was also from a major ultimate god-level faction called the Kuiyuan Divine Mansion. Wang Charan's expression darkened as soon as the person finished speaking. At the same time, he glared at the person angrily with flames burning in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the godly venerables and upper-rank divine emperors from godly venerables forces were no longer as haughty as they usually were. Instead, they behaved very amiably in front of Duan Lingtian. Those who did not know better might even think that Duan Lingtian was their direct descendant. Duan Lingtian, we've said what we should say. Now, it's up to you to choose. The ultimate god-level expert from the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace looked at Duan Lingtian with a kind smile. I don't know about the other factions, but as for the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace, whether you choose to join us or not, we won't be dissatisfied with you. On the contrary, if you're unhappy with the faction you've chosen, you're welcome to join us at any time. Duan Lingtian smiled inwardly when he heard the ultimate god-level expert's words. The ultimate god-level expert from the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace knew how to take a step back in order to advance. However, Duan Lingtian was not a fool. It was not difficult for him to see through the ultimate god-level expert's intentions. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Su Feng's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The Monarch Divine Sect has many disciples from the Devata realms. As for you, you're also from the lower Devata realms. Some of them managed to return to the Devata realms using the void-piercing divine shuttle. That's why they've heard about you. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is indeed a dragon among men. Chapter 4090. It seems that Elder Su knows me very well. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment when he received Su Fang's voice transmission. He then looked at the elder calmly and spoke in a calm tone. Of course, it was only his eyes and tone that were calm. Duan Lingtian's heart was as gloomy as water at that moment. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not have a good impression of the Mon-origin divine sect because he had heard about their style of doing things from others. However, now that he was being threatened by an elder from the Mon-origin divine sect, he finally understood what the Mon-origin divine sect was capable of. One was marked by the company one kept. Perhaps the Mon-origin divine sect's style was the same. You know a little about it. Su Fang smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian, you can consider our Mon-origin divine sect? Of course, it's fine if you don't want to join us. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. Su Fang paused for a moment before continuing with a shake of his head. For a genius like you who is less than 1,000 years old and has such achievements, it would be a great loss for both you and the Mon-origin divine sect if you don't join us. Less than 1,000 years old. It was unknown if Su Fang had done it on purpose, but he had emphasized these words. Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly when he heard that. What a thorough investigation. It seems that the Mon-origin divine sect came prepared this time. However, do you think I'll be afraid and join the Mon-origin divine sect because I know you know my background? How naive. Ridiculous. However, although Duan Lingtian did not plan to join the Mon-origin divine sect, he had not yet decided which faction to join. This was because the people from each faction were very enthusiastic this time. Moreover, each and every one of them offered very good conditions. Of course, the ones with the best conditions were not the heavyweight ultimate god factions, but the other ultimate god factions. Duan Lingtian could understand this. After all, compared to heavyweight ultimate god factions, these ordinary ultimate god factions were not very competitive. If the conditions they offered were not as good as the former, it was almost equivalent to coming in vain. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could discern that these people's eyes were filled with hope. Duan Lingtian, although your talent and comprehension are not bad, there's no shortage of geniuses like you in heavyweight ultimate god forces. Although you have a presence in heavyweight ultimate god forces, it's not to the point where no one in the younger generation can compare to you. If you join our sect, you will be the #1 disciple of the younger generation. The best resources of the sect will be given to you first. Duan Lingtian, joining our sect is definitely better than joining a heavyweight ultimate god force. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's ears were filled with voice transmissions from ordinary ultimate god forces. They were using all sorts of methods to rope him in. Obviously, after seeing Duan Lingtian's indifferent attitude, they all felt a sense of crisis. Duan Lingtian. Zhongling Grotto Heaven was also one of the heavyweight ultimate god factions in the mysterious gangland. This time, it was an old man in his 70s who looked kindly at Duan Lingtian. I have a great-great-granddaughter. She's not bad-looking. If she stands next to you, she'll definitely be a perfect match. If you join our Zhongling Grotto Heaven, I'll introduce you to her. How about it? Then, the old man deliberately transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. My great-great-granddaughter is a real virgin. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, then could not help but smile bitterly. What was this? A honey trap? After that, Duan Lingtian finally understood the meaning of the phrase, 8 immortals cross the sea to show their abilities. The people from various ultimate god factions all had a glib tongue and wanted to abduct him. Well, invite him to join their factions. Duan Lingtian suspected that these people were specially selected by their factions to be more eloquent. In the end, Duan Lingtian also felt that it was a little difficult to choose. He naturally would not consider joining an ordinary ultimate god faction. As for the remaining 9 heavyweight factions, he would not consider the Mon-origin divine sect. As for the other 8, although he was not particularly interested in some of them, they did not make him feel bad either. However, so far, Duan Lingtian was more interested in the three factions based on the introduction in the Jade Slip given by Zhen Pingfan. Crimson Light Heavenly Palace, Zhongling Grotto Heaven, Nine Mammoth Valley. Of these three heavyweight factions, the first two had very outstanding young heavens prides of the current generation and were not inferior to Duan Lingtian. The reason why he wanted to join them was because the secret realms in these two factions would be of great help to his future cultivation. Any heavyweight faction had its own secret realms. In fact, rather than calling them secret realms, it was more accurate to say that once the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine crystal mine had reached a certain level, a formation master would gather it with a formation and use the heaven and earth spirit energy in various ways to form a place that could assist in cultivation. Out of these two factions, one had a secret realm that was helpful in comprehending the law of space. The other faction had a secret realm that was helpful in comprehending the law of time. As for the last faction, Nine Mammoth Valley, it was because they did not have any outstanding young geniuses in their current generation. If he were to join them, he would certainly receive the greatest preferential treatment. The ultimate god elder from Nine Mammoth Valley had also promised Duan Lingtian that if Duan Lingtian was willing to join Nine Mammoth Valley, he could directly worship the Valley Master as his master. Although the Valley Master of Nine Mammoth Valley was not a high-level ultimate god and was only a medium ultimate god, he was still one of the best among the medium ultimate gods and was known as the #1 person below the high-level ultimate god in Nine Mammoth Valley. How should I choose? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In fact, compared to Nine Mammoth Valley, he wanted to join Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace or Zhongling Grotto more. However, he did not know how to choose between the two. The current conditions offered by both factions were similar. At that moment, seeing Duan Lingtian's gaze sweeping back and forth between the two ultimate god experts from Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace and Zhongling Grotto, the other ultimate god level factions also vaguely realized something. Those ordinary ultimate god level factions smiled bitterly and sighed before flying away. It was over. Duan Lingtian had obviously made his choice. As for whether he chose Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace or Zhongling Grotto, it had nothing to do with them or the factions behind them. Duan Lingtian, our Mon origin sect, is not inferior to Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace and Zhongling Grotto. Su Fang's voice seemed to carry a sense of urgency by Duan Lingtian's ears. Did they secretly promise you something? Tell me, as long as our Mon origin sect can do it, we will not decline. At the same time as Su Fang's voice transmission, several other ultimate god experts from other ultimate god level factions could no longer sit still and transmitted their voices to Duan Lingtian. One by one, they began to increase their bargaining chips. Obviously, they all thought that Duan Lingtian prioritized Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace and Zhongling Grotto because they offered more bargaining chips. Just when Duan Lingtian realized that they had misunderstood the crowd's voice transmission, before he could speak, he could not help but frown as if he had vaguely sensed something. Who's there? As soon as Duan Lingtian sensed something, a thunderous voice rang in the air. It was the divine venerable powerhouses from the various divine venerable forces who had raised their heads to look at the sky. Their eyes were focused on the figure that had just appeared in the sky. At that moment, Duan Lingtian also realized what he had sensed and followed the crowd's gaze to look up. High up in the sky, a tall and handsome figure slowly descended from the sky. As he descended, his entire body was exposed in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. They could clearly see that the person was a young man, at least with a youthful appearance. However, that pair of eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life undoubtedly betrayed his age. Yang Yuchen. When the person appeared, the ultimate god expert from Crimson Brightness Heavenly Palace was the first to exclaim in surprise. At the same time, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Yuchen? At that moment, the other heavyweight ultimate god experts also fixed their eyes on the white-robed young man standing in the air not far away. Their eyes were shining brightly. He's Yang Yuchen? Why is he here? Yang Yuchen? Myriad Art Academy's most outstanding heaven's pride in the past 100,000 years? This Yang Yuchen had a breakthrough and became a medium ultimate god when he just turned 20,000 years old. Many people say that he will enter the upper ultimate god realm within 10,000 years. While the ultimate god experts from the 9 heavyweight ultimate god factions were staring at the white-robed young man, some of the younger disciples brought by the ultimate god experts could not help but whisper to the people they knew through voice transmission. Yang Yuchen. This name was not unfamiliar to them. He was the monster of Myriad Art Academy. He was also the youngest vice palace master in the history of Myriad Art Academy. These people had grown up listening to stories about Yang Yuchen. However, they had only heard of this person in the past and had never seen him in person. And now, as their elders spoke the other party's name, they also knew that the person in front of them was the person who had only existed in rumors in the past, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy. Why is he here? He won't come looking for Duan Ling Tian as well, right? Since when did Myriad Art Academy take the initiative to recruit people? I don't think so. I've never heard of any academy in the history of Myriad Art Academy taking the initiative to recruit. If he's really here to look for Duan Ling Tian and invite Duan Ling Tian to join Myriad Art Academy, then he's really breaking the history of Myriad Art Academy. He's always been good at breaking all kinds of records in Myriad Art Academy. Now that he's here to look for Duan Ling Tian, it's not impossible for Myriad Art Academy to break the history of not taking the initiative to recruit academies. This Yang Yuchen has always been a monstrous figure in Myriad Art Academy's history. Duan Ling Tian had naturally never heard of Yang Yuchen before. His understanding of heavyweight ultimate god factions in the Shengang land was limited to Zhen Pingfan's introduction and the memory jade slip that Zhen Pingfan had given him. Now, after hearing the whispers of the people around him, he knew the white-robed young man in front of him was Myriad Art Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yang Yuchen. Chapter 4091. Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy. In the past, he was also a genius student who set various records in Myriad Law Academy. He stepped into the Emperor God realm before the age of 3,000. When he was 10,000 years old, he was already a high-level Emperor God who was trying to break through to the Ultimate God realm. He stepped into the Ultimate God realm when he was 10,000 years old. When he was 20,000 years old, he stepped into the Intermediate Ultimate God realm. Moreover, he had comprehended the Tao of Control, one of the 4 Tao of Heaven and Earth, and spent a lot of effort on it. In just 10,000 years, he had stepped into the Ultimate God realm. The Tao of Control? He has mastered the Tao of Control? Duan Ling Tian subconsciously looked at Yang Yuchen when he heard the voices of the people around him. This was also the first expert he had met who had mastered the Tao of Control. Before this, he had only met experts who had mastered the Sword Tao. An expert who has mastered the Tao of Control. If he saw my scryer image from the 7 Prefectures banquet, he might be able to discover something. During the 7 Prefectures banquet, Duan Ling Tian had actually used the Tao of Control when he used the Law of Space, but it was more subtle. Moreover, the Tao of Control was not as high-profile and obvious as the Sword Tao. If he did not deliberately show it, even the Emperor Gods present would not be able to discover it. Even an ordinary Ultimate God expert would not be able to discover it through the image. Of course, there was one type of Ultimate God expert, an Ultimate God expert who had mastered the Tao of Control. Greetings, Vice Palace Master Yang. Greetings, Vice Palace Master Yang. At this time, the juniors brought by the Ultimate God experts from the heavyweight Ultimate God factions had already bowed to the newcomer under the instructions of their elders. On the Chunyang school's side, the higher-ups present also followed suit and bowed to the newcomer. Looks like I'm not too late. Yang Yuchen was tall, handsome, and had an amiable smile. Then, his figure swayed as he stepped into the air and landed on an empty space in the blink of an eye. He then approached the crowd step by step. Vice Palace Master Yang. At this time, the Ultimate God expert from the Mon Origin Divine Sect, Su Feng, glanced at Yang Yuchen with fear. You're not here to represent Myriad Law Academy to invite Duan Ling Tian to join, are you? Everyone immediately looked at Yang Yuchen after Su Feng's question. There had never been such a case in the Myriad Arts Academy. taking the initiative to invite an outsider into the palace, one had to know that the Myriad Arts Academy had always been an academy-style academy with a very high degree of freedom. If you entered, you could leave at any time. Even if you didn't care about old friendships, the academy wouldn't say much. What the academy did was to impart the Tao and receive knowledge. Of course, when one reached a certain level of cultivation, especially when faced with the once-in-a-thousand-years heavenly tribulation, many people would actively guard against the appearance of inner demons. Once the inner demon appeared, it would be fine if he could defeat it, but if he couldn't, it would become a hindrance to him during the thousand-year heavenly tribulation. Many people, when facing the thousand-year heavenly tribulation, because of the eruption of their inner demons, caused the heavenly tribulation that they could have passed to become their own heavenly tribulation. Therefore, generally speaking, those who entered the 10,000 law school and received favors would think about how to repay the school in the future. Ungrateful people were the easiest to develop inner demons. Of course, the ungrateful person here was the kind of person who knew that he had received favors and knew that he should return the favor, but deliberately acted ungrateful. It was common for such people to develop inner demons. There was also a kind of person who, even if they were ungrateful, would find it difficult to develop inner demons. They were such people in their bones, selfish and self-centered. Even if they were ungrateful, they would feel that there was nothing wrong with it. This kind of person, even if they were despised, would find it difficult to develop inner demons. According to the words of Duan Lingtian in his previous life, this was the difference in three views. The former went against the heart, so it was normal for inner demons to be born. The latter went with the heart, so it was normal for inner demons to not appear. Elder Su Fong. Yang Yuchen glanced at Su Fong and greeted him with a faint smile. Obviously, he knew the other party. There shouldn't be a need to ask, right? If I hadn't come to invite Duan Lingtian, I wouldn't have appeared here, let alone at this time. Not only did Yang Yuchen not deny it, but he also admitted it. Suddenly, even if Su Fong and the others were mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Vice Palace Master Yang. At this time, the ultimate god expert from the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace also spoke. As far as I know, throughout the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, there has never been a case of you actively inviting someone to join the academy, right? Moreover, isn't the philosophy of the Myriad Arts Academy to be free to come and go without coercion? When he asked the last question, the ultimate god expert hesitated for a moment before speaking. Obviously, he had some reservations about Yang Yuchen. After all, the other party was not only the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, but also a medium ultimate god expert. Medium ultimate god. At this time, Duan Lingtian was also observing Yang Yuchen. This was the first medium ultimate god he had seen so far. Of course, he didn't count Ker's third uncle, Xianxia. Xianxia was the first person he had met in the mundane plane. It was only after he came to the Shengang land that he found out that the Xia clan behind Ker and Xianxia was actually a giant ultimate god clan in the world of divine remains. Xianxia, as the third master of the Xia clan, was most likely also a ultimate god expert, but he didn't know if he was a medium ultimate god expert. The philosophy of the Myriad Arts Academy will never change. Facing the question of the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace's Shen clan expert, Yang Yuchen's expression did not change. He still had the same smile on his face. I'm not here on behalf of the Myriad Arts Academy. It's just a personal matter. As soon as Yang Yuchen said this, the expressions of the ultimate god experts froze. After all this time, Yang Yuchen was not here on behalf of the Myriad Arts Academy. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they remembered Yang Yuchen's status in the Myriad Arts Academy and suddenly felt, was there a big difference between Yang Yuchen coming on behalf of himself and the Myriad Arts Academy? Although Yang Yuchen was only the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, everyone in the Shengang land knew that the old Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy had been grooming Yang Yuchen as the next Palace Master. When the old Palace Master abdicated, the first in line to inherit the position was Yang Yuchen. Duan Lingtian. When the group of ultimate god experts faintly felt that the wolf was coming, Yang Yuchen was already looking at Duan Lingtian with a wider smile on his face. I'm Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy. However, I'm not here on behalf of the Myriad Arts Academy. I'm here on behalf of myself. Personally, I think you're very suitable for the Myriad Arts Academy. The Myriad Arts Academy has a high degree of freedom. Inside, there's no distinction of status. As long as you're outstanding enough, you can get everything you want. Just like the people from the forces behind these people here, there are more or less people in the Myriad Arts Academy. However, although they're from heavyweight ultimate god forces, they're no different from other students in the Myriad Arts Academy. There's no preferential treatment. It's not convenient for me to say more about some things, at least not now. However, as heavyweight ultimate god forces, why do they still let their disciples enter the Myriad Arts Academy? Moreover, they're not ordinary disciples. Among them, there's no lack of prodigies who don't lose to you. Some of them are even more outstanding than your current performance. As soon as Yang Yuchen's words came out, not only was Duan Lingtian stunned, but even the higher-ups of the Chunyang school, except for Yi Chenfeng, were stunned. Yi Chenfeng was not stunned because he had long heard of this rumor, so he was not surprised. As for why he did not recommend Duan Lingtian to the Myriad Arts Academy, it was also because if Duan Lingtian took the initiative to enter the Myriad Arts Academy, he would not be able to get any benefits under the circumstances where no one came to invite him. On the other hand, if he joined other ultimate god forces, he could still reap benefits and enter the Myriad Arts Academy. As long as the force behind him allowed it. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely allow it. If they deliberately stopped it, then the original favor would be lost. No force would do such a stupid thing. However, what Yi Chenfeng did not expect was that someone from the Myriad Arts Academy actually came. Moreover, it was the person who was known as the #1 genius of the Myriad Arts Academy in 100,000 years. Yang Yuchen, Vice Palace Master Yang. This person seems to be from a lower plane? Or perhaps a mundane plane? Yi Chenfeng had heard of this rumor a long time ago. This Yang Yuchen might be the same kind of person as him and Duan Lingtian. At this time, Mon Origin cult elder Su Fong looked at Duan Lingtian again and transmitted his voice. You can enter the Myriad Arts Academy if you join the Mon Origin cult. The Mon Origin cult will not stop you. At the same time, my previous promise will not change. Su Fong's meaning was very simple. After Duan Lingtian joined the Mon Origin cult, he could also enter the Myriad Arts Academy as a disciple of the Mon Origin cult. The Mon Origin cult would not stop him from entering the Myriad Arts Academy. In addition, he would also receive a lot of resources and preferential treatment from the Mon Origin cult. Almost at the same time as Su Fong transmitted his voice, Duan Lingtian also received voice transmissions from the other 8 ultimate god factions. Their words were basically the same as Su Fong's. Joining the factions behind them would not affect his entry into the Myriad Arts Academy. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was a little hesitant. What should he choose? He couldn't help but look at Yang Yuchen again. This mid-level ultimate god expert who claimed to be representing himself and not the Myriad Arts Academy had not promised him any benefits so far. Although he felt that Yang Yuchen was reliable, he couldn't just follow him into the Myriad Arts Academy without anything in return, right? If that was the case, it would be better to join one of the other 8 major factions aside from the Mon Origin cult and then enter the Myriad Arts Academy. At most, he would have the identity of another faction. As for me, Yang Yuchen met Duan Lingtian's gaze and guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking. He gently shook his head. I can't give you what they are offering. I won't hide this from you. I represent myself, and what I have is limited. I'm very poor. Chapter 4092. I'm very poor. Not only was Duan Lingtian stunned by Yang Yuchen's words, but even the people present on the scene were stunned. However, when the other ultimate god-level forces regained their senses, they were not surprised. This was because Yang Yuchen had previously said that he represented himself and not the Myriad Art Academy. These people represented the forces behind them. The resources that they could mobilize were naturally not something that Yang Yuchen alone could compare to. Since Yang Yuchen had said that he was representing himself, it meant that he could not simply use the Myriad Law Academy's resources. Under such circumstances, the things Yang Yuchen could offer were naturally limited. Duan Lingtian regained his senses and took a deep look at Yang Yuchen before bluntly saying, "Vice Palace Master Yang, since you've personally come here, you must have a certain level of confidence that I'll join the Myriad Law Academy." As soon as he spoke, Duan Lingtian directly pointed out the purpose of Yang Yuchen's visit. "Since you can't offer better resources, what makes you think I'll join the Myriad Law Academy? If you're so sure that I won't join the Myriad Law Academy, why are you here? Do you have nothing better to do?" Because of this, Duan Lingtian felt that Yang Yuchen must have something else to say. As soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect Ultimate God Elders Su Fang and the others who were originally relieved finally regained their senses and their expressions changed slightly. That's right. If Yang Yuchen was not confident, he would not have come. This person was a medium ultimate god. Not only was his strength above them, but his status was also higher than theirs. He was on par with the medium ultimate gods of their respective heavyweight ultimate god forces. He's indeed the #1 person among the younger generation in the 7 prefectures. When Yang Yuchen heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw the deep meaning in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he was stunned at first before taking a deep look at Duan Lingtian. "You've realized it so quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, he did not continue to speak. Instead, he transmitted his next words to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice transmission, he did not pay much attention to it at first. However, when he was halfway through, his expression turned solemn. In the end, his eyes even shone brightly. At this moment, many people were also observing Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian's eyes shining brightly as he stared at Yang Yuchen, they immediately realized something. Duan Lingtian is communicating with Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy. This Yang Yuchen should have promised something, but what did he promise? What can he do by himself? Now, not only were the people from the various ultimate god forces curious, but even the people from the Chunyang school, including Yi Chenfeng, were also puzzled. It was obvious that what Yang Yuchen had mentioned to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission was very interesting to Duan Lingtian. However, since he was here as a representative and couldn't use the resources of the Myriad Arts Academy, what could he personally offer to Duan Lingtian? Moreover, it was something that Duan Lingtian was interested in. Others didn't know how Duan Lingtian was treated in Chunyang school, but as the higher-ups of the Chunyang school, they knew very well Duan Lingtian might not be interested in ordinary things. In addition, Duan Lingtian was not interested in all the benefits that the major ultimate god forces had promised. It was obvious that what Yang Yuchen had promised him was more valuable to him than what the ultimate gods from the major ultimate gods factions had promised him. What did he promise Duan Lingtian? Now, it was not only the people from the Chunyang school who were curious, but also the people from the major ultimate god forces. Vice Palace Master Yang. At this time, an ultimate god expert from a major ultimate god force looked at Yang Yuchen and asked with a wry smile, "I wonder what you promised Duan Lingtian? Look at him now, he's obviously more interested in what you promised him." Now, if they still didn't know that Yang Yuchen had come prepared, they would have wasted their eyes. It was too obvious. If I wanted to let you know, would I have told him through voice transmission? When everyone's gazes landed on Yang Yuchen glanced at the person who asked the question indifferently and asked a question in return. His words shut the other party's mouth. It made sense. If Vice Palace Master Yang was willing to let others know, why would he communicate with Duan Lingtian halfway through? What do you think? Just when everyone thought that Yang Yuchen's words made sense, Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, "I'm willing to join the Myriad Arts Academy." Duan Lingtian also had a smile on his face. The excitement in his eyes had completely disappeared at this moment as if nothing had happened. However, his loss of composure earlier had already betrayed him. "Duan Ling, what's going on? What did he promise?" Zhen Fan, Zhen Yunfeng, and Yi Chenfeng's questions rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Even Lu Fenggu, the old ancestor of the hidden sword progeny who was usually calm, could not suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Ling Tian. The relic of an ultimate god. Duan Ling Tian did not hide the truth in the face of the four people's questions. As his voice fell, he added, "Please keep it a secret." The relic of an ultimate god. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the four people's hearts trembled, but in order to not stand out, their faces did not change at all, allowing the waves to surge in their hearts. However, soon Yi Chenfeng was the first to react and said, "Duan Lingyan, don't let this relic of an ultimate god get to your head. Not all relic of an ultimate god is a fortuitous encounter. Some relic of an ultimate god is only for sightseeing and is of no help to those who enter. You have to ask clearly, don't be fooled by others." Yi Chenfeng reminded. "Elder Yi, don't worry. I know what to do," Duan Ling Tian said through voice transmission. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Yi Chenfeng's eyes could not help but flash with curiosity. He was curious about what the relic of an ultimate god was that Yang Yuchen had promised Duan Ling Tian. However, although he was curious, he did not ask further. Some things should be stopped at the right time. If he continued to ask, it would be a little abrupt and difficult. A moment later, Lu Fenggu and Zhen Yunfeng also sent voice transmissions to Duan Ling Tian, reminding Duan Ling Tian as if they had discussed it with Duan Ling Tian in advance. Finally, after Zhen Pingfan came back to his senses, he also reminded Duan Ling Tian. "I'm willing to enter Wanli Law Palace." Duan Ling Tian's words made the faces of the ultimate god experts from various major forces turn ugly. They did not expect to be intercepted like this. "Duan Lingtian, what did Vice Palace Master Yang promise you?" Monorigin sect elder Su Feng was the first to ask through voice transmission. His tone was a little colder and was not as enthusiastic as before. Although the ultimate god experts from other ultimate god level forces also asked him through voice transmission in the next moment, they were much more polite. Although Duan Ling Tian did not tell them the truth, he still apologized to them. As for Monorigin sect elder Su Feng, he directly ignored him and could not be bothered with him. This made Su Feng's face even more gloomy. Duan Lingtian, a mere mid-level divine emperor, dared to ignore him like this? Damn it. Did he think he could do whatever he wanted and ignore a lower-level ultimate god like him just because he had Yang Yuchen's support? Congratulations, Vice Palace Master Yang. In the next moment, Su Feng congratulated Yang Yuchen before bidding his farewells and leaving. But when he left, he glanced sideways at Duan Ling Tian, and the depths of his gaze were filled with coldness. At this moment, Su Feng gave Duan Lingtian the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake. "He wants to kill me?" Looking at Su Feng's back in the distance, Duan Lingtian's eyes also flashed with coldness. With Yang Yuchen's departure and Duan Lingtian's resolute attitude, the remaining ultimate god experts did not say anything even though they felt it was a pity that they could not recruit Duan Ling Tian. After congratulating Yang Yuchen and saying goodbye, they also left. In the blink of an eye, only the people from Chunyang School and Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen from Myriad Arts Academy were left. Vice Palace Master Yang. Before Duan Ling Tian could finish his sentence, Yang Yuchen interrupted him. "Duan Lingyan, you don't have to call me Vice Palace Master Yang from now on. From today onwards, you can just call me Senior Brother." Yang Yuchen smiled. Senior Brother? At this moment, not only was Duan Ling Tian stunned, but the people from Chunyang School were also dumbfounded. Was this really the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy? Was he really a mid-level ultimate god expert? A mid-level ultimate god expert directly called Duan Ling Tian, a mid-level ultimate god expert who was not even 3,000 years old, his junior brother, after meeting him? Was he planning to accept a disciple on behalf of his master? Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the smile on Yang Yuchen's face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. He said bluntly through voice transmission, "I came this time not only to invite you to join Myriad Arts Academy, but also to let you join our inner branch, the Myriad Arts Academy's inner branch. Since the inner branch appeared, its purpose has been to protect Myriad Arts Academy. Of course, in Myriad Arts Academy, apart from the higher-ups, very few people know about the inner branch. Now, including you, there are only 5 people in the inner branch. Hearing Yang Yuchen's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled. Vice Palace Master Yang, you didn't tell me this just now? He was a little puzzled. He had been tricked. Vice Palace Master Yang of Myriad Arts Academy must have done this on purpose. Earlier, he had only told him about the ultimate god's relic that would be of great help to him and that as long as he joined Myriad Arts Academy, he would be allowed to enter. But now, after the people from the other major forces had left, Yang Yuchen suddenly said that not only would he let him enter Myriad Arts Academy, but he also wanted him to join the inner branch. Listening to Yang Yuchen's words, his so-called inner branch was the guardian branch of Myriad Arts Academy. This was not in line with his original intention. This wouldn't restrict his personal freedom, right? He did not want to be restricted. In response to Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Yang Yuchen smiled and said, I promised you before that only those from the inner branch can enter the ultimate god's relic. Chapter 4093. Only those from the inner palace could enter the ruins of an ultimate expert? Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. Then I won't enter the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. I think I should consider entering the Crimson Bright Heavenly Palace or the Zhongling Grotto Heaven. Vice Palace Master Yang, please go back. What a joke. Did this Yang Yuchen take him for a fool? In the beginning, he didn't mention anything about the inner palace. He only mentioned it later on. If this wasn't a trap, then what was? How could a mid-level ultimate god be so shameless? Duan Lingtian suddenly felt Yang Yuchen had refreshed his understanding of divine venerable powerhouses. Initially, Yang Yuchen promised him benefits that he could not refuse. Later on, Yang Yuchen told him that he would have to pay a price if he wanted to reap the benefits. Maybe even personal freedom. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, everyone in the Chunyang school, including Yi Feng, broke out in cold sweat for him. Duan Lingtian was too arrogant. This was a mid-level ultimate god expert. Were you not afraid of being killed by him with a slap? No, or rather, being crushed to death with a finger? On the other hand, Yang Yuchen's expression remained calm when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He smiled faintly and said, Why? Are you worried that the Myriad Law Palace will restrict your freedom and bind you to the Myriad Law Academy? Duan Lingtian did not say anything, but he still nodded. Although Myriad Law Academy stood at the peak of the Xingang land and wasn't the least bit inferior to those godly venerable level forces, it didn't mean that he was willing to stay in Myriad Law Academy and protect it. He had many things to do. Moreover, after doing those things and reuniting with his wife and family, it was unlikely that he would continue to stay in the Myriad Law Academy. You don't have to think like that. Yang Yuchen shook his head gently. The reason I didn't mention it to you before is that it doesn't matter. Now, I presume you're thinking, once you enter the Myriad Law Academy's inner palace, you'll be bound by the inner palaces and even the Myriad Law Academy's branches, right? At this point, Yang Yuchen glanced at Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian frowned slightly, Yang Yuchen smiled and said, If that's what you think, you don't have to. If that was really the case, I would have explained it to you earlier. Although the mission of the 10,000 Law Academy's inner academy is to protect 10,000 Law Academy, it's not an obligation. Let's not talk about the distant past. Just the current generation of 10,000 Law Academy, including the 4 of us, there are 2 people who aren't in 10,000 Law Academy and aren't even in the Profound Handle land. When you're still in the Myriad Law Academy, you need to protect the Myriad Law Academy. But if you want to leave, whether it's temporarily or permanently, even if you're still alive, the internal palace won't force you to return to the Myriad Law Academy. It's fine even if you don't come back. Of course, if you leave the inner academy for more than 10,000 years, you'll be completely removed from the inner academy. As long as you're a member of the inner academy, you'll be able to enjoy all kinds of special treatment that belongs to the inner academy. 10,000 Law Academy is in trouble. Even if you're in the 10,000 Law Academy and don't want to help, the inner academy won't do anything to you other than expel you from the inner academy. Even if you return to the 10,000 Law Academy afterward, The 10,000 Law Academy won't reject you and you can continue to be a student of the 10,000 Law Academy. However, you can't enter the inner academy anymore. In addition, the promise I gave you earlier is actually only given to people who have made a certain amount of contributions to the inner academy under normal circumstances. This time, I'll make an exception for you. Because I think you're worth the inner academy paying this price. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Ling Tian intently. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian heard Yang Yuchen's words, he was somewhat surprised. He knew that there was no obligation to enter the 10,000 Law Academy because if one wanted to enter the 10,000 Law Academy, one would have to pay an exorbitant tuition fee if they could not guarantee a top ranking among their peers. Under such circumstances, it was normal for there to be no obligation. However, according to Yang Yuchen's words, members of the Inner Academy enjoyed superior resources that many ordinary students of the 10,000 Law Academy could not enjoy. Yet, under such circumstances, there was no obligation? This was somewhat shocking. However, Duan Ling Tian was not in a hurry to say anything to Yang Yuchen. He first sent a voice transmission to Yi Chenfeng to ask for his opinion. Yi Chenfeng quickly responded, "I've never heard of the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Academy." However, his words shouldn't be false. However, you still have to think carefully before you enter the Inner Academy. Although the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Academy doesn't sound like there's any obligation, have you thought about it? If you receive a favor from the Inner Academy and choose to stay out of it when you have the opportunity and ability to help the 10,000 Law Academy, won't you give birth to inner demons? Once you have an inner demon, your next heavenly tribulation might become a death tribulation. The people chosen to enter the 10,000 Law Academy's inner palace must be people who know how to repay kindness. These kinds of people usually won't be able to stay out of the 10,000 Law Academy's crisis at such a critical moment. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He was confused by the situation. He had forgotten about the inner demons. At the same time, Yang Yuchen's voice transmission continued, "I don't know what's in the relics of the ultimate powerhouse he promised. However, since you're so interested, it must be useful to you. Although you can come and go freely in the 10,000 Law Academy, if you enter the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Academy and go to the relics of the ultimate powerhouse, you'll have formed karma with it. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape. Before you encounter an inner demon, it's illusory, but once you encounter it, you'll often die and your Tao will disappear. I've told you everything I need to say. As for what to do, it's up to you. Even if you don't enter the 10,000 Law Academy, those 9 godly venerable level factions probably won't refuse your entry. As for the Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen, his reputation is quite good, so he won't do anything to you." Yi Chenfeng transmitted his voice. Yi Chenfeng's words made Duan Ling Tian fall into contemplation. He was indeed very interested in the relics of the ultimate powerhouse mentioned by Yang Yuchen and wanted to enter because there was something he wanted there. However, once he was tied to the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Academy, some karma was bound to arise. This was different from directly entering the 10,000 Law Academy. In particular, Yang Yuchen had just told him that not even the Inner Academy's Inner Academy could enter the relics of the ultimate powerhouse and had to make contributions first. However, in order to rope him into the 10,000 Law Academy, Yang Yuchen gave him this opportunity for free. Or rather, this couldn't be considered free. Godly venerable level experts are indeed thinking far ahead. After Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart, he glanced at Yang Yuchen again and finally said, "Vice Palace Master Yang, I'm willing to enter the 10,000 Law Academy." When Yang Yuchen heard this, the smile on his face suddenly became even brighter. I said, "You can just call me Senior Brother. When are you going to leave Chunyang School and go to the 10,000 Law Academy? If it's not long, I'll wait for you at Chunyang School. If it's too long, I'll go back first and come to pick you up in advance." Yang Yuchen smiled brightly, and the way he looked at Duan Lingan also changed, becoming much gentler. "Just give me a few days," Duan Ling Tian said. "Then I'll wait for you at Chunyang School." Yang Yuchen nodded and then looked at the patriarch of the Ba Dao lineage, Lu Fenggu. Among the people present, he had only seen Lu Fenggu once, so he had some impression of him. Elder Lu, the Chunyang school won't be unwelcoming to me, right? If not, I'll go out and wait by myself. Yang Yuchen's words made Lu Fenggu's heart tremble violently. He then smiled bitterly and said, Vice Palace Master Yang, you must be joking. It's the Chunyang school's blessing that you can stay for a few days. How can we not welcome you? Vice Palace Master Yang, please. I'll arrange a place for you to rest on the Ba Dao Island where the Ba Dao lineage is located. Lu Fenggu said and invited Yang Yuchen to the Ba Dao Island. Yang Yuchen nodded and left with Lu Fenggu under the envious gazes of many of the Pure Sun sect's elders. All they could see was the silhouette of their departing backs. When Yang Yuchen's back disappeared in front of everyone's eyes, they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes full of envy. I'll drink with you in the next 2 days as a farewell. Zhen Pingfan transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Although he hadn't said much, he had been in constant communication with his father, Zhen Yunfeng, and Yi Chenfeng. He also knew that Yi Chenfeng and Duan Lingtian had analyzed the pros and cons, so he didn't say much. Duan Lingtian grinned. The reason he said he would stay for a few days was mainly to say goodbye to Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng. As for the others, he didn't know them well, so there was nothing to say. In Chunyang School, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng were the only 2 people he was in contact with and owed a lot to. If there was one more person, it would be Zhen Pingfan's father, Zhen Yunfeng, the great ancestor of Yunfeng. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan stayed for 2 days, during which Zhen Yunfeng was also present for half of the time. He told Duan Lingtian a lot about his understanding of the heavyweight ultimate god forces and also told him a lot about his experience when he went out in the past so that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be at a disadvantage. After parting with Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian went to Hidden Sword Island where the Hidden Sword sect was located and stayed with Yi Chenfeng for a day. During the day, the 2 talked about sword principles and a lot of other topics. Actually, you didn't have to say goodbye to us. Yi Chenfeng smiled and said, you just need to condense a law clone of other laws and let it stay. He knew that Duan Lingtian had mastered many laws. This was because Chunyang School had investigated Duan Lingtian and knew that Duan Lingtian had entered other law secret rooms of the Tianlong clan and the Linghu family in the past. After all, there are some differences between the original body and the law clone. At least, I think it's more sincere for the original body to say goodbye to you. Duan Lingtian smiled. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. He hadn't been in Chunyang School for long, and he didn't expect to leave again. Chapter 4094. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian left Chunyang School with Yang Yuchen. Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng walked them all the way to Chunyang School. Lu Fenggu also stood with them. However, unlike them, Lu Fenggu was here to send Yang Yuchen off. As for them, they were here to send Duan Lingtian off. Junior Uncle Yi. When Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen boarded the divine artifact spaceship and it gradually disappeared into the distance, Zhen Pingfan retracted his gaze and said with a bitter smile, originally, I was thinking, if Duan Lingtian joined any force and you became an upper god emperor in the future, if that force also invited you, you could also join. You guys build a foundation there so that when I join in the future, there would be someone to protect me. But now it seems that my hope is destined to be an extravagant wish. Zhen Pingfan sighed. Why is it an extravagant wish? Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. Can't I join Myriad Law Academy? When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he was stunned at first, then he smiled bitterly. Junior Uncle Yi, I'm just joking. You must not be like this. Duan Lingtian joined Myriad Law Academy because Yang Yuchen gave him what he wanted. Its value is higher than what other heavyweight forces gave him. At least, that's how it is in his eyes. So, when he joined Myriad Law Academy, I never thought of persuading him. But Junior Uncle Yi, you really don't need to. Zhen Pingfan shook his head. In his opinion, it was already unbelievable that Duan Lingtian could be invited by Myriad Law Academy. Even if Yi Chenfeng became an upper god emperor, Myriad Law Academy would not take the initiative to invite him if other godly venerable forces invited him. Unless Yi Chenfeng entered the godly venerable realm, It might be possible. High divine emperors, to the Myriad Law Palace, were really nothing. But do you think Myriad Law Academy will not invite me? Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. How about we make a bet? Zhen Pingfan continued to shake his head. Unless you, Martial Uncle Yi, step into the godly venerable realm in Chunyang School. Otherwise, you're definitely not fated to enter the Myriad Law Palace. As for Martial Uncle Yi, is it possible for you to continue staying in Chunyang School after becoming a High God Emperor? Even if you want to stay, I'm afraid my father and the others won't let you stay. Because that will delay you too much. Now that you've entered the Upper God Emperor realm, I don't dare to say anything about the other heavyweight ultimate God level forces, but the other 9 heavyweight ultimate God level forces that came to invite Duan Lingtian should all send people to invite you. Zhen Pingfan continued, you can't really reject them and continue to stay in Chunyang School, right? Even if you enter the God Venerable realm in the future, the Myriad Law Academy will send someone to invite you, and they'll be willing to pay a certain price for it. But is it worth it? That's right. Was it worth it? If Yi Chenfeng entered the Upper God Emperor realm, he would be able to enter most of the heavyweight ultimate God level forces. He, who had great potential, would definitely soar to the sky with a better platform and more resources. If he waited to enter the God Venerable realm in Chunyang School because of the Myriad Law Academy's paid invitation, it would undoubtedly be a very disadvantageous thing to do. During that time, if he entered other heavyweight ultimate God level forces, he might be very close to the Middle God Venerable realm, or he might have already entered the Middle God Venerable realm. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's well-meaning words, Yi Chenfeng smiled. In the end, you just feel that once I enter the Upper God Emperor realm, Myriad Law Academy won't take a fancy to me. Zhen Pingfan didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing. It's still the same as before. How about you and I make a bet? Yi Chenfeng smiled and said, I bet that after I enter the Upper God Emperor realm, someone from Myriad Law Academy will definitely come. Impossible. Zhen Pingfan shook his head. In the history of Myriad Law Academy, there has never been someone like you in the outside world. Even so, they have never taken the initiative to invite them. Those who have been invited by Myriad Law Academy without exception are all existences in the God Venerable realm. Moreover, if an ordinary lower god is too old, Myriad Law Academy won't take a fancy to them. Previously, in order to help Duan Lingtian organize the information of the heavyweight ultimate god level forces in the Shengang land, he had put in a lot of effort, so he knew more than a dozen heavyweight ultimate god level forces, including Myriad Law Academy, like the back of his hand. Just say, do you dare to bet with me? Yi Chenfeng was somewhat helpless and tired. Is there a need? You will lose. Zhen Pingfan frowned slightly. Was this martial uncle of his trying to give him something in a roundabout way? It seemed like it wasn't something ordinary. This thing couldn't be casually accepted. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about the conversation between Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng after he left. Now, he was standing in Myriad Law Academy's Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen's divine artifact spaceship, listening to Yang Yuchen introduce him to Myriad Law Academy. Although Duan Lingtian had read a lot of descriptions and records about the Myriad Arts Academy from the memory jade token that Zhen Pingfan had prepared for him, Duan Lingtian did not expect that Duan Lingtian would not be able to read about the Myriad Arts Academy. However, those descriptions and records were all superficial things. Now, Yang Yuchen was introducing Myriad Law Academy to him, further unveiling the mysterious veil of Myriad Law Academy for him. After learning about the 10,000 Law Academy, Yang Yuchen began to introduce the inner progeny of the 10,000 Law Academy to Duan Lingtian. Just as I told you earlier, there are only 5 people in the inner progeny, including you. There are only 3 people in the academy, including you and me. There is also a senior brother and a senior sister. They are currently not in the Shengang land. They may or may not return in the future. With Yang Yuchen's further introduction, Duan Lingtian also learned about the origin of the Inner Palace branch. It was actually established by the youngest disciple of Myriad Law Academy's founder. It wasn't a core branch, but its purpose was to protect Myriad Law Academy. In Myriad Law Academy, The core branch was the Palace Master's legacy branch. If Yang Yuchen wanted to take over the position of Myriad Law Academy's Palace Master one day, he would have to leave the Inner Palace branch and join the Legacy branch. The Inner Palace branch was hidden behind the scenes and had a certain degree of independence. Myriad Law Academy wouldn't care too much about it, and it couldn't obtain anything extra from Myriad Law Academy. As for the relic of the supreme powerhouse that Yang Yuchen had promised him, it belonged to the Inner Palace branch. It was a relic discovered by an ancestor of the Inner Palace branch. That relic was suspected to be the place where the supreme powerhouse passed away. That supreme powerhouse trespassed the law of time and grasped one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, the Tao of control. He had learned all of this from Yang Yuchen's voice transmission. Moreover, Yang Yuchen had also told him that he had grasped the Tao of control after entering the relic. At the same time, he had also comprehended the law of time inside, but his attainment in it was not as good as his own. That relic belonged to the Inner Palace branch and didn't belong to Myriad Law Academy. In the history of Myriad Law Academy, it wasn't that no one had coveted the relic of the supreme powerhouse. However, those who coveted it and acted on it didn't have a good ending in the end. When you enter the branch of the Inner Palace, you can leave when Wanda Law Palace is in danger. However, if you become stronger in the future and it's within your capabilities, I still hope that you can help if someone covets the resources exclusive to the branch of the Inner Palace. Consider it a promise that the branch of the Inner Palace wants from you. Of course, if it's beyond your capabilities, the Inner Palace branch won't force you. At this point, Yang Yuchen's expression suddenly turned solemn. Of course, that's not a problem. Duan Lingtian thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. In his opinion, this was what he should do. Moreover, if he really had the chance, he could end this karma. Senior Brother Yang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had changed the way he addressed Yang Yuchen. The current generation of 5 people in Myriad Law Academy's Inner Palace branch. What's your ranking? 3rd. Yang Yuchen raised his eyebrows. The 2 people who aren't in Myriad Law Academy and aren't in the Profound Handle Land are our eldest senior sister and 2nd senior brother. In the future, you can call me 3rd senior brother. Currently, in Myriad Law Academy, apart from you and me, you still have a senior sister who's also my junior sister. You can call her 4th senior sister. Yang Yuchen said. In Myriad Law Academy, our Inner Palace branch has always lived in seclusion. Coupled with the fact that there aren't many people in the first place, we don't have much of a presence. Apart from some higher-ups, very few ordinary Myriad Law Academy students know about our Inner Palace branch. They might know that I'm the Vice Palace Master, but they don't know that I'm from the Inner Palace branch. The reason I'm looking for you this time is to invite you to join the Inner Palace branch. As for entering Myriad Law Academy, it's just in passing. Don't look at me like that. Although I'm the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy, I'm also the leader of this generation of the Inner Palace branch. In my eyes, the Inner Palace branch is first, followed by Myriad Law Academy. In fact, Yang Yuchen's words were somewhat harsh in the eyes of the entire Myriad Law Academy as a Vice Academy Master. Normally, he would not have said such things. However, now that he regarded Duan Lingtian as his junior brother and one of his own, he did not have so many concerns. In Myriad Law Academy, you can classify the people inside as 3 types of people. The first type is the ordinary students and teachers. The second type is the people of the Inheritance branch. The third type is the people of the Inner Palace branch. Our Inner Palace branch has the least sense of presence and has no interest in competing with them. However, if you want to compete, you can do so. However, you won't be representing the Inner Palace branch. You'll only be representing yourself as an ordinary student. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood one thing. The Inner Palace branch had a certain degree of independence in Myriad Law Academy. In Myriad Law Academy, the Inner Palace branch would not fight for any resources for him. The only preferential treatment he enjoyed was the resources that belonged to the Inner Palace branch. As for the rest, he would have to fight for it himself. As an ordinary student, Yang Yuchen continued, even for me, I've always relied on myself to fight all the way. Your fourth senior sister is the same. Eldest senior sister and second senior brother are no exception. Chapter 4095. Third Senior Brother. Duan Lingtian changed the way he addressed Duan Lingtian. Has the inner court always had so few people? Yang Yuchen nodded. That's what I've always said. Throughout the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, the number of inner court disciples was only 8 at most. How does the inner court recruit people? Duan Lingtian asked again. He was curious about this. Just like him. It seemed like Yang Yuchen had allowed him to join the Myriad Arts Academy's inner court on his own. Geniuses. Yang Yuchen's reply to Duan Lingtian was simple. Moreover, they have to be geniuses from a lower realm. Our inner court doesn't accept geniuses from the realms of gods. It's not discrimination, but it's a tradition of the inner court. Even the youngest disciple of the first-generation patriarch of the Inner Palace, the founder of the Myriad Arts Academy, came from a lower secondary plane. Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "It's the responsibility of the current leader to strengthen the inner court." Back then, after second senior brother left after eldest senior sister, he threw the burden of being the leader to me. I'm very picky and haven't been able to find a suitable candidate to strengthen the inner court. It was only when I saw the floating image pearl that you displayed your strength at the 7 Prefectures banquet in the 7 Prefectures land that I knew you were the person I've been looking for. You're qualified to join the inner court. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Yang Yuchen's words. He did not expect the inner court of the Myriad Arts Academy would only accept geniuses from lower realms. No wonder there were so few people. It would be strange if there were many people in such a strict selection method. Naturally, at the same time, Duan Lingtian could imagine his fourth senior sister, second senior brother, and eldest senior sister whom he had yet to meet were not ordinary people. All in all, when you arrive at Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, everything will be done according to the Academy's rules. Although you are a member of the Internal Palace, not many people actually know about the Internal Palace, and the Internal Palace doesn't have any special privileges. Of course, as long as you don't take the initiative to stir up trouble, I, your third senior brother, am not someone to be trifled with. At this point, Yang Yuchen's eyes glinted brilliantly. Duan Lingtian nodded and then asked, "Third senior brother, when can I enter the relics of the Supreme Powerhouse?" He had chosen to enter the Myriad Laws Academy and even agreed to join the Inner Palace for the sake of the Supreme Powerhouse's relic that Yang Yuchen had previously promised. Otherwise, he wouldn't have planned to join the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace. In particular, from what Yang Yuchen had said, the so-called Inner Palace did not have much of a presence in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, nor did they have any special privileges. Although he had gathered a few monstrous geniuses, he still had to rely on himself. Don't worry. Yang Yuchen smiled. We'll talk about this when we get back to the academy. Third senior brother? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Why did you, fourth senior sister, second senior brother, and eldest senior sister enter the Myriad Laws Academy's Inner Palace? Did you join willingly? In his opinion, as monstrous geniuses, no one would be willing to join the Inner Palace, which had no special privileges, if there were no practical benefits. Willingly. When Yang Yuchen heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched subconsciously, and then he sighed. Actually, we're the same as you. We were attracted to the Inner Palace by the Supreme Powerhouse's relics. Apart from that, there's nothing attractive about the Inner Palace. Yang Yuchen's words enlightened Duan Lingtian, and he immediately asked, "Did fourth senior sister, second senior brother, and eldest senior sister also comprehend the Tao of control?" Yang Yuchen shook his head. Eldest senior sister has mastered it. Second senior brother has mastered the embryonic form. As for your fourth senior sister, well, she's about to master the embryonic form as well. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was surprised. So, third senior brother, you're considered one of the more outstanding ones in the Inner Palace? Yang Yuchen had mastered the Tao of control. This was no secret in the Xianxia land, and even the higher-ups of the Chunyang school knew about it. Otherwise, how could I be the leader of the inner palace? Yang Yuchen was not modest, and he smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes flickered a few times. This is great. Even a newcomer like you who just entered the inner palace has mastered the Tao of control. This time, you can stimulate that girl a little. Who knows, she might be able to master the embryonic form of the Tao of control under your stimulation. Although Yang Yuchen did not mention who the girl was, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that he was talking about his fourth senior sister, whom he had yet to meet. Duan Lingtian rode on Yang Yuchen's divine ship and spent many days before finally arriving at the destination of this trip, the Myriad Laws Academy. The Myriad Laws Academy was much bigger than Duan Lingtian had imagined. Yang Yuchen took him to the sky above the Myriad Laws Academy. Along the way, they met several old men who were in charge of patrolling. They were also teachers of the Myriad Laws Academy, and they respectfully saluted Yang Yuchen. Duan Lingtian could see that these people revered Yang Yuchen from the bottom of their hearts. It was not difficult to see that Yang Yuchen still had a lot of prestige in the Myriad Laws Academy. Our inner palace has an independent place for cultivation. It's located in an independent small plain, and the entrance is to the north of this floating island. Yang Yuchen brought Duan Lingtian to a secluded place that was quite a distance away from the rest of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. The secluded place was completely empty, and with a casual wave of his hand, a golden command token rose into the sky and emitted a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the surroundings. A moment later, a floating island appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. This floating island appeared to be completely barren. Waves of deafening beast roars could be vaguely heard from the island. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could also feel the might of the beast roars. This island is also one of the training islands of the Myriad Laws Academy. There are many divine monster kings on it. Divine Fey King was a title given to great Fey who had reached the God King realm. Above divine monster kings were divine monster emperors, and divine monster sovereigns, respectively corresponding to the divine emperor realm, and divine sovereign realm. However, the inner palace has a special demon exorcism token. As long as one has the demon exorcism token, the greater demons inside won't dare to come close. Once they do, the killing formation will be activated and the greater demons will be killed. As soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a black and heavy token appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian caught it with his consciousness. Let's go. Yang Yuchen beckoned to Duan Lingtian and used his divine force to lead Duan Lingtian into the floating island. Along the way, Duan Lingtian saw many great monster kings glaring at them with bloodthirsty eyes. However, deep in their gazes was a genuine fear. Are they afraid of the exorcism token? Duan Lingtian wondered. Before he could recover his wits, Duan Lingtian discovered that Yang Yuchen had brought him to the north of the floating island, above a perilous peak. Yang Yuchen made a series of hand seals with both hands and pushed forward. Divine force whistled through the air and the void trembled. Soon, a door appeared in front of them, upon which 4 words flickered. Inner Palace. Come on in. Yang Yuchen beckoned to Duan Lingtian before he took the lead and stepped into the spatial door. Duan Lingtian hurriedly followed. During this entire process, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate in the slightest because he knew it was impossible for Yang Yuchen to trick him or harm him in such a matter. With Yang Yuchen's strength, if he really wanted to do anything to him, all he needed to do was move his finger. Why would he go through so much trouble? After stepping through the door, Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark and bright. He found himself in a quiet garden. The garden was crisp and clear. Smoke could be seen in the distance. There were many birds flying and some small animals wandering around. It gave off a peaceful feeling. A small stream ran through the entire garden and led to the depths of the garden. One could not see the end of it. A paradise. It was truly a paradise. This was Duan Lingtian's only thought at this moment. At this moment, as he stood here and looked at everything in front of him, he felt as though his heart had completely calmed down. It was as though he had undergone a spiritual baptism. Fourth junior sister, come out and receive a guest. Yang Yuchen's words completely shattered Duan Lingtian's calm state of mind. Receive a guest? While Duan Lingtian was still shocked by Yang Yuchen's words, a delicate voice was heard. Third senior brother, if you bully me again, I'll complain to eldest senior sister when she comes back. If you really push me too far, I'll leave the Xiangang land and find her myself. She'll help me. He heard her voice before he saw her. After a few moments, a beautiful and graceful figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes in a timely manner when a voice that was pleasing to the ear with a hint of resentment sounded. A gust of wind blew and the figure appeared. It was obvious that his fourth senior sister had trespassed on the law of wind. Ha! Yang Yuchen laughed dryly. Fourth junior sister, I was just joking. I found you a little junior brother. From today onwards, you're no longer the youngest in our inner palace. Someone will call you senior sister. Yang Yuchen changed the topic. As soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, the yellow-clad young girl with a graceful figure, delicate appearance, and pure and flawless eyes shifted her lively gaze to Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Yang Yuchen. Immediately after, her pure and quick-witted eyes lit up. Little junior brother? I have a little junior brother? The girl's beautiful face bloomed with a brilliant smile. She was innocent and pure, causing one to feel pity for her. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was in an upheaval. This was his fourth senior sister? A young girl? Before this, he had thought about his fourth senior sister's appearance more than once. He thought that no matter what, she should be about the same age as him, but he didn't expect that it would be a young girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old. She was about the same age as the mysterious Duan Xiaoyu who called him Big Brother. Chapter 4096. If she only looked like a young girl, it would not be a big deal. However, the problem was that this fourth senior sister, in front of him, did not only look like a young girl, but her character was also like a young girl. She was full of innocence and innocence. Little junior brother, your little junior brother? The young girl walked in front of Duan Lingtian and circled him a few times. Not bad, not bad. You're more handsome than third senior brother and second senior brother. Little junior brother, why don't you call me senior sister? I'm your fourth senior sister. If you don't listen to me, I'm going to spank you. When the young girl saw Duan Lingtian looking at her and not reacting for a long time, she could not help but feel annoyed. At the same time, she raised her hand and slapped Duan Lingtian's back. The speed of the slap was so fast that it caused Duan Lingtian's expression to change slightly. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already deep in the field. However, before he could fully appear, he realized that the young girl had already arrived at the place where he teleported and was waiting for him to appear. Without any hesitation, he teleported a second time. What shocked him was, as soon as the second teleportation was launched, the girl left the place where the first teleportation landed before the shadow had time to dissipate. She appeared at the place where the second teleportation landed after the second teleportation. Then, the young girl's palm easily crushed the spatial storm behind him, which he had hastily mobilized to defend himself. With a sound, her palm landed on his butt. The slight burning pain was no different from being bitten by a mosquito to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian was currently staring at the young girl with a dumbstruck expression. This was because he realized that this young girl seemed to be an emperor god. Although there was nothing strange about her being an emperor god since she was ranked second only to Yang Yuchen in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. However, the other party was only a young girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old. Moreover, her personality was only 15 or 16 years old. In this short period of time, the impact she brought to him was not small. Little junior brother, if you don't call me senior sister, I'm going to spank you again. The young girl was a little annoyed, and her face was full of anger. As for Duan Lingtian's shocked expression, she completely ignored it. Senior sister. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate at all and said, "Hello, fourth senior sister, hello, fourth senior sister." He was really worried that the other party would do the same thing to him again. Although that little bit of pain was nothing to him, being spanked by a girl who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old made him feel uncomfortable in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Yang Yuchen, who was standing at the side with his arms crossed and watching the show with a faint smile on his face. Third senior brother, fourth senior sister is? He really wanted to ask if this fourth senior sister was acting like herself or pretending to be a young girl. He could imagine that this fourth senior sister of his was definitely not young. After all, she was an existence who came to the Shengang land from a lower realm. It was also because of this that he couldn't help but suspect if this fourth senior sister was pretending to be young. If she wasn't pretending to be young, then there must be a problem with her body. In this world, there were some cultivation methods that if one started to cultivate at a young age, once a problem occurred, it could cause the cultivator's appearance to no longer change. Even their temperament and personality would stop at the moment when the problem occurred. This was also a problem with the body. However, judging from the situation just now, he felt that this fourth senior sister did not seem to be pretending to be young. It was as though she was really following her heart. Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen sent a voice transmission and explained to Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. Your fourth senior sister was originally an orphan who was abandoned in the mountains in the mundane realm. She was born and raised by the heavens. She grew up with a pack of wolves and shared a room with tigers and leopards. It was only after she was 10 years old that she gained sentience due to an accident. That accident was the turning point in her life. That fortuitous encounter allowed her to be reborn. From then on, she left the wild beasts in the mountains and entered the human world. At that time, although she knew she was a human and learned some common knowledge about humans, she was still young. Coupled with the fact that she was inexperienced in the world, she was used by someone and slaughtered an entire city. Later on, a powerhouse wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill her. However, although that powerhouse defeated her, he did not kill her when he discovered her true nature. Instead, he adopted her and took her in as his adopted daughter. Due to that fortuitous encounter, she obtained a peerless cultivation method that was engraved in the depths of her mind. Coupled with the rebirth from that fortuitous encounter, with someone to guide her, she improved by leaps and bounds. It did not take long for her to surpass her adoptive father. Originally, everything was developing in a good direction. However, on her 16th birthday, her adoptive father, whom she had been waiting for, did not return. She waited until the next day for news of her adoptive father's death. At that moment, she was greatly traumatized and fell into the devil Dao. Not only did she avenge her adoptive father, but she also annihilated the sect behind the person who killed her adoptive father. She even made a name for herself in the mundane realm where she came from. After she ascended to the Devata realm, her personality became more and more ruthless. She made enemies everywhere she went until she met her eldest senior sister, who was an ordinary person in the Devata realm. It was eldest senior sister who saved her when she was almost killed. After spending some time with her, eldest senior sister learned about her past and began to take pity on her. She was slowly influenced by eldest senior sister. In her eyes, eldest senior sister was the second person in this world who treated her well, apart from her adoptive father. Initially, eldest senior sister did not plan to keep her by her side. She wanted to part ways with her before they returned to the realms of gods. However, what no one expected was that the talent and comprehension she displayed in front of eldest senior sister shocked eldest senior sister. After observing her for a period of time, eldest senior sister brought her back to the profound Handle land, brought her back to the 10,000 Law Palace, brought her back to the Inner Palace. Her current state is not an act. It's a result of her great change. She's a pitiful person. Apart from that, she's not very old. She's not even 10,000 years old. However, I'm sure she's older than you. For this reason, it's not a loss for you to call her senior sister. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yuchen disregarded the fluctuation in Duan Lingtian's heart and continued. Right? If you don't want to suffer, try not to go against her. Try to give in to her. Although she's not even 10,000 years old, she's already a senior god emperor. As soon as Yang Yuchen said this, Duan Lingtian's heart stopped beating. His eyes widened in shock. At this moment, he even forgot to pity his fourth senior sister. All he felt was shock. A senior god emperor who was not even 10,000 years old? It should be known that even in the pure Yang sect, Elder Yichen, who claimed that as long as he stepped into the upper divine emperor realm, he would be able to receive an invitation from a heavyweight divine venerable level force, Elder Yichen, was already close to 20,000 years old. Yichen Feng had not even become a senior god emperor yet. However, his fourth senior sister was not even 10,000 years old, but she was already a senior god emperor? For a moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the young lady in a different light. He no longer treated her as a young lady. What a joke! How could a young lady in your family be a senior god emperor? Fourth senior sister, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and greeted the young lady in front of him carefully. He now knew that this person was a complete demon cultivator before she came to the Mystic Handle Land. She would kill an entire family at the slightest provocation. Of course, he also knew that there was a reason for it. It was not that the young lady was a murderous person. The young lady was already beaming with joy when Duan Lingtian called her fourth senior sister. Now that she heard Duan Lingtian's self-introduction, she also said, third junior brother, fourth senior sister's name sounds much better than yours. At this point, the young lady paused for a moment. Her bright eyes flashed a few times. Do you want to know my name? Duan Lingtian felt helpless in his heart. He felt like he was coaxing a child, but he did not show it on his face. I'd like to hear the details. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also felt some anticipation in his heart. Sounds better than my name? I don't think I've heard a name better than mine since I came from the mundane realm. Are you for real? You can't be narcissistic, right? My name is Lang Chunwan. The young lady's expression turned solemn as she said seriously. When Duan Lingtian heard this name, he felt as though he was in a whirlwind. How dare she say that her name is better than mine? Isn't she too full of herself? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen's voice transmission rang in his ears. Little junior brother, fourth junior sister's surname is Lang, because she feels like she was raised by a pack of wolves. The Chun character is one of the characters in her adoptive father's name. As for the Yuan character, it's one of the characters in eldest senior sister's name. In her eyes, her name is the best in the world. She won't allow anyone to refute it. You must not doubt her opinion. Otherwise, you'll suffer again. Yang Yuchen reminded Duan Lingtian when he reached the end of his sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard this, the first thing he thought of was the slap earlier. His heart tightened immediately. Then, he forced a bright smile on his face and gave Lang Chunwan a thumbs up. Fourth senior sister, your name is indeed better than mine. This name should only exist in the heavens. It's rare to find one in the mortal realm. Although Duan Lingtian said this, he felt helpless in his heart. He was really worried that his fourth senior sister would slap him again. Although it did not hurt, it was really embarrassing. Most importantly, he was powerless to resist and could only endure it. This name should only exist in the heavens? It's rare to find one in the mortal realm. When Lang Chunwan heard Duan Lingtian's words, her eyes lit up. Little junior brother, you're really amazing. You can recite a poem. I like you. Chapter 4097. Yang Yuchen stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly dazed gaze. The smile that was maintained on his face had completely froze at this moment. Why didn't he realize that this guy was such a bootlicker? Didn't they say that geniuses were proud? Even he, a bystander, couldn't bear to listen to this bootlicker. However, when he saw his fourth junior sister beaming with joy, he couldn't help but give Duan Lingtian a thumbs up secretly. His bootlicker was really good. He actually gained the recognition of this young lady so quickly. He remembered that when this young lady first came to the 10,000 Jurisprudence Palace, he spent a few hundred years before she finally acknowledged him as her senior brother. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Little junior brother, how did you get tricked by third senior brother? Lang Chunwan asked Duan Lingtian. Yang Yuchen, who was standing aside, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What did she mean by tricked? Was he that kind of person? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Fourth senior sister, I don't think I was tricked by third senior brother. He promised to let me enter the remains of the ultimate powerhouse. Duan Lingtian knew that Lang Chunwan had entered the remains of the ultimate powerhouse, so he didn't hide anything in front of Lang Chunwan. Remains of the ultimate powerhouse? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Chunwan was a little surprised. He really allowed you to enter the remains of the ultimate powerhouse? He didn't need you to contribute anything to the inner palace? He said that as long as I enter the 10,000 jurisprudence palace and the inner palace, he could make an exception and let me in. Duan Lingtian said with a vigilant look. Could it be that he doesn't have the authority to make an exception and let me in directly? If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't enter the 10,000 jurisprudence palace and the inner palace. As he said this, Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Yuchen suspiciously, then his gaze landed on Lang Chunwan again. He has the authority. Lang Chunwan stared at Yang Yuchen as she said, every generation's leader of the inner palace has a chance to make an exception and let someone enter the remains of the ultimate powerhouse. Back then, when I entered the inner palace, he wasn't willing to give that chance to me. He even lied to me and said that it was a test for me and that it would help me grow. At that moment, Lang Chunyuan's tone was filled with resentment. As for Yang Yuchen, after coughing once, he smiled awkwardly. Fourth junior sister, isn't it because I feel that you're stronger than little junior brother? Furthermore, I left you a chance and found you a junior brother. Isn't that good? Haven't you been urging me to find you a junior brother or junior sister? Yang Yuchen tried his best. Up, Lang Chunwan snorted. Fortunately, you gave the chance to junior brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you off. Even if I can't beat you now, when my strength surpasses yours in the future, I'll hang you on the mountain gate of 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy and spank your butt 100 times in front of everyone. Yang Yuchen's expression froze when he heard this. However, this subtle change was still noticed by Duan Lingtian, which made Duan Lingtian secretly shocked. Did his third senior brother really think that his fourth senior sister had a chance to surpass him in terms of strength? His third senior brother was also a famous genius in the mysterious gangland. He entered the ultimate god realm when he was just over 10,000 years old and entered the medium ultimate god realm when he was 20,000 years old. Looking at the current generation of the mysterious gangland, his achievement could be considered as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Very few people could achieve this at his age. But now, he seemed to think that Lang Chunwan had a chance to catch up to him, or even surpass him. For a moment, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of Lang Chunwan. It seemed that this fourth senior sister was not as simple as he currently thought. His current understanding of this fourth senior sister was that she was a high god emperor who was not even 10,000 years old and had just broken through not long ago. As for the rest, he knew nothing. However, since his third senior brother was like this fourth senior sister must have other extraordinary aspects. Fourth junior sister, arrange a place for junior brother to stay. Yang Yuchen only wanted to leave this place immediately so that this little girl would not embarrass him again. Now, I'll take junior brother to the academy to complete the enrollment procedures. Even if Duan Lingtian entered the inner palace, as a member of the inner palace, he would still have to complete the enrollment procedures in 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy. The inner palace also belonged to 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy. This was an unchangeable fact. Junior brother, I'll definitely arrange for your cultivation place to be better than third senior brothers. Before Duan Lingtian left with Yang Yuchen, Lang Chunwan said to Duan Lingtian with a grin, completely ignoring Yang Yuchen's angry expression. This little girl's strength had not surpassed his yet, but she dared to act so recklessly. If she really did surpass him in the future, perhaps she could really hang him outside 10,000 Jurisprudence Academy and spank him. It seems that I have to work harder to cultivate. If this little girl really catches up to me, then I won't have the face to see anyone. Yang Yuchen secretly made up his mind. After this time, he would bring his junior brother to complete the enrollment procedures and arrange some follow-up matters. He would cultivate in seclusion and strive to consolidate his cultivation as a medium ultimate god as soon as possible. It's too difficult to consolidate the cultivation of a medium ultimate god. It's more than 10 times harder to consolidate the cultivation of a lower ultimate god. Yang Yuchen felt a little helpless. That little girl's cultivation speed is at most on par with mine. However, her fortuitous encounter in the mundane realm seems to have allowed her to naturally not spend time consolidating her cultivation. Even eldest senior sister said that her fortuitous encounter might have something to do with an ultimate god. Moreover, it's not an ordinary ultimate god. It was also because of this that Yang Yuchen felt that his fourth junior sister Lang Chunwan had a chance to catch up with him in the future and even surpass him. This was because Lang Chunwan did not need to consolidate her cultivation at all after each breakthrough. Her cultivation would automatically consolidate and it would be a perfect consolidation. This was the case in the past, and it was the same when she stepped into the upper divine emperor realm some time ago. Therefore, he suspected that his fourth junior sister might not need to consolidate her cultivation after she stepped into the ultimate god realm. Her cultivation would automatically consolidate perfectly after her breakthrough. Under such circumstances, she could save a lot of time compared to others. It was not impossible for her to surpass him. When Duan Lingtian left the inner palace with Yang Yuchen also imparted the handprint to Duan Lingtian so that it would be convenient for Duan Lingtian to enter and exit the inner palace in the future. At the same time, he also gave his soul orb to Duan Lingtian. Send me a message if there's anything. Now, I'll take you to complete the enrollment procedures. As the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy, although Yang Yuchen's authority was not so great that he could cover the sky with one hand, it was not difficult for him to make an exception and recruit a student. Moreover, this student was the recently famous Heaven's Pride of the 7 prefectures, Duan Lingtian. Since the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, Duan Lingtian's reputation had risen to another level. Even many people in Myriad Law Academy had heard of him. Duan Lingtian came to our Myriad Law Academy? Vice Palace Master Yang personally brought him here. Could it be that Vice Palace Master Yang invited him here? Our Myriad Law Academy has never taken the initiative to invite external students, right? I don't know. Maybe Vice Palace Master Yang decided to accept such a student on the spur of the moment? Under the curious gazes of a group of people under Yang Yuchen's lead, Duan Lingtian went through the enrollment procedures of the Myriad Arts Academy. In just a quarter of an hour, the Myriad Law Academy's student token was in his hands. When they heard Duan Lingtian address Yang Yuchen as third senior brother, they were shocked. I thought Vice Palace Master Yang was going to accept him as a disciple. Vice Palace Master Yang is accepting a disciple on behalf of his master? He accepted such a junior brother? Although most people in Myriad Law Academy did not know that Yang Yuchen was from the inner palace, they knew that Yang Yuchen had a senior brother, a senior sister, and a junior sister. Those who did not know about the inner palace only thought that they came from the same master and supported each other. That was why there was a ranking of senior brother and junior sister. Those who knew about the inner palace naturally guessed that Yang Yuchen had accepted Duan Lingtian into the Myriad Law Academy when they learned that Yang Yuchen had brought Duan Lingtian back to the Myriad Law Academy and addressed Yang Yuchen as third senior brother. This caused an uproar among the Myriad Law Academy's higher-ups. Some of the higher-ups who looked down on the inner palace expressed their dissatisfaction to the current palace master of Myriad Law Academy. Vice Palace Master Yang took the initiative to recruit students from the outside, breaking the Myriad Law Academy's rules that have been in place for many years. After this, in the eyes of others, I'm afraid the Myriad Law Academy is no longer as sacred as before. That's right. Our Myriad Law Academy has always been a place where people come and go as they please. However, this time, we actually took the initiative to invite an outsider to join us. This is damaging our reputation. However, in the face of these people's attacks, the current Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy only replied indifferently, The Myriad Law Academy doesn't have a rule of not recruiting students from the outside. It's just that nobody took the initiative to recruit students. As for the Myriad Law Academy's sacred status and reputation, if a new student can affect it, then the Myriad Law Academy might as well close down. As soon as these words came out, no one dared to object. Looks like the rumors are true. The palace master might really see Yang Yuchen as his successor. Some people in the inheritance bloodline were worried. We can't allow this to happen. That Yang Yuchen is from the inner palace. Even if he joins our inheritance bloodline for the position of palace master, I'm afraid his heart is still with the inner palace. What should we do? This matter can't be delayed any longer. If this continues, the academy will really become the inner palace's. Even if the inner palace had a glorious past in the past, it has declined and shouldn't reappear in front of others. Chapter 4098. Little junior brother, you can stay here or go back to the inner palace, Yi Futian said. After Yang Yuchen brought Duan Ling Tian to the Myriad Arts Academy's student dormitory, he brought Duan Ling Tian to the Myriad Arts Academy's student dormitory. The student dormitory was divided into a few areas. Although they were all single dormitories, some of the single dormitories were in the same building. Some of the single dormitories were independent courtyards with each student having a floor. The best single dormitories were independent courtyards for each student. Yang Yuchen arranged for Duan Ling Tian to stay in the most ordinary single dormitory because he felt that even if he arranged it for Duan Ling Tian might not stay there. Even if he did, he would only stay for a few days. The environment of the inner palace's independent dimension was much better than here. Back then, the ancestor who founded the inner palace had cut off half of a godly venerable faction's divine essence mine and brought it there. Third senior brother. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the student dormitory and did not dislike Yang Yuchen's arrangement because he now knew that he could change dormitories at any time as long as he had divine essence in hand. Now, he was more concerned about what Yang Yuchen had promised him. When will you let me in the Supreme Expert's relic? So soon? Yang Yuchen smiled and said, since I've promised you, I naturally won't go back on my word. How about this, I'll let you in a year. Before that, I want to check if the spirit energy in the Supreme Expert's relic is stable. Although the Supreme Expert's relic was left behind, the spirit energy inside still needs to be provided by us. Otherwise, the Supreme Expert's relic would have been completely annihilated many years ago due to excessive consumption. Yang Yuchen said, a year? Duan Ling Tian heard this, and although he was not very satisfied, he did not say much. A year's time was not considered long. Third senior brother, go do your own thing. After a moment of silence, Duan Ling Tian broke the silence and said to Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen heard this and nodded. In short, if anyone bullies you within the academy and outside the rules, feel free to contact me. Of course, Yang Yuchen was just speaking casually. He knew very well that after knowing that Duan Ling Tian was his junior brother, very few people would dare to bully Duan Ling Tian outside of the rules. After Yang Yuchen left, Duan Ling Tian took out the dormitory key he had received when he went through the admission procedures. He glanced at it and saw the number written on it. Block 2, 603. This was also the dormitory assigned to him. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed as he arrived before a dormitory. Shockingly, there was a stone tablet floating in front of this dormitory, and 2 words were inscribed on it in a flamboyant manner. Building 2. Then, Duan Ling Tian's gaze locked onto a room on the 6th floor. The number on the door was 603. It's a bit like the university dormitories on Earth in my previous life, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In his previous life, he had never gone to university. This was something he had always regretted. In a flash, he arrived in front of the door of the room, inserted the key, and opened the door. The room was neither spacious nor narrow. A standard bed was placed there. It was clean and spotless. Obviously, someone usually cleaned it. Brother, are you new? Duan Ling Tian was just about to enter the room when a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. A person walked out of room 602 next door. It was a young man with a strong body and a simple and honest face. The young man was close to 2 meters tall, half a head taller than Duan Lingtian. At this time, he had a smile on his face. My name is Tan Fei. I live in room 602 next door. From now on, we'll be neighbors. Tan Fei seemed to be a little enthusiastic. Looking at his appearance, there was not the slightest pretentiousness. Obviously, he was just speaking from his heart. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded at Tan Fei. Then, without saying anything, he stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. The current him was not interested in getting to know anyone. So what if he got to know someone? It was fine if their relationship was shallow. However, if their relationship was deep and he offended someone in the future, he might implicate the other party. Previously, when he was in Chunyang school, after learning about the Mon-origin spirit sex style, he knew that sometimes, making friends was not necessarily a good thing. Who knew when his friends would be implicated by him? Duan Lingtian? When Tan Fei heard Duan Lingtian's name, he could not help but be stunned. Why does this name sound so familiar? However, this guy is truly arrogant. Those who don't know him might think he lives in a dormitory with a courtyard. Those who lived in a dormitory with a courtyard either had a strong background or were quite strong. They did not lack divine crystals, so they would not live in the worst dormitory. Tan Fei shook his head and no longer thought about it. He left the dormitory directly. He came out because he had something to do. Coincidentally, he met his new neighbor. He did not purposely come out to get to know him. Although I, Tan Fei, don't have a strong background and my strength is ordinary, I don't want to be friends with someone as arrogant as you. Tan Fei thought proudly in his heart. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Tan Fei's arrogance. After entering his room, he activated the formation compass and enveloped the entire room. Then, he sat cross-legged on the bed and thought about his experience in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. He was mainly thinking about his 4th senior sister. His 4th senior sister looked like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. She had a harmless personality, but deep down, she was a ruthless person. However, based on what he had seen so far, her attitude toward him was not bad. However, I'd better not go to the inner sect for the time being. She seems to be quite interested in me. If she keeps watching me, it won't be so convenient for me to cultivate. As long as he activated the formation, nobody would deliberately disturb his cultivation unless they wanted to become enemies with him. However, he had a feeling that his 4th senior sister was not an ordinary person. She might not care so much about the rules. After Tan Fei left the student dormitory in Block 2, he went all the way to the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's trading area, the Myriad Jurisprudence Bazaar. He had come out this time to purchase some divine pills to assist in his cultivation. After arriving at the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, he heard many people talking about a person who was personally invited by Vice Sect Leader Yang Yuchen to join the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Vice Sect Leader Yang personally left the palace to invite someone? In the history of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, there's no such precedent, right? Who's that person? Why is he so important? Tan Fei was slightly surprised. At the same time, he was slightly envious. A person who was personally invited by Vice Sect Leader Yang to the palace and accepted as a disciple on behalf of his master would definitely enjoy special treatment in the palace. A single courtyard dormitory was probably not worthy of that person's status. When he thought about his dormitory, Tan Fei felt a sense of loss. Comparisons were odious. However, he also knew in his heart that the difference in treatment between him and the other party was more because the other party was stronger than him. His talent and comprehension were not something he could compare to. Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, Tan Fei only heard people talking about the student who was specially recruited by Yang Yuchen. He did not hear the other party's name. However, when he heard someone mention the other party's name, he was stunned. Could it be the new guy I saw just now? The guy from room 603? Tan Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. A person who Vice Sect Leader Yang specially invited to live in a dormitory? Is this a joke? Experiencing the hardships of the common people? Starting from the bottom? Also, no wonder I thought his name sounded familiar. So, he's the genius from the Chunyang School of the Seven Prefectures. The champion of the Seven Prefectures banquet. He's a super genius who mastered the sword principle before the age of 3000. His cultivation has also entered the realm of a middle-level divine emperor. In addition, he's good at the law of space. His attainments are also very deep. He's already mastered the second teleportation. The more Tan Fei thought about it, the more shocked he was. Such an amazing person is living next door to me? Could it be God's arrangement? If such a big shot were to casually pluck a strand of hair from his leg, it would probably be enough to save me 30 years of hard work, right? Tan Fei seemed to have completely forgotten that he was still yelling about how he disdained to be friends with the other party. So fragrant. So fragrant. That Duan Lingtian, did he choose which academy to enter after entering the academy? Tan Fei thought to himself, he shouldn't have chosen yet, right? The Myriad Arts Academy was divided into many academies, each with a different focus. There was the War Academy, the Divine Arts Academy, the Divine Pill Academy, the Divine Weapon Academy, and the Divine Botany Academy. The War Academy's focus was naturally on improving one's strength. The Divine Arts Academy's focus was on the study of cultivation techniques. There were also people who comprehended the Tao and mastered amazing combat strength. All in all, they were all different paths leading to the same goal. The Divine Pill Academy and the Divine Pill Academy, as their names implied, were places that studied the Tao of divine pills and divine weapons. The Divine Botany Academy's focus was on the hybridization of various divine trees and divine plants. For example, a divine plant with 2 rare divine fruits. After hybridization, would a divine fruit with better medicinal effects be born? However, no matter which academy it was, the students inside, except for some who didn't care about life and death, still put cultivation first. The others could only be regarded as hobbies, and they would play around while cultivating. The 1000-year heavenly tribulation was approaching step by step. No one dared to be negligent. It was fine if he didn't enter the Divine King realm, but once he did, he would have to face the heavenly tribulation that occurred once every 1000 years. However, he will most likely choose to enter the War Academy. This kind of practical genius, what he cares about the most is his strength. However, there seems to be some rumors saying that his ability to refine divine pills isn't small. He can even refine a peak king-level divine pill. I wonder if this news is true or false. Tan Fei's eyes became brighter and brighter. Duan Lingtian. That was the student in the dormitory next to him. It was his neighbor. There was a saying that distant relatives weren't as good as close neighbors, and it was referring to people like them. I must build a good relationship with him. I must build a good relationship with him. Such a big shot isn't someone I can come in contact with at any time. As long as he gives me some pointers, it will be enough for me to enjoy for the rest of my life. Chapter 4099. The dormitories within the Myriad Arts Academy were all secluded small courtyards with mountains and rivers inside. Of course, the mountains were fake mountains and the water was just a small pond. However, even though the area was not big, it still gave off a peaceful feeling as if one was in nature. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside one of the dormitories like the wind and said with a smile, "Wang Yunxing, if you're not cultivating, why don't I come in and have a seat?" It was a handsome young man in a flowing green robe. When he smiled, he gave off a warm feeling. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice was heard from the stone house in the small courtyard. "What's the matter?" As soon as the voice was heard, the stone house's door opened. Then, a tall and sturdy young man with a pair of cold eyes slowly walked out of the stone house. When he came out, his gaze fell on the newcomer. Seeing the sturdy young man, Wang Yunxing, walk out of the door, the elegant young man did not stand on ceremony and entered the small courtyard in a flash. He sat down on a bench next to the small pond in the small courtyard and placed his arms on the back of the bench naturally. He crossed his legs and smiled at the sturdy young man as if he was the owner. The sturdy young man's expression remained indifferent when he saw this. It was as if he was used to the person in front of him acting so casually. "Speak, what's the matter?" the sturdy young man asked with a hint of impatience in his tone. "You know that Duan Lingtian, a genius disciple of the God Emperor level sect Chunyang School in Tonglung Province, one of the 7 prefectures, has come to Myriad Law Academy, right?" the young man asked with a smile. "Yes." The sturdy young man nodded faintly. "You're here for this?" The young man chuckled. "I heard that your Mon-origin divine sect's godly venerable expert personally came and was rejected by him. Since he looks down on your Mon-origin divine sect, as one of the Mon-origin divine sect's holy sons, can you swallow this insult?" The young man's words were provocative. Wang Yunxing snorted coldly. "Shaoan, you came all the way here just to tell me this? If the news I received is correct, Duan Lingtian didn't only reject the Mon-origin divine sect, but he also rejected the Hanlin divine mansion. The elegant young man came from a heavyweight godly venerable rank faction, the Hanlin divine mansion. Some time ago, the godly venerable rank experts from the Hanlin divine mansion went to the 7 prefectures Chunyang School to invite Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Wang Yunxing or Shaoan, they were both well-known figures among the younger generation of the Mon-origin spirit sect and the Hanlin divine mansion. The reason they came to the Myriad Law Academy was not only because there were some things they were interested in, but also because they wanted to see the strength of other geniuses of the same generation. Wang Yunxing and Shaoan had fought for a while when they first came to the Myriad Arts Academy. Both, in the end, Wang and Dun Lingtian was. Over time, although the two of them did not become friends, they were more familiar with each other than ordinary people. Wang Yunxing's personality was cold, so he naturally ignored Shaoan. However, Shaoan did not mind Wang Yunxing's estrangement and came to visit again and again, which made Wang Yunxing feel quite helpless. After all, it would be difficult for him to defeat Shaoan if they were to fight. Of course, the reason why he could recognize Shaoan was because Shaoan was not a mediocre person. Geniuses were all proud. To gain his recognition, one must either know him when he was young or be at least as strong as him. In Wang Yunxing's eyes, Shaoan was undoubtedly the latter. "You're quite well informed." Shaoan smiled. "How about it? Are you interested in testing out this genius who was personally invited by Vice Palace Master Yang to join the academy? You should know that even you and I don't have such treatment. Moreover, Vice Palace Lord Yang seems to have accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master and called him little junior brother." There was no lack of instigation in Shaoan's words. "If you want to test him, do it yourself. Don't think of using me as a tool." Wang Yunxing said lightly. "Boring." Shaoan stood up and shrugged. "I'm just casually asking you. If you're not willing to do it, then don't do it. I'm here this time mainly to discuss a deal with you." Shaoan's expression turned solemn when he spoke up to this point. Then he looked around vigilantly before he sent a voice transmission to Wang Yunxing, causing Wang Yunxing to frown slightly. After a moment, Wang Yunxing's brows relaxed, and a hint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. "I don't have to do this, right? You can do it yourself. Aren't you tempted by that thing?" Wang Yunxing looked at Shaoan suspiciously. Shaoan shook his head. "Indeed, I want that thing. However, just like the other fellows, it's not convenient for me to make a move. After all, I'm worried that I'll offend him because of this. It'll be fine if he dies halfway and can't grow. However, if he grows and bears a grudge, I'm afraid I'll be in a bad situation. Although I have the Hanlin Divine Residence behind me, I'm not an existence that can't be abandoned in the Hanlin Divine Residence. You're different, Wang Yunxing. You're a direct descendant of that senior from the Mon-origin divine sect." Shaoan sighed. "To put it bluntly, we don't dare to offend him too openly. However, you, Wang Yunxing, don't have this concern." Wang Yunxing snorted coldly. "In my opinion, you're not necessarily afraid of his future, right? Currently, you're more afraid of Vice Palace Master Yang, right?" Shaoan smiled awkwardly when he heard this. Although he did not say anything, there was no doubt that he tacitly agreed with Wang Yunxing's statement. This was the truth. "Do you know who posted this mission on the darknet?" Wang Yunxing asked Shaoan. Without waiting for Shaoan to respond, Wang Yunxing continued, Even if you don't know, tell me your guess. I have some idea in my heart, but I'm not too sure. I'm afraid my guess is similar to yours. Xiaoan smiled. Then, the two of them looked at each other and spoke at almost the same time. Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Art Academy. He was also Duan Lingtian's third senior brother. Of course, when they mentioned this name, they did not mean that Yang Yuchen was the one who posted the mission to test Duan Lingtian and suppress Duan Lingtian on the dark net. Instead, they wanted to say that it was related to Yang Yuchen. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have been targeted. It's most likely someone from the branch of Legacy. I just don't know who it is. Moreover, you know that in the Myriad Art Academy, the Darknet missions are issued directly through that divine weapon. Unless an existence above the level of a high-level ultimate god intervenes, it's very difficult to find out who it is. But is that possible? That divine artifact. Many people speculate that it belongs to that person. The Darknet was a secret trading platform within the Myriad Art Academy. It was usually not put out in the open, but many people knew of its existence. The existence of the Darknet mainly relied on a divine weapon. It was said that it was a high-level divine weapon that had already developed a weapon soul. However, it was not the kind of high-level divine weapon that was offensive or defensive, but a high-level divine weapon that was auxiliary in nature. Within the Myriad Art Academy, as long as one performed a set of hand gestures, one could open the Darknet mission posting interface. One could issue a mission there and pay the deposit at the same time. If the mission was completed, one would need to pay the remaining balance. In the history of the Myriad Art Academy, there were people who deliberately did not pay the balance, and in the end, no one had a good ending. The Darknet divine weapon punished those who violated the rules of the Darknet according to the amount of balance. The heavy punishment was death, while the light punishment was some minor punishment. However, as long as the person was not executed, they still needed to pay the balance after being punished. Moreover, it's not like you don't know, the Darknet is only open to existences below the level of Ultimate God. Even if it's a mission issued by a big shot from the branch of Legacy, it must be through someone else. Xiaoan said. That's true. Wang Yunxing nodded, and then his eyes flashed. You don't dare to accept this mission, but I do. It just so happens that I also want to see how strong the person who rejected the Mon-Origin sect is. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yunxing performed a set of hand gestures in the air. In the next moment, a gray mirror image appeared in the void. There were two faintly discernible words formed on it. If one looked closely, it was not difficult to see that it was the words Darknet. Mission browse. Wang Yunxing said lightly. In the next moment, the gray mirror image in front of him showed a list of missions arranged from top to bottom. Moreover, it was constantly scrolling and changing. It was not until Wang Yunxing called for it to stop that the mirror image stopped scrolling. The third one. Wang Yunxing stared at the third line of missions in the mirror image. The title of the mission was to test and suppress the genius Duan Lingtian from the 7 prefectures. Even if it was just a test, the reward was so generous that Wang Yunxing was tempted. If the suppression was successful, the reward would be even more generous. Even Wang Yunxing's eyes lit up at this moment. At the end of the mission, there was a note that only those below the God Emperor realm could accept it. Usually, only those below the God Emperor realm could see the mission. Those above the God Emperor realm could not see the mission even if they summoned the Darknet. In fact, this mission was mainly issued to Wang Yunxing, Xiaoan, and a group of outstanding young geniuses in the Mystic Gangland. Xiaoan had seen this mission before. That was why he came to find Wang Yunxing and asked if he was interested, because he knew that although Wang Yunxing knew how to summon the Darknet, he rarely looked at the missions posted on it. He would only take a few glances at it when others reminded him. Accept the mission, Wang Yunxing said, and accepted the mission. At the same time, in another part of the Myriad Arts Academy, a mid-level God Emperor who was cultivating suddenly sent out a message. Master, someone has accepted the mission. I just don't know who it is. But we will know soon. At the same time, many people who were paying attention to the mission for the Duan Lingtian on the dark net found that the mission had been accepted by someone. Who could it be? Chapter 4100. The Dark Net's existence in Myriad Law Academy was not a secret. In fact, anyone who had stayed in Myriad Law Academy for a period of time would know about the existence of the Dark Net. As for the higher-ups of Myriad Law Academy, they were even more aware of the existence of the Dark Net. At the same time, they also knew that the Dark Net had existed since Myriad Law Academy was founded. Many people suspected that the Dark Net's divine artifact was in the hands of the current Academy Master of Myriad Law Academy and had been passed down from generation to generation. However, no one had confirmed this, so it had always been a suspicion. However, the possibility of this was very high. Otherwise, how could the Dark Net have always existed in Myriad Law Academy and not have been attacked? In the history of Myriad Law Academy, it was not that the higher-ups of Myriad Law Academy had never launched an attack on the Dark Net, but in the end, nothing was done. They could not find the source of the Dark Net. After all, even if some people in Myriad Law Academy wanted to investigate, they would not be able to trace it back to the current Academy Master. Of course, they did not dare to. Therefore, under such circumstances, no one had suggested attacking the Dark Net in recent years, because everyone knew what was going on. The Dark Net might have been created by the Academy Master himself. Even if it was not, it was definitely supported by the Academy Master. In the history of Myriad Law Academy, no Academy Master had ever targeted the Dark Net since its existence. It was as if every generation of Academy Masters had tacitly acknowledged the existence of the Dark Net. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, anyone who saw that the Dark Net's mission against Duan Lingtian had been accepted started to pay attention to Duan Lingtian. Those who could directly see the mission against Duan Lingtian through the Dark Net were only Myriad Law Academy students below the God Emperor level. Those above the God Emperor level could not see it. However, not long after, existences above the God Emperor level also learned about this mission from others. They also knew that this mission had been accepted by someone else. Someone issued a mission against Duan Lingtian on the Dark Net? Before Tan Fei could leave the Myriad Law Bazaar, he heard many people discussing this matter. After frowning slightly, he immediately returned to the dormitory. In the dormitory, Tan Fei made a set of hand seals and the Dark Net appeared. Then he saw the content of the mission against Duan Lingtian. Probing and suppressing could obtain different rewards, and one had to make a move in public. Let's remind him. Tan Fei's eyes flickered. He eventually walked out of his dorm and went to dorm 603 next door, which was also Duan Lingtian's dorm. Then he knocked on the door. Inside dorm 603, Duan Lingtian wasn't cultivating. He was currently using the memory jade slips he had obtained when he had gone through the admission procedures to understand the various aspects of the Myriad Art Academy. With the passage of time, his understanding of the Myriad Arts Academy also deepened. It was only when he heard a knock on the door that he came back to his senses. Is it him? Although Duan Lingtian had set up an isolation array, he didn't block out any sound, so the knocking on the door could be heard clearly. Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he didn't know why the other party was looking for him, he still went to open the door since he had nothing to do. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked bluntly, "What's the matter?" He had already met the person in front of him before. He lived in dorm 602 next door, and those who lived there were naturally all students of the Myriad Arts Academy. There were no exceptions. Duan Lingtian, is it convenient for you to come in and talk? Or do you want to come to my place? Tan Fei seemed to be a little vigilant. He looked around a few times and asked Duan Lingtian, "Come in." Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. It seemed that Tan Fei really had something to talk to him about. However, he couldn't figure out what Tan Fei wanted. After Tan Fei entered, he casually closed the door and then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Duan Lingtian, you're new here. Do you know about the existence of the Dark Net?" Dark Net? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of this. Even the information he had learned about the Myriad Arts Academy didn't mention this Dark Net. It seems that you still don't know. Seeing the puzzled look on Duan Lingtian's face, Tan Fei smiled bitterly. Or rather, Vice Palace Master Yang didn't have time to tell you about this. The Dark Net is the name of a platform unique to the Myriad Arts Academy. On it, you can post and accept missions. When Tan Fei saw that Duan Lingtian did not know about the existence of the Dark Net, he took the opportunity to introduce the Dark Net to Duan Lingtian. He told Duan Lingtian about the origin of the Dark Net and its current prosperity. The Dark Net is suspected to be an auxiliary artifact that has given birth to an artifact soul. It's suspected to be in the hands of the past Myriad Arts Academy masters. Although these were only guesses, when Duan Lingtian heard from Tan Fei that the past palace masters of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace had never personally issued any orders against the Dark Net. Moreover, it seemed as though they had tacitly agreed to the existence of the Dark Net. Therefore, Duan Lingtian felt that these two guesses were most likely true. Otherwise, how could the attitude of the past Myriad Arts Academy masters toward the Dark Net be explained? Someone issued a mission against me? While Duan Lingtian was frowning slightly, Tan Fei also made a set of hand seals in front of Duan Lingtian. Immediately, a mirror image appeared in the void. In the mirror image, the words Dark Net appeared, and the surroundings were gray and hazy. Duan Lingtian watched Tan Fei's operation and soon saw the person targeting him on the Dark Net. It was a mission that was only available to existences below the Emperor God level. It was to test him and even suppress his limelight. The reward was very generous. At the very least, even Duan Lingtian was quite tempted. It's been accepted? Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that this mission against him had been accepted and no one else could accept it. This mission is only available to existences below the Emperor God level. Because it's clearly stated, existences above the Emperor God level can't see this mission when they open the Dark Net. However, although they can't see this mission, they can learn about it from others. Now that someone has accepted the mission, it won't be long before someone comes looking for you. At this point, Tan Fei's expression was solemn. Duan Lingtian, your strength has been known since the Seven Prefectures Feast. It's no secret. Under such circumstances, if someone still accepted the mission against you, it's enough to show that the other party is not an ordinary person. This mission is only available to existences below the Emperor God level. The only person who has the confidence to accept this mission is one of the most outstanding Emperor God students among the younger generation of Myriad Law Academy. Among them, there's no lack of prodigies from other godly venerable factions. You must not be careless. Tan Fei reminded him. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the same time. Thank you for reminding me. However, can you teach me the hand seals to open the Dark Net? Now, Duan Lingtian was very curious about this Dark Net in Myriad Law Academy. At the same time, he felt that it was very novel and magical. It was somewhat similar to the computer websites on Earth in his previous life. However, the computer websites on Earth in his previous life were products of science and technology, while the Dark Net in Myriad Law Academy was a completely different product. It seemed to be controlled by the auxiliary artifact's soul. And this was not impossible to achieve. That auxiliary artifact must have many formations hidden in it that cover the entire Myriad Law Academy. It's not impossible to activate the Dark Net and let the people in Myriad Law Academy conduct secret transactions. However, this Dark Net is somewhat similar to some of the platforms on Earth in my previous life. For example, Taba and Taba are both taking what they need. The person who refined the auxiliary artifact behind the Dark Net couldn't have also been to Earth, right? That's not right. Earth is just an insignificant civilized planet in one of the mundane realms between heaven and Earth. Let's not talk about other places, just the Yanhuang realm where Earth is located has many civilized planets, and some of them have more advanced technology than Earth. Those places also have similar networks and platforms. It's also possible that the person who refined the auxiliary artifact came from a technologically civilized place in this mundane realm. While Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with thoughts, Tan Fei also taught Duan Lingtian the hand seals to activate the Dark Net. Duan Lingtian also activated the dark net in front of him. This set of hand seals is only useful within the Myriad Law Academy. It has no use outside. Tan Fei reminded him in a timely manner, the dark net is limited to the Myriad Law Academy. Whether it's accepting a mission or completing a mission, it must be carried out in the Myriad Law Academy. For example, if you're asked to kill a divine demon, the mission won't be completed until you bring the divine demon's corpse back to the Myriad Law Academy. If there's no way to prove a mission, it's impossible to complete it. For example, sending a letter to someone. The person receiving the letter is not within the dark net, so the dark net has no way to confirm whether the mission is completed or not. Of course, this kind of mission won't be posted on the dark net. It can be posted directly at the Myriad Law Academy's mission office. Generally, the people who post missions on the dark net intentionally conceal their identities. To put it bluntly, the person who posted the mission doesn't want others to know that it was him who posted the mission. He doesn't want to see the light of day. For example, the person who posted the mission against you didn't want others to know that it was him who posted the mission. Otherwise, he would have offended more than just you. There's also Vice Palace Master Yang. Tan Fei's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of the dark net. At the same time, he felt that the dark net was becoming more and more interesting. I'm curious. Who was the person who accepted the mission against me? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, he knew that he would only know who the person was when the other party came knocking on his door. Duan Lingtian, be careful. I'll take my leave first. Having said what needed to be said, Tan Fei took his leave. Thanks. Although he didn't intend to interact with Tan Fei in the beginning, now that Tan Fei had taken the initiative to inform him of this matter, he still owed Tan Fei a favor. The Apex. Chapter 4101. After Tan Fei left, Duan Lingtian continued to learn about Myriad Art Academy. While he was distracted, his attention was still on the dark web. Then, he opened the dark web again and began to browse the various missions posted on it. The missions were either limited to existences below the Emperor God level or had no cultivation requirement. As for the missions that were limited to existences above the Emperor God level, he didn't see a single one. I reckon that I can't see this kind of mission because my cultivation is not high enough. The one who set up this dark web is either the weapon soul of the auxiliary divine weapon or someone is controlling the dark web by relying on the formation that covers Myriad Art Academy. There are only these two possibilities. When I opened the dark web for the first time, it seemed to have confirmed my cultivation level based on the divine power that appeared when I made the hand seals. However, as the saying goes, there's no smoke without fire. Since the dark web was set up by the weapon soul of the auxiliary divine weapon, it should be close to the truth. Moreover, if it was arranged for someone to manage the dark web, it would be impossible for the information to be hidden so tightly after so many years. If it was the weapon soul, it could be explained. After all, as long as the weapon soul's master doesn't order it, it definitely wouldn't speak nonsense in front of others. Speaking of weapon souls, Duan Lingtian was no stranger. His high-grade divine sword, the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword, had a weapon soul. In the past, it was the weapon soul of another divine sword. In the beginning, the other party's attitude was somewhat cold. However, after she became the weapon soul of his divine sword, she was completely loyal to him and obeyed his every word. Even if he wanted her to self-destruct, she probably wouldn't even frown. The weapon soul of a divine weapon existed because of the divine weapon and lived for its master. The master of that divine weapon should be the current sect master of Myriad Art Academy without a doubt. Moreover, after each generation's sect master stepped down, this divine weapon should be passed down to the next sect master and passed down from generation to generation. That's why the dark web has been able to last until now. Duan Lingtian looked at the missions posted on the dark web and found that there was even a mission to kill someone. However, no one had accepted it for the time being. Is the person to kill someone inside Myriad Art Academy or someone outside? If it's someone from the Myriad Arts Academy, would the Academy Master of the Myriad Arts Academy tolerate it? The Myriad Arts Academy also had its own rules. Killing each other was strictly prohibited within the academy. If one wanted to kill someone, they had to sign a life and death contract before killing. No one would care. However, if the other party didn't sign a life and death contract with you and you killed them, then you would be violating the rules of the Myriad Arts Academy, and you would be directly executed. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian could not help but send a message to his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen, as the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy, should have a better understanding of this. There's no doubt that the dark net is indeed controlled by the artifact's artifact soul. The inner palace has some ancient books that have been passed down to generations of leaders. Now that I have them, they prove this point. And the dark net divine artifact should be in the hands of the palace master. Yang Yuchen said. Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Even his third senior brother didn't know? I can only say that it's only right. Yang Yuchen sighed and said, there's a 1/3 chance of this happening. Of course, this is also the most likely possibility. 1/3? Duan Lingtian was even more puzzled. Was the possibility so small? Without waiting for him to continue asking, Yang Yuchen continued, there are 2 other possibilities. One of them is that the dark net divine artifact is in the hands of a reclusive powerhouse in the Myriad Arts Academy, a reclusive powerhouse that very few people know about. It's even possible that only the palace master knows about it. This kind of powerhouse would not appear unless the Myriad Arts Academy is in danger of being wiped out. Of course, it's hard to say whether such a powerhouse exists. But what's certain is that in the many years of the Myriad Arts Academy's history, there has been more than one such powerhouse. It's just that they rarely appear. Even if there is, I'm afraid that only the palace master knows about it. At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. The second possibility is that the artifact soul of the dark net artifact is an independent existence. It does not recognize the palace master as its master, but the palace master knows of its existence and acquiesces to its actions. No matter which possibility it is, it means that the palace master has tacitly approved of the dark net's existence. Speaking of this, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. As for the issue of the dark net's assassination mission you mentioned, actually this is quite sensitive. In the past, when the dark net first appeared in the Myriad Arts Academy, not many people dared to issue assassination missions on it. Until a courageous person issued an assassination mission and actually killed the target. After that, the entire Myriad Arts Academy was shaken. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank slightly. Third senior brother, was the person who was killed also a student of the Myriad Arts Academy? Or was it someone from the outside? If it was someone from the outside, Duan Lingtian would not be surprised and would not find it surprising. However, if it was someone from the outside, how would the dark net determine whether the target was correct? After all, the dark net only covered the Myriad Arts Academy. How would it know someone from the outside? It can't be someone from the outside, Yang Yuchen said. Yang Yuchen said, the dark net only covers the Myriad Arts Academy. You can issue an assassination mission, but you can only kill people from the academy. The dark net doesn't know anyone from the outside, so they won't accept such a mission. On the dark net, you can issue a mission to kill a student or a teacher. If you want, you can even issue a mission to kill the palace master. For example, someone once issued a mission to kill the current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy. It's just that no one accepted the mission. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Someone dares to issue a mission to kill the palace master? Is he crazy? Isn't he worried that the artifact soul of the Darknet's artifact will tell the palace master who issued the mission? Yang Yuchen smiled. The person who issued the mission is either crazy or probing. Of course, there's a third possibility. Probing? It must be someone who asked someone to issue such a mission and then hid in the dark to see if something happened to the person who issued it. As for the third possibility, it's the palace master himself who issued the mission for fun. When he heard the first two possibilities, Duan Lingtian thought it was normal. However, when he heard Yang Yuchen mention the third possibility, Duan Lingtian was speechless. Was the palace master that bored? Do you think the palace master wouldn't be that bored? Although Yang Yuchen wasn't in front of Duan Lingtian, he seemed to be able to see through Duan Lingtian's heart through the transmission. Of course, he didn't really see through Duan Lingtian's heart. He was just guessing. The current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy is different from the previous palace masters. Yang Yuchen smiled. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that he wants me to be his successor shows that he's different from the previous sect master. No matter how outstanding the previous palace master was, he wouldn't have thought of handing over the entire academy to someone from the inner palace. However, he doesn't seem to have the slightest concern. As the leader of the legacy branch, he doesn't care about the feelings of the others in the legacy branch. If I hadn't met him, I wouldn't have believed that someone could do this. Yang Yuchen's tone was filled with emotion as he spoke. Clearly, even he felt that some of the actions of the current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy were inconceivable. In the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, there have been many cases of students and teachers being killed. Apart from the 3 people who were killed inside the academy, the rest died outside. However, only 2 of the 3 people who were killed inside the academy were found. Before the murderers were executed, they admitted that they had accepted the mission from the Dark Net. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, he hasn't been found and should be safe and sound. Because of this, many people have begun to question. Is the Dark Net really in the hands of the Palace Master? If it's really in the hands of the Palace Master, why doesn't he care about the missions that cross the bottom line of the Myriad Arts Academy's rules? Of course, there are also people who think that in order to gain more authority over the Dark Net, even if it's in the hands of the Palace Master wouldn't destroy it like this. As such things continue to happen, the Dark Net's authority in the Academy grows. Everyone knows that the Dark Net can cross the bottom line of the Myriad Arts Academy's rules. Of course, accepting missions that cross the bottom line of the Academy's rules carries a certain degree of danger. Unless it's done flawlessly, only the Dark Net knows about it. Because of this, some people who complete missions outside, kill people, and bring back the corpses and other things that can prove the identity of the deceased back to the Academy. These people tend to live well. The Dark Net won't betray anyone. Yang Yuchen's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of the Dark Net. At the same time, he had some doubts. Was this really the work of the Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy? If so, what was the point of doing this? To put more pressure on the students and teachers of the Myriad Arts Academy? To train them? Or was it for other reasons? Duan Lingtian felt that the more he understood, the more he couldn't understand the Dark Net. I wonder, when will the person who accepted the mission to test me and suppress me in public come to challenge me? After ending his communication with Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian thought about the mission that targeted him being accepted by someone else. For a moment, his attention couldn't help but be attracted. 5 days later, he finally got the answer he was waiting for. Duan Lingtian, come out. A thunderous voice sounded outside the second dormitory. Not only did it alarm the group of students in the second dormitory, but even the students near the sword were alarmed. It's Wang Yunton. In next to no time, someone recognized the young man's figure that stood in the air outside the dormitory, and he revealed a surprised expression. It's him that accepted the assignment that targeted Duan Lingtian? Chapter 4102. Wang Yunxing, a genius from Myriad Arts Academy who came from the heavyweight godly venerable sect, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. It was said that he was the direct descendant of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's higher godly venerable expert. Apart from his shocking identity, Wang Yunxing was also very powerful. He was not even 10,000 years old and was only a higher godly emperor, but he had killed many emperor gods. Of course, he had only killed lower godly emperors. Even so, it was shocking enough. A lower godly emperor was still a godly emperor. There was an insurmountable gap between godly emperors and godly emperors. A godly emperor who could cross this gap and kill a godly emperor was a genius in any realm of the gods. Do you guys think Duan Lingtian will come out? After all, it's okay to refuse a challenge in the academy. A student asked another student who came out of the dormitory next door. I'm not sure. After all, I'm not a genius like him. However, I think that since he's a genius, he should be arrogant and won't submit to anyone, right? Duan Lingtian is quite famous in the 7 prefectures and won the 7 prefectures banquet. His strength is comparable to a lower godly emperor. However, it's only comparable. I heard that Wang Yunxing has killed a lower godly emperor before. Duan Lingtian is only a medium godly emperor after all. If he becomes a higher godly emperor, he might be able to compete with Wang Yunxing. However, it's uncertain now. Wang Yunxing's strength is top-notch even among the Monorigin divine sects holy princes. The group of Myriad Arts Academy students present obviously knew a lot about Wang Yunxing. Soon after Wang Yunxing appeared and asked Duan Lingtian to come out, a few figures flew out from the dormitory and flew over to watch from afar. I didn't lie to you, right? I told you that Wang Yunxing accepted the mission. Xiaoan, a prodigy from the Hanlin divine residence, smiled and said to the people around him, "Birds of a feather flock together." Those who could stand together with Xiaoan and chat casually were naturally not ordinary students of Myriad Law's Academy. They were all famous geniuses of Myriad Law's Academy. Most of them came from various ultimate god forces. The Myriad Law Academy was a very inclusive ultimate god level faction. Apart from the legacy lineage being the core, the student lineage did not reject the infiltration of other ultimate god level factions. Of course, in the Myriad Law Palace, the students were not able to enjoy the resources that were directly distributed. They had to rely on themselves to obtain everything, and even compete with others. In fact, it wasn't just the students. It was the same for Duan Lingtian's inner palace. Only the legacy lineage, as the core lineage of the Myriad Law's Academy, could enjoy special treatment. Yang Yuchen had told Duan Lingtian about this before he entered the Myriad Law Palace. At that time, Duan Lingtian felt that the Myriad Law's Academy's actions were equivalent to raising gu, to let a powerful gu stand out from a bunch of weak gu. In the Myriad Law Palace, the student lineage was like a whetstone for the legacy lineage. The legacy lineage's status in the Myriad Law's Academy was more like an independent sect. It's Xiaoan and Tang Yuji. When Xiaoan and the others arrived and stood in the distance, many students recognized them. These people were the best of the best among the current generation of Myriad Law's Academy students. In the Myriad Law's Academy, apart from the legacy lineage members, after 10,000 years, one was no longer a student. One could either stay and be a teacher or leave. Since these people were still students, it meant that they were not yet 10,000 years old. Moreover, these people had one thing in common. They were all upper god emperors. They were all well-known existences in the Myriad Law's Academy. In terms of strength, they were not inferior to Wang Yunxing, who was now challenging Duan Lingtian. Creak. Just as many students were wondering if Duan Lingtian would come out, the crisp sound of a door opening came from the second dormitory building. To be precise, it came from the 6th floor of the second dormitory building. Dormitory 603. It was also the dormitory that everyone's attention was on. Just a moment ago, this dormitory's door was still tightly shut, but now it was pushed open by someone. Following that, a purple figure walked out in a timely manner. This was a young man wearing a purple robe. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. As soon as he appeared, everything around him seemed to be overshadowed. He walked out with a calm expression, then flew into the air and confronted Wang Yunxing from a distance. His eyes were indifferent as he looked at the other party. Duan Lingtian, I thought you wouldn't dare to come out. Wang Yunxing smiled coldly when he saw Duan Lingtian come out. Why wouldn't I dare? Duan Lingtian glanced at the other party indifferently. Previously, I heard that someone took on the Dark Net's mission to target me. Now it seems that it's you? That's me. Wang Yunxing replied coldly. I'm Wang Yunxing, a student of Myriad Arts Academy and the Monorigin sect's Holy Son. I heard that you rejected the Monorigin sect's invitation. Today, I'd like to see the strength of the so-called most monstrous genius in the history of the 7 prefectures. As soon as Wang Yunsheng spoke, realization dawned on many people. It turned out that Wang Yunsheng was targeting Duan Lingtian not only because someone had posted a mission to target him on the dark net, but also because Duan Lingtian had rejected the Mon-Origin sect's invitation. The Mon-Origin sect? Although Duan Lingtian knew that there were people from various ultimate god forces in Myriad Arts Academy, he did not expect that the person who took on the Dark Net's mission to target him was also from the Mon-Origin sect. Moreover, it was the Mon-Origin sect's holy son. It's my freedom to choose which force to join. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Yunsheng indifferently, his tone as calm as ever. As for your wish to see my strength, I'm afraid you won't get what you wish for. I'm not interested in fighting with you. It's up to you to think that I'm afraid of you or that I don't want to fight with you. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to complete the Dark Net's mission. Before Wang Yunsheng could react, Duan Lingtian turned around and returned to his dormitory. It was not until the sound of the door closing with a bang that everyone regained their senses. Even Wang Yunsheng only regained his senses at this moment. Rejected? Duan Lingtian had rejected his challenge? Wang Yunsheng's expression changed for a while before he said coldly with a gloomy expression, "A genius from the 7 prefectures is nothing more than this. Everyone has overestimated you. In my opinion, you, Duan Lingtian, are a good for nothing. You don't even dare to fight with me. It seems like you don't live up to your reputation." However, Duan Lingtian did not respond to Wang Yunsheng's words. When Wang Yunsheng saw this, he did not stay for long. He turned around and left with a gloomy expression. It felt as though he had punched cotton. The onlookers thought they would be able to watch a good show. However, they did not expect such an ending. Was it over just like that? Duan Lingtian did not hide from the battle. Instead, he showed himself and refused to fight. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Do you think Duan Lingtian is afraid to fight with Wang Yunsheng, or does he really not want to fight with Wang Yunsheng? I think the former is more likely. I think so too. Most people thought Duan Lingtian was not a match for Wang Yunsheng, so he retreated in order to advance. In fact, his true strength was definitely not as good as Wang Yunsheng. However, in the face of these doubts, Duan Lingtian did not show himself to explain. Not long after, the news that Wang Yunsheng had accepted a mission from the Dark Net targeting Duan Lingtian and challenged Duan Lingtian but was rejected by Duan Lingtian spread throughout the Myriad Law Academy. This was a small matter. Most of the people in the Myriad Law Academy felt that Duan Lingtian did not accept Wang Yunsheng's challenge because he knew he was not as good as Wang Yunsheng. He rejected it? In fact, Yang Yuchen had heard from others that someone had posted a mission on the Dark Net targeting Duan Lingtian not long ago. When he heard that Wang Yunsheng had accepted the mission and challenged Duan Lingtian, he could not help but feel excited. Would his junior brother be a match for Wang Yunsheng? He even thought that even if his little junior brother could only fight Wang Yunsheng to a draw, it would still be a good result. However, he did not expect his junior brother to reject Wang Yunsheng. Did he really reject the challenge because he felt he was no match for Duan Lingtian? Or was it, as he said, that he disdained to fight Wang Yunsheng? Although Yang Yuchen had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength, he did not dare say that he had completely seen through Duan Lingtian. However, based on Duan Lingtian's performance at the 7 Prefectures banquet, he might not be a match for Wang Yunsheng. After all, Wang Yunsheng was the Mon-Origin sect's holy son. When news of him being humiliated by Duan Lingtian in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace spread, the Monarch Divine sect had also received the news. Wang Yunsheng was a proud person, so he naturally would not complain to the Mon-Origin sect like a child. However, Wang Yunsheng was not the only disciple of the Mon-Origin sect in the Myriad Law Academy. Vice Sect Master, do you really want our people to make a move? Duan Lingtian has a close relationship with Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy. Yang Yuchen even acknowledged him as his junior brother. In a secluded valley, a middle-aged man asked worriedly. The old man hovering in the air above the valley said indifferently, "Don't worry about Yang Yuchen. Do you think he'll be able to find out that it was someone from the Mon-Origin sect who made a move? Moreover, we're already giving Yang Yuchen face by not ordering our people to make a move earlier. This time, Duan Lingtian did not know what was good for him. How dare he make a fool of the Holy Sun? He's not the only one who deserves to die. Everyone in the lower planes who has anything to do with him deserves to die. Give the order immediately. Anyone in the lower planes who has anything to do with Duan Lingtian is to be executed. Isn't Duan Lingtian from the mundane plane? Destroy that mundane plane. The old man's tone was extremely cold as he spoke. Yes, Vice Sect Master. The middle-aged man acknowledged the order and retreated, his gaze turning cold in an instant. Chapter 4103. The moment Duan Lingtian found out that Wang Yunxing was a member of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, he had no intention of fighting him. Once they fought, even if Wang Yunxing could not defeat him, he could still complete the probing task according to the description of the Darknet mission and get the corresponding mission reward. It was just that the mission reward would be less. Even if Wang Yunxing defeated or tied with him, he could still get the mission reward for probing him. Originally, he was still thinking of seeing who accepted the mission to test him. After showing his strength, he could discuss with the other party how to split the mission reward. If he found the other party pleasing to the eye, even if the other party could not defeat him, it was not impossible for him to hide his strength and pretend to be defeated by the other party as long as he could get 2 portions of the mission reward. However, when he found out that the person who accepted the mission was a member of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, his previous thoughts were completely dispelled because he did not have a good impression of the Mon-Origin spirit sect or even its members. At first, he only heard about the Mon-Origin spirit sect from others and did not have a good impression of them. Later, when the godly venerable one of the Mon-Origin spirit sect went to Chunyang school to invite him to join the Mon-Origin spirit sect, he indirectly threatened him and made him completely confirm the moral character of the Mon-Origin spirit sect members. As a result, he was even more repulsed by the Mon-Origin spirit sect and its members. Therefore, after learning that the person who accepted the Darknet mission was a member of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, he directly rejected the other party's challenge. As for what the other party thought, he did not care what others thought. So what if they said he was not as good as the other party? He would not lose a piece of meat. What a pity! It turned out to be a member of the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Otherwise, I might be able to get some benefits this time. But who would be so bored as to pay such a high price to find someone to test me and even suppress me? As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little puzzled. He had just arrived at Myriad Arts Academy and did not know many people, let alone offend others. What kind of person would think so highly of him when he had just arrived? He could not figure it out. Third senior brother. Finally, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Yang Yuchen. The mission against me on the Darknet, was it you who posted it? Upon receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Yang Yuchen was stunned for a moment before replying bluntly, "How is that possible? Why would you say that I was the one who posted it? Your guess is illogical." Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian replied, "Didn't you say that even the palace master might post a mission to kill himself on the Darknet? Isn't it normal for you to post a mission to test me? Moreover, fourth senior sister's attitude towards me is clearly much better than her attitude towards you. Perhaps you're too embarrassed to make a move because fourth senior sister treats me better, so you posted a mission on the dark web to target me?" The more Duan Lingtian spoke, the more he felt that his guess might be right. Other than Yang Yuchen, he really couldn't think of anyone who would pay such a big price just to test him and suppress his limelight. Even now, he had offended Wang Yunxing of the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Even if he could afford to pay such a high price, it was impossible for him to pay such a high price to deal with him. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was Yang Yuchen. Although Duan Lingtian was not with Yang Yuchen now, he could still feel waves of annoyance and helplessness from his tone. You think too much. Do I have nothing better to do? Why would I pay such a high price to target you? Just for a small matter. You think too highly of me. As Yang Yuchen spoke, the change in his tone made Duan Lingtian wonder if he had really guessed wrong. But if it weren't for you, third senior brother, who would target me like this? I'm new here, so I don't know many people. It's impossible for me to offend anyone, right? Duan Lingtian voiced his thoughts. It was precisely because of this that he doubted Yang Yuchen. Otherwise, he couldn't figure out who would think so highly of him. After listening to Duan Lingtian's guess, Yang Yuchen spoke again, but his tone seemed to be suddenly enlightened. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian, "Little junior brother, you seem to have forgotten something. That is, you're not alone in the Myriad Law Palace." Yang Yuchen said, "I'm not alone?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "I'm alone? Why aren't you alone anymore?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but wonder why Yang Yuchen would say that he wasn't alone when he came to the Myriad Law Palace. Could it be that Yang Yuchen knew that he had a high-grade sword with a complete soul? As for the 5 divine elements, he felt that it was impossible for Yang Yuchen to discover it because he usually kept the microcosm in his body tightly shut. Not to mention an ultimate god expert, even an ultimate god expert wouldn't be able to pry into its mysteries. Once the microcosm in his body was tightly shut, it would be completely private. Therefore, he suspected that his cheap senior brother might have discovered the mysteries of the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his body. As for Huang, she usually stayed in the small world within his body to avoid being discovered. However, the 7 orifices exquisite sword was a complete soul divine sword after all. He didn't know if anyone would discover it when the soul of the sword wasn't there. Or rather, he didn't know if an ultimate god expert would be able to discover it under such circumstances. However, Duan Lingtian was relieved when he heard Yang Yuchen's next words. It turned out that he didn't discover the secret of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. When I brought you through the admission procedures, everyone knew that I called you junior brother and you called me third senior brother. Under such circumstances, who wouldn't know that I accepted a disciple on behalf of my master? Not many people in the internal palace know about it, but many people in the lineage of heritage know about it too. If it was in the past, no one would be so bored. But didn't I tell you? This generation's palace master is a weirdo. He actually wants me to be the next palace master. He also said that I don't need to leave the internal palace and only need to be in the lineage of heritage. Think about it, how many people in the lineage of heritage are dissatisfied with me? Especially those who thought they had a high chance of becoming the next palace master. How could they not see me as a thorn in their side? At this time, I have a junior brother like you. How could they not want to test you? Although you can't threaten them, if you can defeat the younger generation they've nurtured and I'm not weaker than them, how could they not be anxious? In the past, my advantage was my personal strength. In terms of nurturing the younger generation, I'm not as good as them. As the palace master, it's natural that I can't judge based on my strength. Even in terms of strength, I don't have much of an advantage over them. My advantage is that the current palace master wants to promote me. In fact, in their eyes, I'm not a threat at all. Although I'm not weak and have the support of the current palace master, in terms of nurturing the younger generation, they're 10 streets ahead of me. I can imagine that your appearance will make them feel threatened. I'm not weaker than them, and you're stronger than their younger generation. Coupled with the palace master's support, how could they not be afraid? Under such circumstances, it's normal for them to pay a price to test you. If they test you and find out that you're a big threat, they might even issue a mission to kill you to prevent future trouble. As Yang Yuchen spoke, although his tone was still calm, Duan Lingtian could still hear the anger that faintly flowed out behind the calmness. Obviously, Yang Yuchen was angry. I see. At this time, after listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian also came to a sudden realization. It was fine as long as he knew the reason. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know who was targeting him. Junior brother, don't leave the Myriad Arts Academy so easily in the future. Also, try not to live outside in the future and directly return to the inner academy. I'm just afraid that they'll do something desperate and make a move on you at the price of abandoning someone. Of course, that's after you show your value. This is also their original intention to test you. Yang Yuchen's words hit the nail on the head. As his voice fell, he sighed again. Sorry, I didn't think of this earlier. Otherwise, I'd remember to keep a distance from you outside. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian did not care. Third senior brother, you don't have to think like this. If they want to kill me, it'll also depend on whether they have the ability or not. Moreover, within the Myriad Arts Academy, presumably, they won't dare to casually let anyone make a move. Even if it's only a god emperor, it can also implicate them. Could it be that they're not worried that the palace master will hold them accountable? At most, I'll pay more attention and try not to leave the academy. After communicating with Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian also knew that his situation in the Myriad Arts Academy was not very good, but he was not the slightest bit afraid. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. He, Duan Lingtian, was not so easy to kill. For so many years, there were many people who wanted to kill him, but in the end, wasn't he still alive and well? However, just because he did not care, it did not mean that Yang Yuchen did not care. Although with his words of comfort, Yang Yuchen's emotions gradually calmed down. There was one thing that Yang Yuchen was determined not to give in on. That was to let Duan Lingtian return to the independent dimension where the inner palace was from today onwards. When the time came, he would be able to leave the independent plane where the branch of the inner palace was and return to the school dormitory after going to the immortal remains. Okay. Hearing that this was Yang Yuchen's final bottom line, although Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless, he did not refuse. The only thing he was worried about was whether his third senior brother would purposely delay the time he entered the ruins of the Supreme Powerhouse, right? After confirming from Yang Yuchen that the time to enter the ruins of the Supreme Powerhouse would not be delayed, he left the academy dormitory with peace of mind and returned to the inner palace under Yang Yuchen's secret protection. Little junior brother, why are you back so late? Did someone bully you? Tell senior sister will stand up for you. Duan Lingtian had just returned to the independent dimension where the inner palace was located. In the idyllic garden where the inner palace was located, the young girl looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn and serious expression. In the depths of her eyes, there was a hint of coldness flickering. Of course, this coldness was directed at the people who bullied Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4104. Looking at fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's pure eyes, Duan Lingtian's heart was touched. It was precisely because Lang Chunwan had always maintained the temperament of a young girl that he could see the value of her pure heart. Everything that this fourth senior sister showed in front of him now was from the bottom of her heart and was not pretentious. Fourth senior sister, no one bullied me. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I just learned more about Wanda Law Palace outside, so I came back a few days later. That's good. Upon hearing that, Lang Chunwan breathed a sigh of relief. Then she smiled at Duan Lingtian and said, Little junior brother, let's go. Let's go see the residence that I've prepared for you. If there's anything you don't like, tell me and I'll change it for you immediately. Lang Chunwan called out to Duan Lingtian, then led Duan Lingtian forward. Soon, she brought Duan Lingtian to a quiet small courtyard in a corner of the field. The small courtyard was not there, but it was very cozy. In addition to the basic stone table and stone stools, there was also a rockery, a small pond, a swing, and so on. It was obvious that Lang Chunwan had put in a lot of effort. How is it? Little junior brother, do you like it? Is there anything I can change for you? Lang Chunwan looked at Duan Lingtian with a gentle look in her eyes. This was her junior brother. She finally had a junior brother. Senior sister said that as the eldest senior sister, she had to dote on her junior brother and junior sister. In the past, she was the youngest. Now, she also had a junior brother. She should learn from senior sister and dote on her junior brother. I like it. Duan Lingtian smiled and replied, Senior sister, you don't have to change it anymore. It's fine like this. I like it a lot. That's good. Lang Chunwan nodded and then said, Then junior brother, you should rest first. When you're well rested and have time, I'll come and chat with you again. In the past, no one talked to me. Eldest senior sister left a long time ago, and so did second senior brother. Third senior brother rarely comes back. Towards the end, Lang Chunwan's mood was clearly not good. And Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in his heart. This fourth senior sister had such a temperament, he did not know how she had cultivated to the Emperor God realm. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary Emperor God realm. All right, little junior brother, go back to your room and rest. I'm leaving first. If you have nothing to do, you can come and chat with me. I won't disturb you unless I have something to do. Senior sister said that I can't simply disturb people. Some people's cultivation progress will be slowed down because of my interruption, and it is very likely that they will die under the heavenly tribulation earlier. Although Lang Chunwan's temperament was small, she seemed to be very sensible. Listening to her, Duan Lingtan also realized that the eldest senior sister whom he had never met had spent a lot of effort on this fourth senior sister. And it was precisely because of Lang Chunwan's sensibility and thinking about this fourth senior sister's past that Duan Lingtian felt even more sorry for this fourth senior sister of his. I hope fourth senior sister can live a carefree life. After sighing inwardly, after Lang Chunwan left, Duan Lingtian also returned to the only wooden house in the courtyard. In the wooden house, other than the bed, there were many furnishings and decorations. There were even many decorations pasted on the walls. On the wall beside the head of the bed, there was even a painting hanging. In the painting, there were 3 people. Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with the scene where the 3 of them were in. It was the independent plain where the inner palace was located, a farmland that looked like a paradise. As for the 3 people in the painting, Duan Lingtian was also familiar with them. It was him, Yang Yuchen, and Lang Chunwan. The 3 of them were vivid and lifelike, and their expressions were natural. It was the scene when Duan Lingtian was first brought to the paradise of the inner palace by Yang Yuchen. This was painted by 4th senior sister? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then he came back to his senses. Then, he felt that this painting could only have been painted by 4th senior sister. At this moment, he did not know whether to think that 4th senior sister was boring or to praise that 4th senior sister's painting skills were at a master level. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian began to calm down. His originally agitated emotions also completely calmed down at this moment. Next, he should be staying here for about a year. At least, in this year or so, he would not be able to leave the independent plain where the inner palace was located. According to his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, there was no way to enter the independent plain where the inner palace was located without the unique handprint opening method of the inner palace. Not to mention other people in the Myriad Law Academy, even the Myriad Law Academy's palace master could not enter. This was the private land of the inner palace, and non-members of the inner palace were not allowed to enter. The inner palace is really special in the Myriad Law Academy. Just like the external students, they don't receive any special treatment and have to rely on themselves to fight for everything. In the Myriad Law Academy, the people of the inner palace are no different from ordinary students. However, while the inner palace doesn't possess any of the resources of the 10,000 Law Academy, the 10,000 Law Academy won't be able to touch anything that belongs to the inner palace, such as this independent plane and the remains of the supreme expert. Duan Lingtian did not know if the inner palace had anything else. Perhaps there was, but he obviously could not come into contact with it at the moment. However, based on Yang Yuchen's analysis, he knew that when he came to the Myriad Law Academy and the inner palace, he had become a thorn in the side of some people. The Myriad Law Academy seemed to be calm and undisturbed. In fact, there was an undercurrent surging behind the scenes. All of this was related to the current palace master of the Myriad Law Academy wanting Yang Yuchen, the leader of the inner palace, to become the next palace master. This was something that had never happened before in history. Although 3rd senior brother always says that this generation's palace master is a weirdo, that's why he wants him to become the next palace master. How can someone who can become the palace master of the Myriad Law Academy be a wantonly mediocre person? He wants 3rd senior brother to succeed, so 3rd senior brother must have some redeeming qualities. Otherwise, why would he do this? Although Duan Lingtian was new here, he understood some basic principles. However, even if I don't cause trouble, if someone provokes me, I'm not to be trifled with. A cold light suddenly flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Third senior brother wants me to return to the academy dormitory after coming out of the ultimate powerhouse's relic. He wants me to further improve my strength in the ultimate powerhouse's relic so that I can protect myself when I return to the academy dormitory. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to cultivate. My current strength is still too weak. If I can become an upper divine emperor as soon as possible, even if it's an ordinary emperor god, I can kill him like a dog. Moreover, currently, the Myriad Law Academy is full of dangers. When Duan Lingtian returned to the inner palace's independent plane to cultivate, the people who were paying attention to Duan Lingtian at the Myriad Law Academy's legacy branch also received news. Duan Lingtian is hiding. Yang Yuchen brought him back to the inner palace. Did he notice something? Do you really think Yang Yuchen is so stupid that he can't detect something like this? Duan Lingtian is new here, who would target him other than us? We wanted to test him, but he didn't even respond. Now that Wang Yunsheng seems to have given up on the mission? Cancel the mission. It's meaningless. Moreover, we've alerted the enemy. I'm afraid the palace master already knows about this. Let's keep quiet for a while. At least, before Duan Lingtian shows enough of a threat, we should keep quiet for a while. We should have confidence in the disciples we've taught. Many people in the lineage of inheritance started to communicate with each other via voice transmission. After communicating for a while, the lineage of inheritance returned to deathly silence once more. In the Myriad Law Academy, many people were lamenting Duan Lingtian's undeserved reputation. However, there were also people who felt that Duan Lingtian's reputation was not undeserved. Perhaps, as he had said, he did not deign to fight with Wang Yunsheng. If Duan Lingtian's reputation was undeserved, would Vice Palace Master Yang have accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master? Of course, as time passed, the topic of conversation in the Myriad Law Academy gradually shifted to something else. Duan Lingtian stayed in the inner palace's independent plane and no longer appeared in the sights of others in the Myriad Law Academy. Most people gradually forgot about him. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian, who was quietly cultivating in the inner palace's independent plane, suddenly opened his eyes. Flames of anger rose in his eyes, and the divine power he released became somewhat restless. If he had not withdrawn his divine power in time, the wooden house he was in might have been reduced to dust. Little junior brother. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine power, a hurried and pleasant voice came from outside. Are you all right? I'm fine. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and regained his senses. He forced a smile on his face and said to the person outside. Then you. The person who had come was his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Senior sister, I only displayed my divine power because I had a sudden epiphany during cultivation. I'm going to continue cultivating. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Lang Chunwan, who was outside, heard Duan Lingtian's reply and felt relieved. She left. Solitary destructive heaven, Heavenly Emperor Palace. The Heavenly Emperor Palace, which had been rebuilt not long ago, was once again in ruins. A tall figure stood in the void. He was dressed in a long black robe, and his face was concealed by a force. Unless one could see through this force, it would be difficult to see his true appearance. Bang! The black-robed man casually struck out and pierced through the void. In the next instant, Feng Qingyang's law avatar was shattered and turned into nothingness. An upper celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian stared at the mysterious black-robed man with an unsightly expression on his face as he said coldly, even if you're hiding your identity, I can still guess you're from the Mon Origin Spirit sect. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the only one left alive in the huge Heavenly Emperor Palace of the solitary destructive heaven. To be more precise, Duan Lingtian's Law of Time avatar was the only one left alive. Chapter 4105. The Mon-Origin Divine Sect? The black-robed man scoffed disdainfully when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I'm sorry, I've never heard of it. It's been a long time since I've returned to the lower realms. I didn't expect my descendant would die at the hands of you, Duan Lingtian. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also kill everyone who's related to you. Oh, there's one more thing I have to tell you. My brother who left the Devata realms with me and went to the realms of gods was also killed by you. Just like me, his descendants were killed by you as well. Now that he's gone to your hometown, the Saint Province realm. Based on the time, your hometown should have disappeared from this world by now. The black-robed man sneered when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. You're going to destroy a mundane realm? Do you know how many living beings there are in that realm? Duan Lingtian did not expect the people from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect would be so crazy as to destroy a mundane realm just to take revenge on him. There were more than tens of thousands of living beings in a mundane realm. That's not something we need to worry about. The black-robed man smiled indifferently. You're the one who caused the disappearance of the Saint Province realm. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for killing so many people in the past. When the black-robed man finished speaking, he ignored Duan Lingtian's expression that was turning uglier and uglier as he continued to say, Unfortunately, the people who are directly related to you, Duan Lingtian, or their direct descendants, have all disappeared. It seems like Duan Lingtian has offended too many people that they have no choice but to hide. I only hope they continue to hide. In the future, my brother and I will return to the lower realms from time to time. If those people show up, we don't mind sending them on their way. The black-robed man continued to say, Although those people have gone into hiding, we've annihilated their clans and sects. Annihilate the entire clan. Although their direct descendants have been taken away by them, there must still be some friends in their clans and sects who are on good terms with them, right? Do they feel guilty that their friends died because of them? The black-robed man chuckled. And all of this was caused by you, Duan Lingtian. Their deaths should be blamed on you, Duan Lingnan. Duan Lingtian's face turned uglier with every sentence uttered by the black-robed man. He had never imagined that the people of the Mon-Origin spirit sect would be so crazy. The people who were related to him had left. The people who were related to him had also left. However, these people did not let go of those who had no interaction with Duan Lingtian. The slaughter won't end unless you, Duan Lingtian, commit suicide on the spot in front of everyone in Myriad Law Palace. The black-robed man continued to say. Upon hearing the black-robed man's words, Duan Lingtian was so angry that he laughed. You know I'm in the Myriad Law Palace. How dare you say you're not a member of the Mon-Origin spirit sect? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the energy in front of the black-robed human face trembled a few times. Then he raised his hand again and attacked. It tore through the sky and charged towards Duan Lingtian. Faced with the black-robed man's attack, Duan Lingtian's clone who had comprehended the law of time said coldly, From today onward, I, Duan Lingtian, will fight to the death with the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's clone who had comprehended the law of time was defeated. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, apart from the black-robed man, there was no other living being in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian's clones and Feng Qingyang's clones did not leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, most of the people in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, such as Meng Luo and Hua Lao, had left long ago. Young master, did the people from the Mon-Origin spirit sect make their move? Meng Luo asked with a grim expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian's clone rising into the air. His eyes were filled with rage as he looked at the sky. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, used to be the strongest general under Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Normally he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Yes. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His current law clone was the one who had used the space-piercing divine shuttle to return to the lower secondary realm. It was not the law clone that had accompanied his family. He had returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to settle down those who were related to him in the Devata realms. For example, his senior brothers and senior sisters from the heavenly lake palace in the boundless heaven and his teacher from the heavenly lake palace had all been brought here by him. He had even brought their direct descendants along. Apart from that, Su Li Huangjia Long, Su Li Huangjia Long, and the others who were related to them were also brought to the solitary destructive heaven. It was all to avoid the Mon-Origin Spirit sect's retaliation. After all, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect had a bad reputation. In the eyes of ordinary people, there was no conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. Did they have to join the solitary destructive heaven just because they invited them? Was the solitary destructive heaven not too unreasonable? Young master, the most they can do is destroy your and Lord Heavenly Emperor's clones. There's no need for you to be angry. Meng Luo comforted him. Senior Meng Luo. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Not only did they destroy my and my master's clones, but they also killed everyone they could kill. Although my friends and family managed to escape, their clans and sects were all killed. Also, the Saint Realm, the mundane realm where my master and I came from, was completely destroyed. How could a god emperor be so powerful? Although Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm when he finished speaking, Meng Luo could clearly feel the air around him turning colder. He could not help but shudder. All of them came from the Devata realms and went to the Mystic Gangland to join the Mon-Origin Spirit sect? Meng Luo asked grimly. If they weren't god emperors, they wouldn't have been able to unleash their full strength in the lower realms. Duan Lingtian replied. Don't these people have any descendants in the lower realms? They're so ruthless. Meng Luo said angrily. In fact, Duan Lingtian had thought about what Meng Luo had just said. However, since the other party had already made a move, there was no point in thinking about it anymore. It was obvious the other party wanted to kill them all. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. It was time for him to tell them about what had happened. Perhaps, they had already learned about what had happened through the shattered soul pearls. After all, they had the soul pearls of some of their friends in their clans and sections. Since those people had died, it was only natural that their soul pearls had shattered as well. Following that, Duan Lingtian began to visit them one by one. He went to look for him, explained the whole story, and then apologized. After all, he was the one to blame for this matter. If it were not for him, the people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect would not have come. This has nothing to do with you, so there's no need for you to take it to heart. I can only say that the Mon-Origin Spirit sect, a godly venerable god force in the realms of gods, has gone too far. Huang Jialong said through gritted teeth. The others nodded in agreement as well. Based on what you've said, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect isn't the only force that you've rejected. If that's the case, why didn't the other forces make a fuss about it? That's right. It's all the Mon-Origin Spirit sect's fault. They're a cult. Junior brother Duan Ling, once you're stronger, you must annihilate the cult and avenge the Heavenly Pool Palace. While Duan Lingtian was apologizing, the people who were brought here by Duan Lingtian were furious. However, their anger was not directed at Duan Lingtian, but at the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a solemn expression on his face as he said solemnly, I, Duan Lingtian, promise you that once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely flatten the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. When the time comes, I will use the floating image pearl to record the scene and comfort the souls of those who died innocently. Although the others did not blame Duan Lingtian, they did not blame him. Not only that, but they did not blame him in their hearts as well. However, Duan Lingtian still blamed himself. Late at night, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air above a perilous mountain peak as he looked into the distance with an indifferent expression on his face. You don't have to blame yourself. Nobody is blaming you. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared behind Duan Lingtian and said softly. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, she frowned slightly and looked behind her. Li Luo, why are you here? Hurry up and return. Otherwise, I'll ask Master to send you into closed-door cultivation for 3 years. As soon as the woman finished speaking, A young woman with delicate features walked out from the forest. She stuck out her tongue playfully and said, "Senior sister, I won't disturb you and brother-in-law any longer." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from sight. "I'm sorry." Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at the woman who had a cold temperament but was looking at him with a gentle gaze. He said apologetically, "If I hadn't gone to find you back then, very few people would have known about us. The Mon Origin sect wouldn't have attacked your sect. It has nothing to do with you." The woman with a cold temperament was none other than Murong Bing. She shook her head in the face of Duan Lingtian's apology. "You've done well enough. My master and the others of my bloodline managed to escape in time. Speaking of which, I should be thanking you. Thank you for saving them," Murong Bing said softly. She could imagine that if the person in front of her, whom she missed day and night, hadn't made proper arrangements, no one in her sect would have survived. "Thank you for thinking of me at this time. I'm sorry." "Is that all you know how to say sorry?" "I'm sorry." Late at night, under the moonlight, the figures of a man and a woman stood on a mountain peak as if they were a still picture. Chapter 4106. Land of Xingang. Myriad Arts Academy. After Lang Chunwan left, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and rested for a while. Eventually, he opened his eyes, and two sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. Monorigin Divine Sect. Although the person who attacked him said that he had killed his descendant and was seeking revenge, Duan Lingtian did not believe him at all. How could there be such a coincidence? Moreover, what kind of hatred could make the other party destroy a mundane realm? A mundane realm. That's a mundane realm. How could it be destroyed just like that? Duan Lingtian's clone had gone to take a look. His hometown in this life, the sanctuary realm, really did not exist anymore. It was as if it had never existed. He could not find his way back. There was no way back. This matter is not over. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and left the independent realm of the inner palace without alerting Lang Chunwan. Even though only half a year had passed since then. Although it was not yet the appointed date with third senior brother Yang Yuchen. Nevertheless, he still came out. He had no choice but to come out. He could not hold back his anger any longer. Third senior brother. After coming out, Duan Lingtian did not go anywhere. He only sent a message to his third senior brother Yang Yuchen. He could not send messages through the realm, so he had to come out. Little junior brother? Yang Yuchen was a little surprised that Duan Lingtian suddenly sent him a message. He then asked with a smile, "What's wrong? It's only been half a year, and you can't hold it in anymore? I'll let you enter the relic of the ultimate powerhouse in 5 months at most." Now, Yang Yuchen thought that his junior brother had left the independent plane of the inner palace to look for him because he couldn't hold back his temper and was in a hurry. "Third senior brother, I have something to ask of you," Duan Lingtian said to Yang Yuchen. "What is it?" Yang Yuchen was puzzled. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, didn't try to hide anything. He simply explained what had happened. "I would like to ask third senior brother's nomological clone to kill that Mon Origin spirit sects Celestial the Arch Powerhouse." Since Yang Yuchen was not a native of the realms of gods, he was able to display his full strength even if he went to the lower realms. Yang Yuchen, on the other hand, was an ultimate god expert and a medium-level ultimate god. Even if it was just a law avatar, he could easily kill the Mon Origin god sects emperor gods in the lower planes. "Are you sure they are from the Mon Origin cult?" After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Yuchen asked in a deep voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could hear the slight change in his third senior brother's tone. Before this, he had always heard his third senior brother speak in a gentle and refined manner, and it had never changed in the slightest. "Apart from them, it can't be anyone else," Duan Lingtian said confidently. "Moreover, even if third senior brother made a move, it wouldn't be easy to find out if they are from the Mon Origin Divine Sect. Due to the difference in cultivation bases, I couldn't see through the person who attacked. However, I'm guessing the person is only a law avatar and not his true self." Duan Lingtian felt slightly aggrieved when he said this. He was too weak. He could not even tell if the person was his true self or a law avatar. Moreover, under such circumstances, both his and his master's law avatars were easily destroyed by the person who attacked them. I'm sure I'll be able to find some clues if I make a trip there. If I can find some clues and find out who is from the Mon origin divine sect, I'll ask them to give you an explanation for this matter. Yang Yuchen's voice turned colder when he said this. Little junior brother, I can understand how you feel. However, what you need to do now is to improve your strength. 5 months from now, I'll send you to the ruins of the supreme powerhouses. With your innate talent, you should be able to gain something by then. As for the Mon origin divine sect, there's nothing you can do if you're not strong enough. Yang Yuchen reminded Duan Lingtian. I understand. Duan Lingtian replied. Then, he said, Senior brother, my law avatar will wait for you 10,000 miles south of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now, I'll return to the inner court. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Yang Yuchen's reply before he made another hand seal and opened the door to the independent realm of the inner palace. After Duan Lingtian returned to the 10,000 Arts Academy, another Yang Yuchen appeared in a quiet room in the Myriad Arts Academy. It was none other than Yang Yuchen's law avatar. If the culprit is really from the Mon origin divine sect, the culprit must die. Yang Yuchen muttered under his breath. Then he casually brought out a divine space-piercing shuttle and pierced through space before his law avatar entered the shuttle. South of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, 10,000 miles away, in a lofty mountain range, Duan Lingtian's law avatar hovered in the air. Soon after, Yang Yuchen's law avatar arrived. Little junior brother, what's your next step? Yang Yuchen asked Duan Lingtian after he appeared. Rebuild the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian replied. Before Yang Yuchen arrived, he had already contacted Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the others. With Yang Yuchen around, there was no need to worry about their safety. All right. Yang Yuchen nodded. Naturally, he knew his little junior brother was only trying to bait him. Following that, Duan Lingtian summoned Hua Lao, Meng Luo, and the other elders of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to rebuild the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At the same time, Yang Yuchen was secretly guarding the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In just 2 months, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was rebuilt to its former glory under the leadership of Hua Lao and Meng Luo. However, during these 2 months, no one came looking for trouble. It was as though the culprit had disappeared without a trace. They're not stupid. In a spacious courtyard in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen sat opposite each other. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, even if they receive the news, I'm afraid they won't dare to come. Duan Lingtian was slightly depressed. If I had known earlier, I would have asked your law avatar to come and guard the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, third senior brother. There's no such thing as if you had known earlier. Yang Yuchen shook his head. Moreover, you didn't say anything in the past. You probably didn't want to owe me a favor, so you didn't ask for my help. Later on, he opened his mouth because he had suffered a great loss. Filled with anger, he came to me for help. Yang Yuchen's words exposed the change in Duan Lingtian's mentality. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. After all, that was indeed what he thought. It's fine. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, it's just a law avatar anyway. I'll leave this law avatar here for a while and see if they still dare to come. Since they're here, they'll stay. However, I don't think they'll come. At the very least, they won't come in the near future. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was slightly depressed. However, he knew the culprit would not take the bait so easily. At this moment, any normal person would be able to tell it was a trap. Next, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, they'll either not make a move. If they make a move, it'll probably just be a test. They might deliberately ask those who have nothing to do with the Mon origin sect to make a move. When Yang Yuchen heard this, He glanced at Duan Ling Tian with admiration. He did not expect this little junior brother of his would be able to maintain his composure and make such an analysis under such circumstances. I even suspect that the person who made a move earlier might not be from the Mon-origin sect. Yang Yuchen said, however, the possibility of this is not high. After all, you said it yourself. The person who made the move was a higher god emperor. You'll have to pay a high price if you want to invite a higher god emperor to make a move on your foundation in the lower dimensions. After all, who isn't afraid of death? Moreover, you're not alone now. You're a student of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace and my junior brother. The junior brother of a medium god. Who would want to provoke him without sufficient benefits? Moreover, it would be a death feud. The land of Xianxia. In the Mon-origin sect. Lord Vice Sect Master, Duan Ling Tian and his men have returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to rebuild it. After that, they continued to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with great fanfare. I suspect this is a trap, so I didn't ask them to make a move and allowed them to return first. In the spacious hall, the person in the lower seat said respectfully to the old man sitting in the front seat. All right. The old man nodded. Well done. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Ling Tian must have found someone to help him. In fact, Yang Yuchen's clones might be guarding the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Yang Yuchen is not someone to be trifled with. The old man, who was the deputy leader of the Mon-origin divine sect, could not help but reveal a hint of fear in his eyes. If his law doppelganger is formed from the law he's good at, it'll be easy for him to kill a lower ultimate god. Don't make any rash moves without my permission. As long as we don't leave any evidence behind, Yang Yuchen won't be able to do anything even if he suspects the Mon-origin divine sect. However, if we leave any evidence behind, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape unscathed. The subordinate inhaled sharply when he heard the old man's words. Lord Vice Sect Master, is it that serious? With your status, do you think Yang Yuchen will be able to do anything to you even if the matter is exposed? The old man snorted. Yang Yuchen won't be able to do anything to me. However, if the old man from the Myriad Law Academy intervenes, let alone me, even if there are 2 or 3 of me, I'm afraid the Mon-origin divine sect will still hand me over. Let's keep quiet for a while. Duan Lingtan must be furious, but there's nothing he can do, right? If you want to blame someone, blame him for not knowing how to appreciate favors and refusing to join our Mon-origin divine sect. He can only blame himself for offending the holy son of the Mon-origin divine sect. Chapter 4107. As a heavyweight godly venerable rank force, the Mon-origin divine sect was naturally not afraid of the Myriad Law Academy. However, if one side was unreasonable and did something that crossed the line, they would need to make a statement to extinguish the anger of the other side. After all, they were in the wrong. If they did not make a statement, would they be hinting to the other party that they could attack the people from the Mon-origin divine sect? If that was the case, it would be a mess. Although the Mon-origin divine sect was not afraid of trouble and often took the initiative to stir up trouble, it did not mean they were willing to be enemies with the Myriad Law Academy. The Myriad Law Academy had always been a special existence among the heavyweight godly venerable rank forces. Many people even suspected it had the protection of a supreme expert. The reason for this suspicion was that the Myriad Law Academy had fought 2 major godly venerable rank forces in the history of the Mystic Gangland. However, the Myriad Law Academy had emerged unscathed. It was said that both times, the supreme expert behind the godly venerable rank forces had shown up. Under such circumstances, the Myriad Law Academy had emerged unscathed. Was it because the supreme expert had shown mercy? If it was only one time, it might be the case. However, if it was the same both times, it was somewhat thought-provoking. For this reason, the Myriad Law Academy's position in the Mystic Gangland had always been special. Although it was only a heavyweight godly venerable rank force, The other heavyweight godly venerable rank forces did not dare to treat it as an ordinary heavyweight godly venerable rank force. Let's wait patiently. I don't usually use my law clones anyway, so it doesn't matter where they are. During this period of time, don't slack off on your cultivation. Although it can't be said that the higher your cultivation, the greater the benefits of the trip to the ultimate powerhouse's ruins, there are only benefits to being stronger, and there are no disadvantages. You've already mastered the Tao of control, so you should be able to further improve your mastery of the law of time. After all, you're an expert in the law of space. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian. Of course, they were all just nomological law avatars here. Their true bodies were in the Myriad Law Academy in the Mystic Gangland. What Yang Yuchen did not know was that although Duan Lingtian was most proficient in the law of space, his attainments in the law of time were inferior. This was because his master, Feng Qingyang, had obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse in the past. The supreme powerhouse who had left behind the inheritance was a powerhouse who specialized in the laws of time. At that time, Duan Lingtian had stayed in a place similar to the law chamber left behind by that supreme master for a period of time. Not only had he comprehended the law of time, but his attainments were also not low. I understand, third senior brother. Next, I will cultivate in peace until you tell me to go to the ruins. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that it was useless for him to be anxious. The people from the Mono Yuan spirit cult hadn't come yet. Most likely, they wouldn't come in a short time. Rather than spending time on this, it was better to cultivate in peace. Furthermore, with Yang Yuchen around, there was nothing to worry about. In the end, I still have to beg third senior brother, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. In fact, before he left the Pure Sun sect, he had already made preparations to guard against the Monarch spirit cult, but he never thought that the people of the Monarch spirit cult would be so shameless. After those who were related to him had gone into hiding, they even attacked those who were from the same sect as him. They even killed the people from the Mono Yuan spirit cult. The Mono Yuan spirit cult. I'll settle this score with you sooner or later. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had another goal that he was eager to accomplish. His biggest goal in the past was to find his wife, Kerr, and reunite with Kerr. Then he would bring Kerr away from the divine offering land and reunite with his family. In the next few months, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was peaceful. No one dared to cause trouble. As for Duan Lingtian, after cultivating for a period of time, he was finally awakened by his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, who had returned to the inner palace. Little junior brother, we can enter the relic of the supreme powerhouse now. The ruins of the supreme powerhouse. In fact, Duan Lingtian had not been cultivating for a long time. It was not that he did not work hard, but he was distracted by distracting thoughts and could not calm down to cultivate. After all, what he encountered this time was no ordinary matter. Many lives had withered because of him. Most importantly, there was nothing he could do. He could not do anything about it. He knew it was the Mono Yuan spirit cult's doing, but there was nothing he could do. If I don't vent my anger, I won't be able to calm down to cultivate. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and met Yang Yuchen, who was waiting outside. Third senior brother, where's the ruins of the supreme powerhouse? It's in the Myriad Law Palace. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, to be precise, there's another independent plane right next to the independent plane where we're located. Speaking of which, our independent plane is connected to that independent plane. However, it's extremely difficult to enter that independent plane without destroying it. Therefore, we usually enter from outside. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. The ruins of the supreme powerhouse were right next to them? Third senior brother, are you here to bring little junior brother out to play? Suddenly, the figure of a young girl appeared like a ghost between Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen, and she looked at Yang Yuchen with excitement as she asked. The young girl was none other than Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. No. Upon seeing Lang Chunwan, Yang Yuchen smiled awkwardly. I'm here to bring little junior brother to the ruins of the supreme powerhouse. Junior sister, I think you should stay in your room and cultivate normally. Otherwise, you can stay in this field and comprehend the Tao of control and the order of time. Although you can't enter the ruins of the supreme powerhouse now, you can still benefit from it since it's right next to the ruins. Yang Yuchen then looked at Duan Lingtian. How old is your little junior brother? He's already mastered the Tao of control. As for you, you haven't even mastered the embryonic form. As a senior sister, don't you feel ashamed? Yang Yuchen smiled. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Lang Chunwan was stunned. She then looked at Duan Lingtian with her eyes wide open. Little junior brother has already mastered the Tao of control? Really? Third senior brother, you're not lying to me, right? The Tao of control is very difficult to master. Lang Chunwan's tone was full of doubt. Little junior brother, I trust you more. Tell me, have you mastered the Tao of control? I don't believe third senior brother's words. While Yang Yuchen looked helpless, Duan Lingtian looked at Lang Chunwan with a smile. Fourth senior sister, I mastered the Tao of control by chance. It doesn't mean anything even if I mastered it earlier than you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Chunwan also got a definite answer. Her eyes flickered for a moment, and she did not speak for a long time. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, she muttered, I can't be worse than little junior brother. As a senior sister, I should be a role model for little junior brother. Third senior brother, little junior brother, I'm going to cultivate now. I won't come out of seclusion until I master the embryonic form of the Tao of control. Lang Chunwan came and went like the wind. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes, showing her childish nature. Yang Yuchen had long been used to this. As for Duan Lingtian, he was not used to it at first, but he was gradually getting used to it. Little junior brother. Suddenly, Yang Yuchen seemed to have noticed something. He glanced at Duan Lingtian. Why do I feel like your aura is a little restless? Is your cultivation not going well? As an ultimate god expert, Yang Yuchen could clearly sense the restlessness in Duan Lingtian's aura even if he did not deliberately check on Duan Lingtian. There's resentment in my heart that can't be resolved. Seeing that Yang Yuchen had noticed, Duan Lingtian did not hide it. He smiled bitterly and said, Fortunately, my 1,000-year tribulation is still early. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be affected by the inner demon. Even if I can get through it, I'm afraid I'll be injured. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to pass the heavenly tribulation now. It could be said that he could easily shatter the heavenly tribulation and pass the heavenly tribulation. However, if the inner demon came, he would be injured even though he was supposed to be unscathed. Because of what happened in the lower dimensions? Yang Yuchen frowned slightly. Actually, you don't have to take it to heart. What's done is done. There will come a day when the truth comes to light. When that time comes, I'll get justice for you. Yang Yuchen's eyes flashed with a cold light. When that time comes, if I don't have the ability, I'll look for the palace master. If the palace master still can't do it, I'll look for first senior sister and second senior brother. The moment Yang Yuchen's words left his mouth, apart from feeling touched, Duan Lingtian was also shaken. Based on what his third senior brother said, even if the first senior sister and second senior brother were not stronger than the palace master, they were not weak. At least, they were not weaker than his third senior brother. Third senior brother, are first senior sister and second senior brother also medium ultimate gods? Duan Lingtian couldn't restrain the curiosity in his heart and couldn't help but ask. Second senior brother is a medium ultimate god. Yang Yuchen said, as for first senior sister, I'm not sure if she has broken through yet. Under normal circumstances, she should have broken through. However, that's not necessarily true. The higher ultimate god realm is not that simple. All in all, you just have to remember that you're a member of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's internal branch. The internal branch is not that easy to bully. You want to bully the internal branch? Not even a giant ultimate god force can do that, let alone a small mon-origin divine sect. A cold light flashed in Yang Yuchen's eyes again as he finished speaking. At that moment, Duan Lingtian had a new understanding of the internal branch. At the same time, he felt that joining the internal branch of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace was the wisest decision. Let's go. Yang Yuchen took Duan Lingtian and left the independent dimension where the internal branch was located. He then made a series of more complicated hand seals in the void not far away. A moment later, an open black hole that was constantly rotating appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4108. The ceaselessly rotating black hole was like a black whirlpool that emitted waves of terrifying suction force. Even though Duan Lingtian was far away, he could still feel the suction force that assaulted his face. Although the ultimate expert's relic is also an independent dimension, it's different from the independent dimension where the internal palace is. It's an independent dimension that hasn't been developed or modified. Of course, there's no way to develop or modify it. Or rather, there's no way to develop or modify it. Perhaps the ultimate experts have the means, but at least a higher ultimate god wouldn't. Yang Yuchen paused for a moment. He did not avoid Duan Lingtian's shocked gaze as he looked at Duan Lingtian. There have been many higher ultimate gods in the history of the inner palace. After you enter, look for your own opportunities. Although I've been there before, I can't give you any pointers. Everyone who enters the ultimate expert's relic will see a different scene. Eldest senior sister, second senior brother, and I have suspected this before. It's probably because of you. Or rather, it's more like a nightmare world. At least, the places that the three of us enter are very familiar to us. As for looking for opportunities in there, just do as you wish. There's no need to be too deliberate. Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised by Yang Yuchen's words. He did not expect the ultimate expert's relic to be such a unique existence. Before this, he thought that before he entered, his third senior brother would share his experience with him so that he would be able to gain the most from it. However, it seemed like he had thought too much. It turned out that different people would see different scenes in the ultimate expert's relic. Moreover, according to his third senior brother, it was a scene that he was familiar with. The place of the outer fringe? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's voice sounded again. Little junior brother, after you enter, you don't have to think about anything else. Just follow your heart. You'll be at a disadvantage if you think too much. You just have to remember two things. The ultimate expert who left behind the ultimate expert's relic was skilled in the law of time. At the same time, he comprehended the Tao of control of the four Tao of heaven and earth. Inside, you just need to focus on these 2 points. Also, although the slaughter inside won't really kill you, every time you die, you'll have to start all over again. Moreover, he might have started from the starting point of another line. Try your best not to die. If you die 3 times, you'll be forcefully sent out. Speaking of which, the reason why fourth junior sister didn't even manage to grasp the embryonic form was also because she quickly died 3 times and was sent out. The scenes that appear in the ruins of the supreme powerhouses are all targeted at the heart of the person who enters them. For example, if you enter the ruins and don't have a greater obsession, you might see the people of the Mon origin divine sect that you've seen before. If you see them, kill them if you can. If you can't, run. Try not to die. Judging from the long history of our inner palace, the longer we stay in the ultimate expert's ruins, the more benefits we'll get. Among our generation of inner palace disciples, eldest senior sister and I have stayed in there the longest, and we've both mastered the Tao of control. Second senior brother is slightly lacking. Fourth junior sister is even worse. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea of what was going on. The longer one stayed in the ultimate expert's ruins, the more benefits they would get. Perhaps fourth senior sister had not stayed in there for long. She did not even manage to grasp the embryonic form of the Tao of control. Second senior brother had not stayed in there for long and had only grasped the embryonic form of the Tao of control. As for eldest senior sister and third senior brother, They had stayed in there for a long time and had grasped the Tao of control. Every time someone enters the ultimate expert's ruins, they'll need to rest and replenish the special spirit energy hidden in there. However, even if the spirit energy recovers, those who have entered before can't enter a second time. You only have this one chance, so you must cherish it. Remember what I told you. If you can avoid dying, try your best not to die. If you die 3 times, you'll be sent out. The longer you stay in there, the more benefits you'll get. Yang Yuchen reminded Duan Lingtian again. In response to Yang Yuchen's reminder, Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. I understand, third senior brother. All right, it's good that you understand. Yang Yuchen nodded and said, you may enter directly. If you die 3 times in there and are forcefully sent out, you'll return here. I'll wait for you here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yuchen sat cross-legged in the void without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Then, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Duan Lingtian moved at the right time and leaped into the black hole in front of him. The moment he entered the black hole, he felt an irresistible force enveloping his body and bringing him in. At the same time, his consciousness became blurry. When Duan Lingtian's body was submerged in the black hole, Yang Yuchen suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze flickered as he muttered, I wonder, how long can this little junior brother last in there? Back then, I lasted for 3 months and more than 12 days in there. Eldest senior sister lasted for 4 months. Second senior brother only lasted for less than 2 months in there. Little junior sister only lasted for half a month in there. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Yang Yuchen's words since he had already entered the Supreme Powerhouse's remnant. Now, after being in a daze for a while, he had finally regained consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that he had returned to his hometown in the mundane plane. This was also the first place he had appeared in after his rebirth, the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. Boom! Before he could come back to his senses, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Then, with a flash of his body, he subconsciously stepped into the air and saw that the entire Li clan, and even the entire Fresh Breeze Town, had been turned into ruins. Blood flowed like a river among the rubble. A black-robed man could be seen hovering in the air in the distance. Based on his appearance, it was clear he was the same person who had destroyed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and destroyed Duan Lingtian's and his master Feng Qingyang's clones. It's you again. Although Duan Lingtian knew everything before his eyes was fake, his expression could not help but change. Although Duan Lingtian kept telling himself that everything was fake, the feeling of the wind blowing against his face gave him a feeling that everything was real. Was it real or fake? At this moment, it was difficult to tell the difference. It's fake. It's all fake. While Duan Lingtian was constantly trying to persuade himself, the black-robed man standing nearby actually laughed sinisterly. That's right. It's me, Duan Lingtian. I'm the one who destroyed you and your master Feng Qingyang's clones. Today, I'll destroy your true self. As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, he flew toward Duan Lingtian with a murderous aura surging from his body. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian, who had calmed down, became agitated again. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and turned to flee. Teleportation. 2 teleportations. After 2 teleportations, the black-robed man disappeared from his sight. However, although the black-robed man had disappeared before his eyes, the black-robed man's voice still reverberated in his ears. Duan Lingtian, you can't escape. You're just a little divine emperor. You can't escape from me, a high-level emperor god. Today you'll definitely die. The deafening voice was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian continued to flee. Is this real or fake? But why does it feel so real? Then, Duan Lingtian continued to teleport. During this process, he deliberately touched some things and could feel their touch. He could even feel the pain when he pinched himself. A gust of wind whistled and Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he quickly moved to the side. It was a 7-foot-long spear. It brushed past his body and left a trail of blood on his body. Then with a loud boom, it landed on a mountain peak below him. Bang! After a loud bang, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. Rumble! Rumble! Duan Lingtian glanced sideways and saw the mountain peak that was originally intact had turned into ruins. He had intentionally taken a look at this mountain peak previously. When he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and headed to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he had passed by the mountain path at the foot of this mountain. At that time, he had intentionally raised his head to look at this mountain. He felt that this mountain was very tall and wondered when he would be able to fly to the top of the mountain and look down at this mountain and the surrounding land. Naturally, that was just a thought at that time. Later on, he had forgotten about it. He had never realized that thought. However, at this moment, he remembered it. The thought at that moment felt like it had happened yesterday. While Duan Lingtian was in a daze, a burst of unbridled laughter resonated in the air. It was accompanied by an excited cry. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically at this moment. Oh no! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw at the instant he was distracted, a spear light that was like an enormous pillar soared through the sky, and it was like a light of annihilation that enveloped him within it. At the same time, he felt excruciating pain all over his body. Then he lost consciousness. When Duan Lingtian regained consciousness, he discovered he was no longer in his hometown, the Saint Province realm. He was currently in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Little junior brother, what are you thinking about? A voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears when he discovered he was in the air above the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Then he saw Yang Yuchen standing next to him. Third senior brother? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he raised his guard. At the same time, he teleported away from Yang Yuchen and stared at him from afar. Chapter 4109. In less than a day, Duan Lingtian had died. It was only when he died that Duan Lingtian realized he had been too careless. How could he have let his mind wander when he was being chased by a god emperor? Naturally, he knew his opponent might not have been able to catch up to him as long as he was not distracted. Otherwise, what was the point of playing this game? He did not believe that the ruins of an utmost powerful being were meant to send him to his death. At the very least, he was certain he would not have died if he was not distracted. I can't let my mind wander. All of this is fake. No matter how real it is, it's fake. Everything in front of me isn't real. Anyone can make a move on me. Duan Lingtian had calmed down a lot after his first death. At the very least, it allowed Duan Lingtian to understand his current situation. What he had to do was to survive and nothing else. As long as he could stay alive, he would be able to survive. According to Yang Yuchen, his third senior brother, the longer he stayed in this place, the more benefits he would reap. The earlier he died 3 times, the lesser the benefits he would reap. Little junior brother, what's going on? In the air above the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Yang Yuchen frowned in confusion when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him warily from afar. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly. Although his true body was in the ruins of a supreme powerhouse, his law clone was in the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly palace. His law clone was in the solitary destructive heaven's heavenly palace, which was enough to prove that everything in front of him was fake. Third senior brother, I have to leave for a while. Duan Lingtian smiled at Yang Yuchen before he prepared to leave. However, at the moment when he was about to leave, a figure appeared in the distance like a ghost. Furthermore, it was flying through the sky toward him. In just a blink of an eye, the figure arrived at the entrance of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian. The black-clad man looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, Duan Lingen, it seems like you didn't learn your lesson last time. How dare you return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Furthermore, it's my true self. Today, you will definitely die. The moment the black-robed man finished speaking, he directly attacked Duan Lingtian. He stepped into the air with an overbearing aura. But right at this moment, a cold snort seemed to resound from the heavens and earth, A mere high god emperor dares to say that he wants to kill my Yang Yuchen's junior brother? Yang Yuchen? Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, the black-robed man's figure that was stepping through the air suddenly stopped. At the same time, his body trembled. 10,000 Arts Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yang Yuchen? Mid-level ultimate god. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian saw the black-robed man who had just come to a halt and was trembling in fear was killed by Yang Yuchen with just a casual strike. The black-robed man was as weak as a piece of paper in front of Yang Yuchen. After killing the black-robed man, Yang Yuchen took the black-robed man's spatial ring. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Junior brother, claim ownership of this spatial ring and see if you can find any evidence to prove he's from the Mon Origin Divine Sect. If you can find any evidence, I'll bring you to the Mon Origin Divine Sect to seek justice." Yang Yuchen gestured for Duan Ling Tian to come over. Duan Ling Tian had to admit that even though he knew everything before his eyes was fake, he still felt delighted when he saw Yang Yuchen killing his opponent. However, when Yang Yuchen gestured for him to come over, he became wary again. "Why do you want me to come over? Can't you look for evidence on your own? I'm not as familiar with the Mon Origin Divine Sect as you are." Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian ignored Yang Yuchen. While Yang Yuchen was waiting expectantly for him to come over, Duan Ling Tian teleported a second time and disappeared before Yang Yuchen's eyes. Almost as soon as the second teleportation was completed, Duan Ling Tian felt a wave of energy coming from the top of his head. Then, a beam of light fell from the sky and headed straight for him. "It's over!" Almost as soon as the beam of light fell and enveloped Duan Ling Tian only had one thought left in his mind. At the same time, he complained to himself. "How could it be over? I ran away as soon as I could. How could I die like this?" However, in the next moment, Duan Ling Tian realized that after the beam of light fell, he did not die. The beam of light did not have any lethality. Instead, it seemed like it was a gift. Under the cover of the beam of light, Duan Ling Tian felt as if his soul had been sublimated. The bottleneck that had been stuck for a long time on the path of control began to loosen at this moment. Is this the benefit of the path of control that third senior brother mentioned? Directly falling from the sky to help me improve the path of control? Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. This is the relic of the ultimate contender. Is this how it gives people benefits? Just now, did I pass a hurdle? While taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian also realized that everything around him began to change. The original vast land quickly turned into a huge palace. Duan Ling Tian was sure that he had never been to such a palace before. And when he appeared in the palace, a figure flashed not far away and stared at him from afar. It was a young man. As soon as he appeared and saw him, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned ugly. His eyes seemed to spit fire. This was because the person in front of him was none other than Yun Qingyan, the direct descendant of the Yun family, a giant ultimate god family in the divine offering land. Yun Qingyan was also the son of the current patriarch of the Yun family. In the Yun family, his status was high and mighty. Duan Ling Tian had heard this from his family and friends when he reunited with them after Xia Jie sent them away from the divine offering land. "Duan Ling Tian," Yun Qingyan said. His voice was as casual and frivolous as before. "I didn't expect to see a piece of trash like you here. The piece of trash that I trampled under my feet back then actually managed to come to the divine offering land. How surprising. So what if you're here? Do you think you're a match for me? Do you think you're a match for the Yun family?" Yun Qingyan insulted Duan Ling Tian as soon as he opened his mouth. Duan Ling Tian's expression gradually turned unsightly. "Duan Ling Tian," Yun Qingyan said. "You're an intermediate divine emperor, so I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor. If I can't kill you, I'll let you leave alive. What do you think?" At the same time, Duan Ling Tian began to calm down. He did not want to get angry. There was no point in getting angry. All of this was fake. It wasn't real. It was impossible for him to come to the divine offering land for no reason. He was currently in the ruin of a supreme powerhouse. He was here to look for fortuitous encounters, not to seek revenge. Moreover, even if he killed Yun Qingyan, he would not be able to avenge himself. I have to think of a way to leave this place. Yun Qingyan must be the death calamity of this stage. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings as he tried to think of a way to escape. However, he soon discovered that the Great Hall was completely sealed. There was no way out. Apart from that, there was no one else in the Great Hall apart from him and Yun Qingyan. He said he's going to suppress his cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor to fight me? Could it be that the hurdle I'm facing in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic is to defeat him or even kill him? Only then will I be able to leave this place? Could it be that I'll be able to obtain the reward in the ruin of a Supreme Powerhouse and be sent away? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian confirmed that there was no way out of the Great Hall before he gave up on the thought of leaving. At the same time, Yun Qingyan stared at Duan Lingtian and sneered. What? Duan Lingyan, you don't even have the courage to fight me when I suppress my cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor? Do you think a piece of trash like you is worthy of being with my cousin? What a joke! The sneer on Yun Qingyan's face grew wider. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about Yun Qingyan's ridicule. He could feel a wave of heat rising to his head. Although it's fake, isn't it my dream to have the chance to defeat and kill Yun Qingyan? Suppressing your cultivation base to the level of an intermediate divine emperor to fight me? Yun Qingyan, you're considered one of the top prodigies in all the realms of gods. Why should I, Duan Lingyan, be afraid? Duan Lingdan had won the 7 prefectures banquet with the cultivation base of an intermediate divine emperor. His strength was comparable to the young prodigies from the major godly venerable forces. The young prodigies from the major godly venerable forces who were comparable to him were all high-level divine emperors. If Yun Qingyan was only a high-level divine emperor, Duan Lingtian might be afraid of him. However, Yun Qingyan was only a mid-level divine emperor. He was not afraid of Yun Qingyan at all. Yun Qingyan, you'll die today. Duan Lingtian stared at Yun Qingyan coldly as though he was looking at a dead man. I think you'll die as well. Yun Qingyan met Duan Lingtian's gaze fearlessly as a sneer appeared on his face. If you die, my cousin won't have to worry about you anymore. When the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms of gods opens, I'll find a way to imprison your family. At that time, my cousin won't be unwilling to marry me. Yun Qingyan's words were like a fuse that ignited the bomb that was Duan Lingtian. Boom! The divine energy that Duan Lingtian had been accumulating exploded from his body. The killing intent in his eyes had reached its peak. Spatial windstorms swept out in all directions. At the same time, a divine sword with 7-colored light flowing around it appeared in his hand. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. As soon as the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword appeared, the entrance to Duan Lingtian's little world opened. A beautiful figure clad in rainbow clothes appeared in a flash. The person who had appeared in Duan Lingtian's little world was none other than the sword soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, Huang. Chapter 4110. Duan Lingtian had nothing to worry about since this was a ruin left behind by a supreme powerhouse. Even if the 5 divine elements could still be used, he would still use it. What was a ruin? It was a place left behind by a supreme powerhouse after his death. It was also a place where he left his inheritance. However, there were many kinds of places where supreme powerhouses left their inheritance. One of them was also the best. It was a place where a supreme expert left behind a complete inheritance. It was prepared in advance before the expert died. The person who obtained this inheritance would at least be able to become an ultimate god. Even if his innate talent was poor, those with good innate talent had a high chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Naturally, there were very few places like this because there were very few supreme powerhouses who could predict death. Many supreme powerhouses did not think they would die. Under such circumstances, would they not be cursing themselves? This was a taboo topic for many utmost powerful beings. The other kind of place was like the place where Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was left behind in a hurry before the supreme powerhouse died. Therefore, there were not many benefits. Although Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance, the benefits were limited. However, with Feng Qingyang's innate talent and comprehension, it would not be difficult for him to become an ultimate god in the future even if he only obtained this kind of inheritance. Of course, the prerequisite was that he did not die halfway. If he died halfway, it would be useless no matter how much he talked about it. In addition to these 2 kinds of places where supreme powerhouses left behind their inheritance, the ruin left behind by a supreme powerhouse that Duan Lingtian was currently in was also a kind of supreme powerhouse's inheritance. However, this kind of place was special. The supreme powerhouse's body had transformed into a Tao and merged into an independent little world. At the same time, it required a large amount of spiritual energy to support it. Usually, it would consume more of the accumulated spirit qi. The consumption of the Tao of legacies left behind by the utmost powerful beings was relatively small. The disadvantage of this kind of place was that after entering it once, one would have to wait for a long time to recover. Moreover, the inheritance left behind by the supreme powerhouse was constantly being consumed. No matter how small the consumption was, there would be a day when it would be exhausted. At that time, the so-called supreme powerhouse's ruin would disappear. Of course, it was only after Duan Lingtian had entered that he realized what sort of a place the ruins of an utmost powerful being was. This kind of place was actually prepared by the utmost powerful beings before they fell. It was for the sake of leaving behind a fortune that could be of help to many people. Other than those who knew the method to open the ruins, no one else would be able to enter it, even if it was a supreme expert. Of course, if a supreme expert was unable to enter the ruins, they would still have the ability to destroy it forcefully. I don't have to worry about anyone spying on me in this land of inheritance. If I reveal anything here, it won't leave any hidden dangers for me. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian activated all of his divine power and took out his soul-type divine sword, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. He even summoned the sword soul, Huang, from the small world in his body. With my current strength, even if it's a heavyweight ultimate god level force or a giant ultimate god level force in the Shengang land, I'm afraid that not many young prodigies under 10,000 years old who have yet to enter the God Emperor realm can be my opponent. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's display of strength, he was stunned by Yun Qingyan's reaction. He saw that Yun Qingyan was also surrounded by spatial storms. A divine sword appeared in Yun Qingyan's hand. It was glowing with 7 colors. It was identical to the 7 Orifices exquisite sword in his hand. However, what shocked Duan Lingtian the most was the figure who appeared behind Huang. She was shrouded in 7 colored rays of light. She looked exactly like Huang. What's going on? What's going on? Although I'm not too sure about Yun Qingyan, he has fought before. He doesn't specialize in the law of space. Duan Lingtian remembered this clearly. However, as soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he seemed to have caught onto something. He forced himself to calm down before he figured it out. It must be because I'm not sure about Yun Qingyan's strength. Yun Qingyan is my obsession. That's why he has my strength and techniques in the Supreme Expert's relic. Apart from the fact that he looks like Yun Qingyan, he's actually another me in terms of techniques and techniques. Duan Lingtian felt slightly helpless when he thought about this. At the same time, his hostility toward the fake Yun Qingyang had lessened. After all, not only was the fake Yun Qingyang not the real Yun Qingyang, but the fake Yun Qingyang also possessed his strength and techniques. I wonder if he inherited my combat experience or if it was given to him by the Supreme Expert's relic. Although Duan Lingtian knew his own strength and techniques, he was not sure if Yun Qingyan had inherited his combat experience or if it was given to him by the Supreme Expert's relic. As for Yun Qingyan's combat experience, Duan Lingtian did not think it was possible since he did not know much about it. The Supreme Expert's relic must have created an opponent for him based on his strength and memories. I hope he's inherited my combat experience. It won't be difficult for me to defeat him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If there was anyone who knew him best, it would be him. Even if Yun Qingyan had inherited his strength, techniques, and combat experience and was on par with him, he would still be able to defeat Yun Qingyan quickly. After all, he could be flexible. As an inheritor, even if Yun Qingyan was flexible, he would not be able to keep up with him. If his combat experience is from the Supreme Expert's relic, it's fine if it's from an ordinary person. However, if it's from the Supreme Expert, it'll be difficult for me to defeat him or even kill him. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he thought about this. Supremely strong. These 3 words were like a huge mountain that pressed down on his heart. If Yun Qingyan had really inherited the Supreme Expert's combat experience, Duan Lingtian might not be a match for him. If I'm defeated or even killed by him, I'll die a second time. At that time, I'll only have 1 chance left. All in all, I've only been in the Supreme Expert's relic for a few days. I don't think I'll be sent out so quickly, right? Even 4th senior sister won't be sent out so quickly, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Currently, Duan Lingtian did not know that his 4th senior sister, Lang Chunyuan, had spent the shortest amount of time in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic. She had also spent nearly a month in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic. Otherwise, he would definitely be frightened, and the pressure on him would increase greatly. The reason why his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, did not tell him how long they had been in the remains of an ultimate powerhouse was because he had taken this into consideration. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would feel pressured. Duan Lingen, after I kill you today, I'll use your blood to dye the white carpet red for my wedding with junior sister. Yun Qingyan said coldly as he made his move. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had become vigilant the moment he made his move. When he regained his senses after hearing his words, his expression was extremely unsightly. Although he knew Yun Qingyan was a fake, he was still furious. Yun Qingyan's words had touched his bottom line. He would not allow anyone to disrespect his wife. You're courting death, Duan Lingtian said coldly as he charged toward Yun Qingyan. It seemed as though he had lost his mind, but in truth, he had calmed down as soon as he made his move. At the same time, he was wary that Yun Qingyan's combat experience had come from the Supreme Expert's relic. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian obtained the answer he wanted in their first clash. Yun Qingyan had indeed obtained combat experience from the Supreme Expert's relic. It was not his own combat experience. Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of Control was much better than Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Tao of Control. However, Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Sword Tao was stiff. When Duan Lingtian realized this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now, he had a chance to defeat Yun Qingyan and kill him. Sush. Although Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Law of Space and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword that had been fused with the artifact soul, his sword Tao was slightly stiff. Even so, he was still extremely powerful since he had inherited Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Law of Space and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. At the very least, Yun Qingyan's current strength was enough to defeat Wang Xiong, the supreme talent of the Han Mountain Mansion, who ranked second in the 7 Mansions banquet. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not use the 7 Orifices exquisite sword when he defeated Wang Xiong. It was inconvenient for him to use it. If I defeat Yun Qingyan, doesn't that mean the Supreme Expert who left behind the Supreme Expert's relic might not be able to control my body as well as I can control my own body? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought about this. Battle intent surged out of his body as he brandished his sword again and again to meet Yun Qingyan's attacks. Sush, 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 sush. The 7-colored sword ray wreaked havoc as sword chi swept out. Duan Lingtian's sword ray completely suppressed Yun Qingyan's sword. However, Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of Control was perfect. Each time, he blocked the sword ray that attacked him. How amazing! As expected of a supreme expert who specializes in the Tao of Control. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of Control. However, as time passed, he realized Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of Control gave him a lot of inspiration. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also realized Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of Control was enough to tie with Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Tao of Control. At the very least, Duan Lingtian did not hold back at all. However, he still did not have the upper hand. It'll be difficult for me to defeat him, unless I can temporarily improve my mastery of the Tao of Control. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. While he was fighting Yun Qingyan, he kept an eye on Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of Control. Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Tao of Control was on par with Yun Qingyan's mastery of the Tao of Control. However, Yun Qingyan had inherited the combat experience of the supreme expert who left behind the relic. Therefore, his mastery of the Tao of Control was flawless. This was something Duan Lingtian could not compare to. Chapter 41:11. Sush, 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 sush. Sword chi shot out in all directions in the Grand Hall. Sword chi shot out and brushed against the walls of the Grand Hall. However, they did not leave any marks on the walls. Under such circumstances, the two people fighting in the Grand Hall did not seem to be very powerful. Yun Qingyan snorted coldly. Duan Lingtian, you're really amazing. It hasn't even been 1,000 years, but you've already grown to such a level. It's hard to imagine that the ant that I could easily trample under my feet in the mundane realm would have such a day. Upon hearing Yun Qingyan's words, Duan Lingtian did not feel happy or sad. He knew Yun Qingyan was trying to provoke him so that he would reveal his weakness and break the stalemate. Naturally, he would not fall for it. The Tao of Control. Not only did Duan Lingtian not fall for his trick, but he also continued to deduce his opponent's mastery of the Tao of Control. He wondered why his opponent was able to execute his mastery of the Tao of Control so perfectly. Gradually, he came to a realization. During this process, Yun Qingyan said something that provoked Duan Lingtian even more. Duan Lingtian ignored Yun Qingyan's words. When I achieve a breakthrough in my mastery of the Tao, it will be the time of your death. You're only complaining because you're worried you'll be defeated and killed. The stalemate lasted for a few days. Yun Qingyan had inherited all of Duan Lingtian's techniques, and he had also inherited Duan Lingtian's ability to sustain his divine energy. With 99 heavenly veins operating, not only was the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy, but the speed at which the heaven and earth spirit energy was converted to divine energy was also fast. His endurance was not inferior to Duan Lingtian's at all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian discovered that Yun Qingyan's strength was not inferior to his, and the speed at which he consumed his divine energy was also slower than his. The Supreme Powerhouse's utilization of divine energy has reached perfection. Amazing! If it wasn't for the fact that I was able to comprehend the Tao of Control from him and improve my mastery of the Tao of Control, I might have still lost to him in the end. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was constantly improving his strength as he fought. In the past, he had only mastered the basics of the Tao of Control. However, with Yun Qingyan's guidance, he had gained a deeper understanding of the Tao of Control. As a result, he was able to cast the Tao of Control with greater strength. Finally, after 5 days of stalemate, Duan Lingtian began to gain the upper hand. On the 6th day, Duan Lingtian successfully suppressed Yun Qingyan and killed him after 100 moves. Before Yun Qingyan died, there was still a look of disbelief in his eyes. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. The relics of a supreme powerhouse made everything seem so real that it was difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Fortunately, he had been convincing himself in his heart and numbing himself. All of this was fake, it was all fake. For this reason, he ignored Yun Qingyan's provocation. It's time for the reward to appear, right? When Duan Lingtian saw Yun Qingyan's body vanish into thin air after he died, he turned to look at the ceiling of the Great Hall. The ceiling was resplendent and dazzling with luxurious lamps that emitted a dazzling light. Everything was so lifelike and lifelike. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as his eyes lit up. It's here. At this moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, a gigantic beam of light pierced through the ceiling of the main hall and descended horizontally before landing on his body. In the next instant, he was enveloped by the beam of light. However, unlike the previous time, he did not feel as though he had gained something. Instead, he found himself in a white world surrounded by white mist. This white mist. When the white mist came into contact with Duan Lingtian's body, he discovered that the bottleneck of his Tao of control had loosened. At the same time, he saw a faint white figure performing the Tao of control in front of him. However, his Tao of control did not control the power of space but the power of time. The mist that was sweeping to the right stopped in its tracks as soon as the figure performed the Tao of control. Then, it began to reverse time. The mist that was within the range of the Tao of control began to move backward while the mist outside the range of the Tao of control continued to move forward. This scene also gave people a very strange feeling. Controlling time is different from controlling space. However, during the process of controlling time, the methods used to control it are different in order to achieve the same result. Since Duan Lingtian had fought with Yun Qingyan and learned the Tao of control from the supreme powerhouse who controlled Yun Qingyan's clone, he could tell the white figure's Tao of control was similar to Yun Qingyan's Tao of control. It must be the silhouette of the supreme powerhouse who left behind this relic. It must be performing the Tao of control. Now that I'm absorbing the unknown substance that can improve my Tao of control, I'm observing the silhouette's Tao of control. The reward this time is much better than the previous one. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to cherish every second he had. This was undoubtedly the first great fortuitous encounter he had obtained since he entered the relic of a supreme powerhouse. In order to focus on the process, Duan Lingtian's two clones that were in the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm and his clones that were with his family in the mundane realms stopped moving and began to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. His clones needed to be controlled by his spiritual perception as well. When his main body was focused on something, even his clones would not be able to move on their own. At this moment, his clones were as lifeless as statues. The entrance to the independent realm where the inner court progeny was located was also the entrance to the relic of a supreme powerhouse where Duan Lingtian was. Yang Yuchen sat cross-legged in the air as he looked at the entrance to the relic of a supreme powerhouse. His eyes gleamed brightly as he muttered to himself, "Little junior brother has been in there for half a month. He'll be able to stay longer than fourth junior sister if he stays in there for a few more days. His journey here is much more difficult than ours. I'm sure he'll be more resilient than us. I hope he'll be able to stay in there longer than me and eldest senior sister." The people from the inner court of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace were all from the lower realms. They were either from the Devata realms or the mundane realms. Yang Yuchen, for example, was from a mundane realm. However, although he was from the mundane realm, he was taken to the Devata realms by the powerhouses from the Devata realms not long after he made a name for himself. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he was considered to have taken a shortcut. It was the same for his second senior brother. As for his eldest senior sister, she was a genius from a major force in the Devata realms. She grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Not only was she better than his little junior brother, but she was also better than him and his second senior brother. His fourth junior sister, she was definitely better than him. She was brought back to the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace by the Great World not long after she arrived in the Devata realms and became an inner court progeny disciple. Among the few people from the inner court progeny, his eldest senior sister had the best life. His situation was similar to his second senior brother. He was better off than his little junior brother and fourth junior sister. In terms of fate, his fourth junior sister was naturally the most unfortunate. However, his little junior brother was the one who had the most difficult journey. For this reason, he had personally gone to the Chunyang school in the Tonglung province of the 7 prefectures to recruit his little junior brother into the inner court progeny of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. His little junior brother had the most difficult journey, and yet, he was able to become a medium divine emperor before he was 3,000 years old. Compared to all the people who had appeared in the history of the inner palace, such people were considered very outstanding. I'm sure eldest senior sister and second senior brother will be satisfied with this little junior brother. I have good taste. Yang Yuchen muttered to himself as a bright smile appeared on his face. He began to praise himself. At this moment, an old figure appeared next to Yang Yuchen and said indifferently, "Boy, you're getting more and more shameless." Yang Yuchen's expression froze when he heard this voice. He then looked at the old man in annoyance. "Palace Master, you're the Palace Master of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Don't you know that it's very impolite to eavesdrop on others? Also, as the leader of the progeny of inheritance, it's not very appropriate for you to always come to our side, right? Those who don't know would think that you have some ideas about the relics of the ultimate powerhouse." The old man did not care about Yang Yuchen's ridicule. "Even if I have some ideas about the relics of the ultimate powerhouse, I still need your cooperation to open it. The method to open the relics of the ultimate powerhouse is only known by the leaders of the progeny of the inner court. It's not passed on to outsiders. I'm aware of that." The old man smiled faintly. "Good." Yang Yuchen stood up and straightened his snow-white robe. He then asked bluntly, "Palace Master, don't tell me you came here just to eavesdrop on me." The old man shook his head. "I like that about you, you're smart. I just came out of seclusion today. Then, I heard that your newly accepted little junior brother of the inner palace was being targeted. He even posted a mission on the dark web. This matter is mainly targeted at you. How is it? Do you feel pressured? If you do, I can order them not to attack your little junior brother." The old man said. Yang Yuchen sneered when he heard this. "Palace Master, there's no point in saying this. If you order them not to attack my little junior brother, will they really not attack? As long as they don't attack in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, will you know?" The old man was not angry at Yang Yuchen's disdain. He still had a faint smile on his face. At least, he won't be in danger in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. You can't always watch him and protect him, right? Chapter 41:12. Upon hearing the old man's words, Yang Yuchen fell silent for a moment before he said, "Palace Master, just tell me. What do you need me to do?" Let me say this first. I won't do anything that's too difficult. It's fine even if I have to keep an eye on my junior brother in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Don't forget that I'm not a native of the realms of gods. Even if my true body can't stay by his side to protect him, my law clone can. Yang Yuchen asked the old man what he needed him to do. In his opinion, the palace master of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace would not do this for free. "Boy, is this how you look at me?" The old man shook his head and smiled helplessly. "What if I say I don't need you to do anything, and I only want to take care of your junior brother because of his talent?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchen looked at the old man meaningfully. "If you don't need me to do anything, it seems like you've set your sights on my junior brother, Palace Master. What do you want him to do, Palace Master?" Yang Yuchen asked. "What can I ask him to do?" The old man shook his head and smiled. "Boy, you're smart, but sometimes, you're too smart for your own good. Don't worry, I have no intention of asking him to do anything. If you really want to tell me my purpose, you can think of it as, I intend to form a good relationship with him. I'm sure he'll appreciate my protection, right? If I need his help in the future, I don't think he'll refuse, right?" The old man's smile widened as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuchen's heart skipped a beat. However, he appeared nonchalant on the surface. "Palace Master, do you think so highly of my junior brother? Do you think he's worth your investment?" In Yang Yuchen's opinion, the old man intended to use this method to invest in his junior brother, hoping that his junior brother would have a bright future. At that time, he would repay the old man's favor. After all, this kind of thing was very risky. In the end, it might all be for naught. After all, a person's future, even a genius's future, was uncontrollable. No one could be certain that a person would not die prematurely unless he was protected by a powerhouse. Moreover, it could not be an ordinary powerhouse. Perhaps, only a supreme powerhouse would be able to grow without any risk. But is that possible? Not to mention a genius without any background, even if it was a direct descendant of a supreme expert, unless the descendant was by his side, the supreme expert would not be able to protect him when he went out. What's the harm in taking a gamble? The old man smiled faintly. Of course, the most important thing is, I believe in your judgment. Heh. Yang Yuchen didn't seem to comment on the old man's words. Palace Master, I'm afraid you don't just trust my judgment, right? I'm sure Palace Master already knows the ins and outs of my junior brother, right? Hearing this, the old man said calmly, Is that important? No matter how talented you are, no matter how many miracles you can create, can you guarantee that you will continue to create miracles? At most, I can only guarantee that the possibility of me losing money on this investment is small. Hearing the old man's words, Yang Yuchen fell silent. Seeing that Yang Yuchen was silent, the old man didn't say anything either. He quietly waited for his response. About 15 minutes later, Yang Yuchen finally opened his mouth. Palace Master, why don't you make a request of me to repay you for helping my little junior brother? Sure. When the old man heard this, his smile became even brighter. How about you leave the inner palace and come to the legacy progeny? Yang Yuchen was stunned. Then he smiled wryly. Palace Master, you know that's impossible. If I really do that, my eldest senior sister won't let me off. At that time, not only will I be in trouble, but you'll be in trouble as well. This time, the old man smiled awkwardly. I'm just joking. Even if I ask you to come to the legacy progeny, I won't let you leave the inner palace. At the same time, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of the old man's eyes. It was as though he was afraid of the eldest senior sister that Yang Yuchen mentioned. Palace Master, I can't make this decision. Yang Yuchen's expression turned solemn as he said, I'd rather have my clones by his side than take the initiative to agree to this favor on his behalf. I guess this would be the outcome. The old man sighed. Then, his body began to fade away. Forget it. I'll wait for him to come out and ask him if he wants this favor. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he had already disappeared without a trace. A puzzled expression appeared on Yang Yuchen's face. That old man is the kind of person who won't act until he sees a rabbit. He actually thinks so highly of junior brother? How strange. Could it be that he saw something? Suddenly, Yang Yuchen recalled a rumor. It was said that since ancient times, the Myriad Arts Academy had inherited a divine artifact called the Divine Spying Mirror. It could peer into the past and the future, from the mundane realms down to the realms of gods up to the realms of gods. He could not help but wonder if the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy had seen something through the Divine Skypider Mirror. Also, he insisted on making me the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy. Did he see something? If I become the Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy, would it be better than any of the legacy progeny? Yang Yuchen's thoughts drifted away. Although many things did not become clear at this moment, they were not completely clueless. Although it was not explicitly stated that those from the inner palace were not the Palace Masters, it had always been this way in the long history of the Myriad Law Academy. The Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy had always been from the legacy progeny. Even the current sect master was the most outstanding person in the legacy progeny of the Myriad Law Academy. There had always been 18 realms of gods in heaven and earth. Apart from the divine offering land, the sanctioned land, and the Shengang land, there were 15 other realms of gods. At this moment, in one of the realms of gods, a figure could be seen flitting through the void and hiding in a canyon. It was obvious he was in a sorry state. Figures whistled through the air above the canyon, and one of them came to a halt. Lu He, stay behind and investigate this canyon. Feng Qingyang might be here. The voice in the void was getting farther and farther away. The person who stayed behind replied with a "this" before he entered the canyon. He has mastered the heaven-shocking sword principle, and he's also from a lower secondary realm. Rumor has it that Feng Qingyang has obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Moreover, it's the kind of place where anyone can enter. As long as we can find Feng Qingyang and threaten him, we'll be able to enter the place of inheritance and obtain a great fortune. The middle-aged man, Lu He, who stayed behind, breathed heavily as his eyes lit up. Will Feng Qingyang be hiding here? If we can find him and capture him, we'll be rich. Lu He was a higher divine emperor itinerant cultivator. This time, he had come with a group of people to search for Feng Qingyang because he had been summoned by a friend. A higher divine emperor? In the canyon, Feng Qingyang stood behind a protruding mountain wall, his eyes gleaming coldly. My law clone was crushed by a higher divine emperor. That's one thing. Today, a group of divine emperors dares to bully me? If it weren't for the two lower divine emperors among them, why would I need to escape? A higher divine emperor, don't they know that I, Feng Qingyang, am not afraid of these ordinary higher divine emperors? With this thought, Feng Qingyang's figure flashed and he appeared near the middle-aged man, Lu He. He stared coldly at Lu He as though he was looking at a dead man. At this moment, Lu He reacted. When he saw Feng Qingyang, his eyes lit up. He's really here. I've struck gold. In the next instant, Lu He, who was afraid that the person in front of him would escape, gathered his divine power and raged. Even if the person in front of him was only a lower divine emperor, he did not dare to underestimate him. It was said that this lower divine emperor had killed several middle divine emperors. Of course, they were just a few medium-level divine emperors. As a high-level divine emperor, he didn't care about them. I, Feng Qingyang, with the cultivation of a lower divine emperor, will kill a higher divine emperor. Up until this moment, Feng Qingyang had not killed a higher divine emperor. However, among the middle divine emperors that he had killed earlier, two of them were outstanding middle divine emperors. They were comparable to ordinary higher divine emperors. He still had the strength to kill the two of them. Sush. The moment Lu He attacked, Feng Qingyang attacked as well. Sword radiance flashed and sword chi swept out. Even the surrounding air seemed to be stirred at this moment. A terrifying sword intent appeared out of nowhere, wreaking havoc in the canyon. Countless sword marks appeared on the walls of the canyon. These sword marks were not left behind by Feng Qingyang. Instead, they were left behind by the sword essence that he had triggered when he attacked. After coming to the realm of gods, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao had improved significantly. It was precisely because of this heaven-defying sword Dao that he had planted the root of the problem, causing him to be framed and forced to flee under the pursuit of a group of unaware rogue cultivators. There is no enmity between us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too greedy. At the same time, Feng Qingyang's indifferent voice reverberated in the canyon. The middle-aged man with the cultivation of a higher divine emperor, Lu He, was disdainful when he heard this. How dare a lower divine emperor speak so arrogantly in front of a higher divine emperor? However, in the next moment, his disdainful expression changed completely. Sush. This was because he discovered that his opponent's sword had suppressed his attack. Even though he had used all his strength to launch his strongest attack, he was still suppressed. How is this possible? Is he really just a lower divine emperor? This terrifying sword essence. This sword principle is completely different from the rumors. What kind of sword principle is this? How can it be so terrifying? With all sorts of shocked and incredulous thoughts, Lu He's attack was completely crushed after a few breaths. The sword gleam instantly pierced through his head and chest and entered his body. Chapter 41:13. A Higher Divine Emperor? Feng Qingyang glanced at Lu He's corpse indifferently. There was no pity in his eyes at all. In the next instant he took Lu He's god artifact and left. As for Lu He's spatial ring, it was the kind of spatial ring that would self-destruct after the death of its owner. About 10 breaths after Feng Qingyang left, a ghostly figure appeared in the canyon. His expression changed slightly when he saw Lu He's corpse. Lu He was a higher divine emperor. How did he manage to kill him? A lower divine emperor killed a higher divine emperor? Although he was a lower god emperor at this moment, he was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He knew Lu He's strength. Before he had broken through, he was not much stronger than Lu He. However, such a person was killed by a lower divine emperor? In all the realms of gods, only the prodigies from the top forces can possess such combat prowess at the lower divine emperor realm. Should I continue to track him down? He might not be able to see my face clearly, and he might not be familiar with my aura. If I continue to track him down, it'll be fine if I can capture him and seize his fortuitous encounter. If I can't, I'll definitely become his sworn enemy. Forget it, I'll give up. It's too risky. What Feng Qingyang didn't know was that by killing Lu He, he had inadvertently intimidated a lesser god emperor who was chasing after him, causing the lesser god emperor to give up on him. In the profound Handle Land. In the Myriad Art Academy. In the ruins of a supreme expert. After Duan Lingtian killed Yun Qingyan, he entered the place where the supreme expert's silhouette had evolved the Tao of control. There was an unknown substance left behind by the supreme expert that entered his body and aided his comprehension of the Tao of control. In this environment, he immersed himself in familiarizing himself with the Tao of control and comprehending it. His attainment in the Tao of control continued to improve. During this process, he was so focused that he lost track of time. He immersed himself in his comprehension. I've broken through. When he successfully broke through the bottleneck of the Tao of control and entered the next level, he finally regained his senses. At the same time, he discovered that he had left his original place. There was no longer the silhouette in front of him. How long was I in there? Even Duan Lingtian couldn't remember it clearly because he didn't pay attention to it at all. The one in front should be the third checkpoint, right? Returning to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's windy town was the first hurdle. I died at that hurdle. After that, the scene in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven can be considered the second stage. I successfully passed through that hurdle and obtained the unknown substance related to the Tao of control left behind by the ultimate powerhouse. My Tao of control has clearly improved. After that, I'll have to face Yun Qingyan in the third trial. Killing Yun Qingyan and passing this trial will bring me the greatest improvement. Furthermore, I seem to have stayed in that comprehension space for quite some time. Duan Lingtian did not know how to describe the space he had been sent to, so he casually called it the comprehension space. After all, in that space, his comprehension of the Tao of control had improved, and he had completely broken through the bottleneck and entered the next realm. After all, ever since he had started comprehending the Tao of control, he had never had a breakthrough, not even once. This was his first time breaking through. Although his attainments in the Sword Tao were not as high as his attainments in the Sword Tao, he was getting closer and closer. My strength has improved again. I wonder what kind of trial I'll face in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian looked at his unfamiliar surroundings and thought to himself, perhaps, this place is the scene of the fourth trial? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in the ruins of a city. It was called the ruins of a city because there were many broken buildings in the ruins. They were easily recognizable, and one could see the traces of a civilization. What will I face in this place? I'm sure I've never been to this place before. While Duan Lingtian was racking his brains, he could not recall coming to this place. At this moment, illusory figures began to appear in the ruins around him. There were men and women, old and young among these illusory figures. At this moment, they stood in the surroundings. Their figures seemed to be drifting as they stared blankly at Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, their lifeless eyes flashed as they stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. They even let out a low growl from the depths of their throats. Duan Lingtian, you're the one who destroyed us and the Saint Province realm. Duan, why do you want to harm us? Duan, we don't know you. Why do you want to harm us? Duan, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. In the beginning, Duan was still puzzled as to why he had suddenly appeared in a place that he had never seen before. However, when the illusory figures around him spoke, realization dawned on him. As it turned out, this was a place in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse. In the beginning, Duan was still a little numb because he knew all of this was fake. However, when he heard more and more about the Saint Province realm being destroyed because of him, he could not help but feel guilty. A hint of sadness appeared on his face. Then, he saw the ruins of the city around him turning into fine powder and disappearing without a trace. Soon after, he appeared in another place. He was familiar with this place. It was the first city he had come to after leaving his hometown, Fresh Breeze Town. It was Aurora City. There were families he was familiar with in this city, as well as some of their descendants. In the beginning, everything seemed peaceful. However, after a while, everything in front of him, whether it was the people walking around in Aurora City or the buildings, were turned into fine powder in an instant. Then, the scenery around him kept changing. Every time it changed, it was a scene he was familiar with. The scenes he had seen in his hometown, the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, appeared before him one by one. Then, he watched these scenes and the people in these scenes perish, turn into fine powder, and disappear without a trace. During this process, Duan expression changed. Although he kept reminding himself that all of this was fake, it was inevitable that his emotions would be affected. Perhaps, when the Saint Province realm was destroyed by the people from the Mon-Origin spirit sect, this was the scene inside. Perhaps, they didn't even have time to react before they were all gone. Everything is gone now. Duan eyes dimmed as he sighed in his heart. Master, be careful. Just as Duan was feeling melancholy, Huang's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Her tone was filled with anxiety. Duan regained his senses in an instant. The divine energy that he had been accumulating for a long time whizzed out. Although he was distracted earlier, he did not dare to be careless in the ruins of an ultimate powerhouse. The divine energy in his body was always in a state of readiness to deal with emergencies. Now, with Huang's reminder, the divine energy in his body erupted and merged with the law of space profundity. The space storm raged and blocked the attack behind him. However, even though he had mobilized his strength in time, the power of this attack still continued to fall on his body after destroying his strength. With a bang, he was sent flying. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, Duan did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly teleported a second time. At the same time, the moment he disappeared, the place where he was originally at was swept by a gust of energy. The air in the void seemed to have stagnated. When Duan landed in the distance and looked around vigilantly, he discovered that the energy that had attacked him had disappeared. At the same time, he did not see anyone around him. Just as he was in a daze, he suddenly discovered a familiar beam of light falling from the sky and enveloping him in an instant. Benefits? He did not have time to figure out what was going on. After the beam of light enveloped him, he was enlightened. This understanding fused into his body and soul, as if it was something he was born with. It's not the Tao of control. At the same time, he also discovered that the benefits he was receiving were not the Tao of control but the law of space profundity. To be precise, it was the law of time. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, before entering, he had heard from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, that the ultimate powerhouse who had left behind the ruins of an ultimate powerhouse was skilled in the Tao of control and the law of time. The law of time has also improved. This ruins of an ultimate powerhouse is really a good place. Duan sighed inwardly. Originally, he was most skilled in the law of space and the law of life. The law of life was because of the existence of the law of life and the fact that he needed to sense and extract the power of life from the heaven and earth spirit chi to refine the divine pill. After these two laws, he was most skilled in the law of time. This was because the inheritance of the ultimate powerhouse that his master, Feng Qingyang, had obtained was left behind by an ultimate powerhouse who was skilled in the law of time. Now, the law of time had improved further and was about to catch up with the law of life. Let's continue. Before we leave, I'll try my best to get as much out of this ruins of an ultimate powerhouse as possible, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, he became more vigilant in his heart. Up until now, this ruins of an ultimate powerhouse had set up a different challenge for him every time, and it was always unexpected. Just now, if Sword Spirit Huang had not warned him, he would have been killed. I'll have to be more careful from now on. Outside the ruins of an ultimate powerhouse, Yang Yuchen was still waiting. In the blink of an eye, he had already waited for 2 months. It's been 2 months, but little junior brother still hasn't come out. He's already surpassed second senior brother. Yang Yuchen revealed a smile on his face. I just don't know if he can stay for 3 months. If he can, he'll be able to surpass me after 3 months. If he can still persevere by then, it's just a matter of time before he surpasses third senior sister. This time, I and the Inner Palace bloodline have picked up a treasure. Chapter 41:14. He still hasn't come out after 2 months? Yang Yuchen was not the only one who was surprised and expectant. At this moment, even the Myriad Law Institute master, the old man who had appeared beside Yang Yuchen, was deeply moved. However, he was no longer near Yang Yuchen. He was in a quiet courtyard, lying on a recliner with his legs crossed. He looked like an old man basking in the sun. His aged face revealed a hint of surprise. He's surpassed the Inner Palace's second disciple. Looks like there's hope for him to catch up to that brat Yang Yuchen and that disrespectful girl. He's a good seedling. What a pity. That brat Yang Yuchen beat him to it. That group of brats usually only care about fighting for power. They can't put down their heirs at critical moments. I don't believe they don't know about Duan Lingtian's existence. The old man's expression was still calm at first, but as he spoke, he seemed to be exasperated. The group of brats he was talking about was none other than the current Myriad Law Institute's upper echelons in the branch of legacy, including the 2 Myriad Law Institute Vice Palace Masters. Within Myriad Law Institute, more and more people had forgotten about Duan Lingtian as he remained in seclusion. Especially after the Dark Net mission against him was cancelled, his presence became weaker and weaker. Even the top geniuses in the 7 prefectures could not continue to receive attention. In the eyes of the Myriad Law Institute students and teachers, the 7 prefectures were just relatively remote places in the Xingang land. The strongest forces there were only God Emperor level forces. Places that did not even have God Venerable level forces could only be considered small and remote places in the mountains. Duan Lingtian, however, there was one person who could never forget Duan Lingtian. It was the Mon Origin sect's holy son, Wang Yunxing. After accepting the mission against Duan Lingtian on the Dark Net, Wang Yunxing went to challenge Duan Lingtian but was rejected. Even if most people thought that Duan Lingtian rejected Wang Yunxing because he felt that he was no match for Wang Yunxing, they still couldn't take it to heart. This was because when Duan Lingtian rejected him, he did not see any fear or concern in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as if he really disdained to fight with him. One day, I will trample you under my feet and let you know that a genius from a small place is nothing but mediocrity in the outside world. Wang Yunxing's biggest wish right now was to fight with the Duan Lingtian. If he could fight with the Duan Lingtian, he would be willing to pay a certain price. He still couldn't swallow the anger from back then. Of course, there was also a group of people who were destined to never forget Duan Lingtian. They were the people of Myriad Arts Academy's legacy branch who were deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian's appearance would give Yang Yuchen an advantage in the matter of becoming the next sect master. If Duan Lingtian did not appear, even if the current palace master of Myriad Arts Academy supported Yang Yuchen, they could still use the excuse that Yang Yuchen had not nurtured or recruited any outstanding disciples for the academy. However, Duan Lingtian's appearance now made up for Yang Yuchen's lack in this aspect. The more outstanding Duan Lingtian was, the more Yang Yuchen would no longer be lacking in this aspect and would even have an advantage. This was also something they did not want to see. Perhaps Yang Yuchen personally left the academy and went to the Chunyang school in Tongling province to invite Duan Lingtian to make up for his disadvantage. He really does want to compete for the position of the next palace master. Many people in the legacy branch thought this way. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was viewed as a thorn in their flesh by these people despite not knowing or even meeting them. Duan Lingtian has returned to the internal branch. We'll think of a way to test him when he comes out. I think we should just find a chance to get rid of him. If this person doesn't die, sooner or later he'll become Yang Yuchen's helper. Where there were people, there was the underworld. Some people whom Duan Lingtian had not even met before already had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was busy waiting in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse, harvesting the wool of the ultimate powerhouse's remains. It's been 2.5 months. After waiting for 2.5 months and not seeing Duan Lingtian come out, Yang Yuchen's face was full of emotion and his eyes flickered with a strange light. My judgment is good. I just casually went out and picked up such a genius junior brother. That's amazing. I'm impressed by myself. Now, he should be coming out soon, right? Yang Yuchen thought to himself. In fact, deep in his heart, Yang Yuchen hoped that this junior brother of his could break his record. Therefore, deep in his heart, he was still looking forward to it. 3 months later, Yang Yuchen's eyes glittered when he saw that his junior brother was still nowhere to be seen. This junior brother has a bright future ahead of him. He's almost catching up to me. Soon many days passed. The time Duan Lingtian stayed in the ruins of the ultimate powerhouse had officially surpassed Yang Yuchen's. Crazy. At this moment, Yang Yuchen could not help but smile bitterly. I've been surpassed. Is eldest senior sister still far away? After 4 months, Yang Yuchen was a little numb. The record set by eldest senior sister had been surpassed in the end. The highest record for the inner palace is 5 months and 5 days. It said that that person had the potential to become an ultimate powerhouse. However, he died halfway. When he was a lower ultimate god, he was killed after a fierce battle with a higher ultimate god. Before this, the highest record of the inner palace in the ultimate powerhouse's miracle had been set in Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen's macro world. However, now that Duan Lingtian had stayed in there for 4 months, the record set by his eldest senior sister whom he had never met had been broken by him. However, this record was only a contemporary record. In the history of the inner palace, the highest record was 5 months and 5 days. That record was set by a genius disciple of the inner palace 200,000 years ago. It's been 4.5 months. After waiting for 4.5 months, Yang Yuchen was a little numb. 5 months, is it still far away? Soon 5 months had passed. Duan Lingtian still had not come out. Little junior brother. Don't tell me he broke the best record set by the ancestor of 5 days and 5 days? He was only a few days away from breaking the record. Yang Yuchen, who was originally a little numb, was looking forward to it at this moment. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Duan Lingtian still had not come out. He broke the best record. What kind of monster did I find? Outside, Yang Yuchen was lamenting. In the ultimate powerhouse's miracle, Duan Lingtian was being chased by a group of people. Without exception, these people were all upper divine emperors. I've already died twice. If I die again, I'll be sent out. Now, I haven't spent more time in the ultimate powerhouse's miracle than third senior brother, right? After all, third senior brother started from nothing in the ultimate powerhouse's miracle and mastered the way of control. It's the same for eldest senior sister. Duan Lingtian was being chased by a group of upper divine emperors. He wanted to escape, but he was quickly surrounded. For a time, he could only catch a few upper divine emperors and kill his way out. However, although he had killed his way out, he had also been injured further. I can't hold on for much longer. I'm afraid I'll be eliminated in a few days at most. Duan Lingtian felt bitter in his heart. Duan Lingtian was very clear about his own situation. After 3 days, Duan Lingtian could not hold on and was killed again. Then, in the blink of an eye, he found that he had left the ultimate powerhouse's miracle. This meant that he would not be able to enter the ultimate powerhouse's miracle again in the future. A person could only enter the ultimate powerhouse's miracle once in their lifetime. If they wanted to enter the ultimate powerhouse's miracle a second time, they would be rejected and could not enter at all. 5 months and 9 days. When he saw the purple figure appear in front of him, the corner of Yang Yuchen's mouth could not help but twitch. However, Duan Lingtian, who was looking around in a daze, did not notice it. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses after a while. "You're out? Third senior brother, how long have I been in there?" Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen. When he asked, he was a little nervous in the depths of his heart. 5 months and 9 days, Yang Yuchen said. At the same time, he tried to keep his face calm. He could not lose his composure. He definitely could not lose his composure. Otherwise, this little junior brother might think that he had not seen the world. 5 months and 9 days? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Not even a year? A year? Duan Lingtian's words made Yang Yuchen's heart twitch. This kid wanted to stay in there for a year? Third senior brother, how long have you, eldest senior sister, and second senior brother been in there? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. When Yang Yuchen heard Yang Yuchen's question, he sighed in his heart. Here it comes. In the end, this question still came. After taking a deep breath, Yang Yuchen looked calm and said casually, "Don't be discouraged. Although you've only been in there for 5 months and 9 days, it's not bad. After all, I've only been in there for slightly more than 6 months. As for your eldest senior sister, she almost stayed in there for 7 months." When Yang Yuchen said this, Duan Lingtian's face fell. "Is the difference that big? Third senior brother, I'm actually 1 month behind you? And I'm almost 2 months behind eldest senior sister?" Although he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian still felt a little disappointed when it really came to this. It seemed that his performance was not very good. He had already worked very hard. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed his disappointment and asked Yang Yuchen, "Third senior brother, how long have second senior brother and fourth senior sister been in there?" When Yang Yuchen heard this, he grinned. "They didn't stay in there as long as you did. Your second senior brother only stayed in there for about 5 months. As for your fourth senior sister, she stayed in there for 4 months. At this point, Yang Yuchen was already thinking to himself that he had to talk to his fourth junior sister later, lest she sold him out in front of his little junior brother. What he said were all white lies. He did not want his little junior brother to be proud. Everything he did was for his little junior brother's good. He definitely did not have any selfish motives. Chapter 41:15. Although I stayed in there longer than fourth senior sister and second senior brother, I'm still far behind third senior brother and eldest senior sister. Although Duan Lingtian felt that he had gained a lot from entering the Supreme Powerhouse's relic, he could not help but feel disappointed when he thought about how his third senior brother Yang Yuchen and eldest senior sister, whom he had never met, had stayed longer than him in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic. 5 months and 9 days. That's not too bad. Yang Yuchen pretended to be calm as he comforted Duan Lingtian with a smile. At the same time, in a courtyard far away, an old man who was lying on a recliner and sunbathing could not help but twitch his mouth. Yang Yuchen is too shameless, isn't he? He stayed in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic for 5 months and 9 days, and he's still not as good as him? I remember. In the history of the Inner Palace, the longest senior who stayed in the Supreme Powerhouse's relic before this little fellow only stayed for 5 months and 5 days, right? Duan Lingtian not only broke the previous record, but he also set a new one. How could I not tell? Yang Yuchen has such a shameless side to him. As the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, the old man was well aware of the Inner Palace's affairs. Because of this, when he heard what Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian, He could not help but grumble inwardly. However, the old man's expression darkened very quickly. "Who are you calling an old fart?" At this moment, Yang Yuchen was telling Duan Lingtian that he was bringing him to meet someone. Duan Lingtian was asking who he was going to meet. Yang Yuchen said, "An old fart." "An old fart?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "Third senior brother, is he a senior in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace?" Yang Yuchen smiled faintly. "To be precise, he's the current palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace." "Yes, he's an extremely shameless old fart who often eavesdrops on other people's conversations. In the future, as long as you're in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, you have to be careful. If you don't set up a soundproof formation, it's best not to talk about confidential matters, lest he hears it." Almost as soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, a loud rumble suddenly sounded from the sky. Then, an enormous bolt of lightning, like the heavenly tribulation lightning, came crashing down with a loud rumble. In the next moment, it instantly contracted and condensed, striking Yang Yuchen's body. Before this happened, Yang Yuchen reacted in time. He raised his hand and a spear appeared in his hand. He held it vertically, causing the ferocious concentrated lightning to surge into it. Then, lightning surged on the 7-foot-long spear. Yang Yuchen shook his hand and the lightning within the spear disappeared. In the next instant, a giant mountain peak outside the Myriad Arts Academy shattered with a loud bang, shaking the surroundings. Some of the higher-ups and students of the Myriad Arts Academy who were closer to the scene were also alarmed. However, it was a commotion that happened outside the Wanda Law Palace after all. No matter how big it was, not many people really cared about it. Most of them were just curious. Were there any experts fighting outside? To think that a mountain had been destroyed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was next to Yang Yuchen, had a strange glint in his eyes. "Third senior brother. That didn't seem to be the law of space just now. It seems to be the law of time." Duan Lingtian also noticed the commotion outside. He was very far away, but he could see that Yang Yuchen had sent out the energy that had surged into his spear. As for the lightning attack that had fallen from the sky just now, he had already guessed where it had come from. It was obviously the doing of the old fart that third senior brother had mentioned. The other party had been listening to their conversation, including what third senior brother had said about the other party. He really was eavesdropping. Is this the current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy? So immoral. Someone like him? I'm afraid no one would suspect anything if he said that the Darknet divine weapon is in his hands. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but become vigilant. The current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy did not seem to be a good person. Not only did he like to eavesdrop, he also liked to use underhanded means. Wretched. Petty. This was the label he had placed on the other party before meeting the current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy. It was one thing for him to eavesdrop, but he actually attacked the person who had spoken ill of him while eavesdropping. If this was not petty, then what was? After all, the two of them were not great beauties. Wasn't it boring for an old man like him to eavesdrop on two grown men? Good lad. At the same time, the old man stood up from his recliner with a shocked expression. His mastery of the law of time has actually reached such a level? He wrapped my attack with the law of time and sent it out of the academy in an instant. It seems that his strength is no weaker than theirs. In fact, he might even be stronger. The old man's eyes flickered. As expected of the person I took a fancy to. Very good, very good. Little junior brother, let's go. After casually sending out the lightning, Yang Yuchen acted as if nothing had happened and greeted Duan Lingtian. Then he brought Duan Lingtian to see the old man. The current palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy, Su Bailey. Duan Lingtian greets the palace master. On the way here, Duan Lingtian could not help but imagine the appearance of the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy. He should be an old man with a wretched appearance. However, when he really met the other party, it gave him a visual impact. This amiable old man was really the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy who liked to eavesdrop and use underhanded methods? As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. The old man in front of him had a square face, but he did not appear dignified. Instead, he exuded an awe-inspiring righteousness, giving off a very amiable feeling. This lad Yang Yuchen has good eyesight. The old man, who was the palace master of the Myriad Arts Academy, Su Bailey, smiled and nodded. I don't like to beat around the bush. Since you're here, I'll get straight to the point. The person who issued the mission on the dark web, I roughly know who it is. Just as Su Bailey said that, Duan Lingtian could not help but interrupt. Palace Master, don't you know who issued the mission? Rumor has it that the dark web artifact is in your hands, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course, the reason why he dared to interrupt Su Bailey was because he could see that Su Bailey was not a serious person. In addition, from the previous confrontation between Su Bailey and Yang Yuchen, he could see that in front of Su Bailey, such a joke was still acceptable. Otherwise, he would not have dared to interrupt a superior ultimate god. For such an existence, not to mention killing him with a slap, even a finger was enough to crush him to death. Did he tell you that? Su Bailey heard that and subconsciously looked at Yang Yuchen. Before Yang Yuchen could speak, Duan Lingtian had already shook his head. Third senior brother didn't say it. I heard it from others. Su Bailey heard that and did not ask further. He nodded and said, rumors can't be trusted, especially such rumors. There's no need to believe them. When I said that I roughly knew who issued the mission, it was purely my personal guess. As for their goal, I can roughly guess. If you were just a mediocre person, it would be fine, but the problem is, you're not. Now, I'm just worried that they'll risk their lives to take your life in the academy. When you prove your worth, perhaps an emperor god will make a move and exchange his life for yours. He'll kill you, and he'll be executed by the academy. Su Bailey said it calmly, but Duan Lingtian frowned when he heard that. In fact, he had heard about this from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Because of this, his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, had even asked him to take refuge in the independent realm where the internal palace was and only come out after entering the ultimate expert's relic. He understood what his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, meant. He wanted him to enter the ultimate expert's relic to improve his strength so that he could deal with those who might attack him. However, just as Duan Lingtian frowned, Su Bailey said, I can help you solve this problem. When Duan Lingtian stared at him, Su Bailey said unhurriedly, I can warn them. Not only will they not harm you in the academy, but they might even protect you and prevent other people from killing you in the academy. Help me solve this problem? Duan Lingtian was not happy when he heard Su Bailey's words. Instead, he frowned slightly. Could it be that Su Bailey had some conditions? At the same time, as if he could read Duan Lingtian's mind, Su Bailey continued, I've told your third senior brother about this. At first, he thought that I wanted him to do something. However, I told him that I don't need him to do anything, and I don't even need you to do anything. At most, you'll owe me a favor. It doesn't matter if you're willing to return this favor in the future. Su Bailey said frankly and directly, according to your third senior brother, he can't decide for you on this matter. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the palace master of Everlasting Studies Palace did not intend to make any requests from him, his third senior brother, or even the internal palace. He just wanted to do him a favor. Of course, he knew that if he accepted the favor, he would have to return it in the future. The palace master was willing to do him a favor because he knew that. Little junior brother. At that moment, Yang Yuchen's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Do as you wish. Even if you don't want the palace master's favor, I can also create a law clone to protect you. Even if the lineage of inheritance really arranged for someone to kill you, it's unlikely that they would send an ultimate god to exchange their life for yours. Even if it's an ordinary lower ultimate god, my law clone can stop him for a moment. That moment is enough for my original body to arrive at the scene in time. Yang Yuchen said telepathically. Yang Yuchen's words were very simple. He did not want Duan Lingtian to deliberately accept Su Baili's favor. Even without Su Baili's favor, he could protect Duan Lingtian himself. Chapter 41:16. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, touched by Yang Yuchen's words. Naturally, he knew he could not allow his third senior brother to do this. If a law clone wanted to pay attention to something, it would affect the main body. Since Duan Lingtian had his own law clone, he was well aware of this. When the nomological avatar was doing something else, the main body could cultivate, but it couldn't fully focus on cultivation. There would always be some distractions. Only when the law clone entered a meditative state would the main body be able to focus on cultivating, comprehending the laws, and comprehending the four daos of heaven and earth. Even his law clone would not do anything when his main body was cultivating. Most of the time, his law clone would be in seclusion. Even if his third senior brother's law clone was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian had no intention of letting his law clone stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Since the Mon-origin divine sect did not send anyone, it meant they had guessed something was up. There was no point in continuing this. Palace Master. Duan Lingtian looked at Su Baili and said solemnly, "I owe you a favor. I won't disappoint you in the future, Palace Master." Naturally, Duan Lingtian could tell Su Baili wanted to invest in him. Since Su Baili was optimistic about his future, Su Baili was willing to help him. Indeed, Duan Lingtian needed this favor. This matter concerned his life and death. Naturally, he did not dare to be careless. Moreover, he did not want to drag his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, down with him. Alright. When Su Baili saw that Duan Lingtian had agreed, he immediately laughed out loud. His laughter was so bright that his eyes narrowed into slits. Duan Lingtian knew he was safe in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace from now on. He did not have to worry about being attacked by God Emperors. Yang Yuchen, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, raised his eyebrows slightly. However, he did not say anything. Everyone had their own choices. Duan Lingtian, how long did you stay in the Supreme Expert's relic? Suddenly, Su Baili smiled and asked Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's expression changed as well. He looked at Su Baili with a warning gaze. He was certain this old man must have eavesdropped on their conversation after his junior brother came out. 5 months and 9 days. Duan Lingtian sighed dispiritedly. Why are you sighing? Su Baili shook his head. Your result has broken the highest record in the history of the Inner Palace. Before you, the highest record was 5 months and 5 days. You came out 4 days later than him. Su Baili completely ignored Yang Yuchen's warning gaze. This brat, I wanted him to be the palace lord, but he still refused to listen to me. Now that I have a chance to teach him a lesson, I won't miss it. When Duan Lingtian heard Su Baili's words, he was stunned. He then asked anxiously, Palace Master, are you mistaken? My third senior brother and eldest senior sister stayed in the relic longer than me. How could I have broken the record of the Inner Palace? Duan Lingtian thought Su Baili had made a mistake. At the same time, he looked at Yang Yuchen and asked, Third senior brother, don't you agree? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yang Yuchen's expression was a little unnatural. He could not help but be stunned. What was going on? His third senior brother had said it himself just now. Could it be that he was lying to him? Was the palace lord telling the truth? Subsequently, Duan Lingtian obtained his answer from Yang Yuchen. Junior brother, I was afraid that you would be too proud, so I didn't tell you the truth. Actually, your result was very impressive. Not only did you surpass me and eldest senior sister, but you also broke the record of the Inner Palace's ancestors. Yang Yuchen said as he shook his head. Duan Lingtian finally understood. His third senior brother had lied to him. He had set a new record of the Inner Palace in the Ultimate Expert's relic. Su Baili was standing at the side. When he heard Yang Yuchen's words, he said with a look of surprise, You brat, you should have reminded me to cooperate with you. While Yang Yuchen was so angry that the corners of his mouth were twitching, Su Baili looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a bitter smile, Duan Lingen, you won't be proud of this, right? If I am, then I'll have ruined your third senior brother's good intentions. I was too talkative. Su Baili looked as if it was all his fault. As for Duan Lingtian, after a short moment of astonishment, he finally understood the situation in front of him. It turned out that the Palace Lord of the Myriad Arts Academy had deliberately told him this. He must have heard what his third senior brother had said to him. As for why his third senior brother had said that, he did not suspect anything. His third senior brother probably did not want him to be too proud, so he did not tell him the truth. Don't worry, third senior brother. I won't be proud. I came from the mundane realm, and this isn't the first time I've achieved something like this. I'm used to it, Duan Lingtian said to Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen nodded with a faint smile on his face. At the same time, he felt his liver ache. Was his little junior brother really unable to guess his thoughts, or was he pretending not to know? At this moment, he felt as though he had lifted a rock and dropped it on his own feet. Third senior brother. After bidding farewell to Su Baili, Duan Lingtian made his way back to the independent realm where the inner palace was located. He asked Yang Yuchen, what do you think the people who attacked the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and those who are related to me are from the Monarch sect? More than 90%. Yang Yuchen asked curiously, little junior brother, aren't you 100% certain they're the culprits? Why are you asking me now? I just want to confirm it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It's very likely they're the culprits. Yang Yuchen continued to say, later on, when I made a move against the people from the Monarch spirit sect, it was after you rejected the challenge from Wang Yunxing, the holy son of the Monarch spirit sect in our Myriad Arts Academy. After the challenge, I heard that some of the disciples of the Mon Origin Divine sect were secretly saying that they wouldn't let you off the hook for humiliating their holy child. Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before he continued to say, speaking of which, this sounds like something the Monarch Divine sect would do. Back then, I was the one who invited you to join the Myriad Law Academy. If you joined another Ultimate God Force, they would have attacked you as soon as you entered the Myriad Law Academy. If I invite you, they will be more or less afraid of me, because there are many people from the Mon Origin sect in the Myriad Law Palace, including a saint. Under such circumstances, it's only normal for them to hold back temporarily. However, when you refused the challenge from the Mon Origin Divine sect's Holy Son, they saw it as a humiliation to their Holy Son. At that time, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. It's only natural that they would seek revenge on those around you. After listening to Yang Yuchen's analysis, Duan Lingtian was even more certain the people from the Monarch Divine sect were the culprits. Third senior brother. Duan Lingtian said, I'm going to ask Hua Lao and Senior Meng Luo to leave the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the next few days. At that time, you'll be able to retrieve your law of avatars. Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen smiled wryly. There's no need to rush. My law of avatars are still there. They won't affect me. Third senior brother, that's not the only reason. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, the people from the Monarch Divine sect haven't made a move yet. They must have guessed that your law of avatars are guarding the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Under such circumstances, it's meaningless to continue waiting for them to show up. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Yuchen fell silent. Over the next few days, Duan Lingtian's law of avatars left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with Hua Lao and Meng Luo. As for the others, they were those who were recruited later on. After receiving some benefits from Duan Lingtian, they happily left the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Lingtian brought Hua Lao and Meng Luo out of the solitary destructive heaven, Yang Yuchen's law of avatars personally escorted them out of the solitary destructive heaven. After settling down Hua Lao and Meng Luo, Duan Lingtian's true body left the independent realm where the solitary destructive heaven's palace of the solitary destructive heaven was located. The palace master of Myriad Law's Academy, Su Baili, had asked his third senior brother to tell him that from now on, he would be absolutely safe in Myriad Law's academy. No one would risk their lives to kill him. When Duan Lingtian's original body left the independent plane of the inner palace and returned to the student dormitory of the Myriad Arts Academy, all existences above the God-Emperor realm in the lineage of inheritance received a warning from the few existences with the highest status in the lineage of inheritance, excluding the palace master. Everyone from today onwards, no one from the legacy bloodline is to have any thoughts of targeting Duan Lingtian. The headmaster has said that if anything happens to Duan Lingtian in the academy, he will disqualify the legacy bloodline from competing for the position of headmaster. Not only must we not target the Duan Lingtian. If we discover that someone is targeting the Duan Lingtian, we must also pay attention to whether or not the Duan Lingtian's life is in danger. If it is, we must protect the Duan Lingtian. When these words reverberated in the ears of those above the God-Emperor realm in the lineage of inheritance, everyone fell silent after recovering from their shock. They knew that Duan Lingtian had obtained the death-free golden medallion in the academy. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the situation in the lineage of inheritance. Not long after he returned to dorm 603 in the second dormitory building, he walked out again and flew directly to the sky above a dormitory with a courtyard, overlooking the dormitory below him. Wang Yunxing, come out, Duan Lingtian said in a low voice, his tone indifferent beyond compare. In the next instant, when he saw that there was no movement in the dormitory, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. Don't play dead. At this time, the people who had gathered to watch the commotion were somewhat speechless. Wasn't Duan Lingtian a little too impatient? He had spoken at the beginning and told Wang Yunxing not to play dead at the end. It had all been done in succession, with only a pause of a breath in between. It was impossible for Wang Yunxing to react in such a short time. Chapter 41:17. Just as the group of onlookers was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's words, a cold snort was heard from the dormitory overlooking by Duan Lingtian. Immediately afterward, there was a loud bang as a figure broke through the door and smashed it into pieces. After that, a figure directly soared into the sky and confronted Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling, are you provoking me? Wang Yunxing stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. He never expected that before he could provoke Duan Lingtian would come knocking on his door. Wang Yunxing. Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Wang Yunxing and said in a deep voice, last time, I didn't want to hurt you, so I didn't accept your challenge. I didn't expect the Mon-Origin Spirit sect to be so ruthless as to massacre the forces of my friends and family in the lower secondary planes. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Wang Yunxing's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. At the same time, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. It was not impossible for the Mon-Origin Spirit sect to do such a thing. However, who was the one who did this? He did not know. The group of onlookers of the Myriad Art Academy also came to a realization at this time. At the same time, they looked at Wang Yunxing with a hint of fear in their eyes. Of course, there was more disdain in the depths of their eyes. Even if he was dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's refusal to accept his challenge in the past, that was between him and Duan Lingtian. There was no need to involve Duan Lingtian's relatives and friends, right? It's not the first time the Mon-Origin Spirit sect has done such a thing. It's not strange. Even so, isn't this a little too much? Such a small conflict involves Duan Lingtian's relatives and friends? In my opinion, this conflict may not be the only one. As far as I know, before Duan Lingtian was invited back to our Myriad Art Academy by Vice Palace Master Yang, someone from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect also went to invite Duan Lingtian but was rejected by Duan Lingtian. At that time, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect may have already held a grudge against Duan Lingtian. What happened between him and Wang Yunxing was just a fuse. There was a lot of discussion among the onlookers. Among them, there was no lack of discerning people who vaguely guessed the ins and outs of the matter. At the same time, Wang Yunxing sighed. He had learned that the Monorigin spirit sect members had sent people to the lower secondary planes to retaliate against Duan Lingtian. Although this matter could not be spread around, it was not difficult for him to find out as a direct descendant of the Monorigin divine cult's higher-level supreme god. At this point, he even knew which vice-sect master of the Monorigin spirit sect was in charge of this matter. Duan Lingtian. The doubt deep in Wang Yunxing's eyes disappeared. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were indifferent. You'd better not speak without evidence. Even if you're Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother, it doesn't mean you can slander the Monorigin spirit sect at will. Although Wang Yunxing already knew the truth, he was not stupid enough to admit that the Monorigin spirit sect had done this. Even if most people suspected the Monorigin spirit sect, they would not admit it. It would be fine if it was an ordinary person without any background. However, this person was Duan Lingtian. Behind Duan Lingtian was Myriad Art Academy's Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen, a powerful medium-level ultimate god. If the Monorigin spirit sect admitted this matter, the other party would definitely not let it go. When the time came, there was a possibility that he would personally take Duan Lingtian to the Monorigin spirit sect to seek justice. If Duan Lingtian was in the right, the Myriad Art Academy's palace master might come forward in the end if the matter really blew up. At that time, the Monorigin spirit sect would most likely abandon the vice leader behind the scenes in order to appease the Myriad Art Academy's palace master's anger because they were in the wrong. Duan Lingtian sneered. The disappearance of the doubt deep in Wang Yunxing's eyes did not escape his notice. It was not difficult for him to guess why there was such a change in Wang Yunxing's eyes. In all likelihood, Wang Yunxing had just found out about the Monorigin spirit sect's attack on his relatives and friends. Previously, Duan Lingtian only felt that the people who attacked his relatives and friends were more than 90% sure they were from the Monorigin spirit sect, but now he had full confidence in his ability to do so. Wang Yunxing's eyes betrayed them. As for Wang Yunxing's denial, he was not surprised because even if everyone knew about it, Wang Yunxing would not dare to say it out loud. Whether it's slander or not, I'm afraid you know it in your heart. After Duan Lingtian sneered, he sneered again. Wang Yunxing, last time I refused you because I was afraid of hurting you, but I didn't expect your Monorigin spirit sect to be so ruthless. Today I, Duan Lingtian, challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept? If you dare, we'll go and sign a life and death contract now. If you don't dare, you, Wang Yunxing, the Monorigin spirit sect's holy son, are just a useless waste. As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, everyone was shocked. Even Wang Yunxing, after being angry, looked at Duan Lingtian again with a bit of fear in his eyes. As the Monorigin spirit sect's holy son and the leader of the younger generation in the Shengang land, he was naturally not a fool. Duan Lingtian dared to challenge him to a life and death battle. Either he was deliberately mystifying things or he really had the confidence to kill him. However, even if the possibility of killing him was slim, since the other party took the initiative to challenge him, he would not agree. Once he lost his life, he would lose everything. Even if there was only a slight chance of dying, he would not take the risk. Duan Lingtian issued a life and death battle to Wang Yunxing? The group of onlookers was shocked. Even if this is deliberately mystifying things, it's enough to see how bold Duan Lingtian is. This is a person who is ruthless to himself. I'm afraid Wang Yunxing might not accept the challenge. If he makes the wrong choice, he'll lose his life. Duan Lingtian is powerful. If Wang Yunxing refuses, he'll admit that he's inferior to him. As more and more onlookers gathered, Wang Yunxing's tone was indifferent as he directly rejected Duan Lingtian's life and death battle as most people had guessed. Of course, his original words were very pleasant to hear. Duan Lingtian, I'll give face to Vice Palace Master Yang and not accept your life and death battle, lest Vice Palace Master Yang loses his little junior brother in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian sneered again. Wang Yunxing, if you don't dare, just admit it. Is it that difficult to admit that you don't dare? What Monorigin spirit sect's holy son? In my opinion, you're just a coward and a good-for-nothing. To think that I can kill a good-for-nothing like you even without using my law avatar. The law of clones was one of the trump cards of people from lower realms. It was comparable to the bloodline of natives in realms of gods. Duan Lingtian's claim that he would be able to kill Wang Yunxing without using his law of clones was rather exaggerated in the eyes of the 10,000 Arts Academy students. No matter what, Wang Yunxing was the Monorigin spirit sect's holy son, an outstanding genius of the younger generation in the Mystic Gangland. However, when it came to Duan Lingtian, he really did seem like a cowardly weakling. You're inviting me to a life and death battle without using your law avatar? At this moment, Wang Yunxing frowned. At the same time, he was somewhat tempted. If Duan Lingtian did not use his law avatar, his strength would undoubtedly be much weaker. Under such circumstances, was this Duan Lingtian still confident that he could kill him? He did not quite believe it. If you agree to my life and death battle, I can make a heart demon blood oath that if I use my law avatar in a life and death battle with you, I'll die and my Tao will vanish. Duan Lingtian sneered indifferently. However, do you, Wang Yunxing, dare to agree? For a time, everyone's eyes fell on Wang Yunxing. In their opinion, it was already very rare for Duan Lingtian to make such a concession. Moreover, they also felt that if Duan Lingtian did not use his law avatar, it was almost impossible for him to kill Wang Yunxing. Will Wang Yunxing agree? I don't know. Maybe he will? Duan Lingtian is so arrogant. Isn't he worried that Wang Yunxing will really agree to his life and death battle? I feel that even so, Wang Yuanxing might not dare to agree. It's fine if he wins, but if he loses, he'll die and his Tao will vanish. Previously, most of the onlookers had guessed that Wang Yunxing would refuse. However, now, half of them felt that Wang Yunxing might agree. At the same time, they felt that Duan Lingtian was more likely to scare Wang Yunxing. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian asked again. The sneer on his face was getting wider and wider. After a while, Wang Yunxing said indifferently, I'll say the same thing. I don't want Vice Palace Master Yang to lose a junior brother like you. I'll give Vice Palace Master Yang some face. As soon as Wang Yunxing said this, not only did Duan Lingtian look at him with disdain, but even those who thought that Wang Yunxing might agree and were waiting for Wang Yunxing to make a move looked at Wang Yunxing differently. Why didn't they think that the Monorigin spirit sect's holy son was so timid? He was actually scared by Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian was obviously trying to scare him. Ha! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Wang Yunxing, do you want me to call my third senior brother here and let him tell you that you don't need to give him face? Wang Yunxing's face stiffened when he heard this. Duan Lingtian, if it's a normal challenge, I can ask about you. However, I'm not interested in a life and death challenge. I, Wang Yunxing, am not interested in a life and death challenge with you. How can your life be compared to mine? Ridiculous. Duan Ling, you think too highly of yourself. I, Wang Yunxing, am the Monorigin spirit sect's holy son and a direct descendant of the current high-level supreme god of the Monorigin spirit sect. My life is as precious as gold. Duan Lingtian, you're just a person who climbed up from a lower secondary plane with no background. Your life is as cheap as grass. Seeing that Wang Yunxing seemed to want to continue, Duan Lingtian yawned and interrupted him indifferently. In the end, you, Wang Yunxing, don't dare to accept my life and death challenge. The Monorigin spirit sect's holy son is just SOSO. With a sneer, Duan Lingtian turned around and left, ignoring Wang Yunxing. Of course, deep in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This Wang Yunxing was actually so cautious. What a pity. Chapter 41:18. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian turn around and leave, Wang Yunxing noticed the strange gazes directed at him from the surroundings. His expression changed slightly, and he shouted at Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave. I, Wang Yunxing, invite you to a spar, the kind that doesn't overdo it. Do you dare? The current Wang Yunxing gave people the feeling that he wanted to regain the face he had just lost. He directly challenged Duan Lingtian, but it was only an ordinary spar, not a battle of life and death. For a moment, the strange gazes that fell on Wang Yunxing became even stranger at this moment. This Wang Yunxing wants to test Duan Lingtian's strength? If Duan Lingtian agrees and beats him, he won't lose. But if Duan Lingtian gives up for nothing, he can regain the face he lost just now. Unless Duan Lingtian is stupid, he won't agree to this spar. I think so too. This Wang Yunxing, doesn't he think that it's a bit unnecessary to challenge Duan Lingtian like this? Does he think that Duan Lingtian will be stupid enough to accept his challenge? Under the shocked gazes of the 10,000 Arts Academy students, Duan Lingtian did not even pause for a moment before he left. As he left behind a sentence full of contempt and disdain. Wait until you have the courage to challenge me to a battle of life and death, then come find me. Duan Lingtian's words angered Wang Yunxing so much that his face turned red. He had a strong impulse to challenge Duan Lingtian to a battle of life and death, but in the end he couldn't hold it in. Endure! Endure! This Duan Lingtian might really have the strength to kill me. I can't be impulsive. I can't take the risk. The current Wang Yunxing was constantly comforting himself in the depths of his heart. Although he felt oppressed, he still gritted his teeth and endured. This Duan Lingtian might really have the strength to kill him. You can even hold it in? Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was still thinking that Wang Yunxing might not be able to hold himself back and challenge him to a life and death battle. However, when he returned to his dormitory, Wang Yunxing did not issue a life and death battle invitation. What a pity. He's too cautious. Looks like there's no chance to kill him openly in the 10,000 Laws Palace. Let's find another opportunity later. If we have the chance, we'll kill all the other Mon-origin divine sect disciples in the Myriad Laws Palace as well. A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Monarch spirit cult, this is not over yet. After Duan Lingtian returned to his dormitory, more and more people in the Myriad Arts Academy found out about the conflict between him and the Mon-origin spirit cult's holy son, Wang Yunxing. He also knew that Wang Yunxing did not dare to accept his life or death challenge. Although most people still felt that Wang Yunxing was stronger, at the same time, they either felt that Wang Yunxing was too timid or too cautious. However, no matter what, Duan Lingtian was completely famous this time. Previously, the great majority of people had already forgotten about him. Yet now, they remembered him once again. Furthermore, they earnestly remembered him. Duan Lingtian. This heaven's pride from the remote 7 prefectures had first rejected Wang Yunxing's challenge. Then, more than a year later, he came looking for Wang Yunxing and issued a life and death challenge to him. In the end, Wang Yunxing chose to escape. It was said that one would become famous after a battle, but this time, Duan Lingtian had become famous without a battle. At the legacy bloodlines, those who were god emperors and above were speechless when they heard about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Wang Yunxing. Do we really care about Duan Lingtian? Why does it feel like he's in a hurry to die? Does he really think he's a match for Wang Yunxing? If he really dies in Wang Yunxing's hands in a life and death challenge, he can't blame us. It's a pity that Wang Yunxing didn't accept his life and death challenge. Wang Yunxing must be worried that Duan Lingtian is stronger than him. Wang Yunxing is too timid. Those who were god emperors and above in the legacy bloodlines had received a warning from their superiors. They knew that not only could they not attack Duan Lingtian in the future, but they also had to protect Duan Lingtian when his life was in danger in the academy. Of course, if Duan Lingtian died in someone else's hands in a life and death challenge, they could not be blamed. The legacy bloodlines did not have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. In fact, they could not wait for Duan Lingtian to die. Now that they learned that Wang Yunxing had missed the opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian, they naturally felt that it was a pity. At the same time, they also felt that Wang Yunxing was too timid and cautious. A young man who was not even 3,000 years old would at most flaunt his prowess among the younger generation in the remote 7 prefectures. In the outside world, there were many people who were more outstanding than him. In Myriad Arts Academy, the students had their own small cliques. Those who came from the same faction naturally formed their own cliques. The Mon-Origin sect was no exception. At this moment, everyone in the small circle of the Mon-Origin divine sect, except for Wang Yunxing, had gathered together. They were all gathered in the dormitory of a Mon-Origin sect disciple. What do you think the Holy Sun is thinking? That Duan Lingtian sent himself to his doorstep for him to kill, but he didn't kill him? A Mon-Origin sect disciple asked with a gloomy expression. Maybe the Holy Sun is afraid that he's not as good as Duan Lingtian and will be killed instead. Another Monarch divine sect disciple said with a mocking expression. The Mon-Origin sect disciples who could come to Myriad Arts Academy were basically the cream of the crop among the younger generation. Even if they weren't as good as the Holy Sun, they weren't too far off. Some of them were even as talented as the Holy Sun. However, they weren't as strong as the Holy Sun because they hadn't enjoyed as many resources in the past. Hulanchi, a Mon-Origin sect disciple, reprimanded the disciple who had spoken first. Stop mocking and ridiculing us. I know you don't like the Holy Sun, but now isn't the time for internal strife. What are we gathered here for? Isn't it because of the Mon-Origin sect? Hulanchi was a handsome young man with a wicked smile on his face when he heard the reprimand of the Monarch divine sect's disciple. He smiled faintly and said, "In my opinion, there's no need for us to gather for such a trivial matter. There's nothing to discuss. What's there to discuss? Let's discuss who among us will challenge the Duan Lingtian to a death duel and test his strength." If we find out that he's not strong enough, we'll ask the Holy Sun to challenge him to a death duel to avenge our humiliation. At this point, Hulanchi sneered, "Let me put my words here first. If you want to do something like this, do it yourselves. Don't count me in." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Hulanchi left, another 2 disciples of the Mon-Origin spirit sect followed suit. "I won't get involved in this matter either. It's not our fault in the first place. I'll take my leave as well. The few of you have a good relationship with the Holy Sun, so think of a way to help him." For a time, only 4 Mon-Origin sect disciples were left. They were either close to Wang Yunxing, the Holy Sun of the Mon-Origin sect, or they were from Wang Yunxing's faction. When the 3 of them left, the 4 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. However, after the 3 of them left, their expressions gradually eased. They knew it was useless to be angry at this time. The 3 of them were not afraid of them. In the first place, the 4 of them and Wang Yunxing were not on good terms with the 3 of them. It was normal for them to leave without a care. Moreover, the 3 of them were not responsible for this matter. Even if news of this spread back to the Mon-Origin sect, nobody would blame them. Are we just going to let this matter go? At this moment, the 4 of them looked at each other and saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. The 3 of them will definitely spread the news. If the Holy Sun can't avenge his humiliation, his status in the sect will definitely be affected. That's not a good thing for us. The Mon-Origin sect did not only have one Holy Sun. The Holy Sun's status often represented the faction he belonged to and the interests of the people around him. The 4 of them were different from the 3 who had left earlier. The 3 of them did not share the same interests as Wang Yunxing, but the 4 of them shared the same interests as Wang Yunxing. Do you think Duan Lingtian has the ability to defeat or even kill the Holy Sun? One of them asked in a deep voice. That's impossible. I think so too. I've seen the scryer recording of Duan Lingtian's battle. Although his strength is not bad, he's still lacking compared to the Holy Sun. Even if any one of us can't defeat him, it won't be easy for him to kill us. I think so too. The other 3 felt that Duan Lingtian was not a match for the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun is too cautious. However, if any one of us were to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian, the chances of us dying are much higher than the Holy Sun fighting him. The 4 of us can test Duan Lingtian, but a battle to the death is unrealistic. Although the strength he displayed in the scryer recording was extremely difficult to kill me, a long period of time has already passed since then. Who knows, his strength might have improved again. After all, he's not even 3,000 years old yet. I think so too. Based on their words, it was clear that none of them dared to fight to the death with Duan Lingtian. Let's see if he'll accept our challenge to a spar. Soon after, the four of them reached a consensus. Soon after, the four of them set off together and appeared outside dormitory number 2. One of them flew out and shouted, "Duan Lingen, I'm Hong Li, a disciple of the Mon Origin Divine Sect. I'm here to challenge you. Do you dare to spar with me?" Hong Li. As soon as the Mon Origin Divine Sect's disciple Hong Li finished speaking, the group of students in dormitory number 2 immediately came out to watch the show. In the distance, the people from the other dormitories as well as the dormitories, who were free, came over to watch as well. Under the expectant gazes of the group of people, an indifferent voice came from dormitory 603 in dormitory number 2. "I'm not interested in a spar. If you want to fight, let's fight to the death." Chapter 41:19. Duan Lingtian, you're afraid to fight me, right? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hong Li, the disciple from the Mon Origin spirit sect who had been clamoring outside, had an ugly expression on his face. However, he forced himself to mock Duan Lingtian. Afraid? This time, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he walked out of room 603 and flew up into the sky. He stared at Hong Li, who was standing nearby, and said indifferently, "Is there something wrong with the people from the Mon Origin spirit sect? I've already said that I'll accept your challenge if you want to fight me to the death. Now you're saying that I don't dare to fight you? Seems like the Mon Origin spirit sect's disciples are just as useless as Wang Yunxing." After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he shook his head lazily. Hong Li's face flushed red when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He almost challenged Duan Lingtian to a fight to the death, but in the end his rationality prevailed over his impulse. He was not a fool. Before he figured out Duan Lingtian's background, even Wang Yunxing, the holy son of the Mon Origin spirit sect, who was stronger than him, would not dare to fight Duan Lingtian to the death, let alone Hong Li, Duan Lingtian. At this time, the 3 disciples from the Mon Origin spirit sect who had come with Hong Li also came to Hong Li's side and glared at Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had not only insulted Hong Li, but also the disciples of the Mon Origin spirit sect. They were also disciples of the Mon Origin spirit sect. "Don't be too arrogant, Duan Lingtian. There are plenty of people in the Mon Origin spirit sect who can deal with you. Duan Lingen, do you really think that no one in the younger generation can deal with you?" Duan Lingen. The 3 men from the Mon Origin sect who had just appeared were somewhat hysterical at the moment. They were considered geniuses in the Mon Origin sect. Even in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, they were the best among the students. But now, they were being called trash by the person in front of them. How could they not be mad? "For people?" Duan Lingtian looked at the 4 people in front of him. His eyes narrowed, and a bright smile appeared on his face. "How about this? Since you're all alone, you don't dare to fight me to the death. In that case, I'll allow you 4 pieces of trash to join the other piece of trash from the Mon Origin spirit sect, Wang Yunxing. The 5 of you will fight me 5 against 1. I will sign a life and death contract with the 5 of you. We will fight to the death. You pieces of trash, do you dare?" If they were ordinary people, Duan Lingtian might be a little more polite to them. But for the people of the mono-spirit cult in front of him, there was only hatred and hatred. It was not that he was generalizing, but the people of the Mon Origin spirit cult were not good people to begin with. Just like now, the gazes of the 4 people in front of him were filled with killing intent. If they had the chance to kill him, he believed that they would definitely not miss it. As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the group of students from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace who came to watch the show were all stunned. Duan Lingtian issued another life and death challenge after Wang Yunxing's rejection of the life and death challenge. He alone was challenging 5 Mon-origin spirit cult disciples, including Wang Yunxing. One should know that not only Wang Yunxing, but even the 4 people in front of them were not easy to deal with. At least, if the 4 of them joined forces, they could even defeat Wang Yunxing. Wang Yunxing is here too. At this time, someone saw Wang Yunxing who had just stepped into the air from the dormitory. Many people also looked over at once. Wang Yunxing, this time Duan Lingtian is not only challenging you to a life and death challenge, but also the 5 people of the Mon-origin spirit cult. You won't refuse this time, right? Not far away, a person looked at Wang Yunxing and asked with a laugh. This person was naturally not an ordinary person. He was a heaven's pride from another heavyweight force in the mystic gangland. At this time, he had a bright smile on his face, looking like he was enjoying the show. Wang Yunxing is here too. Is Duan Lingtian crazy? He's challenging 5 people of the Mon-origin spirit cult to a life and death challenge by himself? While the other students of the Myriad Arts Academy thought that Duan Lingtian was crazy, the 4 people of the Mon-origin spirit cult, including Hong Li, turned to look at Wang Yunxing in the distance. Junior brother Yunxing, since Duan Lingtian wants to die, will fulfill his wish. You can't possibly think that he has the strength to kill the 5 of us alone, right? Hong Li looked at Wang Yunxing. When he transmitted his voice, the anger in his voice had not dissipated. Junior brother Yunxing, if the 5 of us join forces, who can't we kill in the mystic gangland under the age of 10,000? Even among the lesser god emperors, there are few who can stop us. Junior brother Yunxing, the 4 people of the Mon-origin spirit cult, including Hong Li, transmitted their voices to Wang Yunxing, asking him to join forces with them to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge and kill Duan Lingtian. Wang Yunxing is here too? At this time, Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on Wang Yunxing in the distance, and a bright smile appeared on his face. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Wang Yunxing, I'm challenging the 5 of you to a life and death challenge. Don't tell me you still don't dare to accept? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he tried to suppress the light in the depths of his eyes that was on the verge of bursting out. Seeing that Wang Yunxing still did not respond to Duan Lingtian's words, Hong Li and the other Mon-origin spirit cult disciples became anxious and hurriedly transmitted their voices to Wang Yunxing again. At this time, the others were also looking at Wang Yunxing. Wang Yunxing, don't tell me you still don't dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge? This Duan Lingtian is obviously deliberately mystifying things. If Wang Yunxing and the other 4 join forces, in the mystic gangland, anyone below the lesser god emperor realm, I'm afraid no one can survive under their hands, right? I think so too. Even if it's the top prodigies of the giant ultimate god forces, I'm afraid no one below the god emperor realm would dare to fight against the 5 of them alone. If Wang Yunxing still doesn't dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge at this time, then he's really too cowardly. Listening to the words that came to his ears and listening to the urging of Hong Li and the other 3, Wang Yunxing's face was gloomy and his eyes were indifferent. Did he want to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge? However, now that he had sent a message to his lineage's old ancestor, a medium ultimate god, after a moment of hesitation, the old ancestor did not agree with him joining the battle. Although the old ancestor also believed that Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the other 3 could kill anyone below the god emperor realm in the mystic gangland. However, after hearing that this was a life and death challenge initiated by Duan Lingtian and thinking that Duan Lingtian was not even 3,000 years old and came from a mundane realm, he felt that the Duan Lingtian's demon was unimaginable for ordinary people. There was still a chance that he would fail. I'll get someone to contact the 4 of them. They have to accept this battle. However, that doesn't include you. With the 4 of them working together, they are stronger than you alone. Normally, even if Duan Lingtian is stronger than you, as long as he's not much stronger, the 4 of them together are enough to kill Duan Lingtian. You just have to keep quiet about this matter. I'll make the arrangements on my side. After hearing his old ancestor's words, Wang Yunsheng swallowed his anger. After a while, the 4 people who were urging Wang Yunsheng to join the battle also stopped sending voice transmissions to Wang Yunsheng. The 4 of them looked at each other and began to communicate through voice transmissions. My father wants me to join the 3 of you in accepting Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge. My mother told me the same thing. The 4 of us together are stronger than the Holy Sun. It won't be difficult to kill Duan Lingtian. I just don't know. Will this Duan Lingtian refuse on purpose? He'll only agree if the Holy Sun joins us. Let's ask first. The 4 of them did not have any objections to their elders asking them to join forces to accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge. This was because they felt that their combined strength was stronger than Wang Yunsheng, the Holy Sun. It would not be difficult for them to kill Duan Lingtian. While everyone's attention was still on Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li and the other 3 people turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Hong Li snorted coldly and said, Duan Ling, you're not worthy of the 4 of us and the Holy Sun joining forces. Don't you like life and death challenges? The 4 of us will play with you. What do you think? This is also taking care of you. If the Holy Sun joins us, you'll only die a worse death. Finally, Hong Li looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted from Wang Yunsheng to Duan Lingtian. What's going on? Why did Hong Li from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect suddenly change his mind? Duan Lingtian is obviously trying to scare them. If they don't bring Wang Yunsheng along, the Duan Lingtian will have an excuse to reject them again. Is Wang Yunsheng that timid? Why isn't he joining the battle at this time? I used to think Wang Yunsheng was quite powerful. Now, it seems like he's just SOSO. How can someone like him be worthy of being the Mon-Origin Spirit sect's Holy Sun? Many people's words revealed their disdain for Wang Yunsheng. These people had powerful backgrounds and were not weak. Therefore, they were not afraid of Wang Yunsheng. The 4 of you? Upon hearing Hong Li's words, Duan Lingtian had a mocking expression on his face. Don't you think too highly of yourselves? The 4 of you are trash. Are you worthy of me, Duan Lingnan, joining the battle and having a life and death duel with you? I'll say it again. The 4 of you will join forces with Wang Yunsheng. I'll sign a life and death contract with all of you to have a life and death duel. It won't do if one of you is missing. If you agree, sign a life and death contract. If you don't agree, forget it. After all, the people of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect are all trash who are as timid as mice. After saying that, Duan Lingtian ignored the furious gazes of Hong Li and the other 3. His gaze landed on Wang Yunsheng from afar. It had already come to this point. Could Wang Yunsheng still hold back? He was really powerful. The teenage mutant ninja turtle. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Wang Yunsheng, who had been trying his best to control his emotions, could no longer bear the pressure in his heart. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he shouted, Duan Ling, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Wang Yunsheng had completely exploded. He could not bear it anymore. He did not even bother to send a message to his elders. End of chapter. Chapter 41:20. All geniuses were prideful. Wang Yunsheng had previously rejected Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge. He was already filled with anger. However, he was worried that Duan Lingtian had concealed his strength. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill him. Therefore, he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge. At that time, he had endured it to avoid any accidents. Today, when Duan Lingtian issued a life or death challenge to him, Hong Li and the others, although he felt humiliated, he still had the intention of letting Hong Li and the other 3 test Duan Lingtian's strength. Although deep in his heart, he felt that Duan Lingtian was no match for the 5 of them, he still did not intend to accept the challenge. This time, it was no longer because he was afraid. It was more because he was afraid of embarrassing himself. After all, he was the Holy Son of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. He was also one of the best among the younger generation in the Myriad Law Palace. Even if he joined forces with Hong Li and the other three to kill Duan Lingtian, there was nothing to be proud of. However, now that Duan Lingtian had rejected Hong Li and the other three's challenge and insisted that he join the battle, coupled with the strange gazes from the surrounding people, he could not take it anymore. If he was embarrassed, so be it. Now, he only wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, now that I've accepted your life or death challenge, you won't go back on your word, right? After accepting Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge, Wang Yunxing was in high spirits. He no longer looked as dispirited as before. When he stared at Duan Lingtian, his aura was like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian sneered. Now that I've given you 4 helpers, you're finally not a coward anymore? If I knew this would happen, I would have asked you to find helpers 2 days ago. As for going back on my word, why should I go back on my word? After all, in my eyes, you're no different from a dead man after accepting my life or death challenge. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words came out, Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the others were instantly enraged. Arrogant. Duan Lingnan, go to the Hall of Life and Death and sign the life or death contract now. Duan Ling, I can't wait to kill you now. The Hall of Life and Death was the place where the Myriad Law Palace provided its disciples for life or death duels. Where there were people, there would be conflicts and battles. Some would even have a death grudge after their conflicts escalated. At that time, they needed a place to vent their emotions. The Hall of the Hall. The Hall of Life and Death was a place where not many people would go. There was only one teacher on duty, and this position was considered to be an idle position in the eyes of many people. The teachers on duty in the Hall of Life and Death usually cultivated in the Hall of Life and Death, and they would not be disturbed. They would only disturb them with disturbs to Lingtians. Recently, the teacher on duty at the Hall of Life and Death was called Yuan Dongchun. He was an upper divine emperor expert and was not far from the ultimate god realm. He had been trying to break through to the ultimate god realm recently. In his opinion, being on duty at the Hall of Life and Death was very leisurely. Even if he was cultivating in the Hall of Life and Death, he would not be disturbed. However, what he didn't expect was that the rule of not being interrupted when he was on duty in the Hall of Life and Death was broken when he was on duty this time. He was interrupted. Duan Lingtian? Yuan Dongchun was aware of Duan Lingtian's existence because he had only been on duty for 2 months. He had also heard that Duan Lingtian was challenged by Wang Yunxing, the Mon-origin divine sect's holy son, but Duan Lingtian had rejected the challenge. At that time, someone on the dark net had posted a mission against Duan Lingtian. It could be said that it had caused a stir in the academy. Even Yuan Dongchun knew about it. 2 days ago, Duan Lingtian challenged Wang Yunxing to a life or death duel, and Wang Yunxing rejected it? A year ago, Duan Lingtian had rejected Wang Yunxing's challenge. Like most people, Yuan Dongchun felt that Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept the challenge because he felt that he was no match for Wang Yunxing. Yuan Dongchun did not expect that after more than a year, Duan Lingtian would take the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian. Moreover, it was a life or death duel. According to what Yuan Dongchun had said at that time, he had rejected Wang Yunxing's challenge because he was concerned about Wang Yunxing's reputation. As for his challenge to Wang Yunxing this time, it was because he suspected that the Mon-origin divine sect had attacked the forces of his relatives and friends in the lower planes and killed them all. Even if there is no evidence, it is most likely done by the Mon-origin divine sect. Yuan Dongchun knew a little about the Mon-origin divine sect. This kind of thing seemed to be done by the Mon-origin divine sect, and the timing was right. Duan Lingtian's analysis was not wrong. However, what he did not expect was that Wang Yunxing would reject Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge. Obviously, he is worried that Duan Lingtian is deliberately mystifying to scare him. He is worried that Duan Lingtian really has the strength to kill him. After all, once a life or death contract is signed in the Myriad Law Palace, even the Mon-origin divine sect's leader can't change anything. Yuan Dongchun thought to himself. Of course, what shocked him the most was that 2 days after Duan Lingtian's life or death challenge was rejected by Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian actually issued another life or death challenge to Wang Yunxing, and this time, he directly challenged 5 people from the Mon-origin divine sect. 5 people, including Wang Yunxing. The other 4 people were not weak either. If they joined hands, it would not be difficult to kill Wang Yunxing in a life or death duel. This Duan Lingtian, is he crazy? He is deliberately scaring them, right? But, if he is deliberately scaring them, then why did he come to the Hall of Life and Death? Yuan Dongchun was shocked. He found it hard to understand. However, according to the rules of the Hall of Life and Death, as long as both sides had a request and there was no objection, they could sign a life or death contract. As for admitting defeat, there was no requirement. As long as both sides agreed, it was fine. Duan Lingtian. Yuan Dongchun looked at Duan Lingtian sternly and reminded him in a deep voice, "You must know that once the life or death contract is signed, you and the 5 of them will fight to the death. Are you sure you want to sign a life or death contract?" While reminding Duan Lingtian, Yuan Dongchun also sent a message, "Vice Palace Master Yang, Duan Lingtian is going to have a life or death duel with 5 people from the Mon-origin divine sect, including Wang Yunxing. Are you aware of this?" Yuan Dongchun was just an ordinary teacher in the Myriad Law Palace and was not a member of the Myriad Law Palace's legacy. Before Duan Lingtian's 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, stepped into the ultimate god realm, the 2 of them were friends and had a good relationship. Therefore, he immediately sent a message to Yang Yuchen to remind him. He hoped that Yang Yuchen would stop Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was courting death. "What? Do you think my little junior brother is courting death?" Yang Yuchen, who received Yuan Dongchun's message, asked in a calm tone with a smile. Yuan Dongchun was shocked when he heard Yang Yuchen's words. "You mean, your little junior brother has the strength to kill the 5 of them?" Yuan Dongchun continued, "If that's the case, it's not very appropriate, is it? Even if it's reasonable to kill them under such circumstances, it's equivalent to putting the Mon-origin divine sect on the opposite side. From now on, even if the Mon-origin divine sect doesn't openly target your little junior brother, I'm afraid they'll secretly think of ways to kill him and those related to him." Yuan Dongchun reminded Yang Yuchen. "The Mon-origin divine sect has already done so." Yang Yuchen said faintly, "Let's deal with this matter as it should be. Let nature take its course." At this moment, Yuan Dongchun was still shocked. "Did your little junior brother tell you himself that he's confident in killing Wang Yunxing and the others?" "Yes." Yang Yuchen replied. "Do you trust him that much? He's new here, so I'm afraid he doesn't know the strength of Wang Yunxing and the others, right?" "I trust him." At this time, Yuan Dongchun did not say anything else. At the same time, he looked at Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the others who were not far away and asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure you want to sign a life and death contract with Duan Lingtian? You should know that if you sign a life and death contract, even if you die, the Mon-origin divine sect won't be able to stand up for you. This is because you chose this path yourselves." In the face of Yuan Dongchun's reminder, Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the others naturally ignored it. "All right." Yuan Dongchun nodded. "Since you have no objections, then sign the life and death contract. Each of you write your name on it and press your palm print." At the same time, Yuan Dongchun raised his hand and took out a stone tablet. There were many lines of words written on it, and they were the terms of the life and death contract. As long as it was clear that the following life and death duel in the Hall of Life and Death was voluntary and had nothing to do with others. Even if they died, they would bear all the responsibility. It had nothing to do with the Wanda Law Palace or the person who killed them. Who's first? As soon as Yuan Dongchun finished speaking, Wang Yunxing was the first to make a move. He wrote his name on the stone tablet and then gently patted his name, leaving his palm print. "Duan Ling, I hope you won't run away." Wang Yunxing looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled contemptuously. In his opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian had not signed the life and death contract, there was still room for regret. And he did not want Duan Lingtian to go back on his word. "After all of you have signed it, I will naturally sign it." In the face of Wang Yunxing's contempt, Duan Lingtian looked indifferent. Hearing his words, Wang Yunsheng looked at Hong Li and the other three. Immediately, the four of them also signed their names on the life and death contract and left their palm prints. Duanling, it's your turn. Hong Li sneered. At this time, the group of Wanda Law Palace students who came to watch also looked at Duan Lingtian. At this critical moment, will Duan Lingtian run away? If he was just putting on an act from the beginning, he will definitely go back on his word now. If he really signed the life and death contract, it means that he has blind confidence in himself. If he signs the life and death contract, he will definitely die. In the end, under the group of people's shocked gazes, Duan Lingtian casually left the sixth name and sixth palm print below the life and death contract. The life and death contract is formed. Yuan Dongchuan's voice sounded at the right time. Chapter 41-21. The life and death contract is formed. As Yuan Dongchuan's voice fell, he casually threw the life and death contract stele into the Hall of Life and Death. The eyes of the group of Myriad Art Academy students who came to watch the show lit up. More and more people came to watch the show after receiving the message. Among them, there were even some teachers from Myriad Art Academy. Duan Lingtian wants to have a death duel with 5 people, including Wang Yunsheng and Hong Li? Is he crazy? Is he courting death? Now, those who came to watch the show heard that Duan Lingtian had signed a life and death contract with Wang Yunsheng and the other 4. Almost all of them felt that Duan Lingtian was courting death. If Wang Yunsheng and the other 4 joined forces, no one under 10,000 years old in the entire Profound Handle land could be their match. Wang Yunsheng was one of the top young geniuses in the Profound Handle land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been conferred the title of Holy Son by the Mon Origin Spirit sect. Holy Son was a candidate for the next leader of the Mon Origin Spirit sect. The other 4 were also the top young geniuses in the Mon Origin Spirit sect. Any one of them wasn't Wang Yunsheng's match, but if the 4 of them joined forces, Wang Yunsheng would definitely die in a battle of life and death. If it was in the wilderness or an open area, he might be able to avoid the 4 of them with his superhuman speed. But in the Hall of Life and Death of Myriad Art Academy, it was unrealistic. I thought that Duan Lingtian was just scaring Wang Yunsheng and the others and wouldn't dare to sign the life and death contract. I didn't expect that he would sign it. I don't know what he's thinking. Is it because he doesn't know the strength of Wang Yunsheng and the others? That's obviously the case. Otherwise, how can we explain his behavior? In the Profound Handle land, no one under 10,000 years old dares to say that they have the ability to kill Wang Yunsheng. Maybe no one even dares to say that they can defeat the 5 of them. But he, a person under 3,000 years old, actually wants to kill Wang Yunsheng and the others. Isn't he Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother now? Shouldn't Vice Palace Master Yang stop him? I don't know. Maybe Vice Palace Master Yang is in seclusion and he acted on his own accord. In any case, Duan Lingtian had signed a life and death contract with Wang Yunsheng's group of 5. Moreover, according to the rules of Myriad Laws Academy, once a life and death contract was signed, there was no going back. If he went back on his word, it would be seen as a provocation to the Myriad Law Academy, and he would be executed by the Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, in the history of the Myriad Arts Academy, no one had ever gone back on their word after signing a life and death contract, because going back on their word meant certain death. If they didn't go back on their word, they would still have a chance to live. Moreover, under normal circumstances, those who dared to sign a life and death contract with others were people who had a certain level of confidence in their own strength. Since the life and death contract has been formed, you may enter the arena. Under Yuan Dongchuan's lead, Wang Yunsheng, Hong Li and the other 4 entered the Hall of Life and Death first. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind, and behind them was a group of people who had rushed over to watch the show. Inside the Hall of Life and Death, it was spacious and empty. Following Yuan Dongchuan's hand gesture, the dimly lit hall became as bright as day. At this time, Duan Lingtian and the others could clearly see the situation inside the Hall of Life and Death. Inside the Hall of Life and Death, the entire hall was very spacious. In the middle of the hall, there was a faint circular light shield suspended in the air, giving off a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. And what was supporting this round light barrier was clearly a formation. That's the Hall of Life and Death's battle formation. It's said that the control of the formation is in the hands of the teacher on duty in the Hall of Life and Death. Only the old man on duty and the palace master himself can control this formation. This formation can even block the full force attack of a godly venerable expert. I just don't know if the godly venerable expert mentioned is just a lower godly venerable. However, even if it's just a lower godly venerable, it's still shocking enough. Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunxing and the other four have signed a life and death contract. According to the rules, the formation won't be opened until one of them is dead. During this period, no one can rescue them and no one can. Otherwise, it will be seen as a challenge to the Academy and they will be executed by the Academy. Duan Lingtian, there's no turning back. What a pity, a talented genius is going to fall here today. Yeah, what a pity. Now, almost no one thought that Duan Lingtian could survive. Yuan Dongchun, who was on duty in the Hall of Life and Death, was also doubting whether what Yang Yuchen said was true. Did Duan Lingtian really have the ability to kill Wang Yunxing and the other four? Based on his understanding of Yang Yuchen would not lie to him. However, this matter seemed a little unbelievable, right? If Duan Lingtian really had the ability, in the mysterious gangland, he could be considered invincible under 10,000 years old. In the various planes of gods, including the mysterious gangland, only those under 10,000 years old could be considered as the younger generation. If Duan Lingtian really fought against 5 and killed Wang Yunxing and the other 4, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the number 1 of the younger generation in the mysterious gangland. Does Duan Lingtian really have the ability to do so? Although he was doubtful and didn't want Duan Lingtian to fall, after all, Duan Lingtian was the junior brother of his old friend Yang Yuchen. However, he also knew that after signing the life and death contract, there was no turning back for Duan Lingtian. Even he couldn't interfere. If he interfered, he wouldn't be able to escape death either. At this time, only the Myriad Arts Academy's palace master had the ability to stop this life and death duel. Of course, the palace master would definitely not do such a thing. Once he did, not only would there be people questioning the palace master, but even more people would question the credibility of the Myriad Arts Academy. There's no turning back. Yuan Dongchun sighed again in his heart and looked at Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunxing and the other 4. He said in a deep voice, "Now, I'll lead you into the life and death arena. Don't resist the power I've shrouded you with." After entering the life and death arena, don't make a move for the time being. You must wait until the life and death bell in the Hall of Life and Death rings. Otherwise, you'll be obliterated by the life and death arena's formation. Yuan Dongchun warned. Following his words, Duan Lingtian discovered a powerful force sweeping toward him and wrapping around him in the blink of an eye. It was obvious that this was the power of Yuan Dongchun, the teacher on duty at the Hall of Life and Death. At the same time, he also saw that not only was he being brought into the huge circle at the center of the hall, but Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the others were also brought into the circle. The others can only watch from afar. If you get too close and are killed by the life and death arena's formation, the Hall of Life and Death won't be responsible for it. Yuan Dongchuan's next sentence also caused the group of people who came to watch the show to stop in their tracks. Many of them were so shocked that they sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were killed by the life and death arena's formation, they would have died for nothing. How could Duan Lingtian be so foolish? Among the crowd, one of them shook his head and sighed. He was none other than Duan Lingtian's roommate from the Myriad Arts Academy, Tan Fei. Tan Fei had also heard that Duan Lingtian was going to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the others. At the same time, he regretted not coming out earlier. He might have been able to persuade Duan Lingtian. Of course, he also knew in his heart that it was unlikely that he would be able to persuade Duan Lingtian. Would no one persuade Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian had not been in the Myriad Arts Academy for long, since he had become Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother, there would be many people who were on good terms with him. They warned him openly because they were afraid of offending the people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. However, it was impossible for the people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect to know anything about it. In fact, along the way to the Hall of Life and Death, Duan Lingtian had indeed received many messages advising him not to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunxing and the others. However, he did not pay any attention to them. He did not want to miss out on such a good opportunity. Moreover, everyone thought he would be the only one to die in this battle, but was that really the case? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian entered the hall. Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the other four also entered the hall. This time, Duan Lingtian is dead for sure. Among the crowd outside, there were 3 people gathered together. They were none other than the other 3 people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect who had come to the Myriad Arts Academy. They were also the 3 people who had previously disagreed with Hong Li and the others. When they learned that Duan Lingtian was going to have a life and death duel with Wang Yunxing and the others, they had also rushed over. At the same time, they also felt that Duan Lingtian was going to die without a doubt. Among the 3 people, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect disciple whose strength was second only to Wang Yunxing among the 7 young geniuses of the Myriad Arts Academy, Hu Lanqi, snorted coldly. Wang Yunxing is really getting worse and worse. It's just Duan Lingtian, but he actually dares to fight with Hong Li and the others. Hu Lanqi's words clearly showed some contempt for Wang Yunxing's approach. In my opinion, you're more suitable to be a holy son, senior brother Hu. One of the 2 people next to him said with a smile, Wang Yunxing might have been stronger than you in the past, senior brother Hu, but that might not be the case now. That's right, the other person chimed in. Who in the Mon-Origin Spirit sect doesn't know that Wang Yunxing was able to become a holy son because of his good birth? If you have his background, you'll definitely be more outstanding than him. In the life and death duel, Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the others faced each other. Outside, the number of people who had come to watch the show continued to increase. Duan Lingtian waited quietly for the life and death bell to ring in the Hall of Life and Death because it meant that he could make a move. At this moment his divine energy had already surged through his 99 heavenly veins, ready to be unleashed. Wang Yunxing and the others were about the same. Junior brother Yunxing. At this time, Hong Li transmitted his voice to Wang Yunxing. Why don't you fight with Duan Lingtian first? If you can kill him with your own strength, the voices that doubt you will naturally disappear. If you can't defeat him, we'll join forces to kill him. What do you think? Hong Li was clearly thinking for Wang Yunxing's sake. When Wang Yunxing heard this, he was naturally moved. Chapter 41-22. All geniuses were prideful. As the holy son of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect, Wang Yunxing was no exception. Therefore, he was very tempted after hearing Hong Li's suggestion. As long as he killed Duan Lingtian on his own, the voices that questioned him earlier would vanish. It should be known that it was not only the group of students in the Myriad Law Palace who questioned his strength. Even those in the Mon-Origin Spirit sect who knew that he did not dare to accept Duan Lingtian's challenge to a battle to the death were also full of doubts. In fact, many people in the Mon-Origin Spirit sect were saying that he had embarrassed the sect and was not worthy to be the holy son of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. Under such pressure, it was impossible for Wang Yunxing to not care. Today, if Duan Lingtian was killed by me, Hong Li, and the other 3, no one will think that I, Wang Yunxing, am stronger than Duan Lingtian. They will still think the same in the future. If Duan Lingtian dies, I won't have the chance to prove myself. But now, just as Hong Li said, if I kill him with my own strength, I can clear my name. If I'm not as good as him, I won't be killed by him with Hong Li and the other 3 by my side. If I'm not as good as him, I'll accept it. At this moment, Wang Yunsheng still felt that Duan Lingtian might not be as good as him in the depths of his heart. As for the reason why Duan Lingtian challenged him to a battle to the death, it was nothing more than deliberately mystifying, thinking that he could scare him. Perhaps it was also because Duan Lingtian was blindly confident in himself. Just like now, he actually wanted to fight him, Hong Li, and the other three by himself. This was simply courting death. With the strength of the five of them, once they joined forces, he did not think that there was anyone among the younger generation in the Mystic Gangland who could not be killed by the five of them. If it was a spacious environment, the other party might be able to escape with his speed. However, in an environment like the Life and Death arena in the Hall of Life and Death, there was no way to escape. The only way was to fight. Senior brother Hong Li, let's do as you say. Discuss this with the other three senior brothers and inform me. Then, when the bell of life and death rings, I will have a one-on-one duel with this Duan Lington. If we can successfully kill him, I, Wang Yunxing, will definitely repay the four of you generously in the future. Wang Yunxing transmitted his voice to Hong Li. Junior brother Yunsheng, you're too polite. The four of us are on the same boat as you, junior martial brother Yunsheng. It's only natural that we support each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Li contacted the other three people. The other three didn't have any objections either. At the same time, he also felt that this was the right thing to do. Just as Hong Li had said to Wang Yunxing, in the Monarch spirit sect, they and Wang Yunxing could be considered to be of the same lineage, and their lineage only had Wang Yunxing as a holy son. If Wang Yunxing didn't do well in the Manyuan spirit cult, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. On the other hand, if Wang Yunxing did well and even became the sect leader of the Manyuan spirit cult in the future, their status and treatment in the Manyuan spirit cult would definitely rise as well. They and Wang Yunxing were bound together for glory and disgrace. Junior martial brother Yunxing, the four of us will always keep an eye on you and Duan Lingtian. As soon as you show any signs of weakness, we'll immediately join forces with you to kill this Duan Lingtian. Junior martial brother Yunsheng, don't worry and go all out to kill this Duan Lingtian. It's best if you can kill him, but it's fine if you can't. We'll support you. This time, it wasn't just Hong Li. The other three disciples of the Manyuan spirit sect were also communicating with Wang Yunxing through voice transmissions so that he wouldn't feel pressured. All he had to do was to fight to the death with Duan Lington. When Wang Yunxing heard this, he naturally thanked them repeatedly. At the same time, he felt much more at ease. Then his gaze on Duan Lingtian became even sharper. This Wang Yunxing. Duan Lingtian's attention had always been on Wang Yunxing. He could vaguely sense the subtle changes in Wang Yunxing, but he did not know why Wang Yunxing had changed so much. Just like Wang Yunxing, he was waiting for the bell of life and death to ring. Outside the life and death arena, the spectating students and teachers from Myriad Law Palace were also waiting for the bell of life and death to ring. After a while, the bell of life and death still did not ring. Many of the students who were less patient became impatient. Is it about time? It's been almost 15 minutes since they entered the arena. Why hasn't the bell of life and death rung yet? Isn't it said that the bell of life and death will ring 15 minutes after both parties enter the arena for the death duel in the Hall of Life and Death? Right now, it seems like it's only been 15 minutes since they entered the arena. It's said that these 15 minutes are meant for each of them. After all, once the bell of life and death rings, they'll have to fight to the death. Say, how long do you think Duan Lingtian can last? If Wang Yunxing and the other four attacked together from the start, I'm afraid that Duan Lingtian won't be able to last more than 3 breaths. When the spectating students saw that the life and death duel had yet to begin, they began to whisper to each other. Quite a number of them were even guessing when Duan Lingtian would die. Evidently, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man. The life and death arena's formation did not isolate sound. Given Duan Lingtian's hearing, he naturally heard the group of people who did not think highly of him. With regards to this, his heart did not waver. After a while, the bell of life and death that everyone had been waiting for finally rang out. Dong! the sound of the bell of life and death reverberated within the hall of life and death. The sound was actually not loud, but when it entered the ears of everyone in the hall of life and death, it caused their bodies to tremble. Subsequently, when their gazes landed on the life and death arena, they discovered that Wang Yunxing, Hong Li and the other three beside him had simultaneously moved. Wang Yunxing directly charged towards Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Hong Li and the other three did not rush towards Duan Lingtian. Instead, they stood to one side and gathered together to watch the battle. Evidently, they did not plan to directly attack. Wang Yunxing wants to fight Duan Lingtian one-on-one? This scene also caused everyone to be startled. However, someone quickly regained his senses and said in realization, "I understand now. This Wang Yunxing wants to fight Duan Lingtian himself to prove that he is not inferior to Duan Lingtian. I also understand. If he kills Duan Lingtian by himself, the voices that previously questioned him will definitely disappear. Moreover, if he is really no match for Duan Lingtian, Hong Li and the other three will definitely join forces with him to deal with Duan Lingtian at the first opportunity. Do all of you think Wang Yunxing can kill Duan Lingtian by himself? Duan Lingtian is so arrogant that he dares to engage in a life and death duel with the five of them. Moreover, we all think that he will definitely die. However, I feel that since he dares to do so, he must have a certain level of confidence in his own strength. In a one-on-one battle, Wang Yunxing might not be his match. I don't think so. In my opinion, this Duan Lingtian is an arrogant, egotistical person who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. While the crowd outside the life and death arena was discussing animatedly, they saw Wang Yunxing charging towards them alone and then saw Hong Li and the other three supporting Duan Lingtian at the side. They were first stunned before they reacted. At this moment, the discussion outside also entered their ears. He wants to clear his name by fighting one-on-one? If he is no match for him, Hong Li and the other three will attack. Is he using me as a stepping stone? Duan Lingtian was amused. However, at the same time, a glint flashed in his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The moment Wang Yunxing charged towards him, Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be unprepared, suddenly paused and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Even Wang Yunxing had lost his target, Duan Lingtian. Teleportation? Wang Yunxing sneered. Where can you teleport to in this life and death arena? As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yunxing charged towards Duan Lingtian, who had just appeared in another corner of the life and death arena not far away. This Duan Lingtian has mastered the law of space to teleport twice. He will definitely teleport a second time. After he teleports a second time, we'll get closer and support him. Hong Li sent a voice transmission to the other three people beside him. The other three people nodded when they heard Hong Li's words. They also felt that Hong Li's words made sense. At the same time, they subconsciously felt that with the strength of Wang Yunxing, the holy son of the Mon-origin spirit sect, even if he could not defeat Duan Lingtian, he would definitely be able to survive until they came to his rescue. Even if they were a little further away from Duan Lingtian, they would be able to teleport across the entire life and death arena. At the same time, many people outside the life and death arena began to whisper again. Duan Lingtian is going to teleport twice next. Second teleportation? From what I know, the earliest person who grasped the second teleportation was also a lower god emperor who grasped the second teleportation. This Duan Lingtian is only a middle god emperor, but he has mastered teleportation twice. It's really terrifying. I've never seen a divine emperor use teleportation twice before. Duan Lingtian has left a deep impression on me since he was able to show me this before he died. Now, most people thought that Duan Lingtian would perform teleportation twice after being chased by Wang Yunxing. Teleportation twice would not only give him more time to prepare, but it would also further deplete Wang Yunxing's divine power. Even if the depletion was not much, it was still depletion. If the depletion was greater, his strength would naturally be affected. Even if it was only a slight effect, it was still an effect. Duan Lingyan, do you only know how to dodge? Wang Yunsheng asked with a cold smile as he charged towards Duan Lingtian again. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already close to Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw Wang Yunsheng approaching again, he smiled faintly and said, "Since you don't want me to dodge, then I won't dodge." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's body swayed and he teleported again. The second teleportation that everyone had been waiting for finally appeared. "Get ready to go." Hong Li transmitted his voice to the other 3 people beside him. At the same time, he stared at every corner of the life and death arena, preparing to approach Duan Lingtian after his second teleportation. Chapter 41-23. Hong Li and the other 3 disciples of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect were about to approach Duan Lingtian after his second teleportation. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. The crowd outside the life and death arena was also stunned. Even the teacher of the Myriad Arts Academy, Yuan Dongchun, who was currently on duty in the life and death arena, was stunned like the others. This, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian had indeed performed a second teleportation. However, the destination of this second teleportation was not as far away from Wang Yunsheng as the others had imagined. Instead, it was in Wang Yunsheng's path. After the second teleportation, Duan Lingtian appeared in Wang Yunsheng's path. As soon as he appeared, an extremely terrifying spatial storm swept up around him. In the face of Duan Lingtian's surprise attack, Wang Yunsheng's expression did not change. His body radiated light and the divine artifact in his hand vibrated. "Duan Lingtian, you finally stopped hiding. In that case, I've overestimated you." As Wang Yunsheng spoke, he made his move. The divine artifact vibrated and terrifying divine power, combined with the Dharma that he was proficient in, swept out in an overwhelming manner. In fact, this was also his all-out attack that he had been accumulating power for. Because of this, even if Duan Lingtian appeared in his path and took the initiative to approach him, he was not afraid at all. At the same time, the spatial storm raged around Duan Lingtian, who was extremely close to Wang Yunsheng, who had made his move at lightning speed, said calmly, "I don't care if a dead man overestimates me." As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the spatial storm around him suddenly changed. Control. The way of control was displayed at this moment. Duan Lingtian's current mastery of the Sword Dao was no longer the same as before. In the ruin of the Supreme Powerhouse, Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Sword Dao had improved a few times. In fact, it had even surpassed his mastery of the Sword Dao. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spatial storm around Duan Lingtian grew even more terrifying. It was constantly twisting and turning. It looked like a tornado formed completely from the twisting and turning of spatial energy. In this tornado, the onlookers saw that the space inside seemed to be constantly crumbling. The crumbling space turned into fragments of space and joined the tornado. While everyone's attention was temporarily attracted by this sudden spatial storm, a rainbow-colored light sword appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Then, a beautiful rainbow-colored figure flashed and merged with the light sword. This is Wang Yunsheng, who was the closest, was the first to react. His expression changed dramatically. A full soul high-grade divine sword. How was that possible? This was the only thought in Wang Yunsheng's mind at this moment. In fact, due to Wang Yunsheng's overly emotional state, his attacks were affected to a certain extent. The Holy Son of Mon-Origin Spirit sect is just as the others, including Hong Li and the other 3, had just recovered from the spatial storm around Duan Lingtian and were once again shocked by the divine sword that Duan Lingtian had taken out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice was heard. Before Hong Li and the others could regain their senses from the 7 orifices exquisite sword that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, they saw Duan Lingtian's sword piercing through Wang Yunsheng's thunderous attack as though it was nothing more than a piece of rotten wood being crushed by the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although Wang Yunsheng's attack was thunderous, It was only because he was stunned by the sight of Duan Ling Tian taking out a full soul prominent divine sword. Due to this reason, the force of his attack had weakened a little. Whoosh! The sword swept out and the rainbow-colored light illuminated the entire life and death arena. After destroying Wang Yunsheng's attack, it continued to attack him. Junior brother Yunsheng. Junior brother Yunsheng. Hong Li and the other three who had recovered from the shock did not even have time to discuss the matter. They moved at the same time and flew toward Duan Lingtian and Wang Yunsheng. However, when they were halfway there, the rainbow-colored light emitted by the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand swallowed Wang Yunsheng's body. Wang Yunsheng's body turned into specks of light in the rainbow-colored light and fell silently to the ground in the blink of an eye. Only his full soul high-grade divine weapon was left. Duan Lingtian casually put it away. Wang Yunsheng, the holy son of Monarch's spirit sect, was dead. To the crowd outside the life and death arena, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before they could recover from the shock of the rainbow-colored sword that Duan Lingtian had taken out, Duan Lingtian had already made his move. Not only did he shatter Wang Yunsheng's attack, but he also killed Wang Yunsheng with one strike. Everything happened so quickly that it was too much for the eyes to take in. That's a full soul high-grade divine weapon? It's a full soul high-grade divine weapon. And it's a full soul high-grade divine sword. Did Vice Palace Master Yang lend it to him? If so, isn't that against the rules? There's a rule in the Hall of Death that a senior is not allowed to lend a half-soul high-grade divine weapon or a full-soul high-grade divine weapon. It's not Vice Palace Master Yang's sword. At this moment, not many people seemed to care about Wang Yunsheng's death. Everyone's attention was on the rainbow-colored sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Numerous gazes converged on him. Some of them carried envy, some of them carried shock, some of them carried disbelief, and some of them carried jealousy. A full soul high-grade divine sword. Duan Lingtian, you've broken the rules. At this moment, Hong Li and the other three who were flying in midair and had managed to stop in time after Wang Yunsheng's death had an ugly expression on their faces. Teacher, Duan Lingtian has broken the rules. Are you not going to do anything about it? Hong Li and the other three stared vigilantly at Duan Lingtian as they asked in a low voice. They were naturally asking the teacher of Myriad Arts Academy, Yuan Dongchun, who was on duty in the Hall of Life and Death today. Upon hearing this, Yuan Dongchun struck out a series of palm prints at the right time. Suddenly, the formation of the life and death arena changed. A barrier appeared between Duan Lingtian and the other three, separating the two. Obviously, this was to prevent both sides from attacking each other again. Duan Lingtian. Yuan Dongchun flew out and looked at Duan Lingtian in the life and death arena. He asked in a low voice, "Where did the full soul high-grade divine sword in your hand come from?" Faced with Yuan Dongchun's question, Duan Lingtian looked at Yuan Dongchun and smiled faintly. Teacher, everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. It's not convenient for me to say this, but I don't have to, right? You cannot say it. Yuan Dongchun nodded. However, if you use this divine sword in the life and death arena, unless you can prove that this is your own divine sword and not a temporary gift from someone else. Otherwise, it's a violation of the rules of Myriad Arts Academy and the Hall of Life and Death. Breaking the rules by using a full soul high-grade divine sword to kill your opponent. If you can't prove that the divine sword was not borrowed by someone else, you won't be able to escape death either. As soon as Yuan Dongchun said this, the hearts of everyone present trembled. There were rules in Myriad Arts Academy. In the Hall of Life and Death, half or full soul high-grade divine weapons were not allowed unless it was one's own divine weapon. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. After breaking the rules, if one only injured the opponent, the punishment would not be death. However, if one killed the opponent, one was destined to die. This is my divine weapon. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, the rules of the Hall of Life and Death are clearly written on the wall. If it's not my divine weapon, how would I dare to use it? If the Academy doesn't believe me, they can investigate. If they find out that this divine sword was lent to me by someone else, they can kill me at any time. In any case, I don't plan to leave Myriad Arts Academy for the time being. Of course, before they find out, the Academy can also ground me. At this point, Duan Lingtian continued, in addition, I can make a heart demon blood oath. From today onwards, as long as I, Duan Lingtian, am not dead, this divine sword will not be given to anyone else. If I return it to anyone else, I, Duan Lingtian, am willing to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian directly made a heart demon blood oath without waiting for Yuan Dongchun to speak. A self-proving speech, coupled with a heart demon blood oath. At this moment, no one doubted Duan Lingtian's words anymore. More people looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy. Duan Lingtian is only a divine emperor, but he already has his own full-soul high-grade divine weapon? Heavens! Did he obtain the inheritance of a supreme expert? Or is it the complete inheritance of a supreme god? No wonder he dared to challenge Wang Yunxing to a life-and-death duel. It turns out that he has a full-soul high-grade divine sword. While the crowd was in an uproar, Hong Li and the other three's expressions were extremely ugly. At the same time, they said to Yuan Dongchun, Teacher, up until now, it's only his side of the story. Who knows if this sword was lent to him by someone else? As for the Academy's investigation that he mentioned, when did the investigation results come out? As for the heart demon blood oath, if he kills junior brother Yunxing and us today, even if he dies because of the heart demon blood oath in the future, wouldn't we have died in vain? We suggest that this life-and-death duel be cancelled. Hong Li and the other three all advocated for the cancellation of the life-and-death duel. Duan Lingtian had killed Wang Yunxing with one blow. Even if Wang Yunxing was shocked by the full-soul high-grade divine sword and was distracted, one could not ignore Duan Lingtian's strength. A full-soul high-grade divine sword. Generally speaking, only upper god emperors and above could possess such a divine weapon. Moreover, ordinary upper god emperors might not even possess a full-soul high-grade divine sword. There's another way to prove whether Duan Lingtian borrowed this sword from someone else. At this time, a Myriad Arts Academy teacher who was watching from the sidelines spoke. He looked at Yuan Dongchun and said bluntly, Teacher Yuan, the weapon soul of your full-soul high-grade divine weapon is also a woman. If Duan Lingtian is innocent, let your weapon soul examine his weapon soul to see if there's a second person's aura in it. If a full-soul high-grade divine weapon changes owners in a short period of time, there'll definitely be remnants of the previous owner's aura in the weapon soul. Chapter 41-24. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yuan Dongchun in surprise when he heard what the 10,000 Arts Academy teacher said to Yuan Dongchun outside the life and death arena. This teacher actually had a full-soul high-quality divine weapon? Not just anyone could have a full-soul high-quality divine weapon, not even a higher god emperor could have one. A full-soul high-quality divine weapon mainly relied on one's own creation of the weapon soul. Other than that, one could only follow the path of inheritance. For example, after someone failed a tribulation or died in an accident, they left behind a full-soul high-quality divine weapon for their descendants. However, such situations were rare. This was because there were very few full-soul high-quality divine weapons that could be inherited. Not all full-soul high-quality divine weapons could be inherited. Generally, a full-soul high-quality divine weapon, even if its weapon soul was complete, would often choose to follow its master after his death because of its limited intelligence. Those weapon souls were one-track minded. Even if their master dissuaded them, they would not listen. They only knew that they were born for their master. If their master was gone, there was no reason for them to exist. Only those weapon souls whose intelligence had been developed to a certain extent and were no different from ordinary people could possibly survive after their master's death. The development of a weapon soul's intelligence required time. Even the weapon soul of an ordinary full-soul high-quality divine weapon had not developed to the point where it could be inherited by others. Duan Lingtan, do you have any objections? Yuan Dongchun heard the reminder and looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtan shrugged and said, I have no objections. Teacher, even if the Monorigin spirit sect sent someone to check after their master's death, I have no objections, let alone your weapon soul. However, the prerequisite is that the weapon soul of the person sent by the Monorigin spirit sect must also be a female weapon soul. Weapon souls might not have a gender in the beginning. However, when a weapon soul had a certain level of intelligence, it was no different from a normal life form. It had a rejection from the depths of its soul toward a foreign weapon soul. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the expressions of Hong Li and the others changed instantly. This Duan Lingtan was so unscrupulous? Could it be that the full-soul high-quality divine sword in his hand was really his? If that's the case, then let the sword spirit of your divine sword come out. As Yuan Dongchun spoke, a divine weapon appeared before him. It was a long and narrow curved blade. It was like a bright moon. Then, a beautiful figure appeared on the moon. A woman in a silver-white outfit with a sacred aura appeared. The woman's face was beautiful and perfect. She gave off a gentle feeling, and no one would have any blasphemous thoughts towards her. Obviously, this was the saber soul of Yuan Dongchun's divine saber. Its teacher Yuan's moonlight flowing blade. Outside the life and death arena, a few students cried out in surprise. Clearly, they knew that Yuan Dongchun's teacher had such a god artifact and even knew its name. It said that Master Yuan Dongchun is about to enter the godly venerable realm. No wonder he has a high-grade full-soul divine artifact. Moonlight flowing blade? That's a great name. This teacher Yuan is not simple. While the crowd was whispering, Duan Lingtian let Huang come out from the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Once again, a rainbow light swept out and lit up the entire hall of life and death. Huang, who was wearing a rainbow robe, stood in the air. Her body was emitting a sacred rainbow light. It was dazzling. As soon as she appeared, everything around her seemed to be overshadowed. This sword spirit. At this moment, many people were stunned. Why do I feel that Duan Lingtian's sword spirit's eyes are more intelligent than teacher Yuan's saber soul? Duan Lingtian's divine sword spirit is more mature than teacher Yuan's divine saber soul. I'm afraid only the divine weapon spirit of a godly venerable realm expert would have such intelligence. At this moment, many people with good eyesight could see that the sword spirit of Duan Lingtian's divine sword was not simple. Even Yuan Dongchun had a look of surprise on her face. However, he immediately let his saber soul enter the ring of life and death. Duan Lingtan, let your sword spirit cooperate with her to investigate. You won't hurt her. Tell her not to worry. Okay. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he quickly called out to Huang and Huang responded respectfully. Immediately after, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a sacred white light extended from Yuan Dongchun's saber soul. It swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian's sword spirit. After a while, the white light pulsed rhythmically. After about 10 breaths of time, the white light left Duan Lingtian's sword spirit and returned to Yuan Dongchun's saber soul. When all the white light was withdrawn into the body, the saber soul turned around and glanced at Yuan Dongchun before shaking its head. Then she allowed Yuan Dongchun to bring her out of the life and death ring. It can be confirmed that the divine sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was not lent to him by someone for the life and death battle. Duan Lingtian didn't break the rules by using this divine sword against the enemy. Yuan Dongchun continued, next, the battle of life and death will continue. After Yuan Dongchun's words sounded, the energy barrier that isolated Duan Lingtian, Hong Li, and the other 3 gradually faded into an illusionary figure. At this moment, the energy barrier that separated the 4 of them and Duan Lingtian from the life and death arena was fading, and it would disappear soon. The expression of one of the people beside Hong Li changed drastically. At the same time, he looked at Yuan Dongchun and cried out in shock, Teacher Yuan, I regret it. I admit defeat. As soon as this person spoke, Hong Li and the other two people immediately followed suit. Teacher Yuan, we didn't know Duan Lingtian had a high-grade artifact with a complete soul as his trump card. We admit defeat. Teacher Yuan, please forgive our ignorance. Please remove the life and death pact between us and Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Hong Li and the other three people had lost all will to fight. Until now, they still did not think Duan Lingtian was stronger than Wang Yunxing, the holy son of the Mon origin spirit sect, if he did not use a high-grade artifact with a complete soul. Even if Wang Yunxing died in Duan Lingtian's hands, they still felt that it was due to the high-grade artifact with a complete soul. A high-grade artifact with a complete soul was too powerful. However, they did not even have a half-grade artifact with a high-grade artifact without a soul. How could they fight Duan Lingtian if they only had a high-grade artifact without a soul? Wang Yunxing had been killed in an instant. Even if they were stronger than Wang Yunxing when they joined forces, they did not stand a chance against Duan Lingtian, who had a high-grade artifact with a complete soul. Since Duan Lingtian did not violate the rules, the life and death duel will naturally continue. Before Yuan Dongchun could speak, many people outside the life and death duel had already begun to jeer. That's right. If he did not violate the rules, why should he remove the life and death pact? The life and death duel is voluntary. As for whether the other party has concealed his strength, it does not affect the life and death duel. As the crowd jeered, the energy barrier that separated Duan Lingtian from Hong Li and the other three people in the life and death duel completely disappeared. Huang, who was dressed in a rainbow-colored robe, once again entered the seven orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. The rainbow-colored light on the seven orifices exquisite sword became even more dazzling. The life and death duel will continue. At this moment, Yuan Dongchun spoke again. When Hong Li and the other three people heard this, a look of despair appeared on their faces. After a moment of despair, a ferocious look appeared on their faces. Since there's no way to avoid it, let's fight. Let's fight. If we can snatch the divine sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, we can turn the tables. Cut off his arm, separate him from his divine sword, and cut off their connection. If we don't fight, we'll definitely die. Let's fight. Seeing that the life and death duel was not going to be cancelled, Hong Li and the other three people calmed down at this critical moment. Then, they took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian. The four of them joined forces and their aura was domineering. Four different colored energies swept toward Duan Lingtian from different angles. It was as if four dragons were attacking, and their target was Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression remained indifferent. In just a flash, he disappeared from his spot. When he appeared again, he was already in Hong Li's path. Then, at the instant Hong Li's expression changed drastically, a sword whistled out. Just like how it had killed Wang Yunxing, it first destroyed Hong Li's attack as easily as crushing dry weeds before killing Hong Li. With the seven orifices exquisite sword, the way of control, and the way of sword, the power of Duan Lingtian's attack was stronger than most of the lower Emperor God's attacks. In an instant, there were only 3 people left out of the 4 people. With a second teleportation, Duan Lingtian appeared in the path of another person. This person was obviously prepared. The moment he saw Duan Lingtian appear, he quickly retreated and did not follow in Hong Li's footsteps. At the same time, after he avoided the attack, he heaved a sigh of relief. Swoosh, swoosh. After this person avoided the attack, the other 2 people immediately stopped and turned to escape. The 3 of them gathered again and stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Of course, although their eyes were fierce, if one looked carefully, it was not difficult to see the fear and panic in their eyes. Obviously, their hearts were not as calm as they looked on the surface. Duan Lingtian, spare me. There is no enmity between us. As long as you spare me, I am willing to give you all of my wealth. I am even willing to promise to be your servant for 10,000 years. One of the 3 people took the initiative to transmit his voice to Duan Lingtian. In his words, he was even willing to be Duan Lingtian's servant for 10,000 years in order to live. He was still young and did not want to die. 10,000 years, even if it was humiliating as long as he could live, he did not care. His life had just begun. The other two people also transmitted their voices to Duan Lingtian, trying to get Duan Lingtian to stop and not kill them. In the Hall of Life and Death of the Myriad Arts Academy, only when both parties chose to cancel the battle would the life and death contract become invalid. Of course, under such circumstances, both parties would have to pay a huge fine to the Hall of Life and Death. Chapter 41-25. Although the three of them had followed Hong Li's lead and were overbearing, they had lost their confidence. After Hong Li's death, their inner defenses had crumbled by more than half. Now, in order to survive, they even communicated with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. However, Duan Lingtian did not care about their conditions. In his eyes, the three of them were already dead. When the people from the Monarch spirit sect attacked the sects and clans of the people around him, did they ever think about the innocent lives of those people? Most of those people had not even met Duan Lingtian before. Even so, they were still killed. Of course, the three of them did not represent the Monarch spirit sect. However, they had accepted his challenge because they wanted to join forces to kill him. Did they want him to give up on killing them? What a joke! I'll try my best to send all of you on your way to accompany Hong Li and Wang Yunxing in 10 breaths. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently to the three of them begging for mercy through voice transmission. Then he teleported again. The expressions of the three changed drastically. They did not flee separately but joined forces to deal with Duan Lingtian. It had to be said that they had made the right decision. With the three of them working together, they would not be defeated one by Duan Lingtian. In the face of Duan Lingtian's attacks with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, the three of them joined forces and managed to withstand the attacks for a short period of time despite suffering from internal injuries. However, as Duan Lingtian attacked again and again, their internal injuries continued to worsen. After a few breaths, they began to show signs of defeat. Duan Lingtian, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. One of them was furious. He charged forward and allowed Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword to pierce through his body. He used all his strength to suppress the power of the 7 orifices exquisite sword so that it would not destroy his body. As for himself, he risked being hit by the sword to attack Duan Lingtian. However, under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian only chose to let go of the 7 orifices exquisite sword and teleported away from his original spot to avoid the desperate blow from his opponent. Then, Huang appeared with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in her hand. With a shake of the sword, she killed the person in front of her. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian only had 2 opponents left. Duan Lingtian teleported again and stood shoulder to shoulder with Huang. He calmly stared at the 2 people in front of him. With a wave of his hand, Huang became one with her sword and returned to Duan Lingtian's hand. There were only 2 of them left. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to stop Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian casually swung his sword, and within 2 breaths, he had killed the remaining 2. At this point, the 5 people who were confronting Duan Lingtian had all died in the life and death arena. As the instigator, Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in his hand. The sword in his hand shone brightly and there was not a trace of blood on it. Duan Lingtian's purple robe was the same. It was as if there was not a speck of dust on it. In fact, whether it was Duan Lingtian killing Wang Yunxing, the holy son of the Monarch spirit sect, or the other 4 people of the Monarch spirit sect, the killing process added up to less than 20 breaths. After Duan Lingtian entered the life and death arena, most of the time was delayed by waiting at the beginning and the process of Yuan Dongchun probing his sword soul with his saber soul. Until the last Monarch spirit sect disciple fell in the life and death arena, there was still a dead silence. All of them were dead. The 5 people of the Monarch spirit sect, including the strongest holy son, Wang Yunxing, were all dead. All of them are dead. Hu Lanqi, the strongest disciple of the Mon-Origin spirit sect in Myriad Arts Academy, muttered one of the two disciples beside him with a lingering fear on his face. The other person heaved a long sigh. Fortunately, we didn't go with them to find trouble with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, we would have been in the life and death arena today. Duan Lingtian has a high-grade complete soul divine sword. Even with the three of us, I'm afraid he won't be the one to die. Hu Lanqi's expression changed when he heard their words. Fear and dread flashed in his eyes as he looked at the purple figure in the arena. If Duan Lingtian did not use a high-grade complete soul divine sword, he might not be stronger than Wang Yunxing. However, when he used a high-grade complete soul divine sword, he killed Wang Yunxing in an instant. Even if he was able to kill Wang Yunxing in an instant because Wang Yunxing had been frightened by the full soul high-grade divine sword he had taken out, even if that wasn't the reason, with Wang Yunxing's strength, he probably wouldn't be able to last more than 5 breaths of time. He's too strong. If I were to fight him and he used a high-grade complete soul divine sword, I might not even be able to last more than 3 breaths of time. Hu Lanqi's heart trembled. While the group of people was still staring blankly at Duan Lingtian, Hu Lanqi transmitted his voice to the 2 people beside him and left first. Hu Lanqi did this because he was afraid Duan Lingtian would provoke them if he was not satisfied after killing the 5 Mon-Origin spirit sect's disciples. At that time, if Duan Lingtian challenged them to a life and death arena, they would naturally not dare to accept. Instead of staying and embarrassing themselves, they might as well leave now. Of course, they had other things to do. Currently, 5 disciples of the Mon-Origin spirit sect had died in the Myriad Arts Academy, including Wang Yunxing, the holy son of the Mon-Origin spirit sect. They had to report this matter to the Mon-Origin spirit sect. In fact, not long after Wang Yunxing's death, someone from the Mon-Origin spirit sect discovered that his soul pearl had shattered. However, before the Mon-Origin spirit sect could send a message to inquire, the soul pearls of another 4 disciples of the Myriad Arts Academy shattered one after another. It was only at this time that they realized something big had happened. The Holy Son, Hong Li, and the other 3 were all killed by Duan Lingtian of the Myriad Arts Academy. Duan Lingtian of the Myriad Arts Academy might not be stronger than the Holy Son, but he relied on a high-grade complete soul divine sword to kill the Holy Son, Hong Li, and the other 3. How can a medium divine emperor possess a high-grade complete soul divine sword? Someone must have lent it to him, right? As far as I know, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, Yang Yuchen, is his senior brother. Did Yang Yuchen give it to him? Yang Yuchen's high-grade complete soul divine weapon isn't a sword. Then Yang Yuchen must have lent it to him. There's a rule in the Hall of Life and Death at the Myriad Arts Academy that one can't use a high-grade incomplete soul divine weapon or a high-grade complete soul divine weapon in a life and death duel. One can only use one's own divine weapon. That Duan Lingtian broke the rule, right? If that Duan Lingtian didn't break the rule, we can only suffer in silence. After all, the Holy Son and the other 4 died at the hands of Duan Lingtian after signing a life and death contract. However, if Duan Lingtian broke the rule, he must pay with his life. The Mon-Origin spirit sect was in an uproar after the news spread. The leaders of the Mon-Origin spirit cult also held an emergency meeting under the leadership of the cult leader. During the meeting, an old man became the target of many people. Vice sect leader Lu, I heard that the reason Duan Lingtian challenged Wang Yunxing to a life and death duel was because you sent people to attack his friends and family in the lower plains? A middle-aged man with a hooked nose asked in a deep voice as he glared at the old man. He was aware of this matter. In the past, he did not say anything because this was how most people in the Mon-Origin spirit sect acted. However, this time, because of this incident, it was naturally different from the usual. That's right, Vice Sect Leader Lu. You didn't do a clean job, did you? How did Duan Lingtian find out? Vice Sect Leader Lu, you should have asked me to help you with this matter. I never leave any traces behind when I do things. The old man was none other than the Vice Sect Leader of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, Lu Tianfeng, who had sent people to the lower planes to attack everyone related to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Lu Tianfeng's expression was not very good. Although Wang Yunxing was not the holy son of the Mon origin spirit sect, he was involved in this matter, so he had to take responsibility. However, although his expression was unsightly, he was still calm. I can guarantee that the people I sent out did a clean job and did not leave any traces behind to point to the Mon origin spirit sect. Based on what I know so far, it's all Duan Lingtian speculation. The reason he guessed the Mon origin spirit sect had something to do with our code of conduct and reputation in the past. Before you blame me, you should ask yourselves if you haven't done something like this before. If you haven't done something like this before, you're qualified to blame me. If you have, you're not qualified to blame me. As soon as Lu Tianfeng finished speaking, the group of people who were still criticizing him fell silent. They had all experienced something like this before. Even in the past, many people had guessed the Mon origin spirit sect was the culprit, let alone this time. However, even if those people retaliated against the Mon origin spirit sect, it did not hurt the Mon origin spirit sect at all. However, it was different this time. This time, the Mon origin sect's losses could be said to be unprecedented. A holy son was dead. The holy princes were usually the most outstanding existences among the younger generation of the Mon origin spirit sect. The Mon origin spirit sect had high hopes for any of the holy princes. For example, the current sect master of the Mon origin spirit sect had been one of the holy sons in the past. In addition to holy son Wang Yunxing, the other disciples of the Mon origin spirit sect who had died in the Myriad Law Academy's life and death hall were also the cream of the crop among the younger generation. They were all godly venerable seedlings. None of the Mon origin spirit sect disciples who were sent to Myriad Law Academy were mediocre. If they were mediocre, Myriad Law Academy would not have accepted them. At the head of the table, the Mon origin spirit sect's sect master, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His cold snort reverberated in the meeting hall, causing everyone to fall silent. Including Lu Tianfeng, the deputy sect master, all the senior members of the Mon origin divine sect present looked at the sect master with a solemn expression. Chapter 41-26. What's the point of shirking responsibility now that things have come to this? The Mon origin spirit sect's sect leader said indifferently, now that we've received news from Myriad Law Academy, what we can do is to send someone to confirm that the high-grade divine artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession truly belongs to him and isn't borrowed. Upon hearing this, an elder from the Mon origin spirit sect asked in confusion, "Sect leader, didn't the teacher on duty in Myriad Law Academy's Hall of Life and Death already confirm this matter?" The Mon origin spirit sect's sect leader said indifferently, "The teacher on duty in Myriad Law Academy's Hall of Life and Death is Yuan Dongchun. Yuan Dongchun is good friends with Yang Yuchen, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy. We can't rule out the possibility that he's shielding Duan Lingtian. Therefore, we'll have to confirm this matter ourselves. If we can confirm that the high-grade divine artifact really belongs to Duan Lingtian and isn't lent to him temporarily, then we can forget about it. After all, Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the others signed the life and death pact willingly. However, if it's confirmed that the high-grade divine artifact in Duan Lingtian's possession was lent to him temporarily, then Myriad Law Academy will have to give us an explanation for this matter. Vice Sect Leader Lu, you and your disciples will have to make a trip to Myriad Law Academy personally." The Mon origin spirit sect's sect leader looked at Vice Sect Leader Lu Tianfeng and said indifferently, "You must seek the truth in this matter." He then reminded Lu Tianfeng, "If you don't seek the truth and Myriad Law Academy finds a third party and confirms that you're messing around, then it'll be the Mon origin spirit sect's fault. There's no need to play tricks on the surface. Otherwise, you'll only be lifting a rock and smashing your own foot in the end. It shouldn't be difficult for you to understand my words." Lu Tianfeng nodded in response. "Don't worry, sect leader. I know what I'm doing." He knew what to do and what not to do. Even if Duan Lingtian was the one who sent people to exterminate the families and sects of his friends and family, it was not something that could be seen on the surface. As long as there was no evidence, Duan Lingtian and the others would at most suspect that it was the people of the Monarch spirit sect who did it. No matter what, Duan Lingtian now had the backing of the Myriad Arts Academy's Vice Palace Master. While the higher-ups of the Mon-Origin spirit cult were holding an emergency meeting inside the Myriad Arts Academy's Hall of Life and Death, the death match between Duan Lingtian, Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the others was finally over. Duan Lingtian, relying on his high-grade divine artifact soul, killed Wang Yunxing and the others one by one. Since then, the entire Myriad Arts Academy knew that Duan Lingtian had a high-grade divine artifact soul. Moreover, it was not the kind that was temporarily lent to him, it was completely his own. I really didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have his own high-grade divine artifact soul. Wang Yunxing, Hong Li, and the others died unjustly. Yes, they died unjustly. If they knew that Duan Lingtian had a high-grade divine artifact soul, they would never have accepted Duan Lingtian's deathmatch challenge. It can't be helped. It can only be said that Duan Lingtian hit it too deeply. In the past, I heard that his performance at the Seven Prefectures banquet was amazing enough, but at that time, he didn't use his high-grade divine artifact soul. It can only be said that in the Seven Prefectures, among the younger generation under 10,000 years old, no one can make him use that divine artifact. Didn't they say that he came from the lower planes? Where did he get a high-grade divine artifact soul from? He must have obtained the inheritance of an expert. His divine artifact should have been used by some godly venerable expert in our mysterious gangland in the past. Moreover, it's the kind of divine artifact that has a mature spirit and intelligence that can be inherited by others. This luck is simply heaven-defying. Not to mention the inheritance of a godly venerable expert, even if someone obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert, they might not be able to obtain a high-grade divine artifact soul with a complete high-grade divine artifact soul. Duan Lingtian, who had already made a name for himself in Myriad Arts Academy, was once again in the limelight in Myriad Arts Academy. At the same time, many people felt pity for the 5 people from the Mon-Origin divine sect. They were all geniuses. They were all godly venerable seedlings of the Mon-Origin divine sect. But this time, they all fell into the hands of Duan Lingtian. The Mon-Origin divine sect has always been vengeful. I'm afraid they won't let this matter go. Many people felt so. So what if they won't let this matter go? They have conflicts with Duan Lingtian. Even Duan Lingtian suspects that the Mon-Origin divine sect made a move against the forces of his relatives and friends in the lower dimensions. Otherwise, why would Duan Lingtian challenge Wang Yunxing to a life-and-death duel? I think so too. Duan Lingtian had the intention to kill Wang Yunxing the moment he challenged him to a life-and-death duel. It's obvious that he wants to avenge his friends and family in the lower planes. In order to avenge his relatives and friends, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to reveal the high-grade divine artifact soul with a high-grade divine artifact soul that he had never shown in front of others before. In any case, this matter happened after the life-and-death duel was signed. Even if the Mon-Origin divine sect is at a disadvantage, they can only suffer in silence. At least, they won't dare to act recklessly on the surface. Yes, they won't dare to act recklessly on the surface. As for behind the scenes, even if Duan Lingtian didn't do this, they might not let Duan Lingtian off the hook. Duan Lingtian should be aware of this, which is why he did not hold back and killed the 5 disciples of the Mon-Origin divine sect. The Mon-Origin divine sect had suffered a great loss this time, and it caused a sensation in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Of course, many people felt that the Mon-Origin divine sect had only themselves to blame for suffering such a loss. If they had not provoked Duan Lingtian first, why would Duan Lingtian target Wang Yunxing and the others? If there's a chance, I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't let any of the disciples from the Mon-Origin divine sect go. Someone said, I'm afraid someone from the Mon-Origin divine sect will come. Although the life and death duel is over, they will definitely come to verify whether Duan Lingtian's high-grade divine artifact soul is his. Some people who knew about the relationship between Yuan Dongchun, the teacher on duty at the Hall of Life and Death, and Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, thought so. Soon, the people from the Mon-Origin Divine sect arrived at the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Two people came from the Mon-Origin Divine sect, an old man and a woman. After the two of them contacted the higher-ups of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace asked Yang Yuchen to contact Duan Lingtian and ask Duan Lingtian to go over and verify whether the high-grade divine artifact soul was his. You still want to verify it? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown when he received the message from his third senior brother. Yuan Dongchun, who was on duty at the Hall of Life and Death that day, is a good friend of mine, Yang Yuchen said. The Mon-Origin Divine sect probably thinks that Yuan Dongchun is biased toward you, Yang Yuchen said via voice transmission. Therefore, they came this time to verify it personally. You don't have to worry. Even if they verify this matter, they won't dare to lie. We can find a third party to verify this matter. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder that teacher Yuan Dongchun had advised him out of goodwill and was very patient during the process. It turned out that he had a close relationship with his third senior brother. I'll come over to pick you up now, Yang Yuchen said. All right, Duan Lingtian responded. After a dozen breaths of time, Yang Yuchen arrived and the two of them went to meet the people from the Mon-Origin Divine sect. Two people from the Mon-Origin Divine sect came this time. One of them is the vice leader of the Mon-Origin Divine sect, Lu Tianfeng. On the way, Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian, Lu Tianfeng is a mid-level ultimate god and can be considered a ruthless character in the Mon-Origin Divine sect. According to some rumors I received, it's very likely that he was the one who sent people to annihilate the forces your family and friends belong to in the lower planes. Of course, it's just rumors and there's no concrete evidence. It's very difficult to find evidence for this kind of thing. Although Yang Yuchen said there was no concrete evidence, a cold killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As the saying went, there's no smoke without fire. Even if it was just rumors, he felt that the vice leader of the Mon-Origin Divine sect, Lu Tianfeng, was unlikely to be innocent. The person who came with Lu Tianfeng is one of his disciples who's already a lesser ultimate god. The other party is a female and the artifact soul of the full soul prominent divine weapon in her hand is also a female. This time, she'll be the one to verify your artifact soul. Yang Yuchen continued. Yang Yuchen's face was calm from the beginning to the end because he knew his good friend Yuan Dongchun was not biased toward his little junior brother. His little junior brother's artifact soul did not have the aura of a second person. It belonged to his little junior brother. Of course, a few days ago, when he found out that his little junior brother had killed Wang Yunxing and the others with a full soul high-grade divine artifact, he was shocked. He never thought that his little junior brother would even have such a thing. However, on second thought, he felt relieved when he thought about his little junior brother's achievements before he was even 1,000 years old. His little junior brother was an existence with heaven-defying luck. At least in the history of their internal palace, he did not know of a second person who had achieved the same achievements as his little junior brother at his age. Anyway, it's just a formality. They won't dare to act recklessly in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Yang Yuchen said. Duan Lingtian nodded and the killing intent deep in his eyes gradually disappeared. Lu Tianfeng. The vice leader of the Mon-Origin Divine sect. A medium ultimate god. Such an existence could not be shaken by the current him. If Lu Tianfeng were to seize the opportunity, he would be crushed to death with just a flick of his little finger. There with Vice Palace Master Yu. Yang Yuchen continued, we'll go there directly now. Vice Palace Master Yu? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. One of the two Vice Palace Masters of the branch of Legacy? Chapter 41:27. Yang Yuchen nodded. Don't worry. He sees me as a thorn in his side, but he won't make things difficult for you in this matter, unless he wants to be unlucky. Moreover, after that old fellow made you a promise last time, he looked for him and the other vice palace master of the lineage of legacy to warn them. Now, I'm sure they've already warned the other people in the lineage of legacy who have the strength to kill you not to act rashly. Perhaps, in the Myriad Law Academy, even if they know someone wants to kill you, they'll still protect you. Yang Yuchen laughed at the end of his sentence. The lineage of legacy had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he also laughed. Of course, although he was laughing, he knew in his heart that it was not that he did not pay a price. At the very least, it was with his permission that the palace master of the Myriad Law Academy stood up for him. This favor could be considered as owed. Soon, Duan Lingtian followed Yang Yuchen to a reception hall in the Myriad Law Academy. There were already people in the hall. On both sides of the hall stood a person, both of whom were old men. Behind the two old men stood a beautiful woman and a middle-aged man. When Duan Lingtian followed Yang Yuchen in, the four people's gazes all turned toward him. Little junior brother, this is Vice Palace Master Yu of the Myriad Law Academy. After Yang Yuchen brought Duan Lingtian in, he introduced one of the old men with a medium build and a thin face. Although the old man looked ordinary, his eyes were particularly bright. He was the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Law Academy, Yuing. Vice Palace Master Yu. Duan Lingtian greeted the old man in a timely manner. The old man's originally cold face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Duan Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you. Vice Palace Master Yang, this is the first time you've accepted a disciple on behalf of your master. The facts show that you're indeed very outstanding. He has a good eye. As soon as Yuing opened his mouth, he praised Duan Lingtian. He did not seem to have any conflicts with Yang Yuchen at all, causing Duan Lingtian to sigh inwardly at how well Yuing did. Vice Palace Master Yu, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. At the same time, the middle-aged man behind Yuing greeted Yang Yuchen, and Yang Yuchen introduced him to Duan Lingtian. He was the disciple of the Vice Palace Master, Yuing. As for Duan Lingtian, he also greeted the other party. The other party also warmly greeted him, junior brother Duan. In fact, that man was even older than Yang Yuchen. However, because Yang Yuchen was of the same generation as the other party's master, and Yang Yuchen's strength and status were extraordinary, the other party addressed Yang Yuchen as martial uncle. All right, we've greeted our own people and we've been left out. At this moment, Yuing smiled and looked at the two people standing opposite him. Vice Sect Leader Lu and his disciple are still waiting to get down to business. There's no hurry. The old man who was dressed in a gray robe said with a fake smile, we've waited for so long just now, so there's no hurry. When he reached the end of his sentence, his gaze fell on Yang Yuchen. Vice Palace Master Yang, when we last met, you weren't the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. I really didn't expect you to enter the Intermediate Divine Emperor stage and become the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in just a few thousand years. As the Vice Sect Leader of Mon-Origin Spirit Sect, Lu Tianfeng had met Yang Yuchen once in the past. However, at that time, Yang Yuchen was just an ordinary teacher in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. In front of Lu Tianfeng, Yang Yuchen was only a junior. A few thousand years had passed, and the junior from back then had become someone who was on equal footing with him. He even felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Within the Myriad Law Palace, Yang Yuchen was absolutely considered a rare monstrous talent. I was just lucky. Yang Yuchen looked at Lu Tianfeng and smiled. Vice Sect Leader Lu, we haven't met for many years, but you're still as graceful as ever. I've gotten old. Lu Tianfeng sighed. In the future, the world will belong to you young people. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian who was standing next to Yang Yuchen and smiled. This must be the little junior brother that Vice Palace Master Yang accepted on behalf of his master, right? I've heard of Duan Lingtian in the past. He's the #1 genius of the younger generation in the 7 prefectures. He's not even 1,000 years old, but he's already an intermediate divine emperor. His potential is extraordinary. As soon as Lu Tianfeng opened his mouth, he revealed that Duan Lingtian was not even 1,000 years old. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen's expressions were still calm. However, the expressions of the woman behind him, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, Yu Ying, and the middle-aged man behind Yu Ying changed. Not even 1,000 years old? Not even 3,000 years old? In an instant, the 3 of them looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time. Yang Yuchen looked deeply at Lu Tianfeng and smiled faintly. It seems that Vice Sect Master Lu has spent a lot of effort on my junior brother. You even know about this. You found out about it in the lower dimensions? When Yang Yuchen spoke, cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Was this deputy hierarch of the Monorigin divine cult confessing that he was the one who had sent the assassins who attacked the families and sects of the people around him in the lower levels? Ha! Lu Tianfeng laughed. That day, the Monorigin spirit sect elder who went to Chunyang school to invite your junior brother was sent by me. While he was on his way, I also sent someone to the lower dimensions to see what kind of genius your junior brother is. It would have been better if I didn't investigate, but when I did, even I was shocked. If it weren't for the fact that the person I sent was reliable, I really couldn't imagine that someone from the mundane dimensions could have such achievements at such a young age. I'm afraid he's no longer in the category of genius. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a monster or a son of providence. Lu Tianfeng sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yu Ying, the Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy. Vice Palace Master Yu, judging from your expression earlier, don't tell me you don't know that Duan Lingtian is not even 1,000 years old? Upon hearing this, Yu Ying looked at Lu Tianfeng with a complicated expression. I don't know. Lu Tianfeng smiled. If that's the case, then I can understand your current feelings, Vice Palace Master Yu. When I first learned about this, I was also very surprised. Unfortunately, by the time I confirmed this matter, Vice Palace Master Yang had already taken this monster as a disciple on behalf of his master. Lu Tianfeng sighed and looked at Yang Yuchen. Otherwise, I would have asked the Monorigin spirit sect's elder to promise a higher price to let this monster join our sect. What a pity. I'm afraid that this matter will be one of the greatest regrets in my life. In fact, I might even have a heart demon in the next heavenly tribulation because of this matter. Lu Tianfeng looked at Yang Yuchen and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Vice Palace Master Yang, I wonder, are you willing to part with your treasure? Yang Yuchen was stunned when he heard this. Vice Sect Master Lu, what do you mean? Lu Tianfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, I'd like to ask Vice Palace Master Yang to part with your junior brother and let him join our Monorigin spirit sect. I won't let him suffer a loss. I'm willing to accept him as my junior brother on behalf of my master. In the future, his treatment in the Monorigin spirit sect will be better than the holy sons of our Monorigin spirit sect. As soon as Lu Tianfeng said this, not only did Yang Yuchen's expression change, but even Yu Ying and his master's expressions changed. They were not stupid people. Naturally, they knew Lu Tianfeng's so-called parting with his treasure was not as simple as letting Duan Lingtian join his sect. Perhaps, he would kill Duan Lingtian as soon as he brought him out of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. At this time, Lu Tianfeng continued to say, I can also pay a price for Vice Palace Master Yang. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Obviously, he wanted to lure Yang Yuchen to buy Duan Lingtian's life. Of course, he made it sound dignified on the surface. Vice Sect Master Lu. At this time, Yang Yuchen spoke. His face was no longer polite, and his eyes turned cold. In the future, don't make such jokes. Otherwise, I'll take it seriously. When his voice fell, a fierce look flashed in the depths of Yang Yuchen's eyes. Lu Tianfeng laughed when he heard this. I didn't expect Vice Palace Master Yang to see through my joke. Duan Lingtian, you're not scared, right? Lu Tianfeng looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a smile. When Duan Ling Tian heard this, his expression remained calm as he said indifferently, Vice Sect Leader Lu, do you think I'm scared? It's just a joke. Who would take it seriously? Of course, Duan Ling Tian only said that on the surface. In his heart, he had already sentenced Lu Tianfeng to death. A medium ultimate god? He could not kill him now, but it did not mean he could not kill him in the future. If he could not even kill a medium ultimate god, how could he go to the world of divine remains and take his wife Kur away under the noses of the two ultimate god clans? Let's get down to business. At this time, Yang Yuchen spoke impatiently. Lu Tianfeng heard this and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He then called out to the woman behind him. The woman was also Lu Tianfeng's disciple. She was a lower ultimate god with an ordinary appearance and a rough temperament. She gave off the impression of a man rather than a woman. As soon as she stepped forward, a crystal-clear bead appeared in front of her. The bead was the size of a baseball and emitted a beautiful light. A moment later, a soul aura escaped from the bead and a beautiful figure rose from it. An old woman in a light green robe appeared. This is Lu Tianfeng's disciple. I heard that she didn't want her artifact soul to be prettier than herself. Therefore, when the artifact soul was just born, it transformed into this appearance. Duan Ling Tian heard Yang Yuchen's words in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard this. Could this be? Someone was worried that their artifact soul would be prettier than themselves? At her level of cultivation, she can transform into any appearance she likes, right? Duan Ling Tian asked Yang Yuchen through voice transmission. Chapter 41-28. It's easy to change one's appearance, but it's difficult to change one's bearing. Yang Yuchen transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian. Can you imagine what she would look like if she was given a beautiful face? Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel chills running up his spine. Moreover, Yang Yuchen continued, when one reaches our level of cultivation, it's very easy to see through the disguise. It's also because of this that at our level of cultivation, very few people deliberately change their appearance because it's completely superfluous. Who wouldn't be able to see through disguises? Only the true appearance that you were born with is completely natural. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was aware of Yang Yuchen's words. After becoming a godly king, one would have to face a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. At the same time, one would become more sensitive to many things. One of them was the appearance of a person. No matter how cunning a person was, even if it was a disguise he had learned in the mundane realms and Devata realms that could change one's facial structure, as long as it was a disguise, even if one could not see through it, one's appearance would not be natural. One might be able to deceive others and even oneself, but one would not be able to deceive the heavens above one's head. After becoming a godly king, it was equivalent to obtaining the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. At that time, one would be able to sense the heavenly Tao. For example, since Duan Ling Tian had entered the God King stage, he could sense that some of the people he had come into contact with had changed their appearances. However, most people's appearances gave him a natural feeling. This meant those people did not change their appearances at all. Lu Tianfeng's disciple, Tai Xingnan, is a prideful person. Naturally, she wouldn't easily change her appearance. As I've said, even if she changed her appearance, her bearing wouldn't be able to keep up. After listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation, Duan Ling Tian finally understood what Yang Yuchen meant. Tai Xingnan was a very competitive person. Naturally, she would not change her appearance. After all, people would be able to see through her disguise. At that time, she could imagine that many people would make fun of her behind her back. Little junior brother, you should also summon your artifact soul. Seeing that Tai Xingnan's artifact soul had completely manifested, Yang Yuchen spoke to Duan Ling Tian in a timely manner. He also wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible so that these two people from the Mon-origin spirit cult could return to where they came from. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he did not waste any more words. With a thought, a divine sword flashing with 7-colored light appeared in front of him, emitting a dazzling radiance. A moment later, a beautiful figure in a rainbow-colored robe appeared in the void at the right time. It was none other than Huang. In front of so many people, Huang Er's temperament was cold. She was like a noble queen overlooking her subjects. In that instant, Duan Lingtian felt an intense hostility. It wasn't directed at him, but at Huang Er, and this hostility came from Tai Xingnan and her artifact soul. Let's begin. Lu Tianfeng, the vice sect leader of the Mon-origin spirit cult, spoke in a timely manner. At the same time, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Although he had never come into contact with Duan Lingtian's divine sword, he could still sense that it was not simple when he extended his divine consciousness. Even when compared to his own full soul high-grade divine artifact, it was not inferior in any way. It should be known that his superior divine artifact soul had been nurtured by him for many years. It had gone through a very long process before it became what it was today. He thought about how difficult it was for him to nurture his superior divine artifact to this extent, but Duan Lingtian was only a medium divine emperor, and he already had such a divine artifact. At this moment, the flames of jealousy burned in his heart. For the first time, he was jealous of a young man who was not even 1,000 years old. He now has such a superior divine artifact soul. In the future, when he enters the God Emperor realm, he can avoid the process of nurturing his divine artifact soul. We nurture our divine artifacts to resist the heavenly tribulation that comes once every 1,000 years. For God Emperors, nurturing their divine artifacts to increase their strength is far more cost-effective than cultivating to increase their strength. Thinking of this, Lu Tianfeng's heart was twisted with jealousy. A person who was originally more talented than him had such a divine artifact soul at the medium divine emperor realm. In the future, there would be fewer forks in the road. This was something that he didn't even dare to dream of when he was young. This kind of person shouldn't live in this world. Although Lu Tianfeng had long made up his mind to kill Duan Lingtian, at this moment, his impulse to kill Duan Lingtian was even stronger. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Yang Yuchen and Yu Ying were here, and if it weren't for the fact that this was the Wanda Law Palace, he would have been unable to hold himself back and would have attacked. Yes, master. While Lu Tianfeng's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts, Tai Xingnan responded respectfully and then called out to her artifact soul. Then, the artifact soul, which looked like an old woman, began to check on Duan Lingtian's divine sword soul, Huang. After a while, the old woman's extended divine sense returned to her body. How is it? Tai Xingnan looked at the old woman and asked with bright eyes. At the same time, Lu Tianfeng also looked at the old woman. How he hoped that the old woman would tell them that Duan Lingtian's divine sword soul still had the aura of a second owner. However, he knew that the possibility of this was very small. Since Duan Lingtian dared to come and Yang Yuchen dared to bring him here, it meant that he was confident. The old woman's next words also proved this point. The divine sword soul only has his aura in it. There is no aura of a second person. It's undoubtedly his divine weapon. The old woman said. It was not that she did not want to slander Duan Lingtian and help Tai Xingnan and the Mon-origin spirit sect, but from the beginning, Lu Tianfeng had asked Tai Xingnan to tell the truth. Therefore, she could only tell the truth. Vice Leader Lu. As the old woman's voice fell, Yang Yuchen looked at Lu Tianfeng and smiled faintly. Now that the results are out, our Myriad Arts Academy can be considered to have given your Mon-origin spirit sect an explanation, right? Lu Tianfeng smiled faintly. Vice Leader Yang, I'm only here to go through the formalities on behalf of the sect. I personally do not doubt the Myriad Arts Academy's impartiality. Since the matter is settled, we master and disciple will take our leave. After bidding farewell to Yang Yuchen, Lu Tianfeng also bid farewell to Yu Ying. When he came, he naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian's divine weapon soul had the aura of a second owner. Then, he would have an excuse to destroy Duan Lingtian. The moment Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen appeared together, he knew that his chances were slim. The result was similar to what he had guessed. A moment later, Lu Tianfeng left Myriad Arts Academy with Tai Xingnan and headed back to the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. On the way, Tai Xingnan asked, "Master, just now, you deliberately mentioned that Duan Lingtian is less than 1,000 years old in front of Yu Ying, the vice leader of Myriad Arts Academy, right?" She had only just found out that Duan Lingtian was less than 1,000 years old. Before this, she had never heard her master mention it. Even her master, who had never mentioned this matter to her, had brought it up in front of another vice palace master of Myriad Arts Academy. She couldn't help but suspect that her master had done this on purpose. Yes, it was on purpose. Lu Tianfeng narrowed his eyes, which were filled with killing intent. Yu Ying is one of the vice leaders of Myriad Arts Academy, the vice leader of the Legacy Branch. Su Bailey, the vice leader of Myriad Arts Academy, wants to cultivate Yang Yuchen as the next vice leader of the Legacy Branch. This has made Yang Yuchen a thorn in the side of Yu Ying and the other vice leader of the Legacy Branch. Yang Yuchen's advantage is that he is younger than them, and his talent and comprehension are stronger than theirs. Moreover, his strength is not weaker than any of them. Of course, Yang Yuchen has his disadvantages as well. He doesn't have any outstanding juniors by his side, unlike Yu Ying and the others who have disciples and grand-disciples all over Myriad Arts Academy. Duan Lingtian's appearance has undoubtedly broken this balance. The more outstanding Duan Lingtian is, the more this balance will be shattered. At that time, do you think he'll have a good ending? Lu Tianfeng's smile was somewhat sinister as he spoke. Master, you mean? Tai Xingnan's eyes lit up. Tai Xingnan's eyes lit up. The 10,000 Arts Academy's line of inheritance will eliminate Duan Lingtian? That's true. They won't be able to deal with Yang Yuchen. However, it won't be difficult for them to deal with Duan Lingtian. In fact, in order to prevent Yang Yuchen from ascending to the position, they might even use the life of a god emperor to exchange for Duan Lingtian's life. Tai Xingnan's eyes shone brighter as she spoke. The smile on Lu Tianfeng's face became even more brilliant. Myriad Arts Academy. After Lu Tianfeng and his disciple left, Yang Yuchen and Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Yu Ying and his disciple and left. On the way back, Duan Lingtian said with a smile, "Lu Tianfeng, the vice leader of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect, said in front of Vice Palace Master Yu that I'm not even 1,000 years old. Is he planning to use Vice Palace Master Yu to get rid of me?" Yang Yuchen smiled as well. Isn't it obvious? However, I'm afraid he would never have imagined that the Palace Master has already warned the Legacy Branch to protect you. After Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen left, Yu Ying and his disciple did not follow them. But is Duan Lingtian really not even 1,000 years old? Yu Ying's disciple had a look of disbelief on his face. Yu Ying's eyes flashed when he heard this. It shouldn't be fake. Lu Tianfeng deliberately mentioned this in front of me because he wants to use me and the Legacy Branch to get rid of Duan Lingtian. If it was before, even if we knew that he wanted to use the Legacy Branch to get rid of Duan Lingtian, we would still do it. But now, the Palace Master has spoken, which is equivalent to giving him a death exemption card. Even if Lu Tianfeng really wants to make a move in the academy and get someone to touch him, we still have to protect him. Chapter 41-29. Third Senior Brother. Duan Lingtian asked in confusion, why would the Mon-Origin sect and other heavyweight forces send their disciples or family members to Myriad Law Academy? Before Duan Lingtian came to the 10,000 Arts Academy, he had heard that there were people from powerful forces studying in the 10,000 Arts Academy. In fact, there might even be people from Overlord Ultimate God's forces studying in the 10,000 Arts Academy. At that time, he only thought that some of the younger generation of those forces came to Myriad Law Academy because they could not get good treatment in their respective forces. It was not until he came to Myriad Law Academy for a period of time that he realized his previous thoughts were completely wrong. Although there were cases of people from major ultimate god forces coming to Myriad Law Academy to study, it was very rare. For example, Myriad Law Academy had not heard of any major ultimate god forces coming to Myriad Law Academy. Of course, it did not mean that there were no students from major ultimate god forces in Myriad Law Academy. After all, if the other party deliberately concealed their identity, no one would know that they came from a major ultimate god force. As for major ultimate god forces, those who came from those heavyweight godly venerable level forces and entered the Myriad Law Academy to become its students were not mediocre. They were all well-known figures in their respective forces. They were all young prodigies with ultimate god potential. Not to mention others, just the 5 people from the Monarch sect that he had killed earlier. Not to mention Wang Yunxing, the Holy Sun, the other 4 were all ordinary people. They might not be as good as Wang Yunxing, but they were not much worse. Even if 2 of them joined forces, they could probably fight Wang Yunxing for hundreds of rounds without being defeated. If the 3 of them joined forces, they could at least tie with Wang Yunxing and even have a certain chance of winning. If the 4 of them joined forces, they could easily kill Wang Yunxing. Among the 8 students from the Monarch sect in Myriad Law Academy, other than the 5 I killed, the remaining 3 are not mediocre. One of them is also known as the number 1 below the Holy Sun in the Monarch sect. However, because the 3 of them do not belong to the same faction as Wang Yunxing's group of 5, they did not participate in targeting me this time. When Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen, he also told him what he knew. In addition, it said that the people from the other major god venerable level forces who are in our Myriad Law Academy are all outstanding people. They are all the best among the younger generation of those forces. The more ordinary ones are the disciples of ordinary ultimate god sects or clans. Duan Lingtian added. When Yang Yuchen heard this and saw that Duan Lingtian did not continue, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect that you would discover this not long after entering the palace." It had to be said that when he first discovered this, it was a long time after he had entered the academy. His little junior brother, on the other hand, had only been here for a short period of time, yet he had already discovered this. Of course, he was well aware that the reason why his junior brother was able to discover this so quickly was most likely related to the conflict with the disciples of the Monarch sect. Not bad. Yang Yuchen nodded and said, "The people from the major forces are indeed the young prodigies of their clans and clans. They may not be the top prodigies, but they are still the second-tier prodigies." When I first learned about this, I was also quite puzzled. It wasn't until second senior brother explained it to me that I found out that there are things that the major god venerable level forces want in the Myriad Law Academy. To be precise, the ancestors of the Myriad Law Academy had promised something to the major god venerable level forces. It's a long story, let's talk about it at my place. Yang Yuchen did not send Duan Lingtian back. Instead, he brought Duan Lingtian to his residence in the Myriad Law Academy as the Vice Palace Master's residence. It was a spacious mansion. In the mansion, there was a front yard and a backyard, which occupied an extremely large area. Inside the mansion, one could see the chores and cleaners. However, as soon as Yang Yuchen called out to them, all of them left, leaving only Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen behind. Speaking of which, the things that the Myriad Law Academy obtained back then were not only due to the contributions of the major god venerable level forces, but also our internal palace branch. It was also at that time that our internal palace branch obtained the ultimate expert's remains. That ultimate expert's remains were completely discovered and obtained by our internal palace branch's ancestors. Therefore, even if others were jealous, they had nothing to say. As for the Myriad Law Academy, our internal palace branch has never taken up any resources. The people of the internal palace branch also enjoy the treatment of ordinary students in the Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, no one said anything about not sharing it with the entire Myriad Law Academy. Of course, in the history of our internal palace branch, there are still a few people who, after paying a certain price, obtain the permission of the current leader of our internal palace branch to enter the ultimate expert's remains. At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. Back then, what the Myriad Law Academy obtained was not considered an ultimate expert's remains. However, it was an independent dimension opened up by an ultimate expert. Moreover, it was an independent dimension opened up by many ultimate experts. That independent dimension was also a training ground. There were all kinds of opportunities left behind by the ultimate experts. Moreover, it was the kind that was constantly updated. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's last words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be startled. Constantly updated? Yes, constantly updated. Yang Yuchen nodded. Every time the Myriad Arts Academy opens that place, those supreme powerhouses will update everything inside at the right time. For example, some of the opportunities inside will be obtained, as well as the way to obtain them, will all change. In addition to some opportunities that have appeared before, new opportunities would appear. The place. You can think of it as the benefits that the ultimate experts gave to the Myriad Law Academy and more than a dozen other heavyweight ultimate god forces. Duan Lingtian understood when he heard Yang Yuchen's explanation. In that case, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. That place is actually similar in nature to the realm battlefield? Yes. Yang Yuchen smiled and nodded. His junior brother was indeed a smart person. He understood immediately. That place is similar to the realm battlefield. There are opportunities left behind by the ultimate experts, however, compared to the realm battlefield where everyone from the realm of gods can enter. That place is only accessible to those who are permitted by the Myriad Law Academy. Moreover, there are restrictions. That place is a training ground left behind by the ultimate experts for the younger generation. Therefore, only young people under the age of 10,000 can enter. Moreover, there's a limit to the number of people who can enter each time. The upper limit is 100 people. Out of the 100 spots, 20 of them belong to the Myriad Law Academy. The remaining 80 spots are divided among more than a dozen heavyweight forces. At that time, the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace managed to seize the 100,000-year ownership of the Trial of God from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Duan Lingtian explained, it's a competition between the profound gangland and another powerful force in the realms of gods. It's also because of that competition that our Myriad Jurisprudence Palace managed to obtain the 100,000-year ownership of the Trial of God. Of course, during this process, other heavyweight ultimate god forces helped. Therefore, every time the Trial of God opens, they'll have a share. However, it's a benefit that their ancestors obtained for them. If they want to enjoy this benefit, they have to pay a price. At the very least, those who want to enter the Trial of God must pay a price. Let them enter the Myriad Law Academy and become a Myriad Law Academy student. Then, they'll have to accumulate a certain number of credits in the Myriad Law Academy to be qualified to enter the Trial of God. For example, out of the 8 people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect who entered the Myriad Arts Academy, only 4 of them have accumulated enough credits to qualify for the Divine Trial. However, 3 of them were killed by you. Yang Yuchen smiled and said, I'm afraid there won't be many people from the Mon-Origin Divine sect entering the Trial of God in the coming days. After all, time is of the essence. It won't be easy to accumulate enough credits in such a short period of time. It's also because of this that the Mon-Origin Divine sect won't let the matter of you killing Wang Yuxing and the other 4 go. Originally, this matter could be solved by a lesser ultimate god elder, but they sent a vice sect leader instead. After listening to Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian learned many things he did not know before. Among them, the thing that surprised him the most was the Trial of God. The Trials of God was an independent plane that several supreme powerhouses had opened up together. Were the various trials in there also the supreme powerhouses who had put in the effort to update them in a timely manner? As expected of a top force in the realms of gods, I can't believe there are ultimate experts helping them nurture their juniors. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Such treatment was not something he could receive in the Chunyang school. Perhaps, only the young prodigies from the Overlord Ultimate God Forces would not lack such treatment. After all, every Overlord Ultimate God Forces had an ultimate expert behind them. Ultimate experts would definitely have friends who were also ultimate experts, right? Pulling a few friends together to seek benefits for their juniors was also a very normal thing. Third senior brother, have you entered the trial of God before? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Yang Yuchen. Of course. Yang Yuchen nodded. It's not just me. Even your eldest senior sister and second senior brother have entered the trial of God. You and your fourth senior sister will be able to enter the trial of God in the coming days. Every 10,000 years, only one person from the inner palace will be allowed to enter the trial of God. If the previous quota is not used, it can be accumulated until the next time. Of course, it can only be accumulated once. In other words, if the quota is not used for 2 consecutive 10,000 years, there will only be 2 quotas for the third 10,000 years. Chapter 4130. In the last 10,000 years, no one from the internal palace met the requirements to enter the trial of God, so the quota was left open. This time, the internal palace has 2 quotas. Yang Yuchen said to Duan Lingtian, only 1 quota in 10,000 years? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Is it enough? It's good enough to have 1 quota. Yang Yuchen smiled. Back then, the things that the few ultimate experts took out were not only the trial of God but also the ultimate expert's remains. It was considered a bonus. At that time, when the ancestors of our inner palace helped the Myriad Arts Academy, they discovered it and took it for themselves. According to the words of the few ultimate powerhouses back then, the legacy of the ultimate powerhouses will belong to whoever discovers it. It was owned by an individual. Because of this, the ultimate expert's remains were publicly recognized as belonging to the internal palace and no one could take it. It's not easy to take the inheritance from the Myriad Arts Academy. If an outsider took it, the inheritance couldn't just stand by and watch. No matter what, the internal palace is still one of the Myriad Arts Academy's own people. After listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally understood the origin of the Supreme Powerhouse's relic in the Inner Palace. Previously, he only knew it was obtained by an ancestor of the Inner Palace. Now, he completely understood the origin of the ultimate expert's remains. As for whether the quota is enough or not, it's very rare that it's not enough. Yang Yuchen smiled. Moreover, even if it's not enough, you can fight for it yourself. You should know that even the inheritance only has 9 fixed quotas. The remaining 10 quotas are for other students in the academy to fight for. Of course, these 10 quotas can only be fought for by people who aren't heavyweight ultimate god forces. In the history of Myriad Arts Academy, there have even been people from heavyweight ultimate god forces who came in as students to fight for these quotas. However, such situations are rare. After all, heavyweight ultimate god forces also care about their reputation. Moreover, heavyweight ultimate god forces don't lack places like the Trial of God to cultivate their younger disciples. After all, they have ultimate experts behind them, living ultimate experts. After listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation, Duan Lingtian thought of his wife, Ke. Since there are so many godly venerable rank forces, why would Ke risk her life in the dimensional battlefield? These were all opportunities left behind by supreme experts. Wasn't the trial of gods the same as the planar battlefield? Perplexed, Duan Lingtian humbly asked his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, about this question. However, Yang Yuchen simply shook his head and smiled at his puzzlement. Little junior brother, any normal person would find your way of thinking very normal. However, you've neglected one point. Compared to a place like the trials of gods, The planar battlefield is much more unpredictable. The trial of God couldn't compare to the many experiences of life and death. Even some of the fortuitous encounters in the planar battlefield can't be compared to the fortuitous encounters in the divine trials. The fortuitous encounters in the planar battlefield were left behind by a dozen or even more supreme experts. A place like the trials of gods was left behind by just a few supreme experts. Moreover, for supreme experts, even if it's just a game of chess, they still prefer a chessboard like the planar battlefield. It's big enough and exciting enough. After hearing Yang Yuchen's explanation, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. At the same time, he felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. Kerr, is this why you entered the planar battlefield? Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen, "Senior brother, with my current strength, I should be able to protect myself if I enter the planar battlefield, right?" When Yang Yuchen heard Duan Lingtian's words, he instantly frowned. "Little junior brother, it's best that you don't have such thoughts for now. In the planar battlefield, there are as many godly emperors as dogs and godly emperors everywhere. Although your strength isn't weaker than an ordinary godly emperor's, it's nothing in the planar battlefield. In the planar battlefield, not to mention godly emperors, even godly venerables are common. In there aren't so many restrictions. It's common for godly venerables to kill godly emperors." Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. "In our Myriad Law Academy's lineage of inheritance, as well as the major godly venerables' forces, there's a clear rule. Only after entering the upper godly emperor realm and nurturing a high-grade divine artifact with a complete soul can one enter the planar battlefield. This is also in consideration of the safety of our disciples." Yang Yuchen's tone was a lot more serious now. Clearly, he was worried that Duan Lingtian wouldn't take his words to heart. After hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian realized how lucky he was to have been able to survive in the planar battlefield. As for Senior Yi Beiyuan, who helped him in the planar battlefield and successfully left the battlefield, although he was a godly emperor, Duan Lingtian knew that there was a lot of luck involved. Moreover, Yi Beiyuan's range of activity should be near the military camp and not deep into the central region of the planar battlefield. In the central region, godly emperors and godly emperors died every day. Even godly venerables died every once in a while. When the battle was intense, there might even be a few godly venerables dying every day. In the various planes of gods, godly venerables weren't just limited to godly venerables' forces. Many godly venerables were hidden experts who didn't belong to any forces. Even among these hidden experts, there were many experts who used to belong to godly venerables' forces. Under the threat of the heavenly tribulation, they left their forces and became independent cultivators. They changed their way of life in order to advance further. The planar battlefield was an opportunity for these people. The most important point was, the planar battlefield wasn't like the trial of God, which restricted entry to people over 10,000 years old. There was no age restriction in the planar battlefield. Anyone could enter. Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen continued. Speaking of which, compared to finding a needle in a haystack in the planar battlefield, the chances of finding a fortuitous encounter in the trial of God are much greater. Take me, eldest senior sister, and second senior brother for example. We more or less found some fortuitous encounters in there. Yang Yuchen's words made Duan Lingtian feel quite a bit of novelty. What kind of place could cause a person's appearance and aura to change at this moment? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ultimate experts really knew how to play. Chapter 4131. However, at the same time, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled as he sighed with emotion at the Supreme Powerhouse's playfulness. Only then did he remember that his fourth senior sister was also a young genius under 10,000 years old. She was already a higher god emperor and was even more monstrous than the two lower god emperor holy sons of the Monorigin spirit sect. Fourth senior sister. Thinking of his fourth senior sister who looked harmless but had extraordinary experiences, Duan Lingtan felt a wave of emotions. Perhaps it was because she was undistracted that she could cultivate to her current level. Of course, that was not necessarily the case. Not to mention fourth senior sister, even third senior brother must have entered the higher god emperor realm before he was 10,000 years old. After all, it was said that he had broken through to the ultimate god realm when he was 10,000 years old. It was not easy to break through to the ultimate god realm. No matter what, it was still the last great realm of cultivation before one could become a supreme expert. Third senior brother, in the current generation of the Shengang land, other than fourth senior sister, are there any other higher god emperors under 10,000 years old? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Currently, the Monorigin spirit sect did not have any. As for the Myriad Law Academy, he was not sure if there were any other higher god emperors other than fourth senior sister. He was also not sure about the other heavyweight ultimate god emperor's forces, much less the giant ultimate god emperor's forces. However, it was possible that there were. Of course there are. Yang Yuchen's reply confirmed Duan Lingtian's guess. Let's not talk about the other forces. Even our Myriad Law Academy has a higher god emperor under 10,000 years old. Only the other heavyweight ultimate god emperors have some higher god emperors. Some of them are known to not have any, but I dare not say for sure. As for those giant ultimate god emperors' forces, they basically have more than one higher god emperor under 10,000 years old. After all, the resources they have are incomparable to our heavyweight ultimate god emperor's forces. I'm sure you've heard that in terms of top combat power, our Myriad Law Academy and the Monorigin spirit sect are not too far away from the giant ultimate god emperor's forces, right? Yang Yuchen asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Both of them are high-level supreme gods. The difference isn't big. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Yuchen smiled bitterly. Actually, the gap is huge. At the very least, the number of high-level ultimate gods is on a completely different level. However, most of the high-level ultimate gods of the giant ultimate gods forces are hiding behind the scenes. Some say they died under the heavenly tribulation while others say most of them are still alive. However, it's true that we can't see them. No one has ever seen them, not even in those giant ultimate gods forces. Yang Yuchen said. Duan Lingtian suddenly realized the difference between a heavyweight ultimate god force and a giant ultimate god force. In fact, as soon as he learned about the existence of the Myriad Law Academy's Trial of God and that the giant ultimate god forces did not lack such a place to train their younger generation, he had already felt the difference between a heavyweight ultimate god force and a giant ultimate god force. At that time, he thought that since the giant ultimate god forces had such resources, their top combat power should not be overtaken by the heavyweight ultimate god forces. It turned out that the rumor was because most of the high-level supreme gods of the giant ultimate god forces did not appear in public. If you have nothing else to do in the next 100 years, you can return to the inner palace to cultivate. The palace master has already warned the heritage branch, so they won't dare to act rashly. However, I'm still worried that the Monorigin spirit sect will encourage the disciples to attack you. As long as there's enough profit or a corresponding threat, it won't be difficult to find a suitable divine emperor to kill you. Yang Yuchen voiced his concern. Before you killed Wang Yunxing and the others, your conflict with the Monorigin spirit sect was more in the dark. At least, that's what the Monorigin spirit sect thinks. In the past, it was only them who attacked you. You didn't do anything to them. Now that you've taken revenge on them, even if you're in the right and they don't dare to attack you openly because of the Myriad Law Academy, it's inevitable that they will attack you secretly. There were some things that Yang Yuchen had not said yet. The two lesser god emperor holy sons of the Monorigin spirit sect would be sent over soon. Perhaps they would be lesser god emperors by the time they arrived. He did not want his seemingly docile but hot-tempered little junior brother to go up against those two. Those two were not people Wang Yunxing and the others could compare to. In the next 100 years, if you need anything for your cultivation, I'll do my best to find it for you. You're good at refining divine pills, so I can also find the herbs needed to refine divine pills. Although your current strength is not bad, you may not have an advantage in the trial of God, unless you're already a greater God Emperor by the time you enter the trial of God. His little junior brother was already stronger than most lesser God Emperors when he was only a lesser God Emperor. If he went one step further, it would be difficult to find a lesser God Emperor who could be his opponent. Third senior brother, I have the same intention. Duan Lingtian did not reject Yang Yuchen's suggestion and even said that he had the same intention. From the moment he killed Wang Yunxing and the other Mon-Origin Spirit sect disciples, he knew that he had completely fallen out with the Mon-Origin Spirit sect and that the Mon-Origin Spirit sect would take revenge on him. In the past, he didn't cause any harm to the Mon-Origin Spirit cult. At most, he didn't give the Mon-Origin Spirit cult any face. Therefore, the Mon-Origin Spirit cult only targeted his friends and family in the lower planes to disgust him. They had not reached the point of directly hiring assassins to kill him. But this time, it was different. Now, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect might be waiting to watch a good show, waiting for the lineage of legacy to kill him, but they would not be able to watch for long. It would not be long before they found out that the lineage of legacy did not intend to kill him. If they investigated further, it would not be difficult to find out that the palace master had warned the lineage of legacy. In the lineage of legacy, all existences above the great God Emperor realm were aware of this matter. Through their dissemination, there were very few in the lineage of legacy who did not know about it. With so many people knowing about it, it would not be difficult for the Mon-Origin Spirit sect to find out. It would be great if fourth junior sister was as easy to deal with as you. Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian with a gratified expression. At the same time, he did not forget to ridicule his fourth junior sister, which startled Duan Lingtian. Third senior brother, fourth senior sister. She seems quite easy to talk to, right? Easy to talk to? Yang Yuchen shook his head and added inwardly, "That's only for you, junior brother." In the inner palace, that girl was not afraid of anyone except her eldest senior sister. Not only did she not like to listen to her third senior brother, but she also did not like to listen to her second senior brother. Now that she had a junior brother, she could enjoy being called a senior sister. From now on, this junior brother's words would be useful to her. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, a few months after Duan Lingtian returned to the independent realm where the 10,000 Arts Academy's progeny resided, the single-origin divine sect finally learned the reason why the 10,000 Arts Academy's progeny did not kill Duan Lingtian. That old man Su Bailey actually came out personally to warn the branch of legacy not to touch Duan Lingtian? Is it because of Yang Yuchen? Does he really want to push Yang Yuchen to the top? Isn't he afraid that those old fellows from the branch of legacy will be disheartened and rebel? The Mon-Origin Spirit cult's vice sect master, Lu Tianfeng, was naturally a little angry after learning about the situation with the Myriad Law Academy's lineage of inheritance. He was originally prepared to watch the show, but he didn't expect that the Myriad Law Academy's palace master, Su Bailey, would interfere. Since I can't count on the branch of legacy of Myriad Arts Academy, I'll find someone to do it myself. The branch of legacy is not the only divine emperor in Myriad Arts Academy. Lu Tianfeng took a deep breath and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He then issued an order and before long, several people from the Mon-Origin Spirit sect left. After they left, they also took a set of information with them. As for the content, it was information about some divine emperor teachers in Myriad Arts Academy. These divine emperor teachers were not from the branch of legacy of Myriad Arts Academy. They were either from the branch of legacy of Myriad Arts Academy or from some ordinary godly venerables or divine emperors. Some were even from small clans or sections. There were also many rogue cultivators. The reason why they went to the Myriad Laws Academy to be teachers was because they could enjoy a better cultivation environment and obtain more cultivation resources in the Myriad Laws Academy. The Monorigin Spirit sect had also collected some information about these people. This time, it had come in handy. If temptation doesn't work, we'll use coercion. As long as they aren't overly selfish, they will have weaknesses. It's best to use their children to threaten them. No matter how many children they have, as long as they aren't from Myriad Arts Academy, capture them all. This was also Lu Tianfeng's reminder to the Monorigin Spirit sect's elders who had left. The 7 prefectures could only be considered a small place in the entire profound Handle land. If it wasn't for the appearance of a Chunyang school disciple, Duan Lingtian, at the 7 prefectures banquet, many people wouldn't have even heard of the 7 prefectures. However, this time, the 7 prefectures had become famous again. Have you heard? In the 7 prefectures, a high god emperor had killed a godly venerable level force and killed a godly venerable expert. He killed an enemy of a higher realm. He even killed an enemy of a higher realm. Is that true? This news has already spread like wildfire. Do you think it's true? A higher god emperor killed a godly venerables? Is this a joke? It's really not a joke. Which faction's godly venerables did he kill? It's a new godly venerables faction. That faction became a godly venerables because of that godly venerables. That godly venerables had just broken through. Even if it's just a lower godly venerables, a higher god emperor can't kill them. The gap between a god emperor and a godly venerables is huge. How did that higher god emperor do it? Chapter 4132. Little Junior Brother. Duan Lingtian was originally cultivating peacefully in the inner palace when his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, came to look for him. It was a rare occasion. 3rd senior brother, what is the matter? Duan Lingtian asked curiously when he saw that Yang Yuchen had come in a hurry. Little junior brother, when you were in Chunyang school, you seemed to be on good terms with Yi Chenfeng? Yang Yuchen asked. Yi Chenfeng? Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Yang Yuchen's question. Elder Yi and I are on good terms. My master and Elder Yi call each other brothers. Duan Lingtian knew very well that compared to him, Elder Yi actually valued his master more. This was because his master had won over Elder Yi in terms of sword Dao. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked Yang Yuchen anxiously, 3rd senior brother, what happened to Elder Yi? Although Yi Chenfeng had no intention of making him owe him a favor, he could not forget the favor he had done for him in the past. If not for Yi Chenfeng's help during the 7 prefectures banquet, his strength would not have improved so quickly. Of course, the current him did not have the ability to repay Yi Chenfeng's favor. However, when he suddenly heard his 3rd senior brother mention Yi Chenfeng and ask if he was on good terms with him, he could not help but feel anxious. He's fine. Yang Yuchen knew that his little junior brother had misunderstood. He's doing very well, better than anyone else. Speaking up to this point, Yang Yuchen's gaze suddenly became a little strange. He has already successfully stepped into the realm of Upper Divine Emperor. Upper God Emperor. When Duan Lingtian heard this, a smile subconsciously appeared on his face. Elder Yi had broken through so quickly? Was it related to the 7 prefectures banquet's Holy Land's secret realm? No matter what, after learning that Yi Chenfeng had stepped into the Upper God Emperor realm, Duan Lingtian felt happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Of course, other than feeling happy for Yi Chenfeng, Duan Lingtian was still a little surprised. Although he had long expected this day to come, he did not expect it to be so fast. When he was still in Chunyang school, he had heard from Zhen Pingfan that Yi Chenfeng was the one who had the highest chance of becoming an Upper God Emperor among all the Emperor Gods in Chunyang school. He was also the one who was closest to becoming an Upper God Emperor. Something's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian realized that something was wrong. Third senior brother, what's the meaning of your gaze? You shouldn't be here just to tell me that Elder Yi has broken through to the upper Divine Lord realm, right? Just now, he felt that Yang Yuchen's gaze was a bit strange, but he didn't pay much attention to it, because his attention was more focused on Yi Qinfeng's breakthrough. Now, when he came back to his senses and saw that Yang Yuchen's gaze was still the same, he suddenly realized that Yang Yuchen still had something to say. When Yang Yuchen heard this, his expression suddenly became serious. After Yi Qinfeng stepped into the upper Divine Lord realm, he went directly to an ultimate god-level force without even stabilizing his cultivation base. He challenged the only ultimate god in that ultimate god-level force, a lower ultimate god. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Challenging an ultimate god-level expert? Was he crazy? Even if he was strong enough to fight opponents of a higher level, it did not mean that he could fight opponents of a higher level, especially when it was the difference between an emperor god and an ultimate god. Besides, Elder Yi had just broken through to the upper Divine Lord realm and had not stabilized his cultivation base. Even if his opponent was only a lower ultimate god who had not stabilized his cultivation base, he was still not someone he could deal with. Do you want to know? Why did he kill that lower ultimate god? Yang Yuchen asked with a smile. Third senior brother, what I want to know is, how did Elder Yi escape unscathed in the end? Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. Until now, his third senior brother was still smiling, which meant that Yi Qinfeng was most likely fine. After all, he had just admitted that he had a good relationship with Yi Qinfeng. Under such circumstances, his third senior brother would not be smiling like this when Yi Qinfeng was in trouble. Don't worry. I'll talk about this later. Yang Yuchen was not surprised that his little junior brother could tell that Yi Qinfeng was fine. After all, the smile on his face said it all. Speaking of which, it was that ultimate god-level force's ultimate god who was domineering. In the early years, when Yi Qinfeng was still a divine emperor, he was already an upper divine lord. Because of a small matter, he bullied the weak and almost killed Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng was lucky. At that time, a lower ultimate god happened to pass by. That upper divine lord did not dare to act recklessly for fear of angering the ultimate god. Yi Qinfeng took advantage of that opportunity to escape successfully. However, the ultimate god did not know Yi Qinfeng's identity at that time. He did not know that Yi Qinfeng was a disciple of the Chunyang school. In fact, many people did not know about this. It was not until Yi Qinfeng went to that ultimate god-level force and told them about it that this matter was made public. That ultimate god-level force's ultimate god-level expert also remembered Yi Qinfeng. At this point, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment. Under Duan Lingtian's urging gaze, he continued. When the ultimate god found out that Yi Qinfeng was that person and saw that Yi Qinfeng was already a dead upper divine lord, his expression changed drastically. After all, it was only a matter of time before such an existence surpassed him. So, he directly attacked Yi Qinfeng. Yang Yuchen spoke casually, but it caused Duan Lingtian to shudder with fear when he heard it. An ultimate god-level expert attacked Elder Yi. How did he escape unscathed? Could it be that someone helped him? Could it be his third senior brother? This time, was he here to take credit for his work? It was no wonder that Duan Lingtian would think so. Yi Qinfeng had just broken through to the upper divine lord realm and had yet to consolidate his cultivation. Even if his mastery of the sword principle was extraordinary and his comprehension of the law profundity was not weaker than that of an ordinary ultimate god, it was still difficult for him to defeat a lower divine lord. However, as Yang Yuchen continued, he realized that it was not Yang Yuchen who had attacked. It was Yi Qinfeng who had killed that ultimate god-level expert. Moreover, according to what Yi Qinfeng said after he killed the Divine Lord, he was going to kill the Divine Lord to settle the grudge between them all those years ago. Elder Yi is indeed very vengeful. However, he actually killed the ultimate god-level expert? He attacked as soon as he had the strength. Revenge really doesn't wait a night. Thinking back to what Jinping Fan had told him about Yi Qinfeng's vengeful nature, Duan Lingtian was even more certain now. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he was not Elder Ye's enemy. How is he so strong? Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Yuchen in shock. He has just broken through to the upper Divine Lord realm, but he can already kill a lower Divine Lord? That's what I wanted to ask you too. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, killing a lower Divine Lord when he has just broken through to the upper Divine Lord realm. No matter how weak a lower Divine Lord is, it is not something a upper Divine Lord who has yet to consolidate his cultivation can kill. At least, this has never happened in the history of the Shengang land. Even eldest senior sister and I couldn't kill a lower-level ultimate god in a head-on battle before we consolidated our cultivation base as upper-level ultimate gods. That Yi Qinfeng is a monster. In the past, I have underestimated him. Yang Yuchen sighed. If I had known, I would have brought him back the last time. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. Hearing Yang Yuchen's next words, Duan Lingtian also realized a problem. A person who had just broken through to the upper Divine Lord realm could kill a lower Divine Lord, and in the history of the Shengang land, such a person had never appeared before. Such a person must be very popular in the Shengang land, right? Third senior brother, there should be a heavyweight ultimate god force who will send someone to invite Elder Yi to join, right? Duan Lingtian asked Yang Yuchen. Previously, when he was still in Chunyang school, he heard from Elder Jinping Fan that Yi Qinfeng had to enter the ultimate god realm if he wanted to join a heavyweight ultimate god force. Now, Elder Yi, who had just broken through to the upper Divine Lord realm, had killed a lower Divine Lord in a fair and square battle. Such a person must have great potential, right? He had just broken through to the upper Divine Lord realm and could already kill half of the lower Divine Lords. Then, when he entered the lower Divine Lord realm, wouldn't killing a medium Divine Lord be as easy as cutting vegetables? After all, the gap between the upper Divine Lord realm and the lower Divine Lord realm was much bigger than the gap between the lower Divine Lord realm and the medium Divine Lord realm. Of course. Yang Yuchen said matter-of-factly, this time, even the lineage of inheritance can't sit still. Maybe it's because I came out to bring you back last time and provoked them. This time, their Vice Palace Master Yu Ying, whom you met before, has personally gone to their lineage of inheritance. They're preparing to invite Yi Qinfeng to join the lineage of inheritance in the Myriad Law Palace. I just don't know if he'll succeed. At this point, Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Little junior brother, you have a good relationship with Yi Qinfeng. Why don't you get him to join our lineage of inheritance? Although it'll take nearly 10,000 years for us to enter the ultimate god relic of the inner palace again, we can give him the quota for the next entry in advance. Yang Yuchen's words stunned Duan Lingtian. Third senior brother, it'll take nearly 10,000 years for us to enter the ultimate god relic again? Why so long? When I went in, it wasn't that long ago when fourth senior sister went in, right? Only 2,000 years? Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled. Why would it take so long? When Yang Yuchen heard this, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Little junior brother, it's all your fault. The longer you stay in there, the more the ultimate god relic will consume. How long has fourth junior sister been in there? How long have you been in there? When Duan Lingtian heard Yang Yuchen's words, he felt a little embarrassed at the same time. It turned out that it was because of him that the ultimate god relic was consumed so much that it could not be re-entered for the next 10,000 years. Of course, he also knew that he could definitely force his way in, but he would definitely not gain any benefits after entering. How about it? Little junior brother, why don't you give it a try? Clearly, Yang Yuchen really wanted to rope Yi Qinfeng in. Tell him that once he joins the lineage of inheritance, he'll be fourth senior brother. Fourth junior sister will become fifth junior sister. As for you, nothing has changed. You're still little junior brother. Chapter 4133. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Yang Yuchen's words. What do you mean I haven't changed and am still little junior brother? I've dropped from 5th to 6th. At this moment, he was not sure if Yang Yuchen was joking, so he said with a serious expression, 3rd senior brother, I can speak on behalf of the inner palace. However, at the same time, I'll also tell him about the current situation of the inner palace. If he doesn't choose the internal palace in the end, there's nothing I can do. Yang Yuchen could not help but laugh when he saw Duan Lingtian's seriousness. Little junior brother, I'm just joking. Don't be so serious. I have no intention of letting him join the internal palace. He's on the path of the sword and is very focused. If I let him come into contact with the path of control, it might waste his time and slow down his progress. I came to you mainly because I hope you can tell him not to consider the Myriad Law Academy's lineage of inheritance. I'm afraid he'll think you've joined the Myriad Law Academy and prioritize the Myriad Law Academy. Yang Yuchen explained his intentions. But Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Based on what he knew, joining the progeny of succession was no different from joining a heavyweight ultimate god sect. The resources and treatment in the progeny of succession were not inferior to heavyweight ultimate god sects like the Crimson Light Heavenly Palace and the Monarch Divine Sect. Yang Yuchen continued, the legacy branch isn't too peaceful either. In recent years, they've been secretly competing against each other. I even suspect that the palace master wants me to take the position so that he can wake up those people in the legacy branch. However, although they're united in their attitude towards me, they're still fighting in private. Yi Chenfeng will be valued if he joins the lineage of inheritance. That's without a doubt. However, I personally feel that the lineage of inheritance's environment is not suitable for him. Moreover, no one in the lineage of inheritance has mastered the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Only Vice Palace Master Yu Ying has mastered the fledgling form of Saber Dao. Although they're both weapons Dao, his attainments are much worse than Yi Chenfeng's. Also, I suggest that he doesn't rush to make a decision. This time, he's killed a lower ultimate god as soon as he entered the upper divine emperor realm. I'm afraid even the heavyweight ultimate god sects will be alarmed. I'm guessing those godly venerable level forces might also send someone to invite him. Compared to a heavyweight ultimate god force, it's better for him to join a giant ultimate god force. Among the giant godly venerable level forces, a sect is naturally his best choice. Yang Yuchen's words could be said to be very attentive, and this was also because he heard that his junior brother confirmed that he had a good relationship with Yi Chenfeng. Otherwise, what did Yi Chenfeng's choice have to do with him? A giant ultimate god level force? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Even when he performed amazingly at the 7 prefectures banquet in the 7 prefectures, he did not attract the attention of any ultimate god forces. There was no shortage of people like him in the giant ultimate god forces. There were even people who were more talented than him. As for the resources he enjoyed in the past, they were not as good as the young geniuses of the giant ultimate god forces. However, the other party would not think too much about it. Perhaps they would think that he was lucky and had obtained some opportunities to help him grow. That was why he could achieve what he had at such a young age. Will someone from a giant ultimate god level force really invite Elder Yi? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I think so. Yang Yuchen said with certainty, after all, even among the giant ultimate god forces, there is no one who can kill a lower-level ultimate god as soon as they enter the upper-level ultimate god realm. Even the weakest lower-level ultimate god can't do that. Such a person, when he grows up in the future, how powerful will his combat strength be? Not everyone can become an ultimate god. No matter how high one's talent and comprehension is, they need certain opportunities and opportunities. However, as long as one has a good foundation, it's not difficult to enter the upper-level ultimate god realm. Based on Yi Chenfeng's current foundation, entering the ultimate god realm in a giant ultimate god force is basically a done deal. Once he enters the ultimate god realm, it's only a matter of time before he enters the ultimate god realm with his battle prowess and enough time for him to improve his cultivation. A monster like Yichen. Once he enters the upper-level ultimate god realm, how many people below the ultimate god realm can be his opponent? Of course, the premise is that his attainments in sword principles and the law he's good at will gradually improve and not stay in the same place. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the situation after listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation. The giant ultimate god forces were interested in Elder Yi because of his combat strength. Once he was invited, they would definitely do their best to nurture him. This was because every giant ultimate god force wanted to have an invincible upper-level ultimate god. In this world, below the ultimate gods, the strongest were upper-level ultimate gods. There were strong and weak upper-level ultimate gods. A strong upper-level ultimate god can even kill a weak upper-level ultimate god. Duan Lingtian was instantly speechless when Yang Yuchen said that. They were both upper-level ultimate gods. How could the gap between them be so huge? After all, almost everyone who could enter the upper-level ultimate god realm was mediocre. What a joke! The heavenly tribulation came once every 1,000 years. How could one become a upper-level ultimate god without sufficient strength and talent? Third senior brother, I'm going out for a while to contact Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian had Yi Chenfeng's soul orb, but he was currently in an independent plane of the inner palace and could not use it to send a message. I'll go with you, Yang Yuchen said. Over at the Monorigin spirit sect's side, everything seemed to be calm, and there were no movements in the Myriad Arts Academy. However, Yang Yuchen knew that the Monorigin spirit sect definitely had a backup plan. A contingency against his little junior brother. It would be fine if his little junior brother did not leave the inner palace, but if he did, he would most likely die. After a while, Duan Lingtian left the inner palace with Yang Yuchen. After leaving, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and directly contacted Yi Chenfeng through his soul orb. Elder Yi, congratulations. His first sentence was to congratulate Yi Chenfeng. You know. Yi Chenfeng soon got a reply and asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian replied and then sighed. I didn't expect Elder Yi to be able to kill an ultimate god expert when you just entered the upper-level god emperor realm. Yi Chenfeng quickly said modestly, it's just someone who just entered the ultimate god realm. It's nothing. It's nothing? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Elder Yi, I heard from my third senior brother that in the history of the Xianxia land, there has never been anyone who could kill an ultimate god after entering the upper-level god emperor realm. It can be said that your achievement is unprecedented in the Xianxia land. Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim when he reached the end of his sentence. At the same time, he thought to himself, it seems that Elder Ye's cultivation has not only increased, maybe his sword principle has also improved. Duan Lingtian knew that Yi Chenfeng's sword principle was not weaker than his. It was not strange that he had entered the next realm first. Your third senior brother? Yi Chenfeng was puzzled. He did not know that Duan Lingtian was in the Myriad Arts Academy. After all, the Tonglung province where the Chunyang school was located was too remote. Even the 7 prefectures where Tonglung province was located were far away. It's Yang Yuchen who went to receive me, Duan Lingtian said. The Vice Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy? The medium ultimate god? Yi Chenfeng's reply was a little surprised and shocked. After all, in his eyes, Yang Yuchen was an unreachable existence. A medium ultimate god in his early 20s. Moreover, in terms of combat strength, he was not weaker than the other veteran medium ultimate gods in the Myriad Arts Academy. Even he did not have the confidence to surpass such an existence. Duan Lingtian replied. I'm relieved that he's your senior brother. That kid, Ping Fan, can also rest assured. Yi Chenfeng said. Although his tone was calm, Duan Lingtian could hear the relief in his voice. Naturally, a warm current rose in his heart. Elder Yi. At this time, Duan Lingtian also returned to the main topic and told Yi Chenfeng everything that his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, had said to him. In his opinion, there was no need to hide this. Moreover, his third senior brother was a medium ultimate god expert. His words were even more persuasive. On the other side, Yi Chenfeng only spoke after Duan Lingtian finished speaking for a while. Duan Lingtian, I originally planned to go to the Myriad Arts Academy. However, knowing that Vice Palace Master Yang is now your third senior brother, I'm relieved. Although Yi Chenfeng did not say it explicitly, Duan Lingtian could still tell that Yi Chenfeng intended to enter the Myriad Arts Academy to take care of him. Regarding this, Duan Lingtian's heart throbbed again. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian said again, "In short, Elder Yi, please don't be anxious. Let the people from the heavyweight ultimate god forces wait. Wait for the people from the heavyweight ultimate god forces to come. You don't have to worry about what they'll do to you or that you can't refuse them. When the heavyweight ultimate god forces arrive, they'll naturally retreat." While Duan Lingtian returned to the independent dimension where the internal palace was located to cultivate, outside the Myriad Arts Academy, in a mountain cave in the mountain range. The three figures gathered together. The three of them were all teachers of the Myriad Arts Academy without exception. Teachers in the Emperor God realm. 2 medium Emperor Gods and 1 lower Emperor God. If Duan Lingtian doesn't appear, there's nothing we can do. Where did he go? Could it be that the rumors about the internal palace are true? Did he go to the independent dimension where the internal palace is located? The lower Emperor God among the three asked in a low voice. There's no smoke without fire. The internal palace should really exist. Otherwise, how can we explain that we can't find him? We can be sure that he didn't leave the academy. Another medium Emperor God said, "If that's the case, he didn't have a chance to make a move. We can't be blamed for this." The last medium Emperor God said, "Do you think the people who threatened us with our families are from the Mon-Origin sect? After all, before we were threatened, Duan Lingtian had just killed a few people from the Mon-Origin sect. Do we still need to guess? I just want to confirm it further. It seems like everyone thinks so." Chapter 41-34. For the teachers who were threatened to kill Duan Lingtian, killing Duan Lingtian was the same as cutting off their escape route. Once they made a move, they would definitely die regardless of whether they succeeded or not. However, they had no choice. This was because their loved ones, who were more important than their own lives, had been forcibly taken away. If they did not kill Duan Lingtian, their loved ones would die. Don't try to bluff your way out of this. We have spies in the Myriad Law Palace as well. If we find out that you didn't kill Duan Lingtian when you had the chance, your loved ones will pay the price. When they thought of the threat, the teachers who were at the God Emperor stage felt angry and helpless. They were angry because they were being threatened. They were helpless because their loved ones had been taken away. They could only do as they were told because they did not want anything to happen to their loved ones. However, until now, they had not found a chance to make a move. Ever since Duan Lingtian killed Wang Yunxing and the other 5 disciples of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, he had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. He was no longer in his dormitory. They were anxious because they had not found a chance. Now that they had gathered together, they were comforting each other. It's not that we don't want to make a move, but we don't have a chance. Since they said they have spies in the Myriad Law Palace, they shouldn't vent their anger on our loved ones. I hope so. I have a feeling we can't trust their words completely. That may be the case, but we have no other choice. For now, we can still confirm whether our loved ones are still alive through their soul pearls. It's fine as long as they're alive. I thought I'd be considered a top figure after entering the God Emperor stage. I didn't expect to be threatened into doing something I didn't want to do. Duan Lingtian, who had returned to the independent realm where the inner palace was, naturally did not know that many teachers in the Myriad Law Palace had been threatened. Every one of them was waiting for him to appear so they could kill him. Of course, although he did not know this, he could still sense the potential danger in the Myriad Law Palace after being reminded by his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Moreover, he was fully focused on preparing for the opening of the divine trials. He planned to become a high-level divine emperor before that. Therefore, he did not plan to leave the inner palace for the time being. Under such circumstances, the people from the Monarch spirit cult who had been watching Duan Lingtian naturally came up empty-handed. Duan Lingtian must have gone into seclusion. I didn't see him again. Helpless, the people arranged by the Mon-Origin spirit sect passed the news back to the Mon-Origin spirit sect and the deputy sect master, Lu Tianfeng. After hearing this news, Lu Tianfeng naturally couldn't be in a good mood. In a gloomy mood, he ordered, "Continue to keep an eye on him. As soon as he appears, immediately contact those God Emperor teachers of Myriad Arts Academy and have them attack and kill Duan Lingdan. I want to see how long he can hide. I don't believe that he can keep his cool." However, in the next few decades, Lu Tianfeng helplessly discovered that Duan Lingtian was really able to keep his cool and did not appear again. It was as though he knew about Lu Tianfeng's plan. He's really able to keep his cool. It seems like I've underestimated him. After a few decades, Lu Tianfeng's desire to kill Duan Lingtian had increased instead of decreasing. It seems like he's preparing for the divine trials in 50 years. Lu Tianfeng was the vice-sect leader of the Mon-Origin spirit sect after all. No matter how much he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he still retained his rationality. If such a scourge really enters the trial of God, I'm afraid it'll be even harder to kill him when he comes out. Now, unless it's a particularly powerful lower-level God Emperor, it'll be difficult to kill him. He's not even 1,000 years old. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he had already achieved so much. If he was given a few more decades, he might even become a high-level God Emperor. If he entered the trial of gods at that time and obtained some benefits, he might even become a God Emperor. With the cultivation of a middle-level God Emperor, his strength would not be weaker than most lower-level God Emperors. If such a person entered the God Emperor realm, even if he was just a lower-level God Emperor, it would be difficult to find a match for him. I can't let him continue to grow, absolutely not. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tianfeng stood up and left his residence. He went straight to the sect master of the Mon-Origin spirit sect to explain his apprehension. After listening to Lu Tianfeng's explanation, the sect master of the Mon-Origin spirit sect's expression turned slightly solemn. A genius who was already standing against the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Once such a person matured in the future, he would be a great threat to the entire Mon-Origin spirit sect. That night, the sect master of the Mon-Origin spirit sect brought Lu Tianfeng, the deputy sect master, to a few other core members of the Mon-Origin spirit sect for a small meeting. "Sect master," one of the deputy sect masters said solemnly, "that Duan Ling, is there any possibility of us making peace with him? A genius like him who has grown to this day and is still alive and kicking isn't easy to kill." Before the sect master of the Mon-Origin spirit sect could speak, Lu Tianfeng spoke first. "It's impossible to make peace with him. Even if we do, he won't necessarily believe us. Even if he's willing to agree, we don't dare to take the risk. He hasn't matured yet. Once he does, he'll be able to go back on his word. That's a huge threat to our Mon-Origin divine sect. Therefore, I don't recommend making peace with him. It's best if we find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future trouble." Lu Tianfeng's tone was incomparably cold when he reached the end of his sentence. I think Deputy Sect Master Lu's words make sense as well. The other core members, including the Sect Master of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect, echoed Lu Tianfeng's words. For a time, this small meeting confirmed the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect's attitude toward Duan Lingtian. They had to kill him at all costs. "Sect Master, the other two holy princes should be heading to the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace soon, right?" Lu Tianfeng asked the Sect Master of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect. "Yes." The Sect Master of the Mon-Origin Spirit Sect replied, "It's about time. Otherwise, if we can't gather enough credits, the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace won't give us a place to enter." Lu Tianfeng's eyes gleamed when he heard this. Sect Master, after the two holy princes have gathered enough credits, let them see if they can find an opportunity to have a life-and-death battle with Duan Lingtian. If I'm not mistaken, by that time, Duan Lingtian will most likely have entered the stage of a superior divine emperor. Of course, it'll be the kind that hasn't consolidated his cultivation base yet. Lu Tianfeng said, if the two holy princes haven't broken through to the stage of a medium divine emperor, let them suppress their cultivation base for a while. When they have a life-and-death battle with Duan Lingtian, let them break through. At that time, with the holy prince's means, it'll be easy to kill Duan Lingtian. Lu Tianfeng suggested. Of course, the people I find will also find an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian. However, I'm afraid that Yang Yuchen will secretly protect Duan Lingtian. If that's the case, even if there are many divine emperors attacking Duan Lingtian won't be in any danger. Therefore, it's safest to let the holy princes sign a life-and-death contract with him and kill him in a life-and-death battle. Moreover, the holy princes will have enough reasons to kill him. After all, he killed 5 people from the Monarch spirit sect earlier. When he reached the end of his sentence, Lu Tianfeng's eyes began to shine with an incomparably cold light. All right. The sect master of the Monarch spirit sect pondered for a moment before he nodded. I'll arrange this matter. Originally, they still had to wait for a while before they set off. Now, it seems like it's better to set off earlier. Let them set off for the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in 3 days. 3 days later, at the Monarch spirit sect's encampment, a divine artifact spaceship broke through space. There were 5 people in the spaceship. There were 2 young men, 2 old men, and a middle-aged man. One of the old men was the vice-sect master of the Monarch spirit sect, Lu Tianfeng. Senior Uncle Tianfeng. The handsome young man in a long blue robe looked at Lu Tianfeng and asked bluntly, is that Duan Lingtian from the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace really less than 1,000 years old? Lu Tianfeng's face was cold earlier, but when the young man asked him the question, he forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face. I can confirm this matter. The people I sent to the lower realm have confirmed it many times. There's no way it's fake. Duan Lingtian came from the mundane realm and is less than 1,000 years old, but he already has everything he has today. Moreover, he has mastered the sword Dao. Even his attainments in the law of space are extraordinary. Lu Tianfeng paused for a moment before he continued, I suspect that he obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse who's skilled in the law of space. And that supreme expert's legacy contained his own supreme expert's divinity. I'm guessing that this is the reason why his attainments in the law of space are superior to most god emperors even though he's not even 1,000 years old. In fact, Lu Tianfeng was guessing blindly. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was not here. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. After all, he had hidden the supreme powerhouse godhead so well that it was impossible for anyone to discover it. Supreme powerhouse godhead? The young man's eyes lit up when he heard Lu Tianfeng's words. That's good stuff. Very few supreme powerhouses' inheritances have left such things behind. Of course. At this time, the other old man who had been silent all this time said, very few supreme powerhouses can leave behind a godhead. Even if they want to leave behind a godhead, they might not succeed. This is why the godhead of a supreme powerhouse is so rare. If you can obtain the supreme powerhouse godhead, even if you haven't come into contact with the supreme powerhouse's law beforehand, you'll be able to comprehend that law in a short period of time. You might even be able to surpass the law you're skilled in a short period of time. If you have the chance to kill him and obtain the supreme powerhouse godhead, it'll be great news for you. Of course, the possibility of this is not high. He might have hidden the supreme powerhouse godhead in his self-destructed spatial ring. If he dies, the supreme powerhouse godhead will disappear into the spatial turbulence along with the spatial ring. Chapter 4135. I heard he has comprehended the sword Tao. Moreover, his attainments in it are extraordinary. Could it be? Could it be the legacy of a supreme powerhouse? The young man asked again. I don't think so. Lu Tianfeng shook his head. His sword Tao originated from his master in a lower realm, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was also a genius in the lower realm. He comprehended the sword Tao on his own. When he was in the mundane realm, he had already mastered the rudimentary form of the sword Tao. He was undefeated in 10,000 battles. Later on, when he came to the Devata realm, he walked his own path of the sword Tao and mastered the true sword Tao. Duan Lingtian's sword Tao originated from him. Lu Tianfeng's eyes gleamed as he continued to say, however, according to the news from the people I sent out, Feng Qingyang might have also obtained the legacy of a supreme powerhouse since he managed to return alive from one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm, the Azura Hell. The Azura Hell. Upon hearing Lu Tianfeng's words, the young man and the others present on the scene were shocked. Although they were from the realms of gods, they knew about the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Some of the deadliest places were even used by the Mon Origin Spirit sect as training grounds for the younger generation. However, there were 3 deadliest places that not many people dared to enter even in the Mon Origin Spirit sect. It was said that even ultimate gods would not be able to survive if they entered one of the 3 deadliest places. It was said that there were ultimate gods in the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. They might not even be humans. They would kill anyone who trespassed without any reason. They regarded the 3 deadliest places as their territories. The Azura Hell was one of the deadliest places in the Devata realms. It was one of the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Not only was it a deadliest place for people from the Devata realms, but it was also a deadliest place for people from the realms of gods. Vice sect leader Lu, what was Feng Qingyang's cultivation base when he returned alive from the Azura Hell? At this time, even the middle-aged man who had been silent all this while couldn't help but speak. This time, the 2 holy sons of the Mon Origin Spirit sect were heading to the Wanda Law Palace. The Mon Origin Spirit sect sent 2 medium-level ultimate gods and a low-level ultimate god to escort them. One of them was Lu Tianfeng while the other was the middle-aged man, one of the 4 great guardians of the Mon Origin Divine sect. As for the other old man, he was a lower-level ultimate god elder of the Mon Origin Divine sect. However, he was one of the top 3 lower-level ultimate gods in the Mon Origin Divine sect. Protector Leng. When Lu Tianfeng looked at the middle-aged man, there was a hint of dread in the depths of his eyes, but on the surface, there was a smile that was uglier than crying. According to the feedback from the people I sent out, that Feng Qingyang had just become a god when he came out of Azura Hell. When I entered, I had yet to become a god. As soon as Lu Tianfeng said this, the others present couldn't help but be shocked. Without becoming a god, he entered Azura Hell and returned safe and sound? It was said that even an ultimate god would face certain risks if he entered Azura Hell. Yet, Duan Lingtian's master entered without becoming a god and survived? What kind of luck was that? Because of that, I suspect he has obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Lu Tianfeng continued, even the inheritance left behind by a high-level ultimate god may not be able to save his life. Only the inheritance left behind by a supreme expert is possible. After Feng Qingyang came out of Azura Hell, his cultivation base has improved tremendously. It's far from what it used to be. This is also one of the reasons why I suspect he has also obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. Upon hearing Lu Tianfeng's words, the middle-aged man made a guess. Did Feng Qingyang give Duan Lingtian the supreme expert's divinity? Did both of them encounter the same supreme expert's relic? Impossible. Lu Tianfeng shook his head. Duan Lingtian must have obtained the supreme expert's divinity before Feng Qingyang entered Azura Hell. This is because his spatial law had improved tremendously before that. The 2 of them, master and disciple, should have each obtained the inheritance of the strongest. As soon as Lu Tianfeng said this, the remaining 4 people looked at each other speechlessly. Was this a joke? The inheritance of a supreme expert was extremely rare. Anyone who could obtain the inheritance of a supreme expert was a person with heaven-defying luck. However, both Duan Lingtian and his master had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert. At this moment, they felt that it was unrealistic. Could it be that both of them were favored by the heavens? Vice Sect Leader Lu, do you think the probability of both of them obtaining the inheritance of a supreme expert is high? The middle-aged man asked Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng was stunned at first, then he smiled bitterly. Protector Lung, if someone else told me this, I would also find it unbelievable. But the problem is, this is a done deal. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't obtain the supreme expert's inheritance, he must have obtained the supreme expert's divinity from somewhere. Otherwise, there's no way to explain his rapid improvement in the law of space. Lu Tianfeng still firmly believed that Duan Lingtian's rapid improvement in the law of space had something to do with the supreme expert's divinity. Otherwise, he couldn't think of anything else other than the supreme expert's divinity that could allow a person less than 1,000 years old to achieve such attainments in the law of space. Not to mention the young geniuses from the giant ultimate god forces, when they were less than 1,000 years old, their attainments in the law of space were far inferior to Duan Lingtian. Even the son of a supreme expert who was less than 1,000 years old could not have Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space. That's true. The middle-aged man nodded when he heard this. He might not have obtained the supreme expert's inheritance. But even if he didn't, the supreme expert's divinity isn't inferior to the other supreme expert's inheritances. Duan Lingtian's luck is unbelievable. Lu Tianfeng nodded in agreement when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Even if he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible, he had to admit this. Duan Lingtian was a man of great fortune. If he didn't die halfway, he would definitely soar to the sky in the future. And this was what he feared the most. The people he sent to the lower realm had already told him that Duan Lingtian was very protective of his people when he was in the lower realm. If anything happened to the people around him, he would be angrier than if someone offended him. Although Lu Tianfeng and the Mon-Origin Spirit sect could deny Duan Lingtian's actions in the lower realm. However, when Duan Lingtian grew stronger in the future, it wouldn't be difficult to find out the truth. At that time, the Mon-Origin Spirit sect might not be able to shake Duan Lingtian, but it wouldn't be difficult to kill him. He knew very well that once Duan Lingtian had truly grown to a certain extent, the Monarch Spirit sect would definitely hand him over to appease his anger. Therefore, Lu Tianfeng was the person who wanted Duan Lingtian dead the most in the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. A supreme expert's divinity. It would be more interesting if there were some stakes in a life-and-death duel. The young man who had taken the initiative to ask about Duan Lingtian was one of the two holy sons from the Monarch Spirit sect. At this moment, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes. The other young man who had been silent all this while snorted. If you want to bet with him, you have to take out something of equal value. Otherwise, do you think he'll bet with you? That's a supreme expert's divinity, not some random stone. The young man was also a holy prince of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect. He used to be a lesser god emperor, but he had successfully advanced to become a lesser god emperor. As for the other young man, he could have broken through recently as well, but he was in no hurry to do so because the Mon-Origin Spirit sect's sect leader had talked to him. Now, he could break through at any time. That's true. The young man in front, who was the only lesser god emperor of the Mon-Origin Spirit sect, shook his head. I can't take out something of equal value to a supreme expert's divinity. At this moment, the middle-aged man with the surname Lung smiled faintly and said, if you can convince Duan Lingtian to bet with you when you have a life-and-death battle with him. You can't take out something of equal value to a supreme expert's divinity, but it's not like the sect can't. Of course, the supreme expert's divinity is a priceless treasure. However, as long as you take out something that's enough to tempt Duan Lingtian, and he thinks he'll definitely win, he might agree. Perhaps he'll only realize how foolish he was when you have a life-and-death battle with him and make a breakthrough. The young man's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Don't celebrate too early. Protector Lin continued, even if you win and kill Duan Lingtian, the supreme expert's divinity in his hands won't belong to you. It'll belong to the sect. Of course, you can have priority to use it for a while. The young man smiled at Protector Lung's reminder. Of course, I know that. It's good enough that I have priority. The supreme expert's divinity could help one comprehend the laws of nature. It was useful even for godly venerables. In the Mon-Origin spirit sect, although the higher godly venerables were not proficient in the law of space, there were intermediate godly venerables who were proficient in the law of space. Since the supreme expert's divinity had arrived, he would have priority to comprehend it. Of course, if he was the one who won it, then his priority would naturally be ranked at the top. It's best not to complicate matters. Lu Tianfeng frowned and said, if you mention the supreme expert's divinity, he might not admit it. After all, he agreed to the life and death battle with you. He must be confident that he can kill you and survive. Wouldn't he be courting death if he revealed the supreme expert's divinity under such circumstances? Who wouldn't be tempted by the supreme expert's divinity in this world? Therefore, the possibility of Duan Lingtian admitting he has the supreme expert's divinity is almost zero. Chapter 4136. When Lu Tianfeng landed on the ground, everyone fell silent again. That was indeed the case. It seems like there's no other way. The lower God Emperor stage Monarch, holy son of the Monarch spirit sect, sighed. I forgot about the consequences of exposing his supreme being Godhead. Even the middle-aged man was speechless now. Previously, he had been so excited by the paramount Godhead that he had forgotten about it. Although he was not an expert in the law of space, his elder brother, the other guardian of the Mon-Origin sect, was an expert in it. If the paramount Godhead fell into the hands of the Mon-Origin sect, his elder brother would have the absolute priority to use it. He might even become the strongest person under the greater God realm in the Mon-Origin sect. Martial Uncle Tianfeng, do we really have to earn the credits of the Myriad Law Academy? I heard that although it's not much, it's quite troublesome. The lesser God Emperor, holy son of the Mon-Origin sect, changed the topic and asked. We have to earn them. Lu Tianfeng said in a low voice, don't take any chances. This is also the agreement between the Myriad Arts Academy and the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. It has always been this way. In the past, there were a few people who didn't earn credits, but they were all denied entry to the Trial of God in the end. The Trial of God is controlled by the Myriad Law Academy. It's up to the Myriad Law Academy to decide who can enter and who can't. I know you've received preferential treatment in the sect, but that's only in the sect. You don't have to keep a low profile in the Myriad Law Academy, but it's best not to be too conceited. Not long from now, the top prodigies of the major God Venerable level factions at Myriad Law Academy will be heading there. Even the inheritances of Myriad Law Academy are full of prodigies, and there is no lack of existences that are not weaker than you. While Lu Tianfeng was warning the two of them, Enforcer Lung would also interrupt from time to time, reminding the two of them to focus on completing missions in the Myriad Law Temple before entering the Trial of God. Only after earning enough credits could they do other things. Even if they wanted to challenge the Duan Lingtian, they could only do so after they had accumulated enough credits. This time, even if you can't kill Duan Lingtian, it doesn't matter. Lu Tianfeng continued, if Duan Lingtian enters the Trial of Gods, as long as he doesn't die inside, when he comes out, there's an 80 to 90% chance that he'll be a divine emperor. At that time, it will be more difficult than ascending to the heavens for the Mon-Origin sect to kill him. Of course, if he really enters the God Emperor realm, I won't let him live peacefully. At that time, I'll spread the news that he has the supreme powerhouse divinity. Even if it's not confirmed, people will definitely be tempted. Perhaps, some of the utmost powerful beings will head over to verify this matter. If that Duan Lingtian doesn't cooperate, He'll definitely die if he encounters one or two hot-tempered ultimate experts or their envoys. When that time comes, even the current palace master of Wanlai Palace, Su Baili, won't be able to hold him back. Lu Tianfeng smiled coldly as he finished speaking. Upon hearing Lu Tianfeng's words, Protector Leng shook his head. Unless it's confirmed, the utmost powerful beings won't participate. Moreover, if he intentionally hides this matter, no one will dare to verify its authenticity. Also, no one can snatch it. The item is in the self-destructing ring. Even if the utmost powerful beings make a move, they won't be able to retrieve it. If the item is swept into the spatial turbulence, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find it. Protector Leng's words made Lu Tianfeng frown slightly, but in the end, he said, even if the utmost powerful beings don't make a move, someone will definitely take the risk and force him to hand over the item. I don't believe that he can hide in Wanlai Palace forever. Now, there were still a few decades before the opening of the Trial of God. Wanlai Palace welcomed the first batch of top prodigies from heavyweight godly venerable rank forces. The two most outstanding youths of the Mon origin sect's younger generation, two God Emperor holy sons. One was an intermediate God Emperor while the other was a lesser God Emperor. Their arrival naturally caused a huge commotion in the 10,000 Laws Palace. God Emperors who were not even 10,000 years old. Even within the 10,000 Law Palace, such a character could only be found in the legacy branch. At least, that was what most people thought. Junior brother, I was really worried about you when I learned that 5 of our sect members were killed in Wanlai Palace. Fortunately, you're smart and didn't get involved. I've heard about it. Wang Yunxing and the others are idiots. If they weren't confident, why would they sign a life and death contract with them? The lesser God Emperor holy son of the Mon origin sect, a handsome young man with a hint of evilness, had just arrived at Wanlai Palace when 3 people came knocking on his door. They were the last 3 Mon origin sect disciples in Wanlai Palace before the arrival of the 2 Mon origin sect holy sons. Of course, this was only on the surface. There must be other Mon origin sect disciples hiding their identities in the dark. Senior brother. In front of the young man, the usually arrogant Hu Lanqi was extremely respectful. He was not convinced by Wang Yunxing, but that did not mean he was not convinced by the young man in front of him. The young man was not much older than him, but he had already entered the lower God Emperor realm. He was only half a step away from the intermediate God Emperor realm. Furthermore, the other party's master and his own master were martial brothers that had become disciples of the same master. Furthermore, they had a very good relationship. This also led to their relationship being quite good. Senior brother, you haven't entered the intermediate God Emperor realm yet? Hu Lanqi asked curiously, but he felt that this was not the case. The young man, who was the Mon origin divine sect's holy son, Meng Yu, didn't respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at the 2 people beside Hu Lanqi and said, "The 2 of you, go to the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace and tell me which Celestial Emperor-level missions are available." Yes, Senior Brother Meng. It was not difficult for the 2 of them to guess that Meng Yu had something to say to Hu Lanqi. However, they did not show any dissatisfaction and left one after another. As soon as they left, Meng Yu raised his hand and a formation plate rose into the air. The formation extended and completely covered the courtyard he and Hu Lanqi were in. It isolated sound and divine consciousness from probing. Seeing that Meng Yu had activated the formation, Hu Lanqi's expression suddenly became a little solemn. He knew that his senior brother was definitely going to tell him some secret things. Junior brother. Meng Yu smiled and said, "Actually, if I wanted to, I would have entered the intermediate God Emperor realm some time ago. The reason I'm still a lower God Emperor is because the sect leader told me not to rush to break through. He hoped that I could provoke the Duan Lingtian to have a death duel with me. Then, I would break through during the death duel and kill the Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. Of course, if I didn't have the chance to have a death duel with the Duan Lingtian, I would have broken through on my own before entering the trial ground. Hu Lanqi was enlightened when he heard Meng Yu's words. I see. I knew it. Senior brother, based on the cultivation base you displayed earlier, you should have broken through by now. Hu Lanqi's expression turned solemn again. Senior brother, I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill the Duan Lingtian. Recently, he has disappeared without a trace. He should be in secluded cultivation. He wants to take a step forward before entering the divine trial grounds. When we see him again, he will most likely already be a high divine emperor. At that time, he will be able to kill an ordinary intermediate god emperor with his full soul high-grade divine sword. Hu Lanqi glanced at Meng Yu. Although he did not continue, it was not difficult for Meng Yu to guess what he was going to say next. What? Do you think I'm not a match for the Duan Lingtian? Hu Lanqi felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. However, despite his embarrassment, he still continued to say, Senior brother, this time, you should have the high soul grade divine weapon that senior uncle lent you. However, the Life and Death duel in the Myriad Arts Academy's Hall of Life and Death doesn't allow the use of borrowed high soul grade divine weapons. Of course, I know this. Meng Yu said indifferently, even if I don't have a full soul high grade divine weapon, I'm confident that I can kill him when he's a higher god emperor when I've just broken through to the intermediate god emperor realm. Even if I've just entered the intermediate god emperor realm, there are very few intermediate god emperors who can be his match. Meng Yu's words were full of confidence. He's just a higher god emperor, what do I have to fear? It's better to be careful. Hu Lanqi smiled bitterly. Although I haven't dealt with him before, I went to watch the death duel between him and Wang Yunxing. He's not an ordinary god emperor. Even if I look at him from afar, I can feel how dangerous he is. Senior brother, you should know that I'm naturally more sensitive in this aspect. My talent in this aspect has saved my life several times at critical moments. Martial uncle should have mentioned these things to you before. Hu Lanqi's face was full of fear as he spoke. I know this. Meng Yu nodded. However, it's normal for you to feel that he's dangerous. It's abnormal if you don't feel that he's dangerous. You're not even as strong as Wang Yunxing, let alone someone who can kill Wang Yunxing and the other intermediate god emperors. If you go up against him, I'm afraid he'll kill you in an instant. Meng Yu's words did not leave Hu Lanqi any face at all. Hu Lanqi was not angry because he was used to his senior brother's straightforwardness. That's true. However, senior brother, it's best to be cautious. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In the blink of an eye, another few decades had passed. When Duan Lingtian walked out of his room, there were only 7 years left before the trial of God opened. 7 years left. Although the breakthrough is slightly later than expected, at least I've broken through. As a higher god emperor, my divine power has transformed, and my strength has improved as well. Now, if I go up against Wang Yunxing and the other intermediate god emperors again, I can easily defeat them even without the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with confidence. End of this chapter. Chapter 4137. Even if he had not completely stabilized his cultivation base, the increase in his cultivation base was huge. After Duan Lingtian stepped into the last realm of the deity emperor realm, the upper deity emperor realm, the divine power in his body had undergone another transformation. The transformation was even greater than the transformation from a lower deity emperor to a middle deity emperor. However, I owe third senior brother a big favor this time. For almost 100 years, Duan Lingtian had not earned any cultivation resources. He had been living off his savings. Whatever he could eat had been eaten by him decades ago. The rest was given to him by third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, in the inner palace. According to Yang Yuchen, a person would only have one chance to enter the trial of God in their lifetime. Therefore, he had to do his best to take advantage of it. Although many of the opportunities in the trial of God were not as good as those in the dimensional battlefield, they were still opportunities left behind by omnipotent experts. They were not simple things. Omnipotent experts were the most powerful beings in this world. Even the strongest upper deity was no different from an ant in front of them. It was said that the difference between an upper deity and an omnipotent expert was even greater than the difference between a lower deity and an upper deity. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. No matter how strong an upper deity was, he was nothing in front of an omnipotent expert. An omnipotent expert could not be reached through normal cultivation. It required an opportunity. This opportunity was either comprehending the profundity of the laws to a certain extent or mastering the four Tao of heaven and earth to a certain extent. Moreover, if one possessed the 5 divine elements and the 5 divine elements had evolved to their highest form, they could also help a higher ultimate god become an ultimate god. All 3 paths could lead to an omnipotent expert. Of course, other than these 3 paths, there might be other paths. However, most people only knew of these 3 paths. These 3 paths would lead to becoming an omnipotent expert. The trial of God. Third senior brother said that if I'm lucky, I might be able to completely consolidate my cultivation base as an upper deity emperor and break through to become an emperor god. An omnipotent expert is so powerful. How could he leave behind such a place? Even now, thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart could not help but tremble. It should be noted that the Myriad Arts Academy was second only to the major forces in the realms of gods. However, even the most outstanding person in the Myriad Arts Academy would not be able to consolidate his cultivation base as a high-level Celestial Emperor and advance to the Celestial Emperor realm in such a short period of time, even if the Myriad Arts Academy spared no effort in providing him with resources. However, the utmost powerful beings had such means. There are still 7 years left. In these 7 years, I'll comprehend the laws of space, Sword Dao, and Control Dao. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although Duan Lingtian had not given up on comprehending the laws of enlightenment, the sword principle, and the way of control in the past 100 years, he had spent most of his time on cultivation. For the next 7 years, he did not plan to cultivate. He planned to focus on these 3 areas. Any breakthrough in any of these would be a great improvement for him. His strength would also rise to a new level. Currently, he had extremely high attainments in the laws of space, the laws of time, the sword principle, and the way of control. Any breakthrough in any of these areas would be a qualitative change to his strength. For the next 7 years, Duan Lingtian immersed himself in studying the laws of space, the sword principle, and the way of control. Although there was no substantial improvement in the other areas except for the law of space, he still had some insights. As long as he was given more time, there would naturally be substantial improvements in all of them. As for the law of space, since he possessed the godhead of an omnipotent expert, it was a green light for him in this regard. Occasionally, he would encounter some bottlenecks, but after observing some battles between experts who were good at the law of space, he could easily resolve them. Therefore, in the past 6 years, his improvement in the law of space was the greatest. He even had a new breakthrough. With my current attainments in the law of space, it's difficult to find another person below the ultimate god level in the Xingang land who can surpass me. On this foundation, coupled with the way of control, it's even stronger. Duan Lingtian originally planned to temporarily put aside the law of space for the next year and focus on the sword principle and the way of control. However, after another month of closed-door cultivation, he was awakened by his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen. 3rd senior brother, are you looking for me? After Duan Lingtian walked out of his room, he looked at Yang Yuchen in the courtyard and asked with a smile. Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen smiled. In another year, the divine trials will be opened. You shouldn't stay in the internal palace to cultivate all day long. Go out for a walk. Relax and relax. As early as a few decades ago, all the major ultimate god forces have sent their strongest young prodigies here. Now, the academy is much more lively than before. As soon as Yang Yuchen said that, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. Have all the young geniuses from the major ultimate gods' forces arrived? These people were basically existences who had entered the Emperor God realm, and all of them were young people who were not even 10,000 years old. Little junior brother. While Duan Lingtian was still thinking, a pleasant voice was heard. Then, a young girl came to Duan Lingtian's courtyard without any courtesy. It was none other than Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. At this time, Lang Chunwan was staring at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Little junior brother, third senior brother usually doesn't let me go out. This time, he finally let me go out with you. You must take me out for a walk. Otherwise, I can only wait for the divine trials to open before I can go out. As she finished speaking, Lang Chunyuan pouted her little mouth and put on a pitiful look. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he could not help but look at Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen also said helplessly through voice transmission, "This girl will definitely cause trouble whenever she goes out unless I keep an eye on her." Just like the last time, she almost killed a disciple of the legacy who spoke ill of me outside. Last time, someone made fun of her because she was short and only said a few words. After that, she didn't make a move in the academy. Instead, she went out with that person, put him in a sack, and beat him half to death. Last time, as Yang Yuchen mentioned a few cases, Duan Lingtian took another look at his fourth senior sister. The corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. Based on what his third senior brother said, his fourth senior sister was really a troublemaker. I can't always pay attention to her. Go out with her and keep an eye on her. Don't let her cause trouble. She still listens to you, said Yang Yuchen. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly to himself. Would his fourth senior sister really listen to him? Usually, he thought that this fourth senior sister was quite good, but when others really angered her, would she really listen to his advice? However, since his third senior brother had said so, Duan Lingtian did not say anything else. After Yang Yuchen, his third senior brother, left, Duan Lingtian and his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, left the independent realm where the inner palace was located. He did not know that when he and Lang Chunwan left, there were two figures hiding in the dark in the sky, watching them from afar. Lang Chunwan followed by Duan Lingtian's side. She looked around excitedly as though she was a child from the mountains who was entering a city for the first time. She was curious about everything. Duan Lingtian brought Lang Chunwan out. Along the way, they encountered some students from Myriad Law Palace who recognized him. It's Duan Lingtian. I haven't seen him for a long time. Yes, I haven't seen him since he killed Wang Yunxing, the holy son of Mon Origin Divine Sect, and the others in the Hall of Life and Death. Who's the young girl next to him? I think I've seen her before. She should be a student from Myriad Law Palace as well? Compared to Lang Chunwan, who lived in seclusion and did not cause any trouble in Myriad Law Palace, Duan Lingtian's battle in the Hall of Life and Death had alarmed the entire Myriad Law Palace. At that time, many people had gone to watch in person. Even those who did not go to watch had seen the scene of Duan Lingtian fighting in the Hall of Life and Death through the scryer images recorded by some people through the floating image pearl. It could be said that there were very few people in Myriad Law Palace who did not know of Duan Lingtian's existence. Little junior brother, why do I feel like they all know you? Lang Chunwan could not help but frown slightly when she heard the whispers of the passers-by. She was little junior brother's senior sister. But now, these people in Myriad Law Palace did not know her, but knew her little junior brother. What was going on? How long had little junior brother been in Myriad Law Palace? And how long had she been in Myriad Law Palace? These people did not know her, but they knew little junior brother. At this moment, Lang Chunwan could not help feeling a little jealous. They must have seen my scryer images. Duan Lingtian smiled. It was not difficult for him to guess this. Scryer images? Lang Chunwan was puzzled. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything and told Lang Chunwan about the life and death battle between him and the 5 people of Mon Origin spirit cult in the Hall of Life and Death. After that battle, there are probably not many people in Myriad Law Palace who do not know me. Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up when she heard this. giving Duan Lingtian the feeling that she could not wait to challenge someone to a life-and-death battle. Little junior brother, didn't you say that there are other people in Mon Origin's spirit cult? Say, if I challenge them to a life-and-death battle, will they agree? Lang Chunwan asked. Duan Lingtan felt powerless and helpless when he heard this. Other people in Mon Origin's spirit cult? The remaining 3 people were not even stronger than Wang Yunxing, who was killed by him. Even if the 2 holy sons of Mon Origin's spirit cult who were god emperors came and joined forces, they would not be a match for his 4th senior sister. 3rd senior brother Yang Yuchen had told him long ago that his 4th senior sister's cultivation was not low, but her comprehension of profound was also stronger than most high-level god emperors. This kind of high-level god emperor bullied 3 high-level god emperors? Unless their brains short-circuited, they would never agree to a life-and-death battle with his 4th senior sister. What? Just as Duan Lingtian was feeling helpless, his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Her voice was sharp and cold. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.